This young man originally came from another world, traveling to a cultivation realm. However, the unique thing about him was that the system Yi-Bai Awakened required him to take on 108 disciples, and only when all of them reached the highest cultivation realm would Yi-Bai be granted the chance to defy the heavens and alter his fate. Yi-Bai had been in seclusion for 3 years, and only when his last disciple broke through to the Saint Realm did the key to defying the heavens and altering his fate finally reveal itself. Yi-Bai opened his eyes as he emerged from the coffin. He had truly come back to life. The feeling of having the vitality and youth of his body was almost unbelievable. The first thing Yi-Bai did after his resurrection was to inquire with the system about which disciple of his had broken through to the Saint Realm last. The system, however, had its professional ethics and refused to disclose to Yi-Bai who the last disciple with poor talent was that had made the breakthrough. Yi-Bai then rephrased his question. He wanted to know when the disciple who had reached the second-to-last saint rank had made the breakthrough. This time, the system happily revealed to him that it had been 230 years ago. After hearing this, Yi-Bai was furious. Damn it! Doesn't this mean that if that last disciple had broken through to the saint realm a bit sooner, I would have come back to life much sooner? Once I defy the heavens and alter my fate, I'll immediately go looking for you, and make you feel a love that's been delayed by 300 years. Yi-Bai kept shouting and cursing as he lay in the coffin, while the system, focusing on its job, began to assist him in defying the heavens and altering his fate, calling down a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. Facing directly toward the mausoleum, where Yi-Bai rested, slumbering in his 300-year sleep. At that very moment, a group of men, appearing solemn and dignified yet, in truth grave robbers, approached the site. Leading them was a Taoist named Lai, whose cultivation had reached the late semi-saint stage. After breaking a portion of the seal surrounding Yi-Bai's grand hall, he led his followers inside. Some carried shovels, others brought pickaxes. Clearly, they were determined to unearth every valuable treasure buried within this place. The heavy wooden doors blocking the main hall were pushed open. Inside, the grand hall was magnificently adorned. Surrounding the towering wooden pillars that supported the ceiling were intricately carved dragons, each clutching a luminous pearl in its mouth. At the very center stood a coffin, no less luxurious than the hall itself. The grave robbers immediately recognized the coffin. It was crafted from the sacred wood, a great heaven and earth tree. Such material was the finest in existence, used for forging and preserving divine treasures and supreme-grade artifacts. Its extravagance was beyond measure. They began to approach the coffin. The closer they came, the denser and more potent the spiritual energy they could feel emanating from within. Naturally, they concluded that the coffin must contain countless priceless relics. The Taoist Lai stepped forward once more, channeling his strength and cultivation to forcibly pry open the lid. As the coffin creaked open, the group froze in terror. Inside lay Yi-Bai, eyes closed, his body intact. One of them stammered, his voice trembling. This is really a corpse. Why do I feel like he's brimming with life? He's truly dead, another muttered weakly. Another man approached to take a closer look, though his face was still full of skepticism. He was certain the person was already dead. It was said that the Supreme Demon Emperor had died due to old age and frailty, but seeing it with his own eyes today, he realized the figure truly resembled someone alive, merely sleeping in the coffin. It was exactly because of Yi-Bai's appearance that the two robbers boldly assumed someone had placed a treasure in his mouth, helping preserve his body in such an intact state. No matter what it was, if it could keep the corpse looking like this, it must surely be something of great value. The Taoist priest with the surname Lai could no longer hold back. Hastily, he reached out, intending to pry open Yi-Bai's mouth to retrieve whatever was inside. However, before his hand could touch Yi-Bai's face, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. The sight was so startling that it could almost make one's heart stop. Fear and astonishment overwhelmed them. In unison, they all stepped back a few paces, their eyes wide as they stared at the figure in the coffin, who was now slowly sitting up. Yi-Bai let out a peal of mocking laughter, filled with disdain and contempt. Are you tomb robbers here to steal my grave? You got quite a bit of nerve, huh? Who are you? Why are you in here? One foolhardy man, not understanding the situation, even pointed directly at Yi-Bai's face and demanded, which only made Yi-Bai find the whole thing more ridiculous. This tomb was built for me. Now, why don't you tell me, who could that possibly be? At this point, Yi Bai had sat up straight, allowing them to clearly see his face. With his words, the robbers became even more confused. Are you the Supreme Demon Emperor? It can't be. The reason they immediately dismissed this was because the Supreme Demon Emperor had breathed his last 300 years ago, and moreover, he had passed away in the form of a frail old man, not a young man like this. The Taoist named Lai also believed that Yi Bai was talking nonsense, because he had sensed Yi Bai's cultivation and discovered that he was merely a low-level cultivator in the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, Yi Bai had only recently broken through to the spirit condensation stage. Thus, they naturally assumed that Yi Bai was just like them, a tomb raider who had snuck in earlier to pose as a deity or ghost to intimidate others. These bandits looked down on him. Yi Bai merely gave a faint smile, momentarily unsure of what to say. But his mocking expression had truly irritated them. A few of them, unable to hold their patience any longer, drew their swords and pointed them at Yi Bai's face, interrogating him. Stop pretending to be some god or ghost. Why are you here? Speak quickly, and where's the treasure? Without waiting for Yi Bai to respond, they cut him off, pressing him further. If you're not going to speak, then don't blame me for not being polite. After saying this, Yi Bai couldn't help but find it ridiculously funny. This was a perfect example of the phrase not knowing one's own limitations. When the young cultivator rushed forward with his sword, the others believed Yi Bai would be taken care of in the blink of an eye. But the scene that unfolded afterwards left all of them wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, Yi Bai stood tall and confidently, using only 2 fingers to firmly grip the tip of the opponent's sword, preventing it from moving at all. The man, who had overestimated his own strength, was equally stunned, and then began to tremble in fear. Despite having used all his power just a moment ago, his opponent had effortlessly blocked it with just 2 fingers. Seeing that he couldn't win, the man tried to retreat, but Yi Bai refused to give him that opportunity. He applied a little more force, and the sword tip of the young cultivator instantly shattered into dozens of small pieces. Before the opponent even had time to process what had happened, Yi Bai reached out and grabbed his throat, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere kitten or puppy. A mere trash of the divine court wanted to quickly find a way to reincarnate like this? Has your life been so idle for too long that you can't be patient anymore? As he spoke, Yi Bai tightened his grip, making it impossible for the man to breathe. Why are you still standing there? Come at me together, he said. The young cultivator in Yi Bai's grip, feeling like he was about to suffocate, groaned and spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the others finally snapped out of their daze, and another fool rushed forward with a weapon, shouting loudly, "Let him go! Shut up!" Yi Bai uttered these 2 words softly, yet they carried an immense pressure. Who gave you the permission to speak out of turn in front of me? After a brief moment, he increased his grip. The divine court realm cultivator in his hand was crushed as easily as an ant. Fresh blood splattered through the air, hitting the face of the man charging forward, the sharp stench of blood making him immediately hesitate. Just moments ago, Yi Bai had effortlessly dealt with a cultivator at the late stage of the divine court realm in an instant. This showed that he was no ordinary person. But by the time the man realized this, it was already too late. Yi Bai was like a ghost, vanishing in an instant from in front of him, only to reappear behind him. This time, he changed tactics, delivering a single blow that severed the opponent's head from his neck. The expression of shock remained frozen on the face, even though the head had already been severed. The remaining members of the Tomb Raider group were drenched in cold sweat. After all, this was also a cultivator at the late stage of the Divine Court realm, not someone weak. Yi Bai had managed to quickly dispatch 2 Divine Court realm cultivators with ease, leaving them in awe. His strength had far exceeded their expectations, having just awakened from a 300-year slumber and being disturbed by these thieves. Yi Bai didn't hesitate to make a bloody feast of the situation. He had no intention of stopping at just these 2 cultivators. Next, it's your turn, right? At their most desperate moment, the entire Tomb Raider group looked towards the Taoist surnamed Lai, much like they had looked towards the middle of their ranks. However, it wasn't as they expected. The Taoist had long since fled in disgrace, fleeing to save his own life. When those people saw their leader had fled, they naturally had no reason to stay behind any longer. However, as mentioned earlier, Yi Bai had no intention of letting them leave so easily. Before the Taoist named Lai could even reach the door, Yi Bai had already started his incantation. A surge of power, like an electric current, quickly spread throughout the tomb, making it impossible for anyone within range to escape. Yi Bai had set up a massive formation that enveloped the entire large tomb, and the immense pressure he exerted was enough to make the tiny insects and creatures on the ground bow down and tremble uncontrollably. A formation. The Taoist muttered to himself, then thought, why is there a formation here? There was nothing when we entered. Could it be him? Then how powerful is he really? A semi-saint, a saint, or something even higher. At that moment, he truly believed that the other party could be the genuine and supreme demon emperor. But by then, it was far too late. Yi Bai had already arrived right behind him. His smile was twisted, sending a chill deep into the bones of everyone who witnessed it. They hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy, claiming they were merely hired hands and that the grave robbing was the Taoist Li's doing. However, even if they were just hired hands, Yi Bai had no intention of sparing those who had violated his resting place. Wherever he passed, those kneeling on the ground were instantly reduced to dust amidst their pitiful screams. This scene made that fraudulent Taoist, that pseudo-cultivator who sold holiness, even more terrified. At this level, Yi Bai was no longer human. He was a demon. The man hurriedly kowtowed again and again, begging for his life with every ounce of despair he had, promising to hand over all his valuables to Yi Bai in exchange for that miserable life. Yi Bai felt the old man still had some exploitable value, so he did not strike him down. Instead, he asked Li about the origins of the tomb's builder. Hearing the question only deepened the man's despair. This tomb was built a very long time ago. How would I know who built it, let alone where that person might be now? Sir, I truly don't know. I don't know which exalted master constructed this tomb. Yi Bai's gaze turned ice-cold. Then what use is there in keeping you alive? His voice was as light as a feather, yet it carried a murderous intent, so strong it was pungent. The man surnamed Li felt his soul leave his body in fear. He prostrated himself again, babbling so fast it seemed he might bite his tongue. Please, sir, though I don't know, I can contact the embroidered shadow division of the Yun Fan Hall. They will certainly know about this. At the mention of the words embroidered shadow division, Yi Bai flinched and asked the man to repeat what he had just said. Indeed, Taoist Li had mentioned the embroidered shadow division. According to him, it was an intelligence organization founded by a mysterious figure 200 years ago. For the right price, there is no information they cannot dig up. Hearing the man's words, Yi Bai fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled an old acquaintance of his, someone who might also be connected to this embroidered shadow division. Meanwhile, Taoist Li, seeing that Yi Bai remained silent for too long, began to grow anxious. My lord, whatever it is you wish to know, they will surely find it. I am willing to lead you to them. Just please, spare this wretched life of mine. Looking at the man's miserable state, Yi Bai suddenly found it amusing. With a soft snap of his fingers, Taoist Li's body began to return to dust. In your next life, don't be so greedy. Greed will be your downfall. Those were the last words he heard in this world. And just like that, Yi Bai had wiped everything clean, leaving not a single soul behind. News of Yi Bai's tomb being broken into spread quickly, eventually reaching the ears of Zhu Jifu, the highest-ranking sorcerer in the Zhongyuan region, and one of Yi Bai's 36th-generation disciples. Enraged, Zhu Jifu immediately ordered every member of the Chen family to make full preparations. The whole world must know, whoever dared rob my master's tomb will not meet a good end. At the same time, Zhu Jifu swore he would do everything in his power to uncover the ancient celestial formation that could bring Yi Bai back to life. At the same time, he had also crawled out of his own tomb, wandering around to explore the world. After 300 years of slumber, Yun Fan Hall was indeed much livelier than before. Yet Yi Bai had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly heard his stomach growl loudly. Well, that made sense. After all, it had been 300 years since he'd last eaten anything. So Yi Bai decided to fill his empty stomach before getting down to serious business. Having been buried in such a luxurious tomb, Yi Bai naturally wasn't short on treasures. He casually pulled out 2 gold coins and handed them to a young man by the roadside, asking which restaurant in Yun Fan Hall served the best food. The one with the golden-lettered signboard, run by a female chef not far from here. It's called Hai Sen Lao, the young man replied. Following the direction he pointed, Yi Bai saw at the end of the street a bustling restaurant. with a long line of customers waiting for their turn. As he approached and read the signboard, two words instantly popped into his mind. What could it be that he had somehow transmigrated back to Earth? From what the young man selling weapons by the roadside had mentioned earlier, Yun Fan Hall's current prosperity was largely thanks to that very female chef. The recipes she had brought forth had attracted countless patrons and dignitaries alike. Unfortunately, she had now broken through to the Saint realm and rarely appeared in the mortal world. The young man even went on to emphasize that this female chef possessed beauty capable of toppling nations. Anyone fortunate enough to behold her even once was truly blessed. Once the nun breaks through to the Saint realm, it's highly likely that she is one of his disciples. Among all his disciples, the one who is the best at cooking must be Fan Chao Dong, ranked 40th. To clarify this matter, Yi Bai immediately headed to the restaurant to take a look. After scanning the menu, he didn't find anything particularly special except for the Buddha jumps over the wall. Just then, a voice from a nearby table caught his attention. It was the voice of a Hua young master. Today, I'll treat these two beauties to the most famous Buddha jumps over the wall in Yun Fan Hall. This dish cost the equivalent of 10,000 gold. In this Yun Fan Hall, apart from myself, no one else can afford to spend like this. The last sentence made Yi Bai's ears itch. What did he mean by saying no one else in Yun Fan Hall could eat Buddha jumps over the wall except him? Thinking this, Yi Bai immediately ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall. However, in this restaurant, there was a rule to pay first before the dishes were served, and the payment could be made with either gold coins or spirit stones. Yi Bai immediately took out 5 high-quality spirit stones, even without asking for the change back. The waiter, seeing the pile of spirit stones on the table, immediately had his eyes shine brightly. This action of Yi Bai quickly drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. Whispers began to rise from all directions. What did I just see? Just now, young Master Fan ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall, and this person ordered the exact same dish, even more generously than young Master Fan, casually dropping 5 spirit stones like that. Who exactly is this young man? The young Master Fan also heard these words, and his mood was clearly not good. At that moment, his food was served in front of him. Wanting to impress the two beauties by his side, he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, "How about it? This dish not only smells delicious, but can also improve your cultivation when eaten." The two girls with young Master Fan immediately began to twist and turn, demanding that he feed them personally. The combined voices of these 3 people were so irritating that Yi Bai felt his ears were about to go deaf. He quickly tasted a piece of the dish to see if it resembled the flavor of the Buddha jumps over the wall that Fan Chao Dong had cooked before. To his surprise, as soon as he finished eating, Yi Bai slammed his hand on the table in anger. The noise drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, all eyes turning toward him. He shouted loudly, "Who made this Buddha jumps over the wall? Is this something anyone can eat?" His words clearly struck a nerve with the young Master Fan, who could no longer stand it and stood up, ready to retort. He growled, "What did you just say, you bug? Didn't you see I also ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall? Are you implying that I'm not human?" The two women with him hurried to advise him, urging him not to take someone as vulgar as Yi Bai seriously, which barely helped ease his anger. At that moment, Yi Bai added fuel to the fire with another remark. "This kind of food that can't even be swallowed is only fit to deceive fools like you into parting with your money." Young Master Fan was so enraged that his fury seemed to reach its peak. The waiter, seeing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. He told Yi Bai that the dish had been personally prepared by the restaurant's esteemed head chef. However, Yi Bai refused to back down and insisted that the waiter call the head chef out so he could speak with him directly. Not long after, the head chef appeared. Though called a chef, he was actually a cultivator who had already reached the Divine Court realm, and his name was Dong Lu. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Even young Master Fan of the Xi Yang sect holds great admiration for my cooking. May I ask what issue you have with it?" Dong Lu asked, his tone clearly displeased. Seeing his attitude toward Yi Bai, that young Master Fan broke into a deeply satisfied grin. Just a mere spirit condensation realm brat, daring to question the culinary skills of a Divine Court late-stage chef? It seemed there was quite a show about to unfold. Not only young Master Fan, but many other patrons also began to gather around to watch the commotion. None of them knew Yi Bai's true, illustrious identity, They merely thought he was a lunatic daring to stir up trouble in such a prestigious establishment. Even after spending 5 spirit stones, leaving this place unscathed would not be so simple. "Young sir, what exactly is it that displeases you?" Dong Lu repeated, his shadow looming over Ye Bai, making him seem somewhat overpowered. But just because Ye Bai's shadow was smaller didn't mean his words were any weaker. Ye Bai took a deep breath and began to fire off words like a rap champion, explaining that the ingredients for asterisk Buddha jumps over the wall asterisk must be sun-dried for 7 times 7 days before they could fully release their freshest and most exquisite flavor. But Dong Lu used entirely fresh ingredients to replace this process. According to Ye Bai, he was completely unqualified to be a head chef. Dong Lu never expected to encounter a professional expert. The first sentence from Ye Bai left him speechless, and Ye Bai didn't stop there. He went on to point out a series of mistakes Dong Lu had made. For instance, the grilled ribs were cooked over too high a heat, failing miserably. The fish maw was also a failure, and the abalone meat was overcooked and tough. Another failure. The soup was too thin, lacking sufficient heat. Truly a failure on top of a failure. Each word failure Ye Bai uttered felt like a slap to Dong Lu's face. Sweat poured down his face. He had no idea that a young man who looked so youthful could be so knowledgeable about cuisine, surpassing even his own master by a long shot. After criticizing him for a while, Ye Bai coldly asked, "The food is this bad, and you dare say it's your signature dish?" Dong Lu completely surrendered. He stepped back and knelt down, bowing his head in apology. "You are indeed a master. You are the true senior. I am the one with poor judgment. Please forgive me." This action from Chef Dong Lu left everyone in the restaurant, including young Master Fan, stunned. He had thought someone would step in to teach Ye Bai a lesson. But unexpectedly, that person ended up kneeling before him. Out of shame, young Master Fan's anger flared. He rushed forward, grabbed Dong Lu by the collar, and scolded him. "Your food is garbage, and you still kneel down to him. Had your head gone soft? But every word of the senior's analysis is golden. The Buddha jumps over the wall dish I made is truly garbage." Dong Lu hesitated to respond, his demeanor only infuriating young Master Fan even more. The fact that Chef Dong admitted that the Buddha jumps over the wall dish was garbage was like a slap in his face. In other words, it was as if he were saying that young Master Fan enjoyed eating garbage. Ye Bai, not willing to let it go, added another remark. "You can't blame him for this. Someone like you is only fit to eat garbage." "What did you say?" Young Master Fan, still holding Dong Lu by the neck, shouted at Ye Bai with a volume that could not have been louder. "I said, someone like you is only fit to eat garbage." Ye Bai repeated each word without hesitation. "Did you hear that clearly now?" Young Master Fan was pushed to his breaking point and couldn't take it anymore. A bright fireball appeared in his hand and shot straight at Ye Bai. However, it missed, and instead, Ye Bai grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the table. Ye Bai's actions were entirely based on physical strength, not utilizing any high-level cultivation. Yet the effect was even more humiliating. "What kind of garbage are you, to dare act so arrogantly with me?" Ye Bai asked coldly. His action sent a chill through the restaurant, as everyone was aware that the young master was a genius, the pride of the Hexai Yang sect. Anyone who offended him would not be let off easily by the sect. Ye Bai's actions were no different from directly challenging the entire sect. Yet while ordinary people might fear the Hexai Yang sect, Ye Bai was not intimidated. He had even thought that young Master Fan might have some real skill, but to his surprise, he was even more useless than those grave robbers. His hand remained firmly pressed against the back of Fan's neck, not giving him a chance to lift his head. Young Master Fan kept threatening Ye Bai, demanding he let go, but in reality, he couldn't match the physical strength of Ye Bai. In the end, the fool was thrown straight out of the shop by Ye Bai. Although the people from Hai Sen Lao hadn't done anything wrong, this incident still happened at their establishment. The customers, fearing they might get caught up in the trouble, quickly fled. Young Master Fan had been beaten senseless by Ye Bai, but that was because he was too weak to withstand a single strike from him. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Ye Bai couldn't help but feel disdain. He had slept for 3 years, and now that he was awake, even a dog dared to act tough in front of him. It was like a tiger that hadn't roared in ages, only to be mistaken for a Hello Kitty. Dong Lu, who had witnessed the entire scene, couldn't hide his fear. He sensed that Ye Bai only exuded the aura of a spirit condensation realm cultivator, yet he had easily defeated young Master Fan, who was at the late stage of Mystic Connection realm and about to break through. Dong Lu was so frightened that his words trembled. "Senior, you cause great trouble now. What's there to be afraid of?" Ye Bai replied nonchalantly. "I've only crippled his cultivation. I haven't taken his life yet." After Ye Bai finished speaking, Dong Lu became even more terrified. What was this? Being crippled in cultivation was even worse than losing one's life, especially when that young Master Fan was the talented prodigy of the Hexai Yang sect. The people of that sect would surely never let this go. Dong Lu, who revered Ye Bai with all his heart, wanted to help him buy some time so he could escape. After all, the Hexai Yang sect was still the most powerful force in the Yun Fan Hall. The cultivation levels of the elders in the sect had all reached the Saint Realm, and the sect master had broken through to the Saint King Realm 100 years ago. Ye Bai had crippled their best disciple. How could they possibly let this slide? Dong Lu truly wanted to help him escape, but from beginning to end, Ye Bai had no intention of running away. "Don't worry, it's just the Xi Yang sect taking care of their own. The more of them that come, the more I'll cripple," Ye Bai replied, his tone light as a feather, because his biggest concern right now was simply filling his empty stomach first. Dong Lu couldn't help but look at Ye Bai with a bewildered gaze. How could he be so calm when he had offended the Xi Yang sect? Was he some kind of divine being, or just a madman who feared neither heaven nor earth? At this point, Dong Lu had no way of persuading him. All the guests had been driven away by Ye Bai, and now he could only lead him to a private table to enjoy a meal. As Ye Bai ate, he asked about the news of the head chef of this restaurant, who was also the master who taught Dong Lu the culinary craft. Unfortunately, he didn't know either because for the past 100 years, this person had been traveling the 4 seas. The last time Dong Lu met her was already a year ago. Then, does she not need to manage the restaurants in Yun Fan Hall on a regular basis? Ye Bai asked again. "Senior, you must be joking. These businesses of Lady's estate have all been handed over to her disciples to manage. It seems that finding her disciple won't be an easy task after all." Ye Bai asked Dong Lu if he knew where the embroidered shadow division of Yun Fan Hall was. But this was the first time Dong Lu had heard of this name. He thought it might be some sect. It seemed that the intelligence organization operated quite secretly, and not just anyone could know its name. Ye Bai did not press Dong Lu further, simply instructing him to prepare food and accommodation for the following days. Meanwhile, the young Master Fan, who had been crippled and lost his cultivation, had already been taken back to Xi Yang sect. As expected, the sect master of Xi Yang sect was furious when he found out what had happened to him after he arrived at Hai Sen Lao. "How dare you, Fan Chiao Dong, lay a hand on someone from Xi Yang sect?" The sect master of Xi Yang sect was so angry that he almost crushed the teacup in his hand. Fan Wen Hong's subordinates hurriedly recounted what had happened, saying that he had been defeated by a young man who only seemed to have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm, and the most important thing was that the young man had used just one move to cripple his cultivation, indicating that his abilities were certainly not ordinary. "Sect master, please calm down. The key issue right now is that the third elder led a small team of 13 to 14 people to Night Emperor Ling to steal the treasures. We shouldn't make more trouble, and I still hope Sect Master will consider this carefully." Hearing this, Sect Master of Xi Yang sect felt that there was some truth to the words. He then sent people to closely monitor the actions of Hai Sen Lao, and Ye Bai first, intending to settle accounts with the third elder of his sect once he returned. Meanwhile, Zhu Jifu, along with her senior sister, Lai Yushan, who ranked 20th in their order, had already built a tomb and arrived at the scene. Upon learning that the mixed blood thieves had stolen the remains of their grandmaster, both of them were enraged to the point of their eyes turning red. "The remains of our grandmaster, who had reached the body refining realm and surpassed the limits of regular cultivation, are useless to ordinary people. But if in the hands of the owner of the sacred land," Lai Yushan said in a half-finished sentence, causing Zhu Jifu to grow increasingly anxious. "So what?" Lai Yushan made it clear that she would never forgive whoever had stolen their grandmaster's remains, even if it cost her life. Neither of them knew that Ye Bai had actually been revived, so they both assumed the grave robbers had taken him away. Suddenly, Zhu Jifu sensed something was wrong. She realized someone was activating a forbidden technique outside to break the formation. Lai Yushan immediately drew her blade, her eyes full of hatred. It seems that if we don't give them a lesson, they really think this place is their home. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of people chanting and praising echoed from outside. Third Elder's Majesty, the Third Elder's skill in formations is truly unparalleled, breaking the seal in just a few seconds. It seems that this is the Tomb Raiding team, with the Third Elder of the Xi Yang sect leading it. However, just moments ago, the so-called Third Elder hadn't even had a chance to do anything. The formation was broken so easily before he could make a move, leaving him bewildered. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Lei Yushan and Zhu Jifu inside. "Himph, you really have guts to come here and rob a tomb." The Third Elder of the Xi Yang sect was startled, but quickly regained his calm, even daring to point a finger at Lei Yushan and scold her. "What's all the posturing for? Are our goals really that different? Leave behind your spoils, and I'll spare your lives." Zhu Jifu sneered derisively and quietly asked Lei Yushan, "Should we leave a few of these small fry alive?" Lei Yushan, being merciful at heart, didn't want to spare anyone except for the loquacious Third Elder in charge. The attitude of both of them had completely dampened the morale of the Tomb Raiders from the Xi Yang sect. After all, they were surrounded by many divine court cultivators, yet they showed no fear, only a murderous intent. What the Third Elder didn't know was that he had just encountered a true disciple of Yi Bai, which is why he was still so cocky. "Since you insist on standing in my way, then don't blame us for bullying weak women." He had just ordered the attack, and more than a dozen disciples from the Xi Yang sect, standing behind him, immediately rushed forward. Dozens of Xi Yang sect disciples, each armed with a weapon, charged forward, all of them incredibly skilled in combat. However, Lei Yushan didn't even bother to lift a finger. Everything was left for the female sorceress Zhu Jifu behind him to handle. She lightly activated a large formation, and instantly, a small formation appeared beneath each of their feet. After the formation was fully prepared, Zhu Jifu immediately activated the Soul Capture formation, taking the lives of more than 10 people in the blink of an eye. Just as Lei Yushan had hoped, Zhu Jifu left the leading man's face a horrific, dog-like mask of death. The Third Elder looked on, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "Is this the soul-binding formation?" He trembled so violently that his teeth chattered. "And yet you haven't even used your full power. What exactly is your connection to that soul-devouring demon head? How do you know the soul-binding formation?" Zhu Jifu, too lazy to answer him, conjured a beautiful light in her hand. But to the enemy, it was a deathly light. "No, you can't take my life," he stammered, his body devoid of strength, as he collapsed into the formation she had just drawn. Zhu Jifu lightly uttered 2 words. Her demeanor was indeed not inferior to that of her master. Immediately, the Third Elder's memories were drawn into her. His vitality was simultaneously drained away. Lei Yushan, playing the role of a good person, gave him a finishing blow, ensuring that he wouldn't have to suffer too long in pain. After the deed was done, she put away her serious expression and turned to tease her younger sister. "Xiao Fu, after all these years, you still haven't made any progress. Your ability to take memories is still far behind the Grandmasters from back then." "The Grandmaster's level is something I can only look up to. Something unattainable," Zhu Jifu responded, feeling a bit offended, and huffed loudly. "All right, I was just joking with you," Lei Yushan chuckled. The two quickly set off to Yunfan Hall to settle accounts with the Xi Yang sect. While the 2 junior disciples were wreaking havoc on their behalf, Yi Bai remained calmly seated in the 2 carts, focusing on his cultivation. He discovered that, although his abilities hadn't diminished too much, his cultivation still appeared to others as no different from a minor cultivator in the first stage of the spirit condensation realm. It seemed like he would have to start cultivating all over again, and because of his unique physique, which could defy fate and alter destiny, his cultivation speed after his resurrection was extraordinarily fast. In just half a day, Yi Bai had broken through from the first stage to the second stage of the spirit condensation realm. With this speed, the future was certainly looking very promising. While Yi Bai was still reveling in this feeling of triumph, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He opened the door and stepped out. He saw Dong Lu, who was also listening intently. According to him, Just a moment ago, many people had witnessed a ship as large as a mountain flying across the sky above Yunfan Hall. Yi Bai, upon hearing the keywords flying ship and as big as a mountain, immediately thought of his disciple. Thus, he dragged Dong Lu along to eavesdrop on conversation. Unfortunately, poor Dong Lu, despite running as fast as he could, was still left behind and lost track of Yi Bai. Moreover, he noticed something unusual. Clearly, Yi Bai had been at the first level of the cultivation spirit condensation realm yesterday afternoon. Yet this morning, he had already broken through to a new realm. Was this person a god or a demon? Yi Bai, uninterested in Dong Lu, who was panting from exhaustion, focused intently on the ship flying across the sky. Indeed, this was the rescue ship Nuoya, the only person who could create such a thing, aside from his second disciple, Lai Yushan, was who else? Suddenly, Dong Lu spoke up. The flying ship's landing direction is towards the Xi Yang sect. Could it be that this ship belongs to their sect? At the mention of Xi Yang sect, Ye Bai became especially excited. Lai Yushan had gone to the Xi Yang sect. It seemed there was going to be some drama. He quickly dragged Dong Lu to see the spectacle, and indeed, Lai Yushan's Nunoya ship had just landed at this very sect. As soon as she appeared, she shouted loudly, "Marquis of Su Yuan, get out here, you bastard!" This scene quickly attracted the attention of many. They didn't know who Lai Yushan was, but they could tell that she had just openly insulted the sect master of the Xi Yang sect, and with her cultivation already having broken through to the Saint realm, they thought she must be prepared to throw her life away. Yi Bai pushed his way through the crowd, and finally caught a clear glimpse of the girl floating in midair. No doubt about it, he had finally found his first disciple. Although he felt somewhat smug that he didn't need to personally deal with the Xi Yang sect, he was still puzzled by the fact that his 20th disciple had a conflict with this sect. As for Lai Yushan, she was seething with fury. Over the past 2 years, the Xi Yang sect had approached Toon Knight Emperor no less than 13 times, each time more outrageous than the last. Lai Yushan had been too lazy to deal with them until now, but with the disappearance of her Grandmaster's remains, she could no longer stay idle. "Girl, who are you, and where you come from? Do you think you can casually call the sect master by his name?" Finally, someone stepped forward to confront her. But it wasn't the sect master of the Xi Yang sect. It was their Grand Elder. This man was no pushover. He had just broken through to the 8th stage of the Saint realm, and his swordsmanship was not something to be taken lightly. With a casual swing, he could cleave mountains in two. Once he appeared, more people gathered to watch, all eager to witness the grandeur of his sword strike. However, Lai Yushan, whose temper was as quick as lightning, wasn't about to back down. The moment she saw the Grand Elder of the Xi Yang sect, she raised her middle finger in response. "You don't need to rush, looking for death like that. I wasn't even planning to deal with you yet." Her words were arrogant, clearly dismissing the opponent as beneath her. The Grand Elder of the Xi Yang sect went mad upon seeing this, and immediately slashed out with his sword. Lai Yushan didn't even bother to dodge, instead using her internal strength to create a shockwave in retaliation. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned by the explosion, his mind dizzy and confused. He had thought a mere girl had come to cause trouble, never expecting that the opponent would bring such terrifying power. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was still disoriented, Lai Yushan continued her assault. At this point, the Grand Elder of Xi Yang sect began to panic. If things continued like this, he would be at a severe disadvantage. The sword in his hand began to flail wildly. When facing Lai Yushan's power, it created a massive explosion. Flames and smoke filled the sky, but in reality, he did this to obscure her vision and create a chance to escape. However, such a trick could not fool Lai Yushan's sharp eyes. The large saber in her hand was raised, and immediately a massive formation was unleashed. The Grand Elder of Xi Yang sect turned his head back, and a chill ran down his spine. He couldn't escape in time, and the formation locked him in place, receiving a fatal slash from Lai Yushan that was too brutal to look at. The crowd gathered to watch the spectacle gasped in shock. Even the Grand Elder of Xi Yang sect, with his cultivation at the 8th stage of the Holy Realm, was being humiliated like this. The girl must be some kind of divine being. After this chaos, the Marquis of Su Yuan finally appeared, accompanied by a few of his disciples. The moment he saw Lai Yushan, His face fell, but he still forced himself to appear humble and a little polite. I thought it was someone bold enough to cause trouble for the Xi Yang sect. Turns out it's the divine bamboo fairy, Miss Yushan. What could have possibly made the fairy so enraged? Lai Yushan was icy cold. The blade in his hand pointed straight at the sect master of the Xi Yang sect. Hand over everything you stole from the Toonman Emperor to me. I may spare the others, but you must die. Having spoken, Lai Yushan raised his blade and decisively brought it down. But the Marquis of Su Yuan was no mere sect master. His power far surpassed that of the elder in the sect. After Lai Yushan's strike, he remained completely unscathed, and the previously ingratiating expression vanished entirely. This is the Xi Yang sect. On what basis do you come here to make trouble? You who cultivate the auxiliary path of support, and you dare to try to take my life. I think you still haven't woken up. The auxiliary path of support the Marquis of Su Yuan mentioned refers to a cultivation route based on practical skills, cooking, construction, blacksmithing, alchemy, and so on. After speaking, he unleashed his full strength and indeed halted his opponent's attack. Seeing that his power exceeded the divine bamboo fairies, the Marquis of Su Yuan was extremely pleased. If I eliminate this demonic cultivator of yours today, I'm sure many will clap and praise me. Oh, is that so? Lai Yushan sneered coldly. Well, that still depends on whether you have the ability to back it up. As she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the new Ovia rescue ship immediately flew overhead, aiming directly at the Xi Yang sect for an all-out assault. No sooner had Lai Yushan given the order than countless sharp swords shot down from the ship, all targeting the Xi Yang sect below. Upon seeing this, the Marquis of Su Yuan, who had just moments before been full of smug satisfaction, immediately turned pale, his face losing all color. With both hands forming a seal, he urgently commanded his disciples to set up a formation to block Lai Yushan's attack. But she was faster. The swords continued to rain down relentlessly from the new Oya ship, plunging straight toward the Xi Yang sect. Witnessing this scene, the Marquis of Su Yuan could only stammer in disbelief. A demon cultivator. It's definitely a demon cultivator. Below, the spectators who had come to watch the spectacle began to scatter, running for their lives. Anyone who stayed behind at this point would be downright foolish. If those swords hit them, there would be no escape. As for the new Oya ship, it was nothing less than a massive weapon for launching hidden weapons. With such a tool at her disposal, flattening an entire sect wouldn't take long at all. Dong Lu, seeing that everyone had fled, panicked. He too wanted to run, but Yi Bai stubbornly insisted on staying, determined to continue watching the spectacle a little longer, pretending to be a fool. High above, the Marquis of Su Yuan unleashed a loud burst of ominous energy. Do you really still think that I, the Marquis of Su Yuan, am a vegetarian who refrains from killing? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man formed a hand seal, immediately taking action. His disciples behind him also arranged themselves in perfect formation, creating a new formation that directed a surge of power straight at Lai Yushan. Despite being ambushed like this, she remained incredibly calm. Then, Lai Yushan suddenly clenched her hands into fists, letting out a roar. Her entire body turned a brilliant red, and her attacks became bolder, an eye-catching sight that dazzled those who looked on. Yi Bai watched his disciple transform with the grace of Sailor Moon, unable to hold back a chuckle. Dong Lu, seeing this, immediately asked, "Senior, what's so funny about this? Don't you think that battle armor looks pretty cool? Besides, it could help her avoid the combined sword energy of the sect master in the next moment." "Yes, it's definitely cool," Yi Bai replied, agreeing with him. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise his disciple. Not only was her strength impressive, but her physique was also exceptionally hot. After transforming, it seemed that Lai Yushan's combat ability had drastically improved. As fast as lightning, she had already sent several of the Marcus disciples flying. It seemed like the battle would end that way. However, in a moment of carelessness, Lai Yushan found herself caught by the old man's formation, which restrained her limbs. "Lai Yushan, you forced my hand," the Marquis of Su Yuan hissed, simultaneously using his cultivation to create a giant sword-shaped energy, aiming it directly at his opponent. But before the spear could reach her, another voice rang down from above. "Marquis of Su Yuan, if you dare to harm my senior sister, I swear I will take your entire Xi Yang sect to be used as practice fodder. The Marquis of Su Yuan's movement froze for a moment. Zhu Jifu leaped from the new Odia boat like an arrow. Sectmaster Xi Yang had not expected the two of them to come together, but he quickly regained his composure and resolved to execute Lai Yushan first, then Zhu Jifu. Zhu Jifu immediately thrust the sword in her hand forward, attempting to sever the formation that held her senior sister fast. But the moment her blade struck the iron chain, Lai Yushan gave a cry of pain. Zhu Jifu was stunned. What the? The Marquis of Su Yuan was exultant. Wretched girl, do you really think your little skill can break the sword technique of this lord? At that point Zhu Jifu began to panic, for her senior sister remained tightly bound beneath the enemy's web of blades. Seeing this, the Marquis of Su Yuan grew even more satisfied and let out a loud laugh. Haha, all of you, down to hell with me. Then his plan finally failed. For at the crucial moment, Ye Bai appeared and stepped in front of Lai Yushan. With me here, who dares harm them? He successfully halted the opponent's sword technique. The Marquis of Su Yuan felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. That was the strongest blow he could muster, and yet he had been stopped effortlessly by a youth of obscure origin. And, what's more, he hadn't been harmed in the slightest. Only one question remained in the Marquis of Su Yuan's mind. Who on earth was this person? Although after his resurrection Ye Bai no longer looked like a frail old man, it wasn't difficult for his disciples to recognize him. Lai Yushan and Zhu Jifu were stunned for 2 seconds, then simultaneously dropped to their knees, kowtowing to the Grandmaster after 300 years apart. Ye Bai had no time to exchange pleasantries with them, for the thorn in his side, the Marquis of Su Yuan, had yet to be eliminated. The move he had just unleashed would have been enough to shatter the man's body. But the primordial spirit evidently remained unresolved. With 2 Saint Realm disciples present to assist, however, dealing with the opponent should pose no real problem. Just as Ye Bai thought this, the Marquis of Su Yuan made a move. His 2 disciples quickly realized that the force which had just entered the old man's body was the aura of a great emperor. Ye Bai hadn't fully grasped the situation, but he could sense that something about the Marquis of Su Yuan had changed. Sure enough, the old man then shifted to a wholly different expression. He regarded them with half-lidded eyes and demanded, I am the Crimson Blood Great Emperor of the Stellar Wonders Sacred Hall. You filthy ants, who are you to dare massacre my people? I will offer you one chance to plead for mercy. Immediately cripple your own cultivation. If you refuse, I will have those beside you buried. Though the opponent's aura is overwhelming, the master has now appeared. Lai Yushan and Zhu Jifu would rather die than submit, and in addition, Ye Bai showed no sign of fear before the soul inhabiting the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan. On the contrary, he mocked him. Just a lowly divine thought of a great emperor. You can scare me a little, but do you really think you look like your true self? On the ground, the group of people eagerly watching the drama began to gather. Ye Bai's appearance, which interrupted the overwhelming sword energy of the Marquis of Su Yuan, had left everyone astonished. The aura he emitted indicated that he was merely a cultivator at the 2nd level of spirit condensation realm. This is impossible. He must have concealed his cultivation. Someone quickly realized the issue. It was certain that he had hidden his cultivation. Cultivators at the spirit condensation realm couldn't fly. Yet this person was hovering in midair. While the crowd below was bustling with discussion, up above, the Crimson Blood Great Emperor, inhabiting the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan, began speaking again. What's this? Do you all want to defy my command? In this city of Zhongyuan, the world belongs to my stellar wonder sacred land and me. But before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force engulfed him. The soul of the Crimson Blood Great Emperor was immediately expelled from the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan, and the body of the Marquis fell like a meteor, unable to resist. Lai Yushan and Zhu Jifu stared wide-eyed at this scene. Without any prior agreement, the 2 of them turned their heads in unison. As expected, their Grandmaster had caused this. Oh, it's too much, Ye Bai muttered. The Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, right, the debt from 300 years ago that I couldn't settle back then. But now is the time to collect it. A fragment of the soul of the Crimson Blood Great Emperor returned to its true master. He sat on his throne, so enraged that his fury soared, silently wondering where this audacious ant had crawled out from, daring to resist him and challenge the dignity of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. At that moment, a divine needle appeared, hovering above his head. Crimson Blood stared in shock, his eyes bulging. What is this? This divine needle clearly perished with my clone just a moment ago. Why is it here now? He thought in confusion. But just as Crimson Blood had this thought, the divine needle seemed to have its own will. It coldly plunged straight down into his skull. In an instant, the old man toppled from his throne, face planting onto the ground in a most disgraceful manner. His subordinates, witnessing this, were terrified out of their wits, and chaos immediately broke out. Some rushed to find the Saint Healer, while others hurried to notify the other great emperors. At that very moment, the palace doors were thrown open, and the blazing flame great emperor arrived. Crimson Blood's subordinates, seeing this, were overjoyed as if they had struck gold. They quickly informed him of what had just happened, how their great emperor had been struck by a mysterious divine needle, resulting in his current pitiable state. Blazing Flame, upon hearing this, hurried to the scene. He saw that Crimson Blood's eyes were wide open, yet his mouth could only stutter a few broken words. Spirit Condensation Realm, second stage. Crimson Blood, he said, give it all. What is this Spirit Condensation Realm? What does this have to do with the Spirit Condensation Realm? Blazing Flame asked anxiously. But Crimson Blood could not say another word. He hurriedly took the old man's pulse, and then discovered something very unusual. It turned out that this wasn't an external injury, but a serious internal one. He stood up, his mind constantly wandering. If Crimson Blood hadn't focused on cultivating the Tao of the soul, with this kind of injury, his soul would have long since scattered. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but be horrified. Who is it? Who exactly did Crimson Blood offend? Outside, many people knelt down, the air heavy and silent. They hadn't even had time to comprehend what had just happened, their minds still filled with fear. Yes, Senior, he actually destroyed the illusory form of the great emperor with a single strike, and moreover, he is the Grand Master of these two. Up in the clouds, Yushan Yi Bai, just a wisp of divine consciousness, hurriedly spoke. Grandmaster, your disciples miss you so much. You finally returned to visit us. Jifu knelt beside her, crying bitterly, and added, Grandmaster, don't worry. I have found an ancient immortal king in the secret realm, and inside there must be an ancient immortal formation that can bring you back to life. I swear, no matter the price, even if it costs my own life, I will definitely bring you back. Looking at his two pitiful disciples, Crimson Blood couldn't help but sigh. Yi Bai immediately comforted. Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be my beautiful disciple anymore. Yu Shang exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Fu Fu, am I dreaming? Just now, the Grandmaster spoke those words to me. Jifu stuttered, Father, 300 years, I've waited 3 years, and finally, I can see the Grandmaster up close like this. Yu Shang tugged at her clothes, saying, Hurry, slap me. Jifu shyly held onto the outer robe, preventing him from pulling her away. He gently smiled, pointing at the two of them, saying, You two silly girls, you don't think that my strength has depleted, and my divine sense has automatically faded, do you? Yu Shang asked emotionally, Is it really the Grandmaster? He confidently smiled, saying, That's right, I, the Master, am born again. I, the Master, have returned. She hugged Jifu, both joyful and anxious like a child. Xiao Fu Fu, can you slap me? I'm so scared. I'm afraid this is all just a dream. The system notification appeared. Reunited with 108 disciples. Reward, plus 10 cultivation speed for the host virgin. Reunited with 108 disciples. Reward, plus 10 years cultivation for the disciple's virgin. The host virgin is only for the host, and the disciple's virgin is only for the disciple. He looked at the spiritual energy in the palm of his hand and speculated. As expected, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy had increased tenfold. If I find more disciples, wouldn't it be possible to increase it by 50, 100 times, or even more for the cultivation speed? He asked in confusion, but how do I use the reward for this disciple's 100-year cultivation boost? The system responded, as long as the host makes contact with the disciple, the intent distribution will be done. He calculated in his mind, it's that simple. Then I just need to get closer, right? The system replied, correct. Ye Bai, holding the whip, smiled and said, is that so? Yu Shan, incredulously looking at the whip in his hand, said, it's the god-striking whip. Grandmaster has truly resurrected. This is beyond imagination. He looked at his two disciples and pointed out their mistakes. One of you is a formation master, the other an architect. You two, supporting each other in battle, still wanted to kill a powerful expert of the same level. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? 10 lashes each. No resistance. The two girls, embarrassed, spoke in unison. Disciple knows their wrongs. Please, master, punish us. Without hesitation, he raised the whip and struck down. In his heart, Ye Bai felt a bit of worry. If I hadn't happened to be in Yunfan Hall today, these two silly girls might have already faced off with the Marquis of the era. Ji Fu suddenly, in surprise and joy, exclaimed, what? My cultivation is increasing rapidly. She thought, could it be master? She quickly turned around and shouted, Master, what are you doing? She choked out, please, master, retract it. We have made a mistake. We can't accept this reward, especially since you've just been resurrected. Master, please retract it. Ye Bai replied, I have made arrangements. You two don't need to worry about the punishment. After enough strikes, he said, all right, get up. The two of them were overjoyed, as though they had been filled with spiritual energy and gratitude. Thank you, master. Ye Bai began calculating. Now, I still need to find a few strong disciples. He thought further. Without these two disciples to complement his path, his offensive power would still have weaknesses from beginning to end. Inside the courtyard, the lights were bright, and voices could be heard from within. Master, it's our incompetence. We couldn't protect Senior Sister. Senior Sisters, please let Master punish us. After a moment of conversation, Ye Bai thought to himself. He hadn't expected that the culprit behind the disciples' division was the Sacred Hall of the Greats. Well then, now that I've returned, I'll settle all these debts myself. As if recalling something, Yu Shan said, right, master, I just remembered. Senior Sister Tai Bai is also in Zhongyuan City, but her emotions are currently in turmoil. Ji Fu exclaimed, Senior Sister, Ye Bai is asking about Tai Bai. But I think with Tai Bai's talent and potential over the last 300 years, she must be on the verge of becoming an emperor by now, right? The two girls' emotions sank, and Ji Fu's voice, tinged with sadness, rang out. After she broke through to half-emperor, she relied solely on her strength to attack the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. No one knows what happened after that. Ye Bai's irritation was evident. Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. Again with the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. He asked again, where is Tai Bai now? Ji Fu replied, Luguang City Tai Bai, Sword Manor. After understanding the situation, Ye Bai made a decision. Initially, he wanted to have his children stay here and strengthen their cultivation for 2 more days. But now it seemed unnecessary. He immediately set off for Luguang City. Ji Fu and Yu Shan bowed and responded clearly. Master, 3 days later at Concealed Fragrance Pavilion. Ye Bai was sitting in meditation, refining his energy, feeling frustrated with the flow of power within his body. It had taken him 3 days to break through to the 5th realm, which was a rather slow pace. Outside the door, Ji Fu looked at his master with some admiration and said to Yu Shan, Master has started cultivating again. For ordinary people, it would take 3 years to break through to a realm. Yu Shan responded dismissively. At that moment, Ye Bai clenched his fists with determination. Very good. Next I need to be more diligent, to break through and reach the Mystic Connection realm. Crossing over the vast mountain range, aboard the flying ship, an excited voice echoed. By then, I'll be able to unlock another tablet. 1 day later, inside a shop, the waiter's eyes sparkled like stars. It was as though he saw gold and riches shimmering next to him. Ye Bai made his request. Tell me everything you know about Tai Bai's Sword Manor. The waiter cautiously asked. Sir, are you planning to attend the martial arts banquet at Tai Bai's Sword Manor? Ye Bai raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, Martial arts banquet? The waiter began to explain in more detail. The Manor Lord of Tai Bai, Sword Manor, has been injured for a long time, and his strength is no longer what it once was. It was said that there wasn't much cultivation left, so he spent his days drunk on youth and wine, now even wanting to trade away his belongings for more liquor, bringing ruin upon his own household. The old man said with a hint of regret, "You should know." In its prime, Tai Bai's sword manor was crowded like a grand festival. Sword cultivators from 1,000 miles away came seeking instruction in swordsmanship. What a pity indeed. Yushan slammed the table angrily and shouted, startling him. The old man thought he must have said something wrong. Nonsense. Yi Bai softly called out, "Calm down, San, admit your fault." "My apologies, master, this disciple was reckless just now." Yi Bai comforted him. "Although I don't know what truly happened to Tai Bai, awakening people's spirits is what I do best." In broad daylight at Tai Bai's Sword Manor, the crowd was roaring. "Next one, hand over your wine to me." A jug of wine was placed on the table, and everyone turned their heads toward the commotion. The murmur of discussion spread among the onlookers. Even without mentioning the wine itself, that jug alone could buy several fine spirit stones. With a vessel this exquisite, the wine inside must be extraordinary. It seems this young man will have no problem making his trade. The old man's eyes gleamed as he stared at the delicate jug before him. Ye Bai took the jug, avoiding his gaze, and said calmly, "No rush." The record keeper looked puzzled. "Young master, what do you?" Ye Bai gently poured the wine into a small cup he had just taken out, then spoke to him. "This wine is exceedingly precious. 1 cup for the master of the hall is more than enough." He silently cursed in his heart. Just 1 cup, how miserly could they be? After taking the cup of wine, he inhaled the fragrance rising from it. His face filled with longing as he thought, "This wine smells so divine. If I could taste just a single sip in this life, it would be worth it." He then relied on the man before him. "Ah, right. Please, butler, convey these 2 sentences to the manor lord." "Of course you may." The man politely replied, "Please, young master, go ahead." The youth spoke. "The first line is merely to make the manor lord drunk with wine, though I do not know where that person hails from. The second, 1 poem, 1 jug of wine, 1 song, 1 sword that roams the heavens." The man bowed respectfully. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall present the wine to the manor lord." Inside the hall, Kai Shan was practicing his sword techniques. Around him, wine jars lay scattered across the floor. Tai Bai reclined in a chair, savoring 1 batch of wine after another. Kai Shan bent slightly and advised softly, "Master, you've been drinking for days now. You should stop." Tai Bai murmured in a daze, "Shan Ni, you're still young. You don't understand." She pointed out his flaws and offered her critique. "That sword move you just practiced wasn't bad, but you were too deliberate. You mustn't focus so rigidly. Let your body move freely, become one with the sword. Only then can it be profound, mysterious, and infinitely changing." Hearing this, Kai Shan gripped his sword, lips pressed in quiet sorrow. "Master, is it because these past 2 days mark Grandmaster's death anniversary? Is that why you've been like this?" Tai Bai avoided her gaze. Shan Nai rested briefly, then resumed her sword practice. "My wine should be arriving soon," Tai Bai muttered. Qi Shan responded, "Yes, Grandmaster." At this moment, the butler respectfully stepped in and said, "Manor Lord, the wine has arrived." He held up a glass of wine and presented it. Tai Bai sat up, a bit surprised. Why is there only this much this time? Before she could finish speaking, she quickly got to her feet and walked toward the glass of wine. Tai Bai was stunned as she held it in her hands, assessing it in her heart. This wine was a treasure of the highest grade. She raised the glass, preparing to drink, feeling a pang of sorrow and longing. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thought to herself that perhaps only through drunkenness could she meet Master again. "Master, your disciple misses you so much," she whispered. "Old Wei, was this wine also brought by someone in line?" The butler respectfully answered, "Yes, Manor Lord, it must have been delivered by a disciple of a great family, someone at the 7th level of the spirit condensation realm. Moreover, that person asked me to convey 2 messages to you, which they found amusing." Tai Bai nodded, signaling him to continue. He paused, recalling Yi Bai's words. The first message only indicated that the Manor Lord might become drunk, but he couldn't determine where the person was from. Upon hearing the first message, the glass of wine she was holding slipped from her grasp and shattered on the ground. Her hands trembled in shock. This was uncontrollable emotion. She quickly grasped the butler's arm and asked urgently, "What was the second message?" The butler, frightened, stammered. The second message is a poem, a jar of wine, a song, and a sword like a celestial beam. Tai Bai shouted, "Where is that person now?" Seeing her agitation, the butler quickly responded, "He is waiting outside the door." "Manor Lord, what is the matter?" Tai Bai vanished immediately after receiving the answer from him, leaving the butler who was about to speak. "Is there something wrong?" Seeing the figure of his master flying away, he scratched his head in confusion. "Manor Lord, what's going on?" Noticing Tai Bai approaching, Ji Fu spoke up, "Master, fourth senior sister has arrived." Ye Bai looked at his disciple coming closer and said, "You all discuss it a bit, make sure there's no slip-up." He put on his strange mask, and Yu Shun beside him also smiled excitedly. At that moment, Tai Bai appeared before the three of them and asked, "I ask you, was that glass of wine just now yours?" He answered, "It was mine." Observing his disciple, he silently sighed. Indeed, the fourth was somewhat discouraged. However, even if he were to turn into a pile of scrap metal, today, Master would still forge him into a good sword. She asked again, "Were those 2 verses also yours?" He replied, "They were mine too." Her entire body trembled as she suppressed her anticipation. "Tell me, who actually told you those 2 verses?" After Tai Bai asked, she became agitated. Gale wind, emanating from her, also burst out. Ye Bai spoke up, "Are you still dissatisfied with the wine I gave you?" Looking at the 3 people before her, she thought to herself, "Why do these 3 make me feel so familiar?" Tai Bai asked, "Who exactly are you?" Ye Bai suggested, "Who I am, I could tell you later, but let's first finish the trade, wine for the item." She agreed without much thought. "All right, no problem. This manor lord is very pleased with your wine. Tell me, what do you want?" His expression was dangerous as he said, "I also consider myself a swordsman. I want the manor lord to lower his cultivation, to match mine and have a sparring match. No matter what, before the match ends, neither of us is allowed to restore our strength." She quickly agreed. "Fine, I agree." In the training ground, Tai Bai, holding a sword, said, "My time is limited. I can only spar with you until sunset at most." Ye Bai tightened his grip on his sword, silently evaluating him. Tai Bai was quite conscientious, proactively lowering his cultivation to the spirit condensation realm 1st level. However, that's fine. It would make the lesson easier to administer. Ji Fu and Yu Shan, holding hands, trembled in fear, watching anxiously. "Fourth senior sister, you committed a heinous crime. Your evil deeds cannot be forgiven. You should pray for your own well-being." On the field, the air grew still, with only Tai Bai's booming voice ringing out. "Let's begin. You better use your best sword technique. Otherwise, you won't last 2 moves with me." Ye Bai, not fully convinced, asked again, "Is that so?" He moved as quickly as lightning, directing his sword toward her and reminding her. "Then you better be careful." Tai Bai stood still, sensing each of his movements. Though his sword intent was abundant, it could still be traced. She moved gracefully, dodging each sword strike, even offering a polite comment. "Your sword technique is not bad, but a bit rigid." Lacking flexibility, he moved to her right side, raising his sword, preparing to strike. Seeing his movements, Tai Bai assessed, "Are you planning to attack from the right?" She jumped up to dodge, her hand delivering a finishing blow, but she inwardly regretted it. "Unfortunately, you've already been seen through by me." As the strike landed, the wind stirred, and in her line of sight, he had vanished. She gasped in surprise. What was that? While she searched around, Ye Bai appeared behind her. He leaped high again, teasing. "You need to aim better before swinging your arms, don't you?" Once again, he vanished, leaving her alone in the vast arena. Not seeing his figure, Tai Bai was alarmed. How is this possible? As she stood stunned, the sword strike closed in, and a loud thud echoed through the arena. The previous move had injured her quite badly, but she still forced herself to rise. Ye Bai began to mock. "Manor Lord, don't underestimate your opponent. Life and death on the battlefield. Underestimating your enemy is the first major mistake." Outside the arena, Ji Fu sighed. As expected, fourth senior sister was defeated in the first round. Yu Shan responded. Indeed, the Grandmaster's power is no less than it was 5 years ago. Tai Bai managed to prop herself up and in silence spoke. "I underestimated you. Continue." Tai Bai raised her sword, focused. In her heart, she mocked herself for underestimating her opponent. This time I really did underestimate you, but next time won't be so easy. Her sword aura grew more intense. Hearing the name of the technique, Ji-Fu was taken aback. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. This is the most powerful swordsmanship of Fourth Senior Sister. Each sharp move she unleashed headed toward the opponent, the sword key hidden within, as if her body was nowhere to be seen, moving without hesitation. Every strike meant to kill. Ye Bai remained standing still, showing no sign of defending. He raised his hand and sent a powerful sword key towards Tai Bai. The intense sword key struck her, causing Tai Bai to cry out in pain. She fell to the ground with a loud, ear-piercing noise. Ye Bai made a suggestion. Manor Lord, how about you raise your cultivation level to match mine? Hearing his words, which seemed like a challenge, her face darkened, and an intense rage surged within her. Tai Bai gathered her strength, leaped up and swung her sword. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Third form, the Lotus Sword Chant. Before the sword technique could even reach him, he swung his own sword, sending Tai Bai's blade flying far away. The loss of balance made her collapse to her knees in front of him. At this moment, she took a careful look. First, it was a lapse in judgment. Second, it was a coincidence. Third, it was that Tai Bai suspected she had encountered this person before. This young man seemed very familiar to her, even his swordsmanship. It was so familiar that every time she changed her move, every time she attacked, he seemed to predict it. She lowered her eyes and asked, "Who exactly are you?" He returned the question, "Who am I?" Before she could gather her thoughts, he gave the order to strike. Tai Bai suddenly turned around. Behind her, Ji-Fu approached, murmuring something unintelligible, and a massive formation appeared above her. Tai Bai wrapped herself in sword ki and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was deceived. Feeling the energy go awry, she was shocked. What? My cultivation is dropping rapidly. Before she could react, the formation descended upon her, and Tai Bai cried out, "How is this possible?" The array above pinned her immobile, her limbs bound as if by ropes. Panic flickered through her. Damn it! Ever since he offered the wine, he has been gaining control of me step by step. First 2 lines of poetry to disturb my mind, then suppress my cultivation and blunt my sensory power. And now this spirit-sealing grand array. Outside, a worried voice cried, "Master!" Tai Bai glared toward Kai Shan and shouted an order, "Shan Ni, go! Don't stay here!" She refused to obey and stubbornly pushed toward Ye Bai, anxious to save him. "No, I won't allow anyone to harm him." Streams of force tightened, preventing Kai Shan from moving. Seeing her disciple in peril, Tai Bai erupted. Her eyes changed and she screamed in alarm, "Shan Nai!" Massive waves of power were unleashed outward. Ye Bai sneered coldly, "You're all about to die, and you still want to protect others?" He swung his hand and cast an attack. "It's useless. Today you will all die." She ground her teeth in fury. "You sealed my cultivation, and think I have no way left." 2 immense forces collided, sending the wind swirling in all directions. Outside, the 2 girls exchanged words in silence. Yu Xian touched Ji-Fu's shoulder and asked, "Xiao Fu, Master won't go too far, will he? Why do I feel like Fourth Senior Sister is going to fight Master with all her might?" Ji-Fu responded quietly, her fingers trembling with worry. "No matter what happens, we must be patient, and we must never act. We just need to trust Master." On the other side, Tai Bai unleashed her power, the pressure growing louder and more intense. Seeing Ye Bai approaching her at an increasingly faster speed, Tai Bai was filled with disbelief. How can this be? This person is clearly sealed in their cultivation, so why is their speed not only unaffected, but even faster than before? At that moment, Ye Bai gathered all his energy into his fists, the 2 about to clash with equal force. Her fist never made contact with her opponent, which left her stunned. What? Seizing the opportunity, he struck her, the force of the punch sending her crashing into the ground, rolling away. Where Tai Bai fell, dust and debris flew everywhere. Her body ached and despair and fear filled her heart. Why is it that every time he can so easily break through my defenses? Why? Why? Ye Bai slowly advanced towards her, then began to criticize Tai Bai. "Do you think you're so strong? You can't even protect the person standing beside you. What right have you to fall so low, to debase yourself? You stood in front of her and coldly criticized her. And your master. You're like this because of him. Your master is the prime culprit. Thunder cracked in her mind after those insults. A razor-sharp move struck toward him, filling him with dread. He retreated quickly. One sleeve was torn. Yi Bai's heart lurched in terror. It was truly dangerous. Though nursing internal wounds, Tai Bai still said coldly, "You may humiliate anyone, but you must not humiliate my master. Today I will kill." Seeing that look of hatred in her, Yi Bai was very pleased. She cut a fine figure. The hammer struck the sword, and the forging was complete. Next came the final step. The steel took shape. The system flashed a notification. Encountered the third disciple among the 108. Reward: one heavenly sword intent for the disciple. A source of energy appeared in his hand. He instructed the system to produce the Xhuanyuan sword intent. The scene around them seemed to fracture, fragments hanging suspended in the air. At the same time, the sky stirred, whirlwinds rose, and white clouds gathered into a single spot overhead. In the distance, high-level fighters witnessed the spectacle and exchanged whispers. "That direction looks like Tai Bai's sword manor. Could a precious object be coming into being?" One of them replied. "Indeed. This battle resembles the birth of a rare treasure," another said excitedly. "Go, go, go, hurry and see. Don't let others get there first. This anomaly hasn't occurred in 100 years. This is surely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The golden tip of the sword gradually emerged from the cloud where she stood. Tai Bai's heart froze in terror. The world seemed to tilt, and razor-sharp sword keys streaked toward her. Kai Shan cried out in fear, "Elder sister." Tai Bai turned around and saw Kai Shan being held back by Tu Yushan. A surge of energy erupted through her body once more. "No, I cannot die yet. I must take care of San San, find the younger sisters, and there is Master." Kai Shan's face was desperate. Her wail tore through the air. "No, the technique will not stop for her." Tai Bai bent forward quickly. Kai Shan turned, gritted her teeth. Hatred and vengeance burned in her eyes. "You bastards! I'll risk my life against you." She swung her sword at Jifu, but Jifu still reached out to block. Unable to avoid it, Kai Shan found herself face to face with Jifu's enormous chest. Kai Shan pressed her face straight into Jifu's bosom. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Jifu reacted in surprise and gave a cry. Kai Shan stumbled back in panic. Jifu, astonished, asked, "Master this?" Yi Bai fell silent in thought, while she found herself at a loss for words. Kai Shan stood motionless, fists clenched, watching the three of them speak. She remained there, wary and alert. The air grew still as she and Yi Bai faced one another. Yi Bai broke the silence with a scornful remark. "Elder sister, you drown yourself in drink and lack resolve. Where does that leave the sect? Where have you put the great Tao of the sword? I must beat some sense into you." Kai Shan firmly rebutted. "Don't speak of my elder sister like that. In my heart, she is the best person in the world." He clasped his hands behind his back and continued. "In this world, if I don't take care of my elder sister, I fear no one else will." Hearing his arrogant words, she hesitated and thought to herself, "Who is this person? How can he speak so boldly?" Kai Shan frowned and asked, "What exactly have you done to my sister? Is she going to be all right?" He gazed into the center of a light source and answered her question. "She won't die. If she can control and absorb that sword intent, it will be a great boon for her." Above, figures began to gather in the sky. Seeing them, she quietly worried. The tribe chief of the Zhang Sun family, Sect Master Chong Chao, and the Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor were all among them. These people were all experts at the Saint King level. What should she do? Elder sister was still unconscious, and she hesitated, glancing at Yi Bai. Moreover, the young man seemed confused when Kai Shan looked his way. Flustered, she pointed at the people in the sky and said, Hey, those people are all the top experts of Lu Guang City. Your two subordinates at the Divine Court level are nothing compared to them. How can you be so calm and not anxious?" The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor asked the tribe chief of the Zhang Sun family. "Isn't that the Manor Lord of Tai Bai Sword Manor? She seems to be refining some kind of treasure." The tribe chief of the tribe chief replied respectfully, "No need for words. I have personally witnessed her realm, advancing from the 6th layer of the Saint King realm directly to Sovereign Emperor in a single leap. Sect Master Zhang Xiao of the Zhang sect exclaimed, "Good heavens, I've never seen such a rapid advancement before. This must truly be a treasure of the sword path." The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor said with envy, "If only I could obtain this treasure, perhaps I could pave my own path to becoming an emperor." He turned to discuss with the sect master of the Zhang family. "We must not let her refine this successfully. This is our opportunity." The sect master intervened. "Wait, are you forgetting the peculiarities of Tai Bai's sword manner?" He sneered, "That could just be coincidence. Besides, with our strength now, do you think anyone would dare to challenge us?" Jifu stepped forward and warned loudly, "Our Manor Lord has suddenly comprehended the great Tao of the sword. Anyone who dares to act now will be an enemy of Tai Bai's sword manor, and they will bear the consequences." The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor disdainfully slashed at Yushan, a mere 5th layer of Divine Palace. "And you act so arrogantly, you truly overestimate yourself." She responded coldly, striking out with a gigantic hand. Yushan warned, "I've already said, anyone who steps forward will face the consequences." That hand shattered the Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor's sword into pieces and continued advancing toward him. A dark red bloodstain appeared amidst the ruins of destruction. Those fingers were also separating the boundary between them. The sect master of the Zhongzhen family cautiously spoke to the sect master of the Zhongxiao sect. "Here, this method of formation is something that cultivators of the Divine Palace realm basically cannot use. She must have concealed her cultivation." He was also greatly shocked. This person was truly too strong. She was undoubtedly a peak Saint King realm expert, or perhaps even a sovereign emperor. Seeing the result, Yu Shan couldn't help but express some regret. "Originally, I only intended to deal with one person, but I didn't control it well. Next time, I'll be more careful." The sect master's furious shouting could be heard. "What? Didn't control it well? Next time be more careful. Damn it, do you still want there to be a next time?" Inside, seeing Tai Bai refining faster and faster, the sect master of the Zhongxiao sect cursed in frustration. Damn it, she actually raised her cultivation to peak half-emperor. The sect master of the Zhongzhen family was somewhat frightened. This person could already hold all of Luguang City in her hands. If her cultivation advances another step, she would reach the legendary Great Emperor realm. Within the formation, Tai Bai awakened, her eyes shining with a golden light. Kaishan, seeing her elder sister, joyfully shouted as if she had lost and then found her elder sister again. She landed lightly on the arena. Tai Bai glanced at Kaishan, silently sighing with relief. She pointed her sword directly at the person sitting in front of her and asked, "I'll ask you one last time, who exactly are you?" Behind the mask was a gentle, smiling face, and Yi Bai's voice echoed softly. "Tai Bai, your master has arrived late." She froze upon seeing the person in front of her, nearly collapsing. But Tai Bai was filled with doubt. "No, it can't be. Master has been in ascension for 3 years, and besides, you have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm, 7th stage. With such talent, Master couldn't even break through the body refining realm." It seemed Yi Bai wished to prove her identity, so she drew out a whip. She was truly stunned. 2 girls with rabbit ears suddenly jumped out to greet her. "4th senior sister, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking free from the shackles that bound you." Transformed beyond recognition, Yu Shan teased. "4th senior sister, later on, Master will lecture you." "We can't help with that." Tai Bai solemnly knelt on one knee. Disciple Ki Tai Bai pays respects to Master. He stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Tai Bai, you've really had it tough these past years." Tai Bai was so moved that she couldn't hold back her tears. "Master," she sobbed, "Disciple has finally waited for you to return." Yi Bai comforted her. "Good girl, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, I'll feel heartbroken." The clan leader of the Zhongzhen family was stunned. "Master, Tai Bai Manor Lord actually calls that young man Master." The sect leader of Zhongxiao sect was also shocked. "Oh my, the Master of the Peak Half-Emperor powerhouse. How terrifying must that strength be?" The 4 of them simultaneously knelt and bowed their heads. "Emperor Lord, we were wrong. We, the descendants of our family, are willing to obey from now on. We, Tai Bai Manor Lord and Emperor Lord, were also wrong. We are willing to submit. He gave them a glance and ordered, "Quiet." Tai Bai feigned ignorance. "Did you come here to drink tea in my Tai Bai sword manor?" Both he and the old man stammered. Our faces." Yi Bai changed the subject. "What's the matter? It seems like you still want to join the feast before leaving." His face became dangerous. "Go." They were so frightened that everyone jumped out of the wall. Understood. Emperor Lord, we will leave right away." At this moment, she finally calmed down. "Master, I have something I wish to ask. I wonder if Master could help me." Yi Bai interrupted. "Speak." Now Tai Bai began to explain. 3 days from now, a secret realm, located thousands of kilometers away, will be activated. Disciple would like to ask for Master's permission to accompany Shan Ni for training. He wondered, "Why don't you go yourself? Are you afraid it will become reliant on you? You can still protect it in secret, without revealing yourself." When this was mentioned, she became melancholic. "Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but this secret realm has rules of power, and the cultivation level of those from the mystic connection realm cannot enter. Tai Bai has tried before, but failed. The Hidden Joy secret realm only opens once every year, and each time only 300 people are allowed to enter. Disciple, a century ago, when cultivating the Emperor's path, tried to enter once, but ultimately failed and had to return. The strength of those rules, I fear, even the great Emperor cannot surpass." Yi Bai pondered. "The strength of the rules," she continued. "There are 3 sacred lands that greatly value this secret realm. Each time it activates, they take up a number of people, sending in some of their best disciples." Saying this, Tai Bai pulled Kishan. "But with a master like you, unrivaled and invincible, expanding the world here is not a difficult task. Moreover, you can take care of others, assisting Master, which is also not an issue." He agreed. "All right, 3 days from now, I'll take little girl along for the trip." Tai Bai smiled obsequiously. "Thank you, Master," she said, standing beside him, her face pale. "Is this how you betray me, sister?" Yi Bai entered the West Room. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, the host cultivation has reached Mystic Connection Realm. 5 new cards have been unlocked. The host can choose one of these cards for refinement." He selected the refinement option on the system. After the process, Yi Bai's hand could now summon lightning. This small bolt of lightning was the 4-9 Thunder Decision, an entry-level heavenly art in the cultivation world. He assumed a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Although it was the lowest-tier thunder art in the cultivation world, in this virtual world, its power should not be underestimated. Outside, the thunder roared, and the wind threatened to blow off the roof. Several girls stepped out onto the porch to gaze at the sky. "Is this Master's doing?" "No, I don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful spectacle." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down like explosive fire. Kaishen, anxious, said, Sister, look at our house." But Tai Bai remained optimistic. "It's fine, isn't half of it still intact? Besides, Yushan's sister is here, she's the divine bamboo master." Finally, the sky calmed. A voice came from the West Room. "Tai Bai, ahem, bring me his clothes." She picked up the tray of clothing and walked over. "Yes, Master." Jifu discussed. "It's probably because of the recent thunder trial. Master, your clothes must not have been enough to cover you." Yu Sham furrowed his brows. "Yeah, it must be." Tai Bai pushed open the door and saw Yi Bai sitting there. She blushed and awkwardly shouted, "Master, he isn't even embarrassed, and he's laughing and teasing. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" She was so embarrassed that she could only lower her head. "You, Master, but even if I don't want to, I still have to come closer." Tai Bai had no choice but to glance away, avoiding Yi Bai's gaze. Yi Bai grabbed her wrist. "Has it been so long, Tai Bai, that you've become a stranger to me?" Then, without warning, he pulled her with force, causing Tai Bai to lose her balance and scream in panic. She had no time to prepare and fell on top of Yi Bai. He silently cursed himself for causing such an awkward situation by overreacting. "Damn it, I used too much force. This is a mess." At that moment, the door opened, and a voice announced, "Master, are you feeling better? Nuo Fang Dan has already prepared it for you." The current position of the two of them was truly easily misunderstood. They heard the sound and were startled, turning their heads toward the door. Now, Tai Bai hurriedly got up, stammering, "I'm sorry, master, I didn't mean it." She directly moved closer to Yi Bai. Now it was his turn to feel embarrassed and flustered. Hey, don't move around. This is bad." It seemed like something was changing. Perhaps Tai Bai had noticed too, as her expression shifted. No one dared to move anymore. A sudden scream echoed through the air, startling the two girls outside. Curiosity took over, and they quickly knocked on the door before stepping in. "Senior sister, are you all right?" As they entered, they saw her sitting on the floor, facing the master. Ji Fu, feeling awkward, stammered softly, "Master, senior sister, both of you." Yu Shan gave a mischievous smile, trying to make light of the moment. "So master and senior sister were having a private talk? You didn't even call us in." Ye Bai gently pushed Yu Shan toward the door. "That's enough. We were just discussing something. You all should get ready soon." Ye Bai cleared her throat and turned to another. "Tai Bai, please tell little girl to pack up. We'll be leaving shortly." Tai Bai nodded with a slight blush. "Yes, master." Once everyone had left, he let out a quiet sigh. "I should really watch my words next time, or I'll be the one in trouble." The group soon gathered in the courtyard, preparing to board the boat. Tai Bai stepped forward and handed over a small gem. "Master, this is a spatial treasure. It contains some basic supplies." Ye Bai smiled warmly. "Tai Bai, you're always so considerate." After their farewells, he and Kishan boarded the boat. "Well then, we'll head out first. Tai Bai, Yu Shan, and Ji Fu stay behind." Waving. "Safe travels." The boat sailed for several days. When they finally stopped, she stepped off and looked around, puzzled. "Mom, this doesn't seem like the entrance to the secret realm." Yi Bai followed behind. "Yes, because the next part of the journey requires us to walk. The secret realm here has been activated, especially in the central area. The space of the secret realm will be unstable, and if we're not careful, we might get sucked into the chaotic space, which would be troublesome." Now Kai Shan understood clearly. So that was the reason. Shortly after, a few people arrived around them, heading in the same direction. Suddenly, someone asked, "Miss, are you from Lutang?" The three people from Heavenly Pool's Sacred Land introduced themselves. "We are from Heavenly Pool's Sacred Land. The area around here is dangerous. You can come with us to the secret realm." She was cautious. "Thank you, but we can go on our own." He smirked, thinking, "People from Heavenly Pool's Sacred Land? Great, I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already coming to me." He wasn't ready to give up. He took out a token and said, "Meeting like this is fate. Take this token. After all, it will take at least half a day to get to the secret realm. During this time, if anyone causes trouble for you, you can show them this, and you'll be fine." Kai Shan was about to refuse, but they ended up accepting it. "Thank you. Then we'll accept it," he said politely. "You're welcome." The path of cultivation is all about mutual support and assistance. Having achieved his goal, he bid them farewell. "Well then, I'll take my leave. Wishing you both good luck." Kishan watched in the direction they had left. So it turns out that the outside world doesn't seem as frightening as Sister said. At least there are a lot of kind, enthusiastic people. Ye Bai looked at her with a meaningful gaze. "Then, why do you think that person took the initiative to strike up a conversation with you? Was it because they found you beautiful and wanted to talk?" Upon hearing this, Kaishan started thinking seriously. Maybe they wanted to take us to the secret realm, and giving you a token was their way of showing kindness. She opened her innocent, sparkling eyes and asked, "Well, wasn't that the case? After all, we don't have any money, and our strength wouldn't pose any threat to them either." He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Great, this girl's been bought off and is now helping them speak in their favor. Kaishan tilted her head, noticing Yi Bai's actions and growing curious. "Master, are you referring to the token? Do you know what it is?" Yi Bai moved his hand and pulled out a rune from the token. "Look." She was stunned and exclaimed, "This is what Kaishan suspected. It's a tracking formation." He opened it up for her to see. In the secret realm, opportunities are limited. The more people enter, the more competition there is. At this point, Yi Bai made his intentions clear. "Earlier, he asked you if you were Lu Tang, and the main purpose was to probe what kind of faction we belong to. Now he's showing his anger. And you? You went ahead and revealed that we are independent. Kai-shan shrugged her shoulders, feeling apologetic. Sorry, master. I was wrong. Shan 9 will listen to you from now on. Yi Bai brushed her hair and said, Girl, you must remember, in this world, I am much more ruthless than you imagine, and I am 1,000 times more malicious. Kai-shan lowered her head in deep remorse. Yes, Shan 9 remembers Master's teachings. Suddenly, she recalled their earlier encounter. But Master, after they assessed our strength, why didn't they take action? Yi Bai speculated. There were many forces present just now. They didn't want to take action because of the so-called reputation of the sacred land. I think they are still waiting for another opportunity. Kai-shan, worried, asked, If that's the case, why don't we discard this token? What if they send people to find us and cause trouble? Yi Bai smiled mysteriously. This is a good thing. Kai-shan was confused. A good thing? Yi Bai, with an air of anticipation, replied, I'm more afraid that they won't come looking for trouble. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall, where people were waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. As the two masters entered, they suddenly heard a man from behind instructing a disciple. Once you enter the secret realm, you can stay inside for 10 days. After 10 days, the secret realm will automatically send anyone out. Remember, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Those with a token to the secret realm will receive rewards based on their level. The more tokens you have, the more valuable the rewards. The disciple bowed his head. Yes, senior. A man in red recounted the information he received. I've heard that for hundreds of years, the 3 major sacred lands have wanted to obtain the 100-meter secret realm token. But since the Hidden Forest secret realm was discovered, no one has ever collected them before. The muscular man in a black shirt chimed in. That's right. I've heard about this too. He continued, because once all the secret realm tokens are collected, not only can one completely dominate the Hidden Forest secret realm, but one can also claim the greatest reward from this secret realm every 50 years. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder the Heavenly Pool's sacred land didn't come after us midway. Seems like they were waiting to watch the big show. The fisherman gains. Yi Bai silently speculated their plan. First, they gave us the tracking token. Once we enter the secret realm, they'll look for an opportunity to kill us and seize the token. That way, they can protect their sacred land's reputation without offending any forces that might be backing us. I have to admit, it's indeed the most secure method. He spoke with disdain about this scheme. Sacred land, do you still have any shame? After all these centuries, how is your face still as ugly as ever? At that moment, Kai-shan arrived. Master, what's going on? Have you discovered something? Yi Bai didn't plan to share his thoughts. Let's wait a bit. The cave door began to creak open, revealing a pitch-black crack. A figure in a blue robe appeared, followed by another in a red robe. They seemed to be getting ready. She urged, Master, let's go in too. But he remained calm and unhurried. The secret realm is vast. Whether we enter a few minutes early or late, it makes no difference. Kai-shan gave him a curious glance. Grandmaster Yi Bai remained focused, unaware of what his disciple might be planning, as doubts swirled in his mind. About 10 minutes later, everyone entered the cave. As the entrance door was about to close, a flash of light appeared, and only then did Yi Bai and his disciple Kai-shan step inside. First came the girls from Stellar Wonder's Sacred Hall. The next group was the young men in purple robes from XX Sacred Hall. Only he and Kai-shan were left behind, 2 people standing alone. Yan Elder gave the signal to start. Move forward. Will you be able to secure the final reward this time? It's all up to you now, he said. I am the Elder of Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall. The disciples behind him clasped their hands respectfully. Disciples obey the command, they replied, still not moving. Hearing a rumble from afar, Yan Elder quickly turned his head to locate its source. Then, spells of slashing magic targeted the disciples of Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall, leaving them in disarray and panic, caught off guard. He shouted, Damn it, stop right now. Of course, Yi Bai continued his relentless strikes without hesitation. The disciple stammered, H here. Yan Elder, furious, barked, Damn it, and she flew right past him. We're ahead of you now. Yan Elder was beside himself with rage, shouting, You bastards, turn back now. He conjured a massive hand in midair to grab Yi Bai and Kai Shan, but his hand only produced a foolish flame. After that, the two of them soared higher. Yi Bai looked back with a poker-faced expression. The elder's face darkened, fuming in anger. Damn it! He intended to give chase, but suddenly a phantom fist punched straight into the city gate. When they collided, it produced an earth-shattering sound. Rocks flew everywhere and struck Yan Elder, knocking him flat on his back. The gray-haired one exclaimed. Those two were outrageously bold, daring to pilfer from sacred land. The second man commented. Furthermore, the two of them ambushed it. It seemed one of them was a 6th-tier Mystic Connection realm, while the other was only 1st tier. The other fellow watched the scene like a spectator and said, if they're expelled in 10 days, they're as good as dead. He still interrogated angrily. Who are they? Who on earth are those two? After hundreds of years, someone dares to seize the privileges of our Heavenly Pool's sacred land. He clasped his hands and reporting, Elder, TT, those two, I encountered a few days ago. Yan Elder was surprised. Oh, only then did he recount the events and issue command tablets to the two, Yi Bai. He bowed his head. That is exactly what happened. This disciple would not dare conceal even half of it. He fell silent, staring at the command tablet in his hand. Yan Elder waved 2 tablets out. Representatives of XX Sacred Land and Stellar Wonder Sacred Land snatched 2 at once. He held one as well. These were tracking jade amulets, used to trace the two of them. She changed her tone. Old Yan, don't be angry. Out of consideration for the favors you once showed me, I will certainly have my disciple hand their bodies over to you. Yan Elder scowled. Go. Starting now. Don't speak to me. He seethed, pitting the hatred in his heart. If any of you dare step outside, I will crush you. In the secret realm, only the rustling of leaves swaying in the wind could be heard. She felt a quiet curiosity. Oh my God, what kind of character am I following? Not only did I boldly strike against the elite disciples of the Sacred Hall and take all their tokens, but I even dared to provoke the half-emperor of the Heavenly Pool. After Kai Shan had enough time to observe, he finally asked, Are you scared? She said for sure there's a master here, so there's no need to be afraid. Yi Bai continued walking while explaining. As for the Sacred Land, there's no need for face. We don't have to reason with them. Even though I know that, I still feel uneasy. We haven't even gained anything yet, and we've already offended the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. They won't let us off easily. When we leave, what are we going to do? He doesn't take it to heart. If we've offended them, they were the ones who acted unjustly first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, they're just half-emperors. There's nothing to worry about. Kai Shan was stunned as he listened. Just half-emperors. The Grandmaster's words were truly shocking. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Where had the gigantic snake come from, appearing right before them? A snake. Kai Shan frantically grabbed Yi Bai's arm. Grandmaster, there's a gigantic snake over there. It's a 3-headed serpent, venomous, with strength in the Mystic Connection, Realm's 3rd stage. Its speed is fast, and its attack power is decent. What's so scary about this kind of monster? With her strength, she could easily kill it, because she was so frightened. She didn't notice how sensitive areas were brushing against his hand. But he, on the other hand, was terrified of snakes. Taking advantage of the opportunity to change her position, Yi Bai set a task for Kai Shan. So your first task today is to kill this snake. If not, I'll leave it here. She burst into tears. Why? Kai Shan looked at Yi Bai with shimmering eyes, pleading, but to no avail. Master, you're the best. Shan Nai is really scared of snakes. But Yi Bai coldly replied, whining won't help. Kai Shan pouted in frustration. Isn't it just a snake? I can kill it, can't I? The snake opened its mouth and charged quickly. She screamed in fear and jumped up to hug Yi Bai tightly, so much so that her soft, peach-like cheeks pressed against his face, making him uncomfortable. Immediately, 2 loud thuds rang out. Yi Bai grabbed Kai Shan and scolded her. What are you hiding for? Let me tell you, the attack power of this snake is really low. They both looked at the snake before them, and Yi Bai remarked, but if it wraps itself around you, I'm afraid there's no saving you. She responded, yes. After that, Kai Shan raised her sword, determined to herself, all right, this time I'll definitely show off my skills and perform well in front of the elders. The snake lunged at her, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Kai Shan executed her move, and around her bloomed lotus flowers. The azure lotus sword technique's first form, Sea Lotus, stands alone. She charged forward, raising her sword high to slash at the large snake. With a single strike, she severed its head and sent it back to the earth. She landed lightly. Behind her was a cloud of dust and smoke. Kai Shan looked at the result before her and praised herself, saying, "I actually killed a giant serpent beast by myself. I'm so amazing." Suddenly, something sharp swiped by, cutting off her hair. Kai Shan looked up at the tree, fuming. "Master, you Yi Bai, always blaming me, and now you've lost your vigilance. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior sister." Kai Shan pouted angrily. "Why? I clearly relied on my own strength to kill a giant serpent. Why, master?" She looked over and suddenly noticed something at the serpent's head. This is what Yi Bai meant by explaining the situation of the serpent. A typical wild beast snake would die after 7 strikes. But this type of beast has a much stronger life force than those wild beasts, so only by completely destroying its head could one deliver a fatal blow. Realizing her mistake, Kai Shan lowered her head, embarrassed. Yes, Shan Ni understands now. Shan Ni will definitely remember. She blushed and thought to herself, "Oh my God, that was so embarrassing." Yi Bai took a red gem from the serpent's head, tossed it to her, and said, "Girl, take it." Kai Shan looked at the slimy thing in her hand. She felt somewhat displeased but still accepted it. Although it was disgusting, there seemed to be some mysterious power contained within. Yi Bai spoke, "Mystic Connection Realm beasts will not have their beast cores, so this must be the only product of this secret realm. If you use your spiritual energy to penetrate it, you'll surely discover the secret inside." Kai Shan immediately obeyed the command. "Yes, master." She began channeling her spiritual energy into the gemstone. The gemstone slowly began to react. Immediately, Kai Shan, who was at the 6th level of Mystic Connection Realm, ascended to the 7th level. She looked at her hands, elated, and exclaimed, "I've broken through. I've managed to break through from the 6th to the 7th level of Mystic Connection Realm without any obstacles." Yi Bai smiled knowingly. "Just as I thought. This is the opportunity that exists in the Hidden Forest Secret Realm, which not only boosts cultivation, but also has the effect of breaking chains." Kai Shan was deeply grateful. "Shan Nai thanks Master for the reward." She looked at him, thinking to herself, "It seems Master still cares for me. When he finds something good, he lets me use it first." From afar, a voice suddenly cried out, "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" Yi Bai, intrigued, said, "Let's go see." Kai Shan was a little surprised. "Huh? Master, this isn't some trap to catch us, is it?" He responded with a playful look in his eyes. "We've killed enough monsters. It's time to deal with someone else." Yi Bai and Kai Shan walked over to a weak-looking girl who was reaching out toward them, groaning and begging. "Help!" Kai Shan looked at her warily. "Do we need to save her?" Yi Bai suddenly flashed a sinister smile. He swiftly unleashed an attack. The girl quickly jumped up to dodge, then lightly landed in front of them, smiling and cheerfully sizing them up. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to look so handsome. But it seems your position is actually quite dark. Huh. No wonder you dared to snatch up all the command tokens from everyone in the Heavenly Pool's sacred land." Kai Shan stared at her in astonishment, thinking, She's an elite from the 2 outer sacred lands. But Master had clearly eliminated everyone in the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. How could this person possibly have found us?" At that moment, the 2 of them were surrounded by people from the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. Yet Yi Bai still asked them leisurely, "What do the people of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land mean by sneaking around like this? Do they really need to ambush even 2 low-level cultivators like us?" Her face darkened. She declared decisively, "To deal with you 2 brats, I could kill you with one hand." Kai Shan clutched her robe and blamed herself. "After all, I'm the celebrated beauty of Lu Guang City. How have I become such a useless wreck now? I didn't even detect that a group of them were hiding here." Yi Bai comforted her. "Girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation is higher than yours. It's normal you didn't notice them hiding there." The 2 of them casually mocked the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. Besides, the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land's thieving prowess is famed as the foremost among the sacred lands. Kai Shan covered her mouth and laughed. "Yes, Master, Shan Mai remembers. She was furious at that remark. She immediately launched 2 strikes and shouted loudly, "You're asking for death. To insult the stellar wonder sacred land deserves death." Ye Bai paid little attention and turned to Kishan, "Girl, the 9th form of the Azure Lotus sword technique. You know it, right?" She immediately replied, I know. Kaishan immediately felt the warning of the incoming strike. "Master, the sword is here," Ye Bai calmly said, waving his hand a few times to stop their attacks. The disciples of the stellar wonder sacred land were terrified, but she still refused to give up, channeling her inner strength into her hand and taking a defensive stance. She swung her arm, launching a powerful move toward the 2 of them. Ye Bai quickly hugged Kaishan and jumped up, avoiding the strike. He explained clearly as they soared through the air. "Actually, sister probably didn't tell you. The Azure Lotus sword technique, 9th form, is not just about wielding a sword alone." Below, the crowd shouted, "Are they over there?" He continued, executing his move with even more confidence. "This time in the air. Let's see where you can escape." He blocked the useless strike and charged forward. He said to Kishan, "Today, I'll let you experience a bit of the Azure Lotus sword technique, the final and true move." As soon as he finished speaking, a lotus flower bloomed in midair, its petals fluttering in the wind, and his sword was enveloped in spiritual energy. The disciples of the stellar wonder sacred land wondered amongst themselves. What is this? Isn't that youth just at the first rank of the mystic connection realm? Impossible. That's a full force strike from the peak of the divine realm. How could he break through it? The 2 swords of Kaishan and Ye Bai were raised high, creating a massive block of spiritual energy. The powerful block of spiritual energy plunged down mercilessly, creating a huge crater at the point of impact. The power was so immense that even the dead would leave no bones behind. He looked at the pile of corpses with disdain. "Is that all?" Ye Bai glanced at Kaishan and gently asked, "Are you scared?" Kaishan had initially thought of romantic words, never expecting that the master would care about her. She smiled happily and replied, "As long as master is here, I will." Before she could finish, Ye Bai interrupted, "It's good if you're not scared." His next words were a huge disappointment to Kaishan. "You handle the bodies a bit, and while you're at it, collect the badges." She clung to his arm, making a pitiful face, thinking to herself, "Master, can we not do this? I'm really scared." Ye Bai pretended to ask again, "Is there a problem?" Kaishan turned her face away in disappointment, reluctantly complying. "Yes, master." As she picked up each badge, she mumbled nonstop, "Master is really heartless, not the least bit considerate." Ye Bai looked at Kaishan, firmly deciding her future. This girl, if she doesn't train harder, she'll soon become useless, just a pretty vase. After some time, she returned with all the badges to report to him. "Master, I've collected all the secret realm badges and the tracking jade pendants." Ye Bai took the badges in his hand and smiled faintly. Kaishan sobbed, "Girl, you're no good at anything else, but you sure did a good job with the aftermath." Kaishan joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for your praise, master. Shan and I will work even harder next time." Ye Bai nodded. "Good, it's good that you're trying." He then looked at Kaishan with a gaze that held responsibility, speaking coldly, "From now on, the task of cleaning up the aftermath is all yours. Keep up the effort." Kaishan immediately turned around to correct herself. "It's not that. Master, please listen to me. I didn't mean that." Then she shouted loudly, "Master, wait for me." He placed the command token on the map. Kaishan walked over and looked at the map, puzzled. "Master, why are there so many green dots this time?" Ye Bai didn't hesitate to explain. "It's definitely the heavenly pool selling off the information to track us, sharing it with the other 2 sacred lands. Then, they use secret techniques to recreate tracking devices like this." Hearing this, Kaishan became furious. "This is too much." These sacred lands really were just as vile as Master had said. But Ye Bai remained calm, replying, "It's fine. In fact, this will help us with something big." She stood frozen for a moment, staring at Ye Bai in confusion. He looked at the command tokens, his voice laced with malice. Now, the roles of the hunter and the prey should be reversed. That morning in the forest, the trees stood bare and lonely. On one of the tree trunks, 2 disciples from XX Sacred Land stood atop a tall tree, watching the cave ahead and discussing their plan. "We found the hiding place. Be careful. That kid is very cunning. The group began to carefully step forward, one of them saying, even if he's cunning, he can't wipe us all out. Everyone split up, just don't damage the corpses. They reminded each other, and the elder instructed that the corpses must be brought back. The person next to him replied affirmatively. The leader looked at the command token on the rock, his eyes widening as if he had just realized something. He was tense, panicked, and realized he'd fallen into a trap. He quickly turned around and shouted to warn his comrades. Fall back, everyone, quickly fall back. A white-booted foot appeared, and she thought to herself, truly a dark path. How did that kid know we were coming tonight? He looked back and immediately noticed her, while the disciples behind him paused briefly, sensing the ominous aura behind them. He stared harder, his body stiffening, unable to move. Kushan's face, shrouded in shadow, rushed toward him, and a shrill scream echoed from within the cave. The people from XX Sacred Land were all defeated at her hands, and she looked at them mockingly. Thankfully, with Master's formation, capturing these people was as easy as flipping my hand. Ye Bai calmly walked over and spoke to Kai-shan. Girl, you don't need to deal with the bodies this time, just loot everything. She turned to answer. Yes, Master. 2 minutes later, the bodies were gone, erased without a trace by Ye Bai. Kai-shan could only watch, lost in thought. How convenient. The formation master seems really powerful. I wonder if I could learn some formations. He saw through her thoughts and advised. Girl, stop dreaming. Formation masters aren't suited for you. Upon hearing this, Kai-shan pouted in annoyance and judged. Master is great in every way, except for that mouth of his. He's too blunt. Stepping outside, Ye Bai urged. Let's go. The next battle is about to start. Kai-shan, curious, asked. Next battle? She looked at him and asked a naive question. Master, you've even reached the second sacred land, so how far are you planning to go? Ye Bai replied. Focus on upgrading your cultivation with spirit stones. When your cultivation is high enough, you'll naturally understand everything. Hearing this, Kai-shan spoke with pride. Yes, Master. In her heart, she admired him secretly. No wonder he could become the master of her sister. Such a person must be truly terrifying. At the entrance of the cave earlier, the entire group from XX Sacred Land had arrived. They looked around, asking, Where is he? A faint streak of light swept past their feet, forming a large formation. The leader turned around, angrily warning everyone, Not good, we've fallen into their trap. Retreat, quickly. Kai-shan and Ye Bai stood on a high branch, observing. Kai-shan sneered. Gotcha, the familiar scent. The familiar hunting method. Even the content of the words was no different and lacked any flavor. He commanded, Go girl. His magic quickly shot down from the tree. He set up a few more formations in the air. Shan Nai rushed out, shouting a familiar phrase. Yes, Master, you're all dead now. The sound of shouting and the clash of battle shattered the once peaceful space. After the battle, Kai-shan and Ye Bai sat back, looking at the pile of command tokens. Kai-shan was excited. Master, just 3 days have passed, and we've already collected 76 secret realm tokens. The remaining 24, let's go find them too. Ye Bai refused and advised further. No rush, for these few days. You just need to quickly use your glass power to increase your cultivation. He tossed the command medallion in his hand up and affirmed, the remaining 24, once your cultivation has increased, we'll continue searching. She obeyed. Yes, I'll listen to everything, Master. Kai-shan diligently sat in cultivation, her body enveloped in a greenish-pink aura. Ye Bai also sat in cultivation, his body surrounded by a red aura. This continued for the next 4 days. His face darkened as he looked at someone, threateningly answering their question. Once you hand over the command medallion, I will spare you. Kai-shan also gave a cold, warning glare, and the group of people, terrified, exclaimed, We'll give it, we'll give it. After handing over all the medallions, they quickly fled in panic. Master, please spare us. Kai-shan muttered to herself, Am I really that scary? It only took a moment to scare them all off. She turned to him, smiling brightly and full of anticipation. This is great, Master. And with today's collection, we gathered all 100 command medallions. I wonder what kind of treasures we'll be able to exchange for once we leave this secret realm. Kai-shan began to think about what he might want. I've heard that some treasures, when placed together, can trigger reactions, and might even form the most valuable item. She suggested an innovative idea. Someone remarked, "Could these secret realm medallions work the same way?" Ye Bai, half believing, said, "It's worth a try." He raised his hand and gathered all the medallions together. The command tokens gathered together into a mass, emitting strange signs. Ye Bai was horrified, as he realized the situation was already beyond repair. If this continued, something terrible would happen. Ye Bai channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a crescent-shaped flash of cold light. A thunderous explosion rang out, and a bizarre purple ghostly aura appeared in the sky, scattering in all directions. Ye Bai's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. "Master!" Ye Bai glanced behind him, and it turned out the one who had arrived was Kaishan. Ye Bai was startled and shouted loudly, "Girl!" Ye Bai reached out toward Kaishan. However, he only grasped empty air. Kaishan had vanished in the blink of an eye, and Ye Bai's expression grew serious. "It's over," Ye Bai thought. The mechanism must have been triggered just now, causing the secret realm to end prematurely. That's why the force of this rule is sending the survivors outside. Ye Bai furrowed his brows tightly, cursing inwardly. Damn it, outside the secret realm are 3 major sacred lands and several smaller forces waiting. If Girl is sent outside alone, the consequences are unimaginable. Ye Bai shut his eyes tightly, murmuring softly. "System, what should I do to leave the secret realm quickly?" The system immediately appeared, excitedly announcing, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected enough 100 secret realm tokens as a reward. You have obtained the entire secret realm. The host just needs to focus on refining the secret realm successfully, and not only will you be able to leave, but you can also carry the entire secret realm with you." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai spread his hand, quickly condensing his spiritual power. While focusing on cultivating the secret realm, he also felt a sense of urgency. Do I still have the mood to care about rewards right now? If that girl really runs into trouble, I will never be able to explain myself to Old Fourth for the rest of my life. Moreover, even if she isn't Old Fourth's little sister, just based on her calling me Master countless times during these 7 days, I have to spare no effort to save her. With that, Ye Bai poured all his energy into refining the secret realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, a bright light suddenly flashed. Shortly after, the disciples from various sects appeared simultaneously from within the light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. One person spoke up and asked, "Why are all of you out here? Didn't this secret realm still have 3 days left before it ends?" The disciples of the sects hurriedly reported the events that had occurred within the secret realm to their masters. "Master, the secret realm token was stolen by someone else." "Elder, my secret realm token was also stolen. It was by a young man at the first level of Mystic Connection Realm." "Tribe leader, mine was also taken by a young man at the first level of Mystic Connection Realm." At that moment, Kaishan was unexpectedly pushed out of the secret realm. She fell into the Grand Hall, her face contorted in pain. The Yan elder suddenly appeared before Kaishan and screamed angrily. He grabbed her by the throat and yelled furiously, "Damn thing! I finally waited long enough for you all." Yan elder tightened his grip on Kaishan's neck, lifting her up and aggressively pressing. "Where is that young man? Is he still inside?" Kaishan's face suddenly turned pale, and she thought to herself, "Damn it, why was I so stupid? Why did I come up with such a foolish idea to suggest it to Master in the first place?" Internally, Kaishan berated herself. "I really am a blockhead, bringing disaster upon myself." Seeing Kaishan stubbornly refusing to answer, Yan elder growled, "Not talking? Huh. Then die." Kaishan quickly forced herself to speak. "My sister is a half-emperor." Yan elder squinted. "Your sister is a half-emperor." He coldly added, "In that case, I'll kill you first, and then deal with your senior sister half-emperor. A half-emperor at the same level as me. How could she threaten me?" As Kaishan struggled, she whispered, "My sister is the Manor Lord of Taibai, Sword Manor in Lu Guang City. She is a peak half-emperor, and her master, when we arrived at the secret realm, had just broken through to the great emperor realm." Upon hearing this, Yan elder was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What?" After hearing Kaishan mention that her sister was a half-emperor, everyone present in the celestial hall was taken aback. They stared wide-eyed at each other, astonished. Sister is a peak half-emperor, and a grandmaster great emperor? Good heavens, with such a background and identity, even if they released any sacred hall, it would dominate without question. Yan Elder began to tread cautiously. He glanced over at Elder Mu and asked for his opinion. Old Mu, do you think what she says is credible? Elder Mu was also uncertain. He hesitated, and while Elder Yan was still indecisive, not yet making a move against Kaishan, someone from the nameless sacred land suddenly spoke up to confirm the situation. Half-Emperor Lord, I come from Lu Guang City. I can confirm that what this woman said is true, and the person accompanying her also affirms it. That's correct. Everyone in Lu Guang City knows about this. He recounted how, 10 days ago, a strange phenomenon occurred in Lu Guang City. For 3 consecutive days, the disturbances originated from Taibai Sword Manor. Upon hearing this, Elder Yan finally let go. Kaishan immediately collapsed to the ground. While observing Kaishan coughing relentlessly, Elder Yan muttered to himself, almost causing a major incident. Elder Yan furrowed his brow. If I had really killed this person today, that half-emperor expert at the peak of his power, along with the great emperor, would undoubtedly come seeking revenge. By then, the situation would be far more severe than losing 20 secret realm tokens. Thinking about this, Elder Yan asked sternly, "What is your relationship with that young man?" Kaishan weakly responded, "He is." Kaishan quickly corrected himself. "He is my senior brother." Elder Yan stroked his chin, his expression pensive. "Senior brother." Kaishan answered firmly, "That's right." In his heart, Kaishan was calculating. Master had said before that once the secret realm ends, we would deal with these half-emperors. I must not act rashly. Moreover, this half-emperor seems not to intend to take action against me anymore. It seems I just need to wait for Master to come out, and everything will be fine. Inside the secret realm, Yi Bai anxiously asked, "System, based on my current speed, how long will it take for me to fully refine it at the fastest pace?" The system quickly responded, "The fastest will take an entire day." Yi Bai was startled and shouted, "What? An entire day? Then if I wait until I go outside, won't it be over?" Yi Bai's heart was burning with anxiety. Although little girl was smart enough to temporarily hold them off, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't start fighting again. He decided to take a divine pill and swallowed a wind pill. There was no other choice. Since things had come to this point, he could only go all in. After swallowing the wind pill, Yi Bai's eyes suddenly brightened. His whole body emitted a powerful aura. He shouted loudly, "Refined for me!" A strange red glow immediately surrounded Yi Bai. He murmured, "Girl, wait for me." Not long after, outside the secret realm, in the great hall, a beam of light suddenly appeared, causing everyone to momentarily freeze in place. Could someone be about to come out? The beam of light appeared and then abruptly closed. One of them couldn't hide the disappointment in their voice. "It's over." The elder of the nameless sacred land couldn't accept it, so he loudly denied. "It's impossible. It's only been 7 days. Isn't there still 3 days left before it ends?" An elder from another sacred land also felt something was off, and then asked, "Where are our people? Why isn't anyone from our sacred land coming out?" Immediately after that, a series of questions followed one after another. "Damn it, what's going on? Where is the Sam Lu secret realm?" Yan Elder's face suddenly darkened, and he muttered to himself, "What on earth is happening?" At that moment, Yan Elder inadvertently glanced at Kaishan. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Hey, where did that damn girl go just now?" Elder Mu, standing beside him, guessed. She must have used the opportunity when everyone was distracted to perform a secret technique and escape. Elder Ru gritted his teeth. "Such audacity, daring to run away right in front of me. It seems I'll have to break your legs." With that, Elder Ru waved his hand, and a surge of force immediately appeared. His 2 fingers pointed at a dot, and in the blink of an eye, the dot transformed into a beam of cold light, shooting straight toward the direction Kaishan was fleeing. Feeling the immense power targeting her, beads of sweat appear on Kaishan's forehead. A deafening explosion rang out, and at the same time, Kaishan let out a tragic scream as she fell flat on the ground. In pain, Kaishan bit her lip. It seemed she was still too weak. She had risked everything to escape with all her might, yet still she was pursued. Seeing the terrifying force from Yan Elder ripping through the air toward her, Kai-shan, in despair, cried out, "I swear, if I can escape from here today, I will definitely train diligently and put all my effort into it." Then, a horrific explosion echoed through the air. Kai-shan carefully opened her eyes, and in front of her, of course, was Yi Bai. He held Kai-shan in his arms, making her so happy that she almost cried. She joyfully exclaimed, "Master!" The corners of Yi Bai's mouth curved up. "Girl, remember what you just said. Practice diligently." Kai-shan, overjoyed, embraced Yi Bai tightly. "Master, you've already left the secret realm." Yi Bai's gaze suddenly fixed on Kai-shan's neck. His brows involuntarily furrowed. On Kai-shan's delicate neck, there were deep, violent scratches from Yan Elder. Yi Bai looked at her with eyes full of pity. "Girl, you've suffered earlier." Kai-shan's cheeks flushed red, and she nestled her head against Yi Bai's chest, whispering in a spoiled tone, "As long as Master is here, Shan Na can be at ease." Kai-shan took the opportunity to nuzzle her cheek against Yi Bai's body. She felt that Master's embrace was so comforting, so warm. The ring on Yi Bai's finger suddenly emitted a shimmering golden light. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bai had brought Kai-shan back inside the spaceship. She asked him, confused, "What is this?" Yi Bai didn't have much time to explain everything to Kai-shan. As he handed her the golden ring, he reminded her, "Tell your sisters to use the energy from the spirit stone inside, and quickly raise their cultivation levels." Kai-shan stood there, dazed, looking at the shining ring on her finger. While she was still in shock, Yi Bai suddenly left the spaceship, slamming the door shut, preventing Kai-shan from following him. In a panic, Kai-shan shouted, "Master, no! Master, what will you do?" Yi Bai smiled to reassure her. "Go back first. You stay here. I can't fight at full strength while you're here." With that, he channeled energy into the spacecraft. In no time, the ship slowly lifted off. Just then, Yan Elder caught up. He bellowed in fury, trying to run. "Stay here for me." Yi Bai's eyes suddenly went ice cold. He immediately unleashed the multi-layered thunder punishment. A dense barrage of lightning erupted, striking straight at the spirit gate between the secret realm and the mortal world. Through the ship's window, Kai-shan watched Yi Bai with tears in her eyes. "Master, Master, you must wait for Shan Na. Wait until I return to Tai Bai's Sword Manor. I'll immediately summon the sisters to help." After Yi Bai's terrifying salvo of thunder, the trees in the forest were shattered and toppled to the ground. As the thick dust cleared, Yan Elder's figure was revealed. He sneered, "Young man, you gained quite a few opportunities inside the secret realm, haven't you? Your cultivation in the Mystic Connection realm has advanced one rank to the 9th layer already." As he spoke, Yan Elder's face revealed a hidden murderous intent. "Should I offer you a little congratulations?" Yi Bai glared at him coldly. "You were the one who bullied my girl just now." Yan Elder laughed coldly. "So what if it was me? If I had caught her just now, I would have crushed her to pieces. Do you really think that because you have a half-emperor sister and master great emperor, you can afford to offend the 9 great sacred lands like us?" The arrogant words of Yan Elder truly ignited a wave of fury in Yi Bai. His hand clenched tightly, forming a purple energy sphere at the tip of his fingers. Yi Bai's movements were so swift that no one had time to clearly see what he had just done. All they knew was that immediately afterward, the ground beneath Yi Bai's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Yan Elder's face showed clear signs of confusion. He wondered, what was that just now? A communication token, or some kind of secret treasure? Suddenly, Yan Elder's face contorted in a grotesque expression. He felt an invisible force tightening around his legs. Yan Elder, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "What is this?" In the next instant, he was sent hurtling toward the ground. Deep within the pitch-black pit, Yan Elder frantically sat up, his mind filled with shock. How could this be? My spiritual energy, my Tao power, all of it, gone in an instant. Out of nowhere, a shimmering golden rope wrapped tightly around Yan Elder. He screamed in terror. "What is this?" From above, Yi Bai controlled the rope, tightening its grip on Yan Elder. His face darkened, and the rope in his hand exuded immense power, suddenly jerking Yan Elder with a violent force. Yan Elder's body slammed into a massive stone, the sound of the impact echoing shockingly. Witnessing Yi Bai's ruthless attack on Yan Elder, the people from Heavenly Pool's sacred land angrily cursed at him. "You are despicable. If you have the guts, face our elder one-on-one fairly. Yi Bai glanced at them and sneered. Don't rush. Once I'm done with this old man, it will be your turn. Yan elder looked extremely distressed. He was coughing and cursing Yi Bai. Damn it, if you have the guts, then release me. Yi Bai replied nonchalantly, sorry, I don't have the guts. Yan elder struggled furiously. Old Mu, old Chen, what are you two standing there for? Upon hearing Yan elder call their names, Elder Mu and Elder Chen seemed to snap out of it. Both of them broke into a cold sweat, hesitating and not daring to take action. Seeing their hesitation, Yan elder shouted threateningly, if I die, I will haunt you both even as a ghost. Elder Mu and Elder Chen were both startled by his words. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yi Bai. A thunderous explosion rang out, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. However, as the dust settled, everyone present was shocked. The disciples of Heavenly Pool's sacred land exchanged confused looks. How is it that they couldn't break this giant black coffin? How hard is this thing? Even two half-emperors, using all their strength, couldn't break it. What kind of divine power is this? Elder Mu and Elder Chen were also left dumbfounded. How can this be? Elder Chen hurriedly commanded the disciples, everyone, charge together. I don't believe that with all of us, we can't break this turtle shell. Inside the coffin, Yi Bai remained calmly standing, unaffected by the constant attacks from the outside. Meanwhile, the elders were kneeling beneath. His face was as pale as death. Clearly, he had countless opportunities to kill me, yet he never made a move. That's true. I am a half-emperor of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Killing me would be equivalent to declaring war on the sacred land. As he thought of this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yan Elder's mouth. He snorted coldly, you little brat, just wait for me. Once I recover, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Outside, after exhausting all their efforts to destroy the coffin, everyone was exhausted. Elder Mu leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Damn it, we've been attacking with everything we've got, yet we still can't break it. Sweat poured down his forehead, and he thought to himself, forget it. This brat is too strong. We can only destroy the body of old Yan. After all, the soul of a half-emperor powerhouse isn't so easily destroyed, and besides, there seems to be some kind of sealing power inside. Inside the coffin, the system notification sounded. The time was almost up, and Yi Bai's face suddenly turned grim. A dense killing intent radiated from his entire body. Yan Elder, frightened, asked him, what exactly do you want? Suddenly, Yi Bai's sword flashed, effortlessly decapitating Yan Elder. Elder Chen, witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback and exclaimed, has this young man lost his mind? He actually dared to kill someone. Elder Mu also widened his eyes, dumbfounded, and shouted, doesn't he know that not only is he killing a half-emperor, but he's also courting disaster? He had been defeated, and his soul slowly began to leave his body. The soul of the Yan Elder existed in the form of a blue orb, quickly flying toward the exit of the coffin. However, as it reached the edge of the coffin, his soul was violently knocked back. The Yan Elder furrowed his brow. What is this? Why can't I get out? The people of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land were indeed bewildered, and the noise of their discussions grew louder. This black coffin is actually capable of trapping a soul. Damn it, what kind of divine power is this? Moreover, he's only at the mystic connection realm, and yet he can use such a method to kill the body of a half-emperor. Who exactly is he? On the other side, although the elder could not escape from the black coffin, he did not show any fear of Yi Bai. On the contrary, he acted arrogantly, taunting him. You damn brat, daring to destroy my body. Now that I am in a soul state, all your attacks are useless against me. Are you regretting it? The Yan Elder, unaware of the imminent danger, continued to provoke Yi Bai. Unless you can reach the Saint Realm, you won't be able to harm me. He laughed smugly. Is your black coffin's divine power about to dissipate? Once it does, I'll capture you with my bare hands. Before the Yan Elder could finish his sentence, Yi Bai suddenly struck him across the face with his whip. He shouted loudly, but the elder immediately let out a shrill cry. This is impossible. How can you? The people of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, standing behind Yi Bai, dared not act recklessly. They could only try to use words to stop him. You brat, I advise you to release him. He is the direct disciple of the Nether Ghost Great Emperor of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. If you truly killed him, then even if your master intervenes, he will not be able to protect you. Yes, release our elder, and we guarantee that once the black coffin disappears, we will certainly not lay a hand on you. Ye Bai sneered inwardly. Do they really take me for a fool? Or do they think I have no brain? The expression in your eyes plainly shows you intend to kill me. Sure enough, the gazes of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land cultivators were suffused with cruelty. They grinned savagely, their voices hypocritically righteous as they promised mercy. Ye Bai's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Spare me, I really don't believe it. With that, he decisively brought his blade down on Elder Yan's neck. In an instant, the man's head was cleaved in two like a watermelon split open. Elder Mu's face went ashen. He actually dared to kill a half-emperor, and even annihilated his spirit. After witnessing Ye Bai's cold execution of Elder Yan, Elder Mu's expression darkened. He ground out, a mere mystic connection realm cultivator can kill a half-emperor. Elder Chen, standing beside him, continued, if such a person is allowed to develop further, then, for the 9 great sacred lands, he will surely become an enormous threat. A murderous glint flashed in Elder Mu's eyes. He was not wrong. At a glance, this youth exuded hatred. After all, we had sent many such people into the secret realm to hunt them down. At that, sweat on Elder Mu's brow suddenly turned cold. He blurted out, wait. He stared straight at Ye Bai and demanded, Kid, the sacred land's elite, those we sent into the secret realm, did you kill them all? Ye Bai was rifling through Elder Yan's inner robe at that moment. He pulled out a gold ring, and upon hearing Elder Mu's question, he replied calmly, you're only reacting now. Your half-emperor's head seems a little slow to turn. Catching the mocking tone in Ye Bai's words, Elder Mu clenched his hand until the joints creaked. He was furious beyond words. You still won't form a proper sentence. Elder Mu could only glare at Ye Bai with hatred, wishing he could strike him dead with a single palm. A disciple of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, furious that Ye Bai had brazenly taken the treasure from Elder Yan, jabbed his finger in Ye Bai's face and barked, you mixed blood scum, drop the sacred land's property at once. Ye Bai said coldly, if you're a half-emperor, you surely aren't short on good things, right? If that's the case, then I'll take them all. With that, he casually stowed the ring away. The people of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land ground their teeth. He had truly enraged them. At that moment, the system reminded Ye Bai, the host of the Black Coffin, will disappear after 90 seconds. Pay attention to the time. Ye Bai coldly warned the people of Heavenly Pool's sacred land. All of you, listen carefully. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't want to die, leave this place right now. Otherwise, when regret comes later, it will already be too late. The members of Heavenly Pool's sacred land immediately erupted in fury, roaring in anger. You're about to die, yet you still dare to act tough. If you've got the guts, make your move once that black coffin disappears. Your death day has come as well. I don't believe that someone at the Mystic Connection realm like you can defeat 2 half-emperors, and more than 10 Sacred King experts. The system began its countdown, 45 seconds remaining. While the crowd of Heavenly Pool's sacred land was still brimming with fighting spirit, suddenly, someone spoke up to withdraw. Everyone, my apologies. Our homeland sect just remembered we still have an important matter to attend to. Elder Mu also excused himself. So do we. A Sacred King expert immediately rebuked them furiously. You cowards! That brat is clearly just trying to scare you. He declared this confidently, though in truth, once the black coffin disappeared, he fully intended to flee in disgrace. Inside the coffin, Ye Bai remained calm and composed, quietly counting down. The last 10 seconds. Each second passed in silence, and his heart grew colder with every beat. I originally wanted to spare your miserable lives, but it seems you don't know what's good for you and insist on seeking death. The people of Heavenly Pool's sacred land are indeed fools. They had no idea that the great disaster was about to strike, yet they continued to act arrogantly and recklessly, baring their teeth and glaring as if they wanted to devour Ye Bai alive. When the time came, the black coffin immediately shattered. The group from the Heavenly Pool's sacred land rushed forward in unison, attacking Ye Bai. They shouted loudly, "Die!" Ye Bai's lips curled slightly, forming a sinister smile. Then don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he unleashed his powerful spiritual energy, focusing it into both his hands. An immediate sense of unease surged in Elder Mu's chest. He felt as though death itself was standing right beside him, the fear surrounding him making his face turn ashen, devoid of any color, as if all the blood had drained from him. This fleeting thought crossed Elder Mu's mind. The feeling in the air nearly scared him to the point of a breakdown. The entire forest was suddenly filled with the sound of agonizing screams. "Run! Run quickly!" The people of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land panicked and fled. As they neared the edge of the forest, they suddenly felt a cold gust of wind blow against them. Yi Bai's dark yet commanding voice suddenly echoed. "Thunder punishment!" A streak of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the chaotic group of Heavenly Pool's sacred land members, who were already in disarray like a broken hive of bees. A thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. Following that, a series of explosions erupted in quick succession, engulfing everything in smoke and flames. The sound of wind ripping through the air howled fiercely, and a barrage of sharp lightning bolts rumbled across the sky. After a moment, all the members of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land lay scattered and writhing on the ground, coughing uncontrollably, his appearance as miserable as could be. Elder Mu, covered in blood, his voice trembling, wondered what kind of divine power this was. He feared that even a single strike from a great emperor wouldn't be as terrifying as this. A strong warrior, panting heavily, interrupted. No wonder that brat dared to kill a half-emperor. Elder Mu furrowed his brow and continued. No wonder he's always acted so calm and fearless. It turns out he had long planned to use this powerful secret technique to bring us all to destruction. At this point, rage was clearly visible on Elder Mu's battered face. He gritted his teeth, cursing Yi Bai. Such a person is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, the space suddenly cracked open. Inside the gate of the secret realm, a series of crackling sounds echoed. Yi Bai, panting heavily, cursed aloud, muttering, "Damn it! Now, I can't even use a sliver of spiritual power." At this moment, the system notification appeared. Although the host used elixirs and successfully refined the core of the secret realm within 2 hours, your cultivation was directly upgraded from the first level of the Mystic Connection realm to the 9th level. As a result, the meridians in your body have ruptured, and you cannot use spiritual power. Hearing this, Yi Bai wearily collapsed against a tree, sighing. Don't talk about spiritual power. Right now, I can barely even move. I miscalculated, but if I stay at this broken point of spiritual energy, with no space to recover, it seems my body will take an infinitely long time to heal. While speaking, his hand formed a seal to stop the flow of spiritual energy. After a while, Yi Bai sighed heavily. I need to figure something out. Quickly leave this place to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world and recover. He then reached his hand into the crack in space. Suddenly, Yi Bai's eyes widened. He glanced inside through the crack. Yi Bai, half laughing, half crying, exclaimed, "Damn it, is there anywhere outside where I can absorb energy? Does this mean we're in a spatial turbulence?" He returned to the outside and looked at the pile of spirit stones scattered on the ground. Yi Bai scratched his cheek, muttering, "Well, I suppose this counts as a success. Now I can only rely on the spirit stones to gradually recover." A day later, the flying ship carrying Kai Shan finally returned to Tai Bai's Sword Manor. As it arrived, the ship slowly descended. Tai Bai had been waiting outside and asked, somewhat surprised, "Master has returned." Zhu Ji Fu was momentarily stunned. That's not right. The Sanlak secret realm hasn't even been activated for 8 days yet. Lai Yushan agreed with Zhu Ji Fu, speaking up. That's right, didn't they say it would take 10 days to finish? The three of them moved toward the ship together, the heavy hum of the engine filling the air. Tai Bai suddenly had a bad feeling. What's going on here? Her brow furrowed, and her eyes turned sharp. Tai Bai slowly entered the ship and cautiously called out, "Master, are you meditating?" There was a sound, as if something had collided with the glass wall. Right after that, Kaishan's familiar voice echoed, "Sister." Tai Bai was slightly startled, and her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Behind the glass, Kaishan burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, "Sister, sister." Tai Bai looked puzzled and called softly, "Kaishan." At that moment, as if suddenly remembering something, Tai Bai hurriedly asked Kaishan, "Wait, where is Master?" Crying, Kaishan stammered out, "Senior sister, This flying ship has been forcibly locked in reverse. Lai Yushan turned to confirm with Qi Tai Bai. Judging from the technique, it was definitely Master's doing. Chu Ji Fu seemed to realize something. Her pupils contracted violently. She cried out in panic. This is bad. Master must be in trouble. Cold sweat beaded on Qi Tai Bai's forehead at the same time. Her voice trembled. Moreover, this trouble isn't small. That's why he sent Shan Nai back to Tai Bai Sword Manor, while he himself couldn't return. Kai Tai Bai swiftly broke the seal on the door. Qi Shan immediately threw herself into Qi Tai Bai's arms, weeping and blaming herself. Sister, it's all my fault. It's all Shan Ni's fault that Master fell into the trap, and is now in danger. Kai Tai Bai gently patted Qi Shan's back and softly comforted her. Don't cry yet. Tell us everything first. Then you can cry. After several minutes of recounting, Kai Shan had fully explained everything that had happened to Qi Tai Bai and the other senior sisters. That's how it was, sister. It's all Shan Ni's fault. It's all because of Shan Nai that Master was dragged into danger. Qi Tai Bai's face darkened in an instant, and a strong killing intent emanated from her. She gritted her teeth and snarled. Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Damn it, I won't spare you. The 3 major sacred lands, you just wait. I will come and kill every last one of you for daring to touch my master, daring to harm my master. Qi Tai Bai sneered coldly. Good, Heavenly Pool's sacred hall. Good, very good. After hearing from Qi Shan that Ye Bai was in danger, Qi Tai Bai, accompanied by Kai Shan, Zhu Ji Fu, and Lai Yushan, immediately boarded the airship and set off to provide reinforcements for Ye Bai. On the airship, Qi Tai Bai turned to Kai Shan and asked, Shan Ni, did Master say anything when he saw you off? Kai Tai Bai's brow furrowed as she pondered. Knowing Master's personality, whatever he did, he would always consider the bigger picture and leave himself a way out. Upon hearing her sister's question, Kai Shan clapped her hands and exclaimed, Yes, Master really did say something. She hurriedly took out the golden ring that Ye Bai had given her. This is what Master asked me to give to the sisters. Kai Shan earnestly relayed Ye Bai's words. Master said, let the sisters use what's inside to cultivate diligently, and wait for my return. At this point, Lai Yushan suddenly exclaimed, What? Both Zhu Ji Fu and Lai Yushan felt as though a thunderbolt had struck out of a clear sky. Trembling, they asked Kai Shan again, Did Master really say that? Kai Shan innocently nodded, and instantly, a wave of fear surged in the hearts of the other 3. Zhu Ji Fu's face turned pale as she leaned over to whisper in Lai Yushan's ear, who also looked ashen. Senior sister, Master told us to go back and focus on our cultivation. Do you think if we go over there to find him now, we won't? At this point, the 3 of them could all sense that the future ahead didn't seem particularly bright. Kai Tai Bai restrained herself and murmured to herself, It's almost here. If we get scolded, then so be it. Yet, her voice still betrayed an undeniable unease. Before long, from the spaceship above, they saw a huge, bottomless black hole where Ye Bai had pushed Kai Shan onto the ship, right in the middle of the dense forest. Kai Shan confidently addressed her senior sisters. It was still fine just a day ago. Why has it suddenly turned into this? Kai Tai Bai glanced at the black hole for a moment before speculating. Master must have used forbidden techniques. Kai Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, Good heavens, did Master create this scene? It's terrifying. Lai Yushan suggested, Let's go. I've sensed it, and there's no sign of any living beings nearby. Kai Shan softly asked Qi Tai Bai for her opinion. Sister, so we're not going to look for Master anymore? What if something's happened to him? Zhu Ji Fu unexpectedly interjected. Little sister, you're underestimating Master. With such power, only Master could create something like this. Zhu Ji Fu sincerely advised Qi Shan. We should still listen to Master and go back to focus on our cultivation. Who knows, Master might come back in a few days to check on our progress. Lai Yushan agreed with Zhu Ji Fu, which made sense. The Master had just been resurrected, and perhaps he wanted to go out and stretch his legs a bit, conveniently shaking things up. Kai Tai Bai nodded in agreement. It was reasonable, and the other sisters seemed to think the same. Of course, Kai Shan would follow suit, no objections. At the same time, in the chaotic space, Ye Bai was concentrating on his cultivation, attempting to heal the severed meridians in his body. His hand gripped a spirit stone tightly, absorbing its spiritual power. After a while, Ye Bai opened his eyes, checking the condition of his wounds before letting out a sigh. He had used up all the spirit stones in the Heavenly Pool Half-Emperor ring these past few days, but the injuries to his meridians had only recovered by 10%. His face slowly darkened. The true Lord still had to figure out how to escape this chaotic space as soon as possible. It wasn't easy to be resurrected, so how could he waste time in this place? Ye Bai stood up, glanced at the space crack, and muttered to himself, "It's you." He spread his palm out, and powerful spiritual energy immediately gathered in his hand. His eyes flashed with a purple gleam, and he unleashed the 1,000 strikes of thunder. A series of lightning bolts shot directly down into the space crack. The sound of howling winds roared terrifyingly. Ye Bai frowned deeply, making the firm resolution. Just a little more, and he would be done. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bai leaped through the chaotic space. After finally escaping the chaotic space, Ye Bai let out a sigh of relief. He had finally left that cursed place. Suddenly, he froze in place. The current situation made Ye Bai's eyes widen in shock. He screamed in horror, "Dan, here!" Unexpectedly, after escaping from the chaotic space, he had directly fallen into a state of freefall. Ye Bai felt a mix of amusement and despair. He comforted himself, telling himself not to panic. Given his current physical strength, even without the protection of spiritual power, the most he would suffer was a minor injury. His body whizzed through the air, plummeting straight towards the dense forest below. Ye Bai landed flat on the cracked ground, a bitter smile on his face. "Well, I've already been heavily injured, so I won't worry too much. As long as I find a good opportunity to recover and heal afterward, everything will be fine." As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up, forcing a twisted smile. Ye Bai gazed up at the pale blue sky, watching the drifting clouds. He thought to himself, in these past 2 days, he'd managed to recover half of his spiritual power, and his meridian state was also beginning to recover rapidly. With this in mind, Ye Bai propped himself up with his hands and assessed his current condition. Sitting up wasn't a problem, but traveling was still a bit concerning. Suddenly, a slender female figure passed right in front of Ye Bai, followed by the sound of unpleasant laughter. "Girl, do you think you can escape from our grass?" The young woman being pursued appeared to have a beautiful face. The black-clothed persons chasing her, however, looked rough and shameless. One of them spoke up, spitting out harsh words. "Everyone in the Void Heaven domain is hunting down members of the Benevolent Hall. I suggest you obediently surrender." Another one snarled aggressively, "Stop wasting words. It is not easy to find a customer. If we can capture one, then we might obtain a copy of the revered sacred skill book." As she spoke, the group of black-clothed persons hastened their pursuit of the young lady. When Ye Bai heard the Benevolence Hall, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He vaguely wondered, could it be her? The vile black-clothed persons, taking advantage of their numbers, uttered disgusting words. "Little beauty, don't run. Soon, I'll go easy on you." Lu Zhuan glanced at the black-clothed persons, feeling hopeless. If she couldn't escape today, she swore that, even in death, she would never implicate Lord Chong. Ye Bai suddenly called out to her, "Come to me. I guarantee you won't die." Lu Zhuan looked in the direction of Ye Bai's calm voice. He smiled gently and softly urged her, "Come here." Lu Zhuan was momentarily surprised, but she no longer had time to hesitate. Determined, she leaped toward Ye Bai and landed gracefully before him. Ye Bai asked her calmly, "In the Benevolence Hall, do you follow the Great Tao?" Lu Zhuan respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Yes." Ye Bai slowly rose to his feet and asked softly, "Do you know Bai Yuling?" Lu Zhuan answered honestly, "I do." She added, "President Bai is the founder of the Benevolence Hall, and he is our greatest hero." Ye Bai's expression grew thoughtful. Unexpectedly, in the midst of this misfortune, he had found a clue about the 99th disciple. Though she was in the Void Realm, the Benevolence Hall was still open. So why had she not contacted her sisters all these years? At this moment, Lu Tuan hurriedly hid behind Ye Bai, her voice trembling with fear. "They're here." Sure enough, the despicable black-clothed persons had tracked them down. The leader of the group grinned maliciously. "Running? Why aren't you running anymore?" Seeing them, Lu Zuan panicked. She lightly grabbed the hem of Ye Bai's robe. Lu Zuan was petite and when frightened, she looked like a little rabbit, which only amused the black-clothed persons further. They laughed wickedly, and one of them mocked. Do you think that by finding a little brat in the Mystic Connection realm, the 3rd or 4th level, you'll be saved? You should just give up resisting and surrender into my arms. Another one quickly joined in, adding, Exactly, as long as you listen. We'll go easy on you later. Yi Bai stood in front of Lu Zhuan, his voice calm as he spoke. Have you ever heard the saying, what a person does, the heavens see? Evil begets evil, and kindness brings kindness. It's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. The arrogant one sneered, looking down at him. Do you really think that with your current half-disabled status you can play the hero and save the damsel? The rat-faced one standing beside him also joined in, mocking. Are you kidding? Yi Bai suddenly pointed his finger towards the sky, the corner of his mouth curling into a cryptic smile. Just like now, can't you feel it? Is someone up there watching you? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck one of the black-clothed persons from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed person was reduced to a charred lump, still smoking. The 2 remaining black-clothed persons were drenched in cold sweat. My God, the sky was clear, and the weather calm. Yet suddenly a thunderstorm descended, and the power of this lightning was overwhelming, wasn't it? The black-clothed person, with the pig face, turned to Yi Bai and questioned, Are you the one causing this? With a thunderous crack, another terrifying bolt of lightning struck directly at the pig-faced black-clothed person. In sheer terror, the remaining black-clothed person hastily turned and fled for his life. Oh, I've encountered a ghost. Yi Bai looked at his retreating figure and sneered. That's right, there was one more thing I forgot to mention. He coldly reminded him. When you think you've encountered a ghost, don't doubt it. Your judgment is correct. As soon as Yi Bai finished speaking, a thunderclap from the sky tore through the wind and struck the last black-clothed person, destroying his soul. Lu Zhuan, witnessing the terrifying power of Yi Bai, couldn't help but admire him. This young man clearly had a weak aura, yet just now he had stood still without moving, and in a moment had killed 3 experts at the God Peak level. After dealing with the 3 troublesome black-clothed persons, Yi Bai turned his gaze to Lu Zhuan. She suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly clasped her hands in respect, saying, I am the manager of the 5th branch of the Benevolence Hall. Lu Zhuan, I thank you for saving my life, senior. Yi Bai's tone was neither fast nor slow, but it carried a hidden majesty. Tell me everything in detail about your president, from start to finish, without omitting a single word. Lu Zhuan lowered her head and replied, Yes, senior. Lu Zhuan then recounted everything she knew to Yi Bai. 300 years ago, when President Bai was fleeing from those sacred lands, she was accidentally recognized. After that, she was captured by people from the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Although she did not join them, for a full century, she was confined within the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall, never leaving even a single step. At this point, Lu Zhuan's face couldn't hide her deep sorrow. Yi Bai's brow instinctively furrowed. Lu Zhuan suppressed her grief and continued. After 150 years, the president, having gained some trust from them, the Heavenly Pool's sacred land finally agreed to let her search for a few talented individuals skilled in medical arts from the Changhu heavenly domain. However, after that, there was always a female expert of the Saint King realm monitoring her. When the president was in hiding, after enduring 250 years of patience, she finally established the Benevolence Hall. She secretly developed it, making the organization grow stronger in silence. In addition, she sent people to search tirelessly for the rebirth revival path. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's expression suddenly grew solemn. Searching tirelessly for the rebirth revival path, he seemed to have guessed the true intention of the leader of the Benevolence Hall. Seeing Yi Bai lost in thought, Lu Zhuan gently called, Senior, you. Yi Bai finally came to his senses, and in a soft voice, he told her to continue. Lu Zhuan nodded and continued. After the president had stabilized the development for 50 years, just a few dozen days ago, she finally broke through to the Saint realm. But unexpectedly, the second Saint son of Heavenly Pool's sacred land suddenly made a request to the Heavenly Pool's sacred king, asking to marry the president. But how could the president agree to that? So she immediately informed everyone in the Benevolence Hall to revolt, helping her break free from the Void Realm, and also sent some people to deliver the news to other celestial realms, trying to spread the word. At this point, Lu Chuan recalled the day the president had given her instructions. Take this medicine to the benevolence hall. They will understand. Lu Chuan lowered her head in sorrow, silently counting in her mind. There were only 15 days left. The wedding day was approaching. The president had once told a few of us that even if she died, she would never marry into Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Suddenly, a tremendous force was unleashed, causing the ground to shake violently, with dust filling the air. After a while, the dust began to disperse, revealing two figures, one standing, one lying down. Lu Chuan collapsed to the ground, her face filled with fear, her voice trembling. "Senior, are you all right?" Yi Bai's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the fury in his heart. "Heavenly Pool's sacred land, you truly have no shame. You swallowed my disciple for 300 years, and now you want to marry her off to your people. Little boy, you'll have to endure for another 15 days. Wait for 15 days, and the master will definitely give a big gift to mark the meeting," causing the Heavenly Pool's sacred land to shake both heaven and earth. Thinking this, he gently reassured Lu Xuan, "It's fine, I just arrived at the Kung Void realm these past 2 days, and I've known your guild leader for a long time." After hearing about these matters, it's hard to avoid being angry inside. At this point, Yi Bai seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly asked Lu Xuan, "By the way, how skilled are you in medicine?" Lu Xuan confidently replied, "Senior, I can't claim to be good at everything. But when it comes to medicine, no matter how severe the injury or how many illnesses the person has, I can certainly save them." Yi Bai decisively suggested, "Then help me take a look." Lu Xuan obediently responded, "Yes, Senior." Yi Bai's gaze inadvertently landed on Lu Xuan's vibrant body, and the sweat on his forehead slowly faded. He guessed, this must be the midwife. Lu Xuan gently grasped Yi Bai's wrist, focusing intently on taking his pulse. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Good heavens! This senior's body is absolutely extraordinary, and even in this condition, he's still alive. Seeing the serious expression on Lu Xuan's face, without a word, Yi Bai asked her, "What's wrong? Is there a way to treat it?" Lu Xuan hesitated for a moment before replying, "There is a way, but based on your current condition, the only option is to try a method with a very low success rate just to stabilize the injury." Before she could finish, Yi Bai interrupted, "The treatment you're talking about must be acupuncture, right? Tell me, if I allow you to use all your strength to heal me, how many days will you need?" Lu Xuan boldly replied, "At least 7 days." Yi Bai nodded, "All right." He pointed at his legs and said, "Then start from the bottom." Lu Xuan immediately agreed. She quickly gathered her spiritual power in the palm of her hand and began to heal Yi Bai. Meanwhile, Yi Bai took the opportunity to calculate, "If I cooperate with her for treatment now, it should take at least 4 or 5 days to fully recover. I must make the most of these few days and break through from the 9th level of the Mystic Connection realm to the Divine realm as quickly as possible. That way, my third trump card can be unleashed." He speculated, if Little Boy was captured by the Heavenly Pool's sacred land 300 years ago, it's possible that there are other disciples of mine locked in that prison. Even if there aren't any of my disciples in the prison, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yi Bai looked up at the sky and thought to himself, 15 days might be tight, but if I go a little crazy, it should be enough. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Bai's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp glint. After preparing the silver needles for acupuncture, Lu Chuan turned to face Yi Bai and shyly said, "Senior, you can take off your clothes now." Yi Bai replied calmly, "All right." With that, he stood up and began rustling as he removed his clothes. Lu Chuan's face flushed bright red in an instant. Flustered, she tried to explain, "Senior, you don't need to undress completely." In the blink of an eye, Yi Bai had finished his escape. He still had some modesty, only removing his trousers enough for Lu Xuan to easily insert the needles into the acupoints. She finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the senior hadn't undressed entirely. Lu Xuan still felt her face burning with embarrassment, and she furrowed her brows, shyly saying, "Senior, shall we begin now?" Time passed quickly. 2 days later, outside the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land's main hall, the guards rotated shifts, keeping a constant watch. Not far off, behind a large stone, Yi Bai peeked out, carefully observing the situation. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully considering the right moment to act. Yi Bai recalled the instructions Lu Xuan had given him earlier. The Heavenly Pool's sacred land had a clear hierarchy. The outermost and second layers were made up of the outer disciples and inner disciples who lived in the cultivation area. The innermost layer was reserved for the Great Emperor, Sacred Master, other Great Emperors, and the Half-Emperor Elders, who also resided in the cultivation area. Lu Xuan pointed to the center of the map and revealed, President Bai is being held in the innermost floor. Ye Bai, already familiar with every corner of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, immediately ordered Lu Xuan, "All right, now send this information to Tai Bai's Sword Manor, and then we'll split up to act." Lu Xuan joyfully responded, "Yes, Senior." Back to the present moment, Yi Bai finally left his hiding place. He slowly moved toward the main hall of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, quietly calculating in his mind. Though his meridians had fully healed and his injuries were no longer a concern, according to the intelligence Lu Xuan provided last time, this mission would require only the use of his mind, with no room for direct combat. Just then, a guard in front of the Heavenly Pool hall shouted, breaking Yi Bai's train of thought, "Who are you? This is the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. No entry without an order." Yi Bai calmly took out his command token and smiled politely, "I'm one of our own." The two guards stared at the token and mumbled, "Really?" Suddenly, a hand shy out, launching an attack. Yi Bai gripped the necks of the two guards, silencing them. The guards felt their heads spinning, their bodies stiffening. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings around them shifted dramatically. Dazed, they looked around and stuttered. "Where? Where is this?" A sudden gust of wind howled through the air as a figure descended slowly from above, carrying a deep voice. "This is my domain." At this moment, Yi Bai was already holding a whip in his hand. He sneered coldly, "Now I'll ask a question, and you'll answer it." The two guards still had no idea that they had encountered a being of monstrous power. One of them arrogantly puffed up his chest and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you give us orders? Do you even know we're from the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall?" Yi Bai had no interest in wasting words on such insignificant fools. Without hesitation, he lashed the whip straight across the guard's face. The man screamed as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony. "It hurts! It hurts so much! I'm dying!" Yi Bai turned his cold gaze toward the remaining guard, making him break out in a cold sweat. Terrified, the man dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. "Hero, sir, what is it you wish to know? I'll tell you everything." Yi Bai's voice was icy as he commanded, "Tell me everything, not missing a single word, about the Finger of Emperor transformation of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land." The guard, trembling, confessed truthfully. The Finger of Emperor transformation was almost as large as a lake, located within the core disciples area, the most secure and treasured place in the sacred land. It was guarded day and night by experts of Saint King rank, who took turns inspecting it daily. As he finished speaking, the guard sighed, concluding that stealing the Finger of Emperor transformation was utterly impossible. Yi Bai replied indifferently, "Is that so? I'm sorry, but just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't." With that, Yi Bai instantly transformed into Elder Jin and strode straight toward the Finger of Emperor transformation. He thought to himself that the matter regarding the secret realm in the forest had only recently concluded, and between the two sacred lands lay an entire heavenly region. Logically, the news of the Heavenly Pool Half-Emperor's death should not have reached here yet. If that were the case, then for now, he would temporarily borrow someone else's identity. Thus, Yi Bai, disguised as Elder Yan, calmly approached the Finger of Emperor transformation. At the entrance, two direct disciples of the Sacred King level were standing guard. Upon seeing Elder Yan, they quickly clasped their hands in greeting and bowed respectfully. Yi Bai, maintaining his calm composure, extended his hand to push open the door and step inside. He was confident that unless he encountered a great emperor or half-emperor, ordinary people would not see through the shape-shifting technique. As long as he passed through this door undetected by anyone in the core area. Then, suddenly, a cold voice rang beside Elder Yan's ear. "Why have you returned so soon this time? Did you obtain something worthwhile?" Sweat began to bead on Yi Bai's forehead. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, just as I feared. The very thing I was most wary of has appeared." Just as he was about to enter the Finger of Emperor transformation, a Sacred King expert stopped him. Yi Bai broke into a cold sweat. He quickly calculated, the goal is within reach. I cannot give up this crucial moment and start over again. As for the Sacred King expert, all Yi Bai needed was a way to deceive him. With that thought, Yi Bai steadied his breath, kept his posture composed, and addressed the powerful figure. It's so late. What brings you here? The Sacred King expert took out an envelope and smiled as he showed it to Yi Bai. I've been accumulating merit for 100 years, and finally I've earned the right to practice the Finger of Emperor transformation. Waiting for this day has truly not been easy. Yi Bai glanced at him, and in his heart, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finger of Emperor transformation. This person is actually about to advance to the Finger of Emperor transformation. He put on a satisfied expression and casually complimented him. Not bad. Receiving praise from Yan Elder, the Sacred King expert felt somewhat confused. He stroked his beard and secretly observed Yan Elder's expression, while numerous question marks appeared in his mind. Yan Elder seems a bit off today. Yi Bai didn't want to engage in further conversation. In a cold tone, he ordered, "Go practice the Finger of Emperor transformation. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." The Sacred King expert quickly bowed in respect. Understood, Yan Elder. When he looked up, Yi Bai's figure was already gone. The eyes of the Sacred King expert immediately gleamed with admiration. A half-emperor expert is truly terrifying. He silently wished, when will I ever have such strength? Little did he know, the very person he was praising, Yi Bai, had actually used the concealment technique and was temporarily residing on his shoulder. Late at night, the moonlight shone brightly in the sky, and the night was silent and desolate. By this time, the Sacred King expert had arrived at the Finger of Emperor transformation. From a distance, two guards noticed someone approaching. One of the two guards exclaimed, 200 years, and finally, someone has come to cultivate. The Sacred King expert immediately took out the letter. The guard opened it and read it, then nodded to confirm. Valid. The other guard proceeded to inspect the Saint King's body, then announced, valid. The Sacred King expert was finally approved. The door to the Finger of Emperor transformation slowly opened, and the Sacred King expert stepped forward confidently, entering inside. Indeed, the Finger of Emperor transformation had an enchanting scenery, resembling the immortal Isle of Penglai. The lake was a deep jade green, and peach blossoms on either side gently leaned in the spring breeze. The Sacred King expert hurriedly took off his clothes, excitedly exclaiming, every second here is precious. Wasting even a moment is a crime. As his robe hit the ground, the pearl, which was the true form of Yi Bai, also fell out at the same time. The pearl rolled a few times before stopping right at the edge of the Finger of Emperor transformation, lying still. Inside the clear glass-like pearl, Yi Bai stroked his chin, a satisfied smile curling on his lips as he thought to himself, I never expected that this time, thanks to him, I successfully deceived the Finger of Emperor transformation. Otherwise, relying on myself, I might not have been able to smoothly pass through the rigorous layers of tests at the gate. Yi Bai carefully considered. From the words of those guards, he deduced that normally very few people would enter the Finger of Emperor transformation. However, this was still not the best time to take action. Upon mentioning this, Yi Bai's brow involuntarily furrowed. He assessed that this was, after all, the key protected area of the Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall. If anything unusual were to occur, it would likely draw the attention of a half-emperor, or even a great emperor. A day later, a guard entered the Finger of Emperor transformation and sternly reminded the Sacred King expert, it's time. You must leave now. The Sacred King expert responded, all right, I'm going out now. With that, he quickly grabbed his clothing and put it on. Then, he slowly left the Finger of Emperor transformation. Yi Bai had managed to hide within the clothing of the Sacred King expert, taking the opportunity to memorize the patrol schedule of the guards as they rotated shifts in guarding the Finger of Emperor transformation. With every step the Sacred King expert took, Yi Bai analyzed everything, based on the daily patrol frequency of the guards. This operation had to be executed with extreme caution. It was better to be overly careful than to take risks. Inside the Finger of Emperor transformation, the surrounding space was eerily quiet. With a soft plop, a bead fell directly into the sapphire blue pond. Amidst the deep green water, the bead gradually absorbed the abundant spiritual energy. Within the bead, Yi Bai focused his mind on healing his wounds. His entire body radiated a mystical shade of blue. Before long, Yi Bai looked down at the palm of his hand with satisfaction. He sighed, realizing that just cultivating in this spiritual liquid had already allowed him to progress far beyond the pace of external training. Furthermore, within this liquid there was a mysterious force, one that closely resembled the power of laws. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had sensed something strange. Wait, the spiritual energy concentration of this lake is so high. Ye Bai decided to dive deeper to the lake's bottom, speculating. Then there might be even more incredible treasures down here. I remember back then, besides teaching my disciples, I would send them wandering through various secret realms, seeking all kinds of heaven and earth opportunities. Ye Bai recalled, and in the end, all his disciples had advanced significantly. Innate Dao physique, Nine Yin Sync physique, Mystic Yin physique, Sword Vein physique. When he spoke of this, his tone couldn't hide the regret, a feeling that coincidentally matched his own current reality, where such opportunities were rare. Even if there are any, they can only elevate one's state of mind, soul, and treasure. As for an opportunity that could turn this extraordinary physical body of mine, reversing my fate, I have never encountered such a thing. The corner of Yi Bai's lips finally curled upward as he smiled. Fortunately, this time, he had been reborn. Hope sparkled in his eyes, and he finally felt that he had a chance to save himself. Ye Bai continued to dive deeper into the Finger of Emperor Transformation Lake, watching the violent waves swirling around the pearl. His brows unconsciously furrowed. The immense water pressure now, if he were to emerge, would likely crush him into a lump of meat. At the same time, in the central area of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, through a window, Yuling gazed outside. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and despair, and her voice carried an unspoken grief. Master, Ling Nai will probably be leaving soon to join you. Are you feeling very lonely down there? Tears quietly welled up at the corners of Yuling's eyes. The young girl sobbed softly. Ling Ni had once hoped to find a way to bring the dead back to life, but it seemed that day would never come. Thinking of her late senior sisters only deepened the ache in Yuling's heart. Through her tears, she said, I just can't stop worrying about those junior sisters. If any of them are injured again, there will be no one left to heal them. In this moment of grief, Yuling's longing for Yi Bai grew all more intense and painful. She whispered to herself, Master, if only you were still by Ling Ni's side, how wonderful that would be. Meanwhile, Ye Bai had already reached the bottom of the Finger of Emperor Transformation Lake. The depths were pitch black, save for a faint, mysterious blue glow emanating from within the stones just a few steps away from his pearl. Startled for a moment, Yi Bai slowly approached the strange, radiant stone. Suddenly, he cried out in delight, Supreme treasure! This is the true treasure hidden within the Finger of Emperor Transformation. Yi Bai laughed triumphantly. For the Heavenly Pool's sacred land to possess such a divine artifact, and yet have produced only 3 great emperors. What a waste! He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though he had found the supreme treasure, he pondered how he might store it within the desolate space. As he imagined the scenario in his mind, he realized that once he stepped outside that space, the overwhelming spiritual pressure would crush him into a lump of flesh in an instant, and by then, even his divine soul might not survive. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yi Bai immediately executed the thunder punishment technique. A series of dark lightning bolts shot straight down at the stone surrounding the supreme treasure. The powerful bolts of lightning cleaved through the stone. Yi Bai assessed the situation. As expected, because of the existence of this supreme treasure, the hardness of the surrounding stone has undergone a massive change. While circulating his energy, he carefully calculated, in a day, he could only release 36 bolts of lightning. Based on this situation, each bolt needed to be used as a blade, and could not be wasted. After speaking, he continued to execute the thunder punishment, accurately striking the vulnerable spots of the stone with each bolt. A deafening sound rang out, and the bottom of the lake immediately experienced a tremendous earthquake, causing the rocks and soil on the surface to shake violently. After a while, everything gradually quieted down. Yi Bai approached to observe the stone. He was slightly taken aback. It had only cracked a little. Yi Bai seriously calculated, to break the entire supreme treasure, it seems I'll need at least 70 more bolts of lightning, which meant I will have to stay here for at least 2 more days. After estimating the time needed to completely collect the supreme treasure, Yi Bai sat down and quickly entered a meditative state. His hands formed seals as he began absorbing the spiritual energy from the lake's water. He muttered to himself, "Never mind. The spiritual energy in this lake is much denser than outside, making it the perfect place for cultivation." Yi Bai speculated. Because the body was at the bottom, the patrols above could detect anything unusual. After saying that, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Bai slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his palms and assessed. "Very good. My cultivation has reached the divine apex realm. The speed of cultivation with this rocket-like pace is truly unheard of." Yi Bai then stood up and walked toward the supreme treasure. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm as he said, "If I had possessed the current luck and innate talent before my rebirth, how could the 9 sacred lands have been wiped out by me within 300 years as mere half-emperors? Next, it's time for this great master to put on a show." With that, he unleashed thunder punishment. Immediately after, waves of powerful lightning struck down upon the rock that concealed the supreme treasure. In no time, the rock was shattered into pieces, revealing the supreme treasure within. The supreme treasure fell directly before Yi Bai, creating a resounding impact. The corners of Yi Bai's lips curled upward as he spoke joyfully. It seems that after obtaining this supreme treasure, aside from that terrifying spiritual force at the bottom of the lake being forcibly dispersed, nothing else has changed. Having said that, he leaped into the air and stored the supreme treasure into his spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the water within the finger of Emperor transformation was also drawn entirely into Yi Bai's spatial realm. The guards outside suddenly sensed something unusual occurring within the finger of Emperor transformation and decided to push the door open to investigate. Upon witnessing the completely dried-up finger of Emperor transformation, they were struck with utter shock and screamed in sheer panic. "Finger of Emperor transformation is gone. Gone already." A guard hastily pressed the button to issue the highest emergency alert. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Pool's sacred land was in turmoil. The people of Heavenly Pool's sacred land became frantic. A girl, confused, asked the highest warning, "What exactly happened?" A powerful expert standing beside her answered in bewilderment, "As far as I know, since the establishment of the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall, nothing like this has ever happened." One of them spoke up, "To trigger such a warning, something major must have occurred." Another person interjected, "Stop talking so much. Everyone, focus and prepare. Get ready for battle." This chaotic news quickly reached Yuling's ears. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself. At the same time, inside the spatial dimension, Yi Bai let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I broke through to the Divine Court realm. Otherwise, with the power of Mystic Connection realm, it would have been impossible to bring all of them here." He smiled confidently. "The breakthrough is done. The supreme treasure is in my hands. Now it's time to head there." Suddenly, an earthquake shook the ground, causing Yi Bai to startle. His eyes widened as he realized that the sudden appearance of several Your Excellency figures from the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall seemed to be unfolding. Yi Bai peeked to see who was arriving to deal with the finger of Emperor transformation. On the city wall, 2 guards were kneeling on the ground, their voices trembling. "We greet Holy Master. We greet Grand Elder." It turned out that the ones who arrived were the Holy Master in black robes and the Grand Elder in blue attire. The guard, intimidated by the presence of the two, trembled and was unable to speak properly. With a loud crash, the Holy Master unleashed a terrifying force from his cursed ring, sending the guard crashing into the rock behind him. The guard immediately lost consciousness, and the 2 other guards could not help but be filled with fear. The Holy Master extended his hand, his face darkened, hiding a terrifying fury. With a sharp sound, his hand suddenly gripped one of the guards' necks, lifting him off the ground. The Holy Master growled, "Interrogate him. Tell me why this happened." The guard dared not speak in lies and sincerely reported, "Holy Master, please spare my life. We really check thoroughly every day. There has been nothing unusual." The Holy Master asked grimly, "Where are the management records from the past few months?" The other guard quickly took out the ledger and respectfully handed it over. Reporting to the Holy Master, "Here it is." After reviewing the ledger, the Holy Master was slightly surprised and muttered, "The last recorded usage was 3 days ago." At this moment, the Grand Elder, standing beside him, spoke up, Holy Master, I will immediately take people to search for clues throughout the city. If not, Holy Master will. The Holy Master raised his hand to stop him. Don't panic. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in the Holy Master's eyes as he sharply made a conclusion. The thief is still nearby. These words of the Holy Master truly startled the guards. What? Don't tell me that even these nameless, insignificant guards are shocked, let alone Yi Bai himself. The Holy Master turned to instruct the Grand Elder. Immediately seal off the entire city. Have people recheck the area near the Finger of Emperor transformation. Remember, not even a speck of dust should be overlooked. The Grand Elder replied, Yes, Holy Master. Yi Bai suddenly felt a sense of unease rise in his chest. He muttered to himself, It seems I underestimated them a bit. Looks like I'll have to be even more cautious with the grand gift plan in a few days. Yi Bai quickly found the place where Yu Ling was being held. Upon arriving in front of the palace door, he was slightly surprised. What's this? Didn't they say a team of Saint King realm experts had gathered to guard this place? Yi Bai stealthily peered through the door and entered inside, thinking to himself, could it be that they knew I was coming and left specifically? Once inside, Yi Bai carefully used his spiritual energy to scan the situation before taking any action. Before long, he was able to assess both the number and strength of the guards patrolling the area. He withdrew his energy and yawned. A smile began to form at the corner of Yi Bai's mouth. Very good. The highest-ranking person inside is just at the Saint Realm. In that case, I won't hold back. With that, Yi Bai leaped forward, directly slamming into a servant holding a broom to sweep the leaves. The servant, startled by the sudden intrusion, panicked and cried out, You! Yi Bai snorted coldly. What do you mean by you? Fall down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively struck him on the head with a painful blow. The servant instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, lying sprawled out. At that moment, a voice called out to him. No one, have you finished cleaning? We should go to the next floor to tidy up. Hearing no response from Nu Wan, the soldier, looking frustrated, walked towards the area where Nu Wan was cleaning, calling out loudly. When he arrived, the guard tilted his head and peered inside. At that moment, Yi Bai had used a transformation technique to take on Nu Wan's appearance. He put on a sincere, obedient expression. Coming. The guard immediately snapped. You fool, I've called your name so many times, and you only answer once. I thought something had happened to you. Yi Bai quickly replied, No. Inside, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Good thing I acted quickly. The guard told Yi Bai. Let's go. Soon, on the third underground level of Heavenly Prison, the soldier led the way with Yi Bai following behind. As they walked, the soldier spoke in a somewhat condescending tone, giving instructions. Usually, no one comes here for 10 to 15 days, so all you need to do is pretend to clean when the great emperors arrive. Yi Bai followed him, nodding obediently. Got it. Yi Bai took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, simultaneously assessing the underground prison's 12th floor. Some levels had lighter punishments, but this level was for the more severe ones. However, with his next plan, this servant wouldn't be able to figure anything out. Yi Bai's gaze suddenly stopped in front of a pitch-black door. He hesitated and asked, Where is this? The soldier quickly reminded him. We are not allowed to enter there. Yi Bai nodded, and the soldier added, Behind that door are prisoners who have committed serious crimes and horrendous acts. At this point, the soldier subconsciously lowered his tone, almost whispering. These criminals who have had their cultivation taken away, they haven't been killed because they still hold some value. But at most, they're sealed with restrictive spells. He acted knowledgeable and confided in Yi Bai. To lift the seal, it requires a cultivation Saint King or higher, and only by using the correct unsealing technique can it be successfully undone. Yi Bai nodded in understanding. Is that so? As they reached the end of the corridor, the soldier frowned and instructed Yi Bai. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to take a rest. Yi Bai nodded in agreement. As soon as the soldier left, Yi Bai quickly restored his own form. He walked up to the door of the serious offender's cell, and based on the information the soldier had just given, placed his hand on the door to begin unsealing the spell. He thought that for a formation of this level, it would only take a moment to pass through. Sure enough, in an instant, Yi Bai successfully broke the seal. With a confident step, he opened the door and entered. When he saw the scene inside, Yi Bai was momentarily stunned. Each cell inside turned out to be a separate kitchen space, only a few meters apart. He stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. After all, this was the 4th floor of the heavenly prison underground. Even if there was a slight disturbance, it surely wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Yi Bai was still lost in thought when a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Today, they've sent another little demon. This one's too stubborn, so it's time to start softening them up. Yi Bai instinctively turned to look toward the source of the voice. It was an old man with silver hair and a cold, mocking smile on his face. It was truly ridiculous. Yi Bai walked closer to the bars, speaking indifferently. What's your identity and power? If I find you acceptable, I can take you out. The old man's brows instinctively furrowed. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from the young man in front of him. Sweat immediately beaded on his forehead, and his pupils constricted sharply. He blurted out, "Who are you?" A mere first stage, divine court cultivator can appear here. Yi Bai coldly turned to leave. You've had your chance, you're next. The old man quickly stopped him. Wait. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. I am the former second elder of the Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall, Lian Yuan-de. I was imprisoned here 700 years ago, at the half-emperor middle stage of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai stopped in his tracks. He found it quite interesting. The former elder of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land had also been imprisoned. It seemed this sacred land was a sham, deciding the fate of Zhongyi. With that thought, Yi Bai decisively bent the bars, freeing Lian Yuan-de. The old man stared intently at the young man before him. He casually used his bare hands to break the iron bars, without any sign of injury. Lian Yuan-de's heart churned with confusion. This was truly too strange. Clearly, the young man had only reached the first level of divine court, yet that blow just now was comparable to a full-force strike from a Saint Realm expert. Yi Bai stepped up to Lian Yuan-de and bluntly proposed, "Serve me for 10 years, and then I will set you free. If you agree, offer up a part of your soul. If you refuse, I won't waste any more words on you." Lian Yuan-de did not hesitate in the slightest. He already had his answer ready. If you can truly rescue me, then even 100 years would be better than staying in this dark place. After making up his mind, Lian Yuan-de extracted a portion of the soul and handed it to Yi Bai. Holding the soul fragment in his hand, Yi Bai spoke with approval. Good, decisive. He silently guessed that the old man's hatred toward the sacred land must run deep. Yi Bai thought for a moment, then decided that he only needed Toji Shu the sealing spell on Lian Yuan-de for now. He extended his hand and used his power to break the forbidden technique on Lian Yuan-de. A series of thunderclaps rang out, surrounding them both. Lian Yuan-de cried out in pain. Yi Bai muttered an incantation to keep the portion of the soul that Lian Yuan-de had given him intact, separating, organizing, and rearranging it. Afterward, Lian Yuan-de collapsed to his knees before him, respectfully declaring, "Old servant Lian Yuan-de respectfully greets the master." From above, Yi Bai introduced himself in a dignified tone. "My name is Yi Bai. Just call me Your Excellency. Don't worry, I will certainly keep my word and grant you freedom after 10 years. Lian Yuan-de respectfully responded with a yes. Yi Bai then called out for the punishment, and immediately the chains on Lian Yuan-de's body were severed. He casually waved his hand, and a bucket of water suddenly appeared. He said nonchalantly, "With this, you'll be able to recover your strength very quickly, right?" Lian Yuan-de, still stunned as he looked at the bucket of water, was soon explained to by Yi Bai. This is the origin of the Finger of Emperor transformation. Lian Yuan-de exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible? But how did you obtain this origin of the Finger of Emperor transformation?" Yi Bai didn't answer his question. He simply replied casually, "Just use it, and if it's not enough, let me know." Lian Yuan-de hastily responded, Enough, it's enough." Lian Yuan-de took the initiative and led the way for Yi Bai. "Your Excellency must still want to subdue others. I'm familiar with this place, and I know most of the people here. I'll guide you, Your Excellency." Lian Yuan-de respectfully said, "Please, Your Excellency, this way." At that moment, A prisoner accidentally noticed that Ye Bai had freed Lian Yuande. Other prisoners quickly realized that Ye Bai was the one who had freed Lian Yuande. They clamored and asked him, "Old man Lion, how did you get out? Was it that little fellow from Divine Court, at the first level of the Divine Court realm, who set you free?" Outside, there are Saint King realm experts guarding, and all the sealing techniques on us are in place. How could a Divine Court realm person break them? Ye Bai glanced at Lian Yuande and signaled for him to perform. Lian Yuande nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency." Immediately, Lian Yuande's entire body radiated a powerful aura. The other prisoners couldn't help but express their admiration. "The old man has regained his cultivation. Elder Lian, please teach me as well. As long as I can get out of this wretched place, I'm willing to follow you for 100 years. Lian Yuande sincerely addressed the prisoners. "Apologies, everyone, but I am unable to assist. The old man is now a servant under the command of Your Excellency, so everything depends on Your Excellency's will. The unsealing and the chains being removed were all made possible thanks to Your Excellency's support." Lian Yuande's attitude of obedience left the prisoners stunned, and they turned to each other, murmuring in disbelief. Is this really the same stubborn old man who used to be indifferent? The key point is that it was that young man, the one in the godly realm, who unsealed him. He's incredibly powerful now. After touring the entire prison, Ye Bai stroked his chin, deep in thought. It shouldn't be. How could it not exist? Lian Yuande, standing behind him, spoke up, asking, "Your Excellency, are you looking for someone?" At that moment, Ye Bai recalled something, suddenly remembering. "Right, isn't there a former elder of the sacred land beside me?" He turned around and directly asked, "Lian Yuande, let me ask you, does this heavenly prison have a 5th level?" Without hesitation, Lian Yuande answered, "Your Excellency, the heavenly prison only has 4 levels. Lian Yuande's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately proposed, "Your Excellency, do you wish to capture someone even stronger? There are 2 secret prisons on the 4th floor, classified as highly dangerous criminals. Would you like to see them?" As expected, Ye Bai's expression brightened instantly. He was sure that the secret rooms were indeed located on the 4th floor. Not bad, they must be there. A few minutes later, Ye Bai and Lian Yuande stopped in front of a reinforced wall. Lian Yuande confirmed, "Your Excellency, it's right here." Ye Bai reached out his hand and used his spiritual power. He thought to himself, "Impressive. This sacred land is even more hidden than I imagined. I didn't expect it to have such a concealed formation." His hand channeled his spiritual energy, and a strange formation appeared on the wall. In an instant, the formation was shattered. Just as Lian Yuande had said, there was indeed a secret passage behind the wall. Lian Yuande cautiously reminded Ye Bai, "Your Excellency, you were about to face the person imprisoned in front of you. I've heard it's very dangerous." At that time, she caused a great deal of trouble for the Sacred Hall. If not for the intervention of 2 elders, she might have never been captured. Ye Bai was unconcerned. He placed his hand on the prison door and used his spiritual energy to peer inside. Immediately, he saw a petite young woman, her limbs shackled by iron chains. The young woman looked up at Ye Bai, and he suddenly froze, a jolt of surprise running through him. Could it be wrong? Ye Bai's brows involuntarily furrowed. Finally, he gave the order for Lian Yuande to open the door. He immediately obeyed the command. Yes, the heavy stone door shifted to one side. Ye Bai was suddenly stunned. Before him stood a young lady with her head lowered, her purple hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Ye Bai stepped forward and, in a deep voice, asked, "Tell me, how did you get in here?" She coldly retorted, "Get lost. I will flatten the Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall sooner or later." As she spoke halfway, Zhang Limo seemed to realize that the tone of voice was strangely familiar, and a thought stirred within her. This isn't right, this voice. Zhang Limo immediately lifted her head, and upon seeing the familiar figure of Ye Bai, she couldn't hold back her tears and choked, calling out, "Master." Ye Bai looked at her with gentle eyes, mixed with a hint of pity. He gently stroked Zhang Limo's head and said, "Silly girl, you've suffered." Zhang Limo sobbed. "Master," she sniffled. "Master, the unworthy disciple has finally met you." With that, Zhang Limo suddenly jumped up and threw herself into Yi Bai's arms. Lion Yuan Day, witnessing this scene, was stunned. "Master, this high-risk criminal, calling your excellency master. Oh my god, what kind of master have I taken?" Yi Bai helped Zhang Limo break the chains. He smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder, gently asking, "There isn't much time left. Tell me, how did you get in here?" Zhang Limo dared not meet his gaze. She tilted her head to the side with a forced laugh. Zhang Limo said, "Master, if I say I accidentally went in there of my own will, could you maybe go easy on me a little?" Yi Bai's eyes instantly blazed with fury. He shouted, "What kind of joke is that? You went in there willingly." Zhang Limo cowered and said timidly, "Master, please, let me explain first." Yi Bai finally suppressed his anger. He sat down and ordered her, "Speak. What foolish thing have you done this time?" Zhang Limo confessed honestly, 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I happened to overhear that in the 4th level of the heavenly prison of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land, several supreme experts were being held captive. Once I heard that, I immediately began planning. After all, if I could turn them into my undead puppets, my power would surely increase. Later, because I had a deep understanding and mastery of the necromantic path, the sacred land labeled me as an extremely dangerous figure. In the end, 2 half-emperor experts had no choice but to join forces and attack. At this point, Zhang Limo scratched her cheek and gave an awkward smile. "So, I ended up being imprisoned in the 4th level of the heavenly prison." Hearing her story, Yi Bai's expression darkened. He said through gritted teeth, "Most people would do anything to escape, yet you, how impressive. You went and threw yourself in. And not just anywhere, but straight into the lowest level of their prison." Zhang Limo hurriedly acted coy, throwing herself into Yi Bai's arms. "Master, I won't dare to do it again. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say, all right? Please don't be mad anymore." In the end, Yi Bai could no longer resist Zhang Limo's pitiful demeanor. The anger in his heart had subsided. He closed his eyes and reluctantly said, "Forget it." The system immediately sent a notification to Yi Bai. "You have encountered the 4th disciple among the 108. Reward: Tao Resonance Divine Power. Tao Resonance Divine Power allows you to resonate with the Tao power of one disciple, effective for 24 hours. Cooldown time: 10 days. Currently available Tao resonances include the Tao of the Undying, the Sword Great Tao, the Formation Great Tao, and the Architecture Great Tao. Would the host like to select a resonance?" Upon receiving the notification, Yi Bai's eyes instantly brightened. "Where can I resonate? This is clearly the Tao power someone else has replicated." The corners of his lips curved up. And with only 10 days left until the grand wedding of Sacred Land, this kind of ability definitely needs to be kept for the wedding. Zhang Limo, standing behind him, was using her spiritual energy while bragging, "Master, although those bastards from Sacred Land sealed my cultivation, my summoned Undine beings can still continue to cultivate in the summoning space." She added, "Moreover, I've obtained the Undine beings of 4 semi-chair strength experts, and over a dozen Saint King, late-stage experts from the 4th level of the heavenly prison." Yi Bai's expression stiffened. He raised his hand and tapped Zhang Limo on the forehead. His tone, full of contempt, couldn't be concealed. "Is something like this worth you putting yourself in danger?" Yi Bai knocked on Zhang Limo's head and scolded her sharply. "If you want to find stronger Undine beings, go to the ancient battlefield or the territory outside the ancient ruins. There's no place weaker than here. What if Sacred Land doesn't plan to keep you? You've already turned into an Undine being. Do you understand that?" Zhang Limo knew she was wrong, so she lowered her head and admitted her mistake. "Yes, master, I will not dare again." Standing aside and listening to the exchange between the master and disciple, Lion Yuan Day couldn't help but widen his eyes and curse under his breath. At this moment, Zhang Limo suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked up at Yi Bai and gently asked, "By the way, master, how come you're here?" After a brief self-explanation, a few minutes later, Yi Bai concluded that this was the situation. Zhang Limo's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. "So this is how it is with you, Heavenly Pool's sacred land. You dared to imprison my junior sister for 300 years? I swear, I will turn your entire sacred land into wandering spirits." Yi Bai set down a barrel of water and ordered, "In 10 days, no matter what method you use, you must elevate to half-emperor for me." Zhang Li Mo lowered her head and replied, "Yes, master." She then focused on her cultivation, determined to save her younger sisters, willing to take risks this time. Ye Bai glanced at her and thought to himself, this foolish girl really needs to be stricter with her. He couldn't help but glance at Lion Yuan-de, who, upon meeting his gaze, had tears welling up in his eyes. Ye Bai spoke. "Stop staring, there's a part for you too." Lion Yuan-de happily replied, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ye Bai turned away and gave instructions to Zhang Li Mo and Lian Yuan-de. "After you clear the 4th level of the heavenly prison, both of you should go and recover for a bit." Here is the translated text. Having said that, he laughed coldly. "Heavenly Pool's sacred land. Next, you will all enjoy the grand ceremony that this great one has prepared for you." 7 days later, in the capital, the scorching sunlight pierced through and shone down. Yi Bai appeared with a very serious expression, accompanied by Lai Mo. The person in charge of welcoming them asked, "May I ask which force you belong to, young master? I must report it to my superiors." He replied in a very cold tone, "Yi Bai, no force. I'm here just to have some fun. I wonder if the sacred land would welcome that." Seeing his expression, the person could only respond dejectedly, "Welcome, welcome." So, the person happily said, "Please, young master, come in." Lai Mo whispered softly, "Grandmaster, should we just go straight in to save junior sister? Then, while the great emperors haven't reacted yet, we can kill them before they even know what's happening." She also said that if we don't wait for all the people from Sacred Land to arrive, we won't be able to save her. But Yi Bai stopped him. "Not so fast," he said. "We need to wait until all of them arrive. Then we'll take care of it all in one go." Lai Mo, hearing this, was stunned and covered his mouth. But Grandmaster, the other side has 3 great emperors." Ye Bai asked back, "Are great emperors that strong?" Hearing him ask, Yuan-de and Lai Mo beside him were both stunned. "Your Excellency, could it be that great emperors are not strong?" Ye Bai gave a nonchalant expression. Both of them had high potential. Becoming great emperors was just a matter of time. So why should they fear them? Ye Bai said happily, "When they're all here later, I'll deal with 2 of them. The other one, you can use it for practice." Yuan-de was drenched in cold sweat, silently thinking, "Does Your Excellency intend to take 1 to get 2? Suddenly, the crowd became chaotic, with someone shouting, "They're here!" The crowd began to chatter. The 3 great emperors of Heavenly Pool's sacred land descended. In front of the crowd, the Holy Master and the 2 elders appeared. Yu Ling, wearing a veil, revealed her face shortly thereafter. Yuan-de explained, "Your Excellency, according to the traditional wedding customs of Heavenly Pool's sacred hall, the next step is for the groom and bride to enter the central area, holding hands, and kneel to offer a prayer to Heavenly Pool's sacred land, officially swearing their vows of marriage. At this moment, the groom is standing opposite the bride." Yu Ling thought to herself, "It's almost over. Everything is almost finished. The second Saint Son in front of me. I wonder, if I were to take the Holy Son's life right here in front of everyone, that would be perfect." The officiant called out, "The wedding begins." A golden whip was suddenly lashed out. It struck towards Yu Ling, causing all the maids to panic. The veil slowly lifted, revealing Yu Ling's face. Yi Bai suddenly appeared, placing his hand on her shoulder and politely saying, "Sorry, this bride belongs to me." Yu Ling, hearing his voice, quickly turned around. "Grandmaster," Yi Bai said softly. "Girl, you must have suffered." Then Yu Ling buried her face in Yi Bai's chest, crying uncontrollably. Through her sobs, she murmured, "It's Grandmaster, it's Grandmaster, the one I've been longing for day and night. You've really appeared." The group of bystanders began to murmur. "Isn't the young man standing next to the bride the mysterious youth who just entered earlier? Could it be? Could it? Is he the ex-husband come to steal the bride, the second Saint Son?" The noise around them was deafening. The second Saint Son shouted angrily, "Let my Ling Nig go." He shot a flame from his hand. The flame advanced toward Yi Bai. With a flick of his hand, Yi Bai shielded Yu Ling, and the flame was repelled by a single move from him. The Holy Master held a glowing object in his hand, and coldly said, Where did this brat come from, daring to disrupt Yuan Ni's wedding? At this moment, everyone exchanged astonished looks. Suddenly, a magical circle gradually appeared, with thunder and lightning gathering and focusing on that magic circle. The roof was shattered, creating a large hole, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. A huge pit appeared on the floor, and in the center hung a sword surrounded by lightning bolts. Yu Ling also had a realization. The sword aura was from Fourth Senior Sister. A group of Tai Bai disciples descended from the sky, shouting, "Hand over my junior sister." Yu Ling turned to look, and silently thought to himself. It was them. Yu Ling called out, "Senior Sister, Ye Bai is very satisfied. It's great. Now that you're all here, Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall. Now you can enjoy the grand ceremony that this noble one has prepared for you." Ye Bai and his disciples, along with the Holy Master of Heavenly Pool's Sacred Hall, stood together, looking toward those in the ceremony hall. The aura of each of them was strikingly distinct. Ye Bai spoke up with a warning. "Anyone who does not want to be involved should leave immediately. I will give you 10 seconds. If you don't, those present at this wedding should quickly leave the hall." The noise and chaos of panic erupted loudly. "Stop watching the show, hurry and run, or you'll lose your life soon." The second Saint's son saw his bride rushing toward Ye Bai, and he furiously charged toward Ye Bai, his tone full of hateful resentment. "Take your filthy hand off. Don't touch my Ling Nai." Seeing the second Holy Master lose his composure, Yu Ling couldn't help but feel frightened. She pressed herself against Ye Bai, and Zhang Leimo rushed forward to shield her. A strong, cold aura radiated from her. Leimo's eyes gleamed with sharpness, and she smiled confidently, though with an undertone of danger. The second Holy Master raised his hand and unleashed his move. 2 streams of energy shot straight toward Ye Bai and his group. Seeing that the second Holy Master had used his ultimate move, the Holy Master stepped forward as well, simultaneously launching his own strike. A red aura, full of power, shot straight toward Leimo. He yelled in anger, "You dare!" Over here, Leimo was also not idle. She leaped up, countering the Holy Master's move with one of her own, imbued with destructive force. The space flashed brightly as Leimo blocked the Holy Master's attack. He furrowed his brows tightly, a killing intent flickering in his eyes as he gathered his energy. A wave of force appeared at the tip of his fingers. Holy Master sneered, "Let's see how many times you can withstand this." As soon as his words ended, Leimo shouted a warning. "Don't move." No one knew when Leimo had appeared behind the second Holy Master. She was gripping his head tightly with both hands. The man who had been so arrogant and overbearing just moments ago was now powerless to demand anything. Murderous intent gleamed in Leimo's eyes. She curled her lips and warned the Holy Master, "If my hand so much as trembles, he'll become a wandering spirit under my grasp." The Holy Master, the Grand Elder, and a subordinate of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land all froze in shock. The Holy Master withdrew the aura gathered in his hand. Leimo's words struck them like a bolt of lightning. The subordinate of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land clenched his teeth, his gaze locked on Leimo, anxiety flickering in his eyes. The Holy Master stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. His voice dripped with mockery as he said, "I wondered who it might be. Turns out it's just a few escaped convicts stirring up trouble." His brows furrowed tightly, arrogance radiating from him as he questioned Leimo. "Do you really think that by taking the Holy Sun hostage, you can walk out of here alive?" Ye Bai gave a wicked smile, his eyes glinting as he affirmed without hesitation that he had indeed taken the Holy Sun hostage. "Sorry, but I don't meet him." In the next instant, Ye Bai pointed his finger, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the second Holy Master directly, leaving his entire body charred. The subordinate of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land widened his eyes in horror, frozen at the gruesome sight before him. Even though the Grand Elder couldn't see, he could sense that something terrible had happened to the second Holy Master. Sweat began to bead on his face as well. The Holy Master could no longer restrain his fury. His eyes blazed with intensity, and his aura surged, exuding overwhelming pressure. With a surge of power, the Holy Master launched a fierce palm strike towards Ye Bai. He shouted in desperation, "Yuan Nai." A forceful strike was unleashed at the peak of the Holy Master's rage after losing the second Holy Master. He growled in madness, "How dare you kill my Yuan Ni? Die!" Seeing the sheer power of the attack, A voice filled with anxiety screamed urgently. Your Excellency, be careful. This is the ultimate move of the Heavenly Pool Holy Master. Yi Bai showed no fear. He immediately used the space laws. Calmly, he said, just a mystic heaven palm. The space laws shattered the mystic heaven palm of the Holy Master of Heavenly Pool's sacred land. A violent explosion of force sent smoke and flames surging. A hole pierced through the place where the wedding had just been held, with thick white smoke billowing. A voice rang out in confusion. The Holy Master stood frozen, his expression dazed, as if struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. His consciousness was disordered, and he inwardly questioned the strength of the space laws. The Holy Master closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and entered his divine consciousness. In his divine consciousness, there were no signs of being affected by Yi Bai's move. The Holy Master frowned, and in his eyes, clear disdain for the space laws Yi Bai had just used was apparent. The Holy Master muttered through gritted teeth. Only a few dozen meters? What a pity! Today, the fate of you all will not change. His subordinate stood beside him, looking ahead in horror as he witnessed the unfolding events. He reported the situation to the Holy Master. Holy Master, something's wrong. It seems they're not trying to escape. Instead, a strange phenomenon has suddenly appeared in the sky. Lightning is gathering and striking downward, and a sinister, deathly aura is enveloping the area. Lai Mo formed a hand seal, her eyes gleaming brightly, and a massive dark aura radiated from her body. She shouted, "Undead catastrophe." As soon as she finished speaking, the evil spirits, previously bound by a seal, broke free and rapidly descended. The subordinate and the Grand Elder were unexpectedly blocked by these spirits. They opened their mouths wide, as if to swallow the two whole. Seeing the situation was dire, the Grand Elder quickly spoke to his subordinate. We must kill this undead girl immediately, or else sacred land will suffer a severe loss today. Tai Bai suddenly leaped into action, swinging her sword toward the Grand Elder and the subordinate, catching them off guard. She shattered their wicked thoughts. Dream on. You should reconsider whether you have the strength for this. With swift sword strikes, the subordinate and the Grand Elder quickly dodged to the side. Jifu appeared, charging toward the subordinate. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was ambushed by Tai Bai. He clenched his lips, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Who are these female demons? The sword strikes came fast and furious, relentlessly targeting the Grand Elder and the subordinate of the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. While Holy Master was busy dealing with the undead catastrophe, his subordinate's gaze remained fixed on one direction. The man stood frozen, and after a moment, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, look over there. It's that young man." In the sky, Yi Bai was using spatial magic, with demonic energy accumulating more and more. Relying on his magical artifact to perform the array, Yi Bai's body continued to emit destructive power. The exclamations of awe and astonishment echoed, marveling at the latent strength Yi Bai was displaying. My God, is he even human anymore? His power is growing at a terrifying rate. No, this must be some kind of secret technique to temporarily enhance his strength. But how can he raise so many levels like this? Isn't he worried about backlash? Yi Bai's eyes were clear, his aura overwhelming. Seeing this, the followers of Holy Master were stunned and fearful. Has he turned to the dark side? Good heavens, his aura has reached half-emperor level. What is he planning? Yu Ling was astonished. Turn to the dark side. A possessed person has such clear and sharp eyes. Moreover, this is a grandmaster. Before a grandmaster, even demons are weak. At this moment, demonic energy swirled around Yi Bai, transforming into a demonic form. This swirling demonic energy on my body is one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after breaking through to the Divine Court, Supreme Demon Bone. Holy Master rushed forward in a panic. No, we must deal with that young man quickly. Yu Ling, spotting him from a distance, shouted, Grand Master, Heavenly Pool Holy Master is approaching. He immediately turned to warn Lian Yuande. Old man Lian, protect the girl. If a single hair on her head falls, I'll make you pay with your life. Yuande clasped his hands and bowed his head in assurance. Yes, yes, I will protect her with my life. The Holy Master had not arrived yet, but he had already created a massive flame hand to attack Yi Bai. Mystic Heaven Palm. He observed the move, trying to seal the space. Yi Bai opened his hand, creating a counterforce and shouted, Are you worried that I might run away again? He gathered the energy, expanding it, thinking to himself that it was a pity, but he would fight to the end. Even if he had to use all his trump cards, he would destroy the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall. He then shouted, "Holy Master, die." Afterward, Ye Bai threw it out, transforming it into another hand to restrain the first one. When the two palms collided, a powerful shockwave was created, causing Ye Bai to feel some impact. The Holy Master also felt the same. He angrily thought, "Damn it, although it looks like I have the upper hand, in reality, his soul just now threatened mine, and I almost couldn't escape." The Holy Master now knew that this opponent was not easy. He could no longer afford to underestimate this young man. One careless move, and he would be driven to the brink of death. Ye Bai shot forward and mocked, "Haven't you eaten yet?" The Heavenly Pool Holy Master nearly fainted from rage. Hearing this, he scowled in annoyance, then released a bolt of lightning to slice through the giant hand before launching a fire attack at him. Ye Bai smiled lightly, ready to counterattack. This time, the two hands officially collided, and both sides struggled intensely, the surrounding area also affected. While Holy Master was struggling to endure, Ye Bai remained calm, showing no signs of fatigue. Holy Master feels that the situation is not good. This young man and the few female demons down there are making me feel uneasy. These individuals possess terrifying talent. Becoming a great emperor is just a matter of time. He furrowed his brows, observing the opponent's fighting style. Holy Master told himself that he must deal with him immediately. If they were allowed to cultivate into great emperors, today, the side that would be beaten to a pulp would be the Heavenly Pool's sacred land. He decided to use his ultimate move to summon even stronger spiritual power. At that moment, a dragon circled around, extending towards the giant fiery hand. Ye Bai could tell right away that the opponent would put everything into this attack. An explosion echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing Yi to flinch and vanish instantly. Suddenly, the mystic heaven palm was no longer present, and Ye Bai exclaimed, "He's dead." Unexpectedly, Holy Master had used a tactic to create another explosion aimed at Ye Bai. After launching the previous move, Tai Bai Ji Fu and Yushan's 7th King Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally dealt with this strange young man. This palm strike, even a great emperor would likely lose their ability to fight. The land before him was now obliterated, with only the fire pit still burning. With this, I can speak freely, not to mention a young man who has raised his strength to the half-emperor level, Holy Master said smugly. All right, having dealt with this troublesome one, now it's your turn. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. If you want to touch them, you must first ask if I agree. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the fire pit. What? Holy Master frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. How could this be? He was still alive. From the bottom of the fire pit, Ye Bai rose up majestically and unscathed. Ye Bai jumped up, and the Holy Master was left in shock, as were his disciples. They stepped forward and called out, "Grandmaster!" He thought to himself, if not for the supreme demon bone protecting his body, that strike would have surely killed him. Holy Master behind him wore an expression of intense anger. All the previous plans had failed. His face turned pale. How could this be? Is that still a human body? A young man had raised his strength to the half-emperor realm using secret methods. Yet how could his defense be so strong? Ye Bai's expression suddenly became strange, and his voice took on an eerie tone. I originally intended to spare you, but now it seems unnecessary. With that, he gave an order to the system. System, activate divine powers, resonate the Great Tao. The system then displayed a notification. The Great Tao's currently resonating. Spirit summoning Great Tao, Sword Great Tao, Formation Great Tao, Architecture Great Tao. Please select the Tao to resonate with. Ye Bai chose the Spirit summoning Great Tao. A large magic circle surrounded the area. Everything seemed to obey Ye Bai's command, as if everything was being drawn into the magical vortex. Holy Master, with an astonished expression, said, Isn't this the water from the finger of Emperor transformation that suddenly disappeared a few days ago? Damn it, so the thief was him. Quickly, kill him. Following the Holy Master's command, both the Grand Elder and Elder Mu were seriously carrying out the clear task given by the Holy Master. However, Tai Bai and Lemo suddenly appeared and said, Your opponent is us. They performed the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, a strike carrying immense power that split the ground, separating the Grand Elder and Elder Mu. The Grand Elder angrily said, "Damn it! Why are these two female demons so difficult to deal with?" At that moment, Zhang Li Mo's face darkened. She crossed her hands to form a mysterious flow of spiritual energy and shouted, "Undead catastrophe." Soon, a group of terrifying purple beasts began to materialize. This put the Grand Elder in a difficult position, and he angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, these disgusting creatures! Don't come over here! Die all of you!" But then, he switched his target to Ye Bai, stretched out his hand, and charged forward, shouting, "You little brat, stop right there!" He immediately ordered to block him. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, with no end in sight. Ye Bai pointed his finger to the sky, and with a strange summoning technique, a mysterious aura instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Everyone there couldn't believe what they were seeing. But the summoned soldier appeared with a bizarre look on his face. Holy Master, floating in midair, trembled and said, "What is this?" Suddenly, one of the soldiers in the group opened his mouth wide. Streams of spiritual energy quickly converged around, and the Holy Master's face drained of color. In an instant, a wave of destructive power erupted from the mouth of the summoned soldier, resembling a distant tornado, sweeping everything in its path. Yet, in some miraculous way, the Holy Master remained unharmed. He charged toward Ye Bai, thoughts racing. "As long as I kill this strange young man, all the creatures he summons will vanish immediately." From the Holy Master's position, a violent shockwave tore through the air, sending dust and smoke swirling in every direction. From the midst of the haze, a figure shot forward, a killing aura radiating through the space. Ye Bai, momentarily stunned, turned to look. Watching as the figure charged toward the soldiers he had summoned, he suddenly realized, clearly this little brat is using misdirection. His target isn't me, but the old fools. How despicable! He truly is a cunning scoundrel. One by one, all the summoned soldiers fell to the Holy Master. Yet for each that was struck down, another charged forward. Dust and smoke continued to rise in an unrelenting storm. The Holy Master emerged from the mist, his body weary, thinking, "These strange beasts show no fear of pain or death, and their combat abilities are extraordinary. What exactly are they?" Meanwhile, Ye Bai pointed at the Holy Master and commanded, "Kill him." Upon hearing the order, all the summoned soldiers surged toward the Holy Master, shouting in unison, "Grand Master!" His vigilance heightened further. The others quickly leaped back, and Ye Bai, concern etched across his face, warned, "Be careful." Everyone was suddenly transported to a strange place, with nothing around but the howling sound of the wind. Ji Fu growled in frustration, "Damn it! I can't believe he managed to escape into the void." Ye Bai refused to give up and gave chase. Tai Bai spoke up in response. "Grandmaster, within the forest, there's only the whispering wind among the secret woods of the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall." He stomped on the trunk of a tree, using the momentum to propel himself upward. Ki Tai Bai flew ahead, guiding the way. "Grandmaster, if we continue in this direction, we'll reach the most mysterious area within the Heavenly Pool's sacred land." Leading the group, Ye Bai asked, "Old Man Lan, do you know if there's anyone in the sacred land stronger than him?" Flying behind, Yuande replied, "Your Excellency, the strongest one within the Heavenly Pool's sacred land is none other than the Holy Master himself." Ye Bai frowned in puzzlement. "That's strange." He pondered for a moment. The Heavenly Pool Holy Master clearly possessed greater speed. Yet he didn't flee. It was as if he were deliberately luring them to a specific place. After a while they descended upon a desolate area. Lion Yuande spoke up. "Isn't this a forbidden ground? It's odd. Why would the Heavenly Pool Holy Master come here?" They advanced a bit further and found the entrance to a cave tightly sealed. All of them stared at the door. Lai Mo stepped forward and said, "I can sense an immensely powerful aura of the dead nearby." Yuande approached the door as well and added, "Only the current Heavenly Pool Holy Master is permitted to enter this place. No one else is allowed to step inside." He recalled for a moment. When he was an elder, there were still many disciples who secretly infiltrated the forbidden area in search of opportunities, but in the end, none of them survived. Ye Bai, wanting to enter, didn't say much more. Yuande raised his hand in front and touched the pattern on the door, responding clearly. Your Excellency. The array pattern on the door began to glow, responding to his touch. The door gradually opened. From inside, strange purple mists continuously flowed out. He felt the need to remind everyone to be extremely cautious, not to let their guard down. The girls followed his advice. The demonic energy from deep within the cave seeped out as it sensed the intruders. It spread throughout the deepest part of the Forbidden Land. The Holy Master was pleased to know that they had followed them here. They had arrived. He stood before the plaques engraved with the names of those who had come before, and shouted loudly, "Ancestors, the heavenly pool is in danger. Please lend your help." It was as if the plaques heard him. A barrage of curses immediately followed. "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you ruin the legacy left to you by our ancestors?" The Holy Master was overjoyed upon hearing the enemy's voice draw near. Yi Bai shouted loudly, "He's over there, the great beast. Follow my command and unleash a burst of flame toward him." A dense bolt of lightning transformed into a stream of fire, aimed at annihilating the Holy Master. Yet he showed no fear, standing still as if daring them to come. The ancestors could not remain indifferent. The demonic energy surged from the plaques. "This is my territory. You have no right to act recklessly here." Almost immediately, they counterattacked, piercing through the explosive flames. Suddenly, the opposing mage surged forward, only to be blocked. It was him who was setting up a formation to retaliate. Tai Bai was confused. "What is this?" Jifu noticed. "Sisters, look." The faces of the demonic creatures, which had been spreading, now converged into shadowy figures resembling elderly men with sinister smiles. Yuan Day, still unclear, asked, "Isn't this the appearance of the Holy Masters from the Heavenly Pool's sacred land?" This question caught Yi Bai's attention. "What did you say?" He trembled, tears streaming down his face. "But the first Holy Master has been dead for almost 10,000 years. How could they appear here?" The Holy Master, like a child tattling to its mother, said, "Ancestors, these are the ones who destroyed the sacred land. The gigantic monsters earlier were summoned by them. Now in the sacred land's great hall, there are still many skeletal remains. But who would have thought that at this moment, a trace of demonic energy, like a sword, would pierce straight into his chest?" The Holy Master suddenly widened his eyes, only managing to scream. A ghostly shadow behind his gaze flickered. "Go on. Don't worry about it. This is the last good deed you'll do for us." The Holy Master aged rapidly at an astonishing speed. Kai Tai Bai, Yu Shan Li Mo, and Yuan Day stood frozen in shock at this scene. Yi Bai remained focused on the current situation. That Holy Master had turned into a demon. Yu Ling, terrified, huddled close to Yi Bai. Although she was the weakest in cultivation, he had a liking for her. He set his sights on her. Thus, the long thread began to target its goal, catching Yu Ling completely off guard. But luckily, Yi Bai's hand had managed to stop it in time. "You think you can lay a finger on my disciple?" he said smugly. Having only reached the 8th heaven of divine court, the Holy Master of this generation was utterly disgraceful, unable to handle even someone at the 8th heaven of divine court. Truly useless. Well, it's better than nothing. If we absorb the primal power of all of you, we might be able to break free. Yi Bai held the chains tightly, unwilling to let go. Everyone felt sympathy and concern for the Grandmaster. "Don't rush, your turn will come soon," he said frantically. Yi Bai's hand had truly unleashed demonic power. The demon was caught completely off guard. "Keep going. Why stop?" Yi Bai said, with a provocative tone. "Who exactly are you?" The demon was furious. Hearing the question, Yi Bai calmly replied, "I am the one who came to flatten your Heavenly Pool's sacred land. If you don't release me soon, boss, someone help me. This little brat is extremely sinister. He's absorbing my primal power." The demon seemed to have lost control. Yi Bai appeared to have taken the initiative, and the chains that were attacking him were now trying to bind him. Lai Mo spoke up to remind him, "Grandmaster, be careful. The chains have been firmly gripped by Yi Bai's hand." In this moment, the chains gathered together. This bit of demonic energy is still far too weak. This has awakened its pride. Impossible. How could anyone resist this power? It's the demonic energy. Boss, this person carries an extremely pure demonic energy. And so it begged, "Spare me, Your Excellency. Spare my life. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We are willing to make you our master." Why does the Grandmaster have demonic traits? Even those watching from behind couldn't help but wonder. Make me your master. Sorry, you're not worthy. The rejection was firm, coming from Yi Bai. The demons had already turned into skeletons. Yi Bai stepped forward to finish them off, which only deepened their fear. That thing is in the deepest part of this place, isn't it? Your Excellency. You're right. It is here. Your Excellency. I have never done anything evil. It was those who incited me. I am innocent. Please, Your Excellency. Yet the pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears. Ye Bai then said, Li Mo, remember this scent. Before you become a great emperor, don't take creatures with demonic traits like these as your spirits. She nodded clearly. Grandmaster, let's go. We should hurry and see what turned them into this. Absorbing the energy from these evil creatures wouldn't elevate cultivation, but it greatly improved compatibility with the supreme demon bone. Tai Bai spoke up. Grandmaster, these evil creatures must have been transformed from the soul, through an item with demonic traits, giving them prolonged life, but trapping them here. Ye Bai replied. I see. Now everyone understood. The final gate slowly began to open. I'll go check it out. You all wait for my return. Ye Bai set off alone to investigate the situation. One could feel the source of heat emanating from the supreme demon bone right here. Ye Bai placed his hand on the magic circle, and a giant monster appeared. In shock, Ye Bai asked, Is this corpse from the demon clan? Ye Bai stroked his chin and pondered deeply. By the looks of it, this creature must have died several tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, its bloodline was incredibly noble, and its level of power was not low. He silently analyzed. The demon clan is an extremely terrifying race. They possess tremendous strength, immense potential, long life, and a fierce desire for destruction. Clearly, several tens of thousands of years ago, the demon clan was defeated by an alliance of humans and beasts. Li Bai then silently wondered, but why has it appeared here now? A blue soul appeared and suggested, Ask the person in the space. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bai stepped into the outer space. The old man in that space, frightened, begged, Your Excellency, I beg you to release me. Without letting him finish, Ye Bai, with a serious expression, pointed at the old man. Now tell me everything in detail about the corpse of the demon clan. The old man quickly replied, Yes, Your Excellency. He began recounting. I found that corpse in the outer region of the secret land of the Central State Territory. At that time, the demon clan had suffered severe injuries and was barely alive. The old man sorrowfully continued. At that time, out of greed, I didn't kill him immediately, but took him back to the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall to keep him here. Although through him, we found a way that could almost make us immortal, it was also because of this that the demon clan's plan could never leave this place, even turning into this form, neither human nor demon. The old man shared. Afterward, I gathered several generations of holy masters from the sacred hall, and after 1,000 years, we finally had the opportunity to break through and regain our freedom. But unexpectedly, you met me. Heaven sees everything you do, and all of this is your retribution. The old man cried out in panic. No. Ye Bai clenched his fist, and a powerful thunderbolt surged from his hand. The old man exploded into nothingness. Ye Bai fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected that even after tens of thousands of years, the demon clan hadn't completely perished. He returned to the forbidden area and stood before a rectangular block. He thought to himself that, in terms of the mysterious world, this was not good news. Ye Bai raised his hand toward the rectangular block and began to perform a formation. The block slowly lifted, then shot up like a rocket. In the void, the heaven and earth cauldron appeared with great force. A loud rumble echoed, and the lid of the heaven and earth cauldron slammed shut. Ye Bai remained expressionless and commanded, Burn! The heaven and earth cauldron hovered and spun, red light swirling around like a raging flame, its power overwhelming. Ye Bai clasped his hands to concentrate, and a brilliant green aura emanated from his body. Ye Bai's disciples were astonished. This is... Yu Ling looked up and asked, Fourth senior sister, has Grandmaster become this strong already? Tai Bai replied, Years ago, the Grandmaster was already that powerful. She continued, Even if a saint were to descend, the Grandmaster could still easily kill them with his body refinement cultivation. Zhang Li Mo, standing beside them, reached out to pat Yuling's head and sighed in a tone of amusement. Now, with the Grandmaster's cultivation having reached the Divine Court realm, I wouldn't be surprised if he killed a great emperor. In any case, the Grandmaster is incredibly formidable. Lai Yushan smiled with squinted eyes. 300 years ago, the Grandmaster was the one I respected the most, the one I admired the most. Even after 300 years, nothing has changed. Zhu Jifu's praise was not wrong. Yuling's eyes lit up. That's true. Whether it's the Grandmaster protecting us or us protecting the Grandmaster, as long as we're by his side, that's enough. An hour passed, and within the Forbidden Palace, numerous streams of crimson blood kai rose, the red light enveloping the space. Gradually, the blood kai dissipated. Ye Bai hurriedly walked toward the disciples while saying, "It's done, let's go. We've finished here," and they obediently agreed. Yu Ling, like a bewildered young doe, thought to herself, "I don't know why. Even though the Grandmaster's cultivation hasn't changed, I feel like he is completely different from before." Ye Bai noticed something was off with her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuling's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away, answering, "And no, it's nothing." Ye Bai, after scanning her from head to toe, complimented her. "Ling Ni, to be honest, you look very beautiful in your wedding dress." The compliments from him made the little girl blush so much that it seemed like she could emit smoke. He exclaimed, "Earlier, I was just focused on fighting. I didn't even have time to admire this girl." Kai Tai Bai was stunned, never expecting that the Grandmaster could be like this. Zhang Li Mo nodded. True." Zhu Jifu raised her hand to touch her ear and shyly said, "Oh my, when we met, Grandmaster didn't praise us like this." Lai Yushan, with a somewhat jealous tone, chimed in. "That's right, when we confided, not only did we get whipped, but Grandmaster also scolded us." Lai Mo laughed heartily. "You guys are so pitiful. Luckily I wasn't whipped, just got a good lecture." Yushan, fuming with anger, quickly corrected. "That's called tough love." As for Yu Ling, after receiving Ye Bai's compliment, she shyly replied, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your praise." Ye Bai frowned, speaking with a pained expression. "This time I came late, making you suffer in the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall." Yu Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she responded, No, meeting Grandmaster again is the happiest thing in my life, Ling Nai." Ye Bai gently rubbed her head. "Silly girl, from now on, I and your senior sisters will never let anyone bully you again." Yu Ling explained earnestly. "Ling Nai hopes that in the future I can always stay by Grandmaster's side, never to be apart." Ye Bai suddenly paused for a moment. "Wait a second." He tightly shut his eyes and inwardly called out, "Where did you hide the reward system for me and little girl? It's been so long. Why hasn't there been any response?" He stared intently into Yu Ling's eyes, his expression thoughtful as he silently pondered. Could it be that because girl Ling Nai was imprisoned for too long, her activation conditions are different from the other disciples? Being stared at by the Grandmaster left Yu Ling confused and puzzled. Ye Bai spread his arms wide. "Ling Ni, come here and give me a hug." His words once again made the girl blush furiously, steam practically rising from her head. The rest of his disciples were struck as if by lightning, each wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Yu Ling, embarrassed, silently wondered, "What does Grandmaster mean by that? Couldn't it be that because he hasn't seen me for such a long time, he just—" Suddenly, Ye Bai lunged forward at a speed so fast his hair flew wildly behind him. Yu Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Ye Bai pulled Yu Ling into a tight embrace, making the girl let out a startled yelp. Tai Bai, Ji Fu, Yu Shan, and Lai Mo, upon witnessing the scene, all flushed red with embarrassment. Lion Yuan-di murmured inwardly, "I never thought your excellency had this side to you." He looked slightly worried. This little girl used to be so quick and lively. Why is she so hesitant and sluggish now? Though surprised, Yu Ling felt a surge of bliss at being held in her master's arms. Ye Bai froze for a moment, silently asking, "System, is that enough? I've done what you asked. Why is there still no response from you?" A message from the system appeared. Reuniting with disciple, ranked number 1. Reward. Cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Host version 108. Ye Bai smiled happily. The speed of his cultivation had increased tenfold. This reward was certainly worthwhile. This action left Yu Ling feeling extremely confused. Ye Bai placed his hand on the little girl's head and instructed her. Ling Nitty, you must now urgently focus on cultivating the third level of the Saint Realm. You are probably the weakest among the senior sisters. Yu Ling respectfully replied. Yes, Grandmaster. Ling Nai will definitely do her best to catch up with the senior sisters. Ye Bai smiled with satisfaction and gave a slight nod. He and his disciples walked toward the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall. Along the way, he asked, San, I recall that every 10 years you all come to the Night Emperor tomb to pay your respects to me. Lai Yushan answered, Yes, Grandmaster. Ye Bai continued, Is this the year for the ceremony then? Yushan touched her chin and replied thoughtfully, Yes, Grandmaster. Next month is the day for the ceremony. But now that you've returned, I feel it might be better to either destroy or seal the Night Emperor tomb. Otherwise, it doesn't seem auspicious at all. Ye Bai quickly stopped her. No, the ceremony will proceed as usual this year. All of his disciples, upon hearing this, simultaneously exclaimed, Ha! All of the disciples felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Zhang Li Mo, somewhat skeptical, asked for confirmation. Grandmaster, are you not only not destroying it, but still wish to continue with the ceremony? Lai Mo furrowed her brows. What does Grandmaster mean by this? Kai Tai Bai spoke up. I believe Grandmaster must have a purpose for doing this. Zhu Ji Fu chimed in. That makes sense. Outside the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land's main hall, Ye Bai and his disciples had arrived at their destination. Lai Mo speculated. It seems that when we were not in the main hall, the Grandmaster-level criminals released from the Heavenly Prison and the souls of your people have already wiped out all the remnants of the Heavenly Pool. Ye Bai commented. Very good. Tai Bai wondered. Grandmaster, how should we handle this area? Lion Yuan Day glanced around and judged. Although this place can be considered a Feng Shui treasure land, with abundant spiritual energy and various resources. But, before he could finish speaking, Ye Bai suddenly became enraged and shouted, Not destroy it? Are we supposed to keep it for the new year? Yuan Day was struck as if by a thunderbolt, and could only fall silent. Lai Mo also expressed his anger. The Grandmaster is right. This cursed place imprisoned Junior Sister for 300 years. Keeping it would only bring bad luck. Yu Ling's eyes sparkled as she hesitated. Grandmaster, Senior Sister. Lai Mo shot her a glare and clenched his fists. Grandmaster, I will go destroy it now. Ye Bai quickly stopped him. Wait, he thought for a moment. Let's wait a few more days. Right now, we have to take care of something more important. Kai Shan suddenly appeared, running quickly towards them, happily shouting, Elder Sister, Grandmaster. Tai Bai looked up in surprise at Shan Nai. She curiously asked, Sen Nai, why are you here too? Kai Shan, with her face buried between Tai Bai's two breasts, replied, Grandmaster sent me. Ye Bai smiled. Very good. Now that we have enough people, it's time to get to work. A wave of purple-red energy rose. Ye Bai clasped his hands in front of his chest, performing some sort of formation, and the heaven and earth cauldron burst into flames, appearing before them. Ye Bai spoke, then added, Those who are more skilled will benefit more. Someone, curious, asked, What is Grandmaster planning to do? Yushan, somewhat uncertain, seemed to think that he might be entering a meditative state again. Tai Bai looked up, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. Ye Bai shouted, Sit down. Prepare for cultivation. Someone speculated, perhaps Grandmaster is going to use his divine powers to break through in cultivation, and perhaps help us along the way. The others responded politely, Yes, Senior Sister. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Ye Bai spread his arms wide, and a green aura radiated from his body. Lion Yuan Day gasped and screamed. He shouted loudly. Underground, a green column of light shot up from a spiritual vein, piercing the sky. Lai Mo, taken aback, exclaimed, Heavens! I can't believe there's a spiritual vein hidden beneath the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Yushan sighed. No wonder it has flourished for millennia. Tai Bai, astonished, said, Not only does it cause the cultivation techniques to operate automatically, but even the martial skills improve. She stared wide-eyed, thinking of herself, This is truly miraculous. Yi Bai was in the midst of cultivating, seated cross-legged inside a floating sphere in midair, emanating hundreds of powerful auras. Yi Bai tightly shut his eyes. A day later, Yi Bai was still cultivating, staring at the chaotic energy in his hand. He thought to himself, has it reached its limit? The first real challenge that a cultivator must face is breaking through to become a saint. Although this challenge has blocked the path of millions of geniuses, Yi Bai shouted from inside the sphere. Break through for me. I chant the great method, supreme demon bone. Refine all of them for me. Yi Bai's broad forehead emitted a ray of chaos. The chaotic ray spread wider and brighter by the second. Suddenly, a large crack appeared in space. Yi Bai stood up, and his body radiated a dazzling golden glow. Yi Bai joyfully shouted, I've become a saint. Although my current cultivation is only at the first stage of the saint realm, as I continue to cultivate, it will become even harder, especially since I'm practicing the most difficult technique, Chaos Reincarnation Technique. He felt a bit uneasy. This time, by borrowing the spiritual energy from the sacred land and half of the finger of Emperor Transformation Pond, he was able to break through to become a saint. But what about next time? Thunderclouds gathered. Thunder rumbled loudly, and the sky turned pitch black. Yi Bai was stunned. This was Ji Yun. He looked down at Kai Tai Bai, who was enveloped by a green aura, and thought to himself, over 20 days ago, she had reached the half-emperor pinnacle stage. Today, under my influence, is she finally about to break through to the emperor level? Tai Bai suddenly spoke loudly. Grandmaster, should I suppress my breakthrough and go somewhere else to advance? She declared boldly. You don't know how powerful the emperor tribulation is. But if, because of the tribulation, you summon me and cause harm to Grandmaster and the junior sisters, that's not acceptable. Yi Bai's face was as cold as water as she replied. There's no need to suppress it. You just need to soar into the sky and use all your strength to pass the tribulation. I will handle the other matters. If you miss your chance now, who knows how long it will take for the next one to come? Tai Bai respectfully said, Yes, Master. Thank you for your support. After speaking, she shot up into the air like a rocket. Her eyes gleamed brightly. Tai Bai silently thought, without the Grandmaster, I would have been a failure all my life, already dead by now. Without the Grandmaster, I would still be drinking away my sorrow at Tai Bai's Sword Manor. She directly accepted the lightning bolts from the Ji Yun. Without the Grandmaster, today would not have been possible. The powerful lightning bolts struck down like merciless punches from the heavens. As Tai Bai performed her technique, she reflected. The Grandmaster is like a father. The Grandmaster is like the heavens. She raised her hand, and a shield appeared to protect Tai Bai. She silently encouraged herself. Passing the tribulation involves the ninefold thunder tribulation, where each successive wave is stronger than the last. Surviving the ninefold thunder tribulation means one can become a great emperor. Yi Bai, deeply focused, watched Tai Bai intently, but this time, things were different. Tai Bai's body emitted chaotic energies. She executed her move. Xuan Yuan's sword intent. At the same time, she swung her sword forcefully forward. Many formations appear along with strong bursts of aura. A beam of light emerged. Seeing that Tai Bai had no reaction, the people below anxiously called out, Fourth Senior Sister. Yi Bai was surprised and thought, this is the demonic thunder of the mind. Tai Bai gritted his teeth in pain. Kai Tai Bai winced in agony. Amidst the thunderstorm, a colossal dragon appeared, its body coiling around Tai Bai like a living shield bearing the brunt of the fierce lightning bolts from Ji Yun. Zhang Limo sighed. The energy contained in these lightning bolts is too powerful, even more intense than 7 or 8 combined. Zhu Jifu was also deeply worried. What should we do now? Can Fourth Senior Sister's current condition withstand this? Qi Shan furrowed her brow, her hands clasped as if praying for her elder sister, silently encouraging, Elder sister, you must persevere. The dragon circled around Tai Bai, bolts of lightning from the 10,000 thunder strikes speeding toward them, powerful and fierce, as if they wished to tear everything apart. The dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the lightning. Yi Bai stood above, assisting his disciple. Tai Bai looked up, flustered, and said, Sorry, Grandmaster, I was careless just now. She feared and thought to herself, Asterisk, that was close, I almost fell victim to the demonic thoughts. Fortunately, I remembered Grandmaster, remembered Shan Nai. remembered the senior sisters and junior sisters asterisk. Yi Bai pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine as long as you're awake. But right now, there's a formation appearing above their heads. It looks like a vortex that wants to devour everything." Tai Bai was stunned. Yi Bai explained, "Someone intervening in the heavenly tribulation will trigger the tribulation fury. When the tribulation fury emerges, 10,000 tribulations beyond redemption." Tai Bai, feeling a mixture of guilt and unease, said, "Grandmaster, the disciple is at fault." Yi Bai unexpectedly flew straight into the heart of the formation. Tai Bai's eyes widened, her mouth agape. "Grandmaster, what are you planning to do?" Yi Bai answered calmly, "Tribulation fury is even better. I have a treasure that can only be refined in the thunderstorm. Perhaps this is my opportunity." His disciples were filled with intense worry, panicking. Grandmaster is diving straight into the tribulation cloud, but that's where the power of the thunder tribulation is at its peak. Limo asked in confusion, "Will something happen? Should we lend Grandmaster a hand?" Tai Bai landed next to them and spoke, "Don't go. One person involved in the cycle of fate has already caused such a great impact. If another person gets involved, it will only create more trouble for Grandmaster." She clenched her teeth. "If Grandmaster is in danger, I will sever this cycle of fate." Yi Bai entered the formation, executing a move to maintain the chi fire. The two powerful sources of energy clashed directly. A resounding explosion echoed, and hundreds of violet lightning bolts erupted from the sides. Everything gradually dissipated, leaving only a single thread of chaos. Tai Bai's command, "You all continue to cultivate below. I will go assist Grandmaster with guarding." Lai Yushan respectfully agreed. "Yes." Tai Bai flew up, preparing to enter the formation. Just as she was about to step in, Yi Bai emerged. He closed his eyes tightly, frowning in evident exhaustion. Tai Bai smiled brightly. "Grandmaster, congratulations on breaking through to the saint rank and successfully refining the ultimate treasure." Yi Bai replied, "I should be congratulating you for breaking through the great emperor instead." A system notification appeared. 5 disciples have broken through to the great emperor realm, and their upgrading processes are overlapping. Yi Bai was both pleased and surprised, thinking to himself, have I already had 5 disciples break through to the great emperor realm?" Yi Bai, intrigued, asked Tai Bai, "Tai Bai, out of all the senior sisters, where do you think you rank in terms of breaking through to the great emperor realm?" She raised her hand and answered, "Probably 5th. Yi Bai was startled. How do you know?" Tai Bai confidently shared, "Grandmaster, just now when I was breaking through to the great emperor realm, I suddenly had a hunch, and that's how I knew I was the 5th person to break through." Yi Bai smiled with his eyes squinted, placing his hand on Tai Bai's shoulder and said, "Then try to see if you can sense their exact location." Tai Bai quickly responded, "Grandmaster, I already tried just now." She pointed into the distance and explained, "But I'm not sure if it's because of some issue, or if it's due to the distance. But it should be somewhere in the southwest of Central State Territory." Yi Bai was stunned. Central State Territory. Isn't that where the Nether Spirit evil entity discovered the demon clan? Yi Bai assigned Tai Bai a task. "Now, I'm giving you something to do." Without much thought, Tai Bai immediately replied, "Grandmaster, please speak. Disciple will do everything in my power." Yi Bai explained, "The next day is the day of the ceremony. Before that, you and the others will use the embroidered shadow division or any other means to contact all the senior sisters and junior sisters you can." Tai Bai was surprised and exclaimed, "Grandmaster, why do you want to do this?" A large question mark appeared in her mind. Clearly, Grandmaster has been resurrected, so why still hold this ceremony? Yi Bai explained, "It's time to officially declare war on the 9 great sacred halls." He smiled, and an aura radiated from his entire being. "No, it's the 8 great sacred lands." Tai Bai politely responded, "Grandmaster, according to my investigation, the strength of the 9 great sacred lands is uneven. The heavenly pooled sacred land is the weakest among the 9 great sacred lands." Yi Bai turned his head slightly and replied calmly, "I know you're wondering about this, but what rank does Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall hold?" Tai Bai hesitated a little, then exclaimed, "Stellar Wonder," she thought to herself. "Today, I have finally become a great emperor, and now I have the power to resist Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. But if I want to declare war, After a moment of contemplation, Tai Bai spoke up. Stellar Wonder is ranked third. On the surface, Stellar Wonder's sacred land only has 3 great emperors, but disciples say these 3 great emperors are all fellow disciples. Their master was the previous leader of Stellar Wonder, the Holy Lord. She stroked her chin and continued with a thoughtful expression. But that person didn't die. Instead, they have been in seclusion. 1,000 years have passed, and it's likely that they have broken through to an even higher level. Yi Bai smirked at the thought. The foundation of the sacred land truly was beyond what ordinary people could predict. He sighed inwardly. But even if this sacred land grew stronger, so what? When the time comes for the ceremony, I'll meet more disciples, and my strength will certainly increase. By then, even if we declare war on the 8 great sacred lands, there will be nothing to fear. Ye Bai declared boldly. Tai Bai, after the ceremony, Stellar Wonder's sacred land will be the first target of our conquest. Tai Bai cupped her hands and replied loudly. Disciples understand. She quietly reassured herself. If Grandmaster says it, it will surely happen. Then she asked, Grandmaster, when contacting the senior sisters, should we tell them that we have been resurrected? Yi Bai answered, it would be better to give them a pleasant surprise. While walking, Yi Bai continued, I want to see how those girls have grown after 300 years. Yi Bai suddenly became serious and questioned. Ling Ni has been imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool's sacred land for so long without anyone knowing. By the time I bring down the whip, all of you are to blame. Tai Bai was terrified and hurriedly knelt down. Kai Shan and Yu Ling were startled, and upon seeing their 4 sisters kneel, they also knelt down immediately. Yi Bai raised his hand, using his aura to help his 2 disciples stand up. He was furious. What are you 2 demons doing? They are senior sisters. They are the ones who were negligent. His face darkened. If I had been 200 years late, wouldn't Ling Ni have been imprisoned for another 200 years? Yu Ling, frightened, shouted out in defense. Grandmaster, this cannot be blamed on the senior sisters. It's Ling Ni's fault. Please don't punish them. Ju Fu, however, smiled happily and thought to himself, this scene hasn't appeared for many years. I didn't expect to see it again after 300 years. Ye Bai felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts regretful. He waved his hand and said, all right, get up now. I have other matters to attend to. He reiterated, I've already explained to Tai Bai what you all need to do. They all replied in unison. Understood, disciple understands. Tai Bai, curious, asked, Grandmaster, are you going to the Central State Territory? Yi Bai answered, Grandmaster will go quickly and return quickly. He thought to himself, I'm going to the Central State Territory to find one of the great emperor's disciples. But more importantly, there might be news of the demon clan there. Yu Shan happily introduced, Grandmaster, this is a small-type airship that has been upgraded. Its speed is no less than the maximum speed of the Noah ship. We should be able to reach Central State Territory in just 2 days. Yi Bai was delighted. Very good, I like it. He shouted loudly, next month we will gather at the Night Emperor's mausoleum. Ji Fu respectfully replied affirmatively. At the Central State Territory, the Grandmaster had become the vermilion bird, and a large crowd was gathering. They were all angrily shouting in protest. How can you allow this? This is the first time I've seen such discrimination. It's as if they're protesting the decision of the demon race. That's right. Why are demon beasts not required to coo and be inspected before entering the sea? What era are we in, still playing these nonsensical discrimination games? At this moment, a young man with pink hair raised his voice to explain. Queuing is not discrimination. The demon race is offering a large reward for those who can find an alchemist in Central State Territory. Ye Bai happened to be present and had overheard the entire conversation. Through the people's discussion, he learned some information. It was said that Jia Mo Demon, Lord of the Demon Race, was nearing the end of his life. The 4 great demon emperors had issued a public announcement throughout the Central State Territory, seeking ways to extend his lifespan. Any method that worked would be heavily rewarded. However, it had been many years since the announcement was made, and although many people had tried their luck, almost no one had succeeded. He then stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, may I ask who the 4 great demon emperors you mentioned are? This rather naive question from Yi Bai took the 2 people by surprise. Huh? You don't even know the 4 great demon emperors? The 2 of them then took the time to explain. Kim Peng Great Emperor, Dio Zhuang. King Yu Great Emperor, New Fen, Great Emperor of the Demon Race, Da Fei Fei, Kishin Great Emperor. Among the 4 names they just listed, did you notice the last one? The young man with pink hair asked in surprise again. You said the last great emperor's name is what? The young man confirmed that it was indeed the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wuxiao, though it was normal for you not to have heard of her, as this great emperor was so legendary. From what he knew, her talent in the demon tribe was considered a once-in-a-thousand-years kind of rarity. 200 years ago, she was still only a holy king, and at that time, she had already proclaimed herself as the great sage equal to heaven. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai was certain, without a doubt, that the great emperor he was referring to was indeed Sun Wuxiao, who had cultivated the power of the great Tao, my 5th disciple. From the realm of holy king to half-emperor, and then to great emperor, she only took 100 years. Thinking this, he wanted to ask another question. Sir, then why would great sage Sun also want to help Jiao Mo Demon Lord find elixirs to extend life? He cleared his throat and continued. That brings us to the glorious history of great sage Sun. The person recalled years ago, she single-handedly swept through half of the demon tribe's territory and was eventually noticed by Jiao Mo Emperor Lord, who took her in to cultivate. Later, Jiao Mo Emperor Lord wanted to take her as a disciple, but she directly refused. Jiao Mo Emperor Lord was not angry. He just said that if the demon tribe ever faces a great disaster in the future, he hoped she would not hesitate to help. Great Sage Sun agreed. Time passed, and later, when Great Sage Sun became the great emperor, she attacked the Shangming sacred land. Not only did she kill thousands of the enemy's experts, but she also seized their divine weapons and treasures. At this point, the young man with pink hair smiled and leaned closer to him. In the end, if it hadn't been for the Emperor Lord stepping in to protect her, she would probably have been killed by the sacred land's Emperor Lord. Ye Bai, after hearing the whole story, could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, oh my, if I had known, I wouldn't have told her the journey to the West story all those years ago. Does this monkey really think she's the great sage equal to heaven? A moment later, his expression suddenly turned very serious. But I remember that after I broke through to the Divine Court realm, I unlocked the 9 Heavens Longevity Pill card. I wonder if that card could. This question of his was quickly answered by the system. It is a pill recipe of 7 grades that can extend lifespan. Among them, the 1st grade is the lowest, and the 9th grade is the highest. However, extremely rare and precious natural treasures are required to refine it. After being refined, each pill can increase the user's lifespan by 100 years, but it can only be used once. Using it multiple times will have no effect. Ye Bai absorbed this knowledge. So that's how it is. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, the registrar slowly asked Ye Bai, "Are you an alchemist or are you carrying pills?" He lazily replied, "An alchemist." The registrar then asked him a series of questions to fill out the list. How many items? The simple answer is 7 products. The attitude of the registrar at this moment was still very ordinary. 7 products, huh? But in the next instant, his eyes could not hide the panic as they turned toward him. Wait a minute, 7 products. His gaze suddenly tightened, and he sternly reminded, "Do you know that the Yao tribe absolutely detests those who deceive? Do you know what it means to be a 7-product alchemist?" Then, he started lecturing. Currently, the most powerful alchemist on the continent is Yao Xing Chen, a 9th grade alchemist. When he reached the Holy King realm, he only then broke through to become a 7-product alchemist. This name is very familiar to Ye Bai. It was truly unexpected. Yao Xing Chen. The registrar hadn't finished speaking. Who is Yao Xing Chen? He is the one with the strongest alchemical talent in the past 10,000 years. Your cultivation level has only reached the 7th stage of the Holy Saint realm, so what have you compared to him? Being looked down upon like that, Ye Bai really wanted to retort. This girl is my 22nd disciple. I'm her grandmaster. Now tell me, compared to her, what do you think I am? He had no trust in him at all, and directly told him to leave. All right, you better leave. Saying that, he just walked off, mumbling as he went, never having met anyone who talked so arrogantly. Luckily for him, Ye Bai wasn't that petty. How is it that in today's world, where you tell the truth, no one believes you? Oh well, I'll let it slide since you've been flattering my disciple to the skies. I won't hold it against you. On the streets of the Crimson City, the call for registration continued to echo through every corner. The heaven-controlling alchemy conference was recruiting alchemists. Only those at the cultivation Saint rank or above, and third-tier alchemists or higher, could register. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to the Yan Wu Alchemy Conference. Starting from the late stage of cultivation Divine Court, there is no restriction on the level of alchemists. As long as you have the natural talent for alchemy, you can sign up. Ye Bai was also present. He turned to the man in front of him and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, do you know where the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference is recruiting people?" Like a registrant, the man glanced at him with a look of disdain. "Your cultivation level is only at the 7th layer of Saint rank." Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's face stiffened for a moment. "So what if I'm at the Saint rank? Should I be looked down upon because of it? Is a Saint rank cultivator not qualified to be a 7th-tier alchemist?" At that moment, a girl standing by the roadside softly called out to him, "Young master, that red tower behind us is the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration as she gazed at the tower. However, such a prestigious alchemy conference like Xing Chen would never recruit passersby like us. Their standards are very high. They won't accept anyone who doesn't have exceptional alchemy talent, and they won't take anyone below the 4th-tier alchemist. Contrary to the girl's admiration, Yi Bai remained completely indifferent, responding calmly, "Is that so?" At this point, she wanted to invite him to her alchemy conference. "I see that you have extraordinary aura. How about I speak with the people at our alchemy conference and bring you there?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Bai turned and walked away. "Thank you." Despite her best efforts to call after him, "Ah, young master, please don't go. Young master." Yi Bai quickly arrived at the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference. The students there, upon seeing him, immediately understood. So he wanted to join the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference, did he? One of them ordered for him to be brought in. They didn't seem as cold as the rumors suggested. In fact, they were quite friendly. "Young master, please follow me." Was that all? Yi Bai was surprised. It was that simple. No further questions. Inside the room, there were already many alchemists like him who had arrived earlier. From their numbers alone, one could tell the prestige of this place. It seemed that the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference truly lived up to its reputation. Many people sought to join the alchemy conference. On the podium, Bai Shan stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Welcome everyone to the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference. Next, we will begin the first test." His even, steady voice echoed through the room. "Let me introduce myself. I am Bai Shan. Bai Shan, Peak Sacred King. I know you've all come here because of the president of Xing Chen. But recently, the Grandmaster has been in closed-door cultivation. So today we will conduct an assessment for everyone." His appearance caused a stir among the crowd below. A 7th-level alchemist, the direct disciple of Yao Xing Chen. With these 2 titles alone, he already held a high position in the alchemy world. How would the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference assess them? They wondered. Bai Shan would soon answer that question. "Our first test is..." The eyes of everyone, filled with anticipation, his gaze shifted towards him. The next moment, a circle of spiritual consciousness suddenly appeared in his eyes, instantly enveloping the entire room and directly affecting everyone present, causing no small amount of panic and worry among them. "Oh my God, what is that?" Ye Bai, however, remained silent throughout, secretly smiling with a knowing expression. So that was it. After the recent test of character, Bai Shan finally spoke up. When refining elixirs, an alchemist must focus all of their attention, without distraction. And when an accident occurs during the refining process, one must remain calm and not panic. What he just did was a test for the alchemist here. The rare and unique spiritual treasures used for refining elixirs cannot be easily replicated. A single mistake could mean that you might never refine it again in your lifetime. Therefore, those who stepped back have been eliminated. Those who closed their eyes have been eliminated. Those who panicked have been eliminated. Bai Shan loudly declared. "My spiritual consciousness has already covered this entire hall. So now, I ask those who have been eliminated to immediately leave." And just like that, the unlucky alchemists, who had done nothing wrong, were sent packing, feeling completely dissatisfied. "What? This is it? Is it over? Oh my God, that was so abrupt. Why not have a contest on alchemy skills?" Exactly, it ended before it even began. The alchemy conference spirit really isn't fair. Yibai, however, was different from them. He found the selection process incredibly interesting. Both men and women were upset to have been eliminated so quickly. The aura released by the senior just now only reached the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. With such power, if everyone had sensed it in advance, they would have been able to withstand it. Her condescending tone made Yibai frown in discomfort. Ignoring their whispers, Baishan still followed the rules and instructed those whose names were called to immediately leave the hall. In this way, everyone left with deep sighs of regret. I knew it. The Xing Chen Alchemy Conference isn't easy to enter. That's right. Moreover, I've heard that very few people actually passed the first two tests. Even so, the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference does not lower its standards. After all, those who make it into the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference are all alchemy geniuses, and the selection process will naturally continue. He stood above, guiding the remaining people. Now please follow me to the next hall. The second test will begin in 10 minutes. Yes, Senior. Yibai himself was somewhat impressed by Baishan. It seemed Xing Chen was very good at judging people. This individual had excellent aptitude, a calm demeanor, and sharp eyes, clearly born to practice alchemy. As he walked past Yibai, his gaze couldn't help but linger. A sense of doubt arose in his heart. This youth only had the cultivation of the Supreme Sage. He was the person with the lowest cultivation here. Yet he had easily passed the first test. This young man was truly a talent. It was as if he could sense that he was being looked at, and he didn't shy away from meeting Baishan's gaze. Yibai's sharp eyes only startled Baishan even more. Wait a minute, compared to the gaze of the Grandmaster. This youth's eyes. He tried to shake his head, reminding himself, no, it must have been an illusion. I can't trust what I felt just now. Maybe I just saw it wrong. How could a teenager at the Saint Realm have eyes like that? 10 minutes passed quickly. Next, the first test, the mental state, couldn't reveal much. The second test, however, would truly assess a person's alchemy aptitude. On each person's table, a clear heart pill had already been prepared. Baishan also explained the rules to them. The second test is alchemy. I'll provide you with the formula and the materials. As long as you can refine a clear heart pill into a finished product, you pass. At first, when they heard the rules, some alchemists looked down on this round of testing. Huh? Is that all? As a fourth-tier alchemist, even though I've never refined this second-tier clear heart pill before, I'm confident I can make it. A female alchemist couldn't hold back any longer, eager to start. Just wait. In an hour, I can refine a perfect pill. But Baishan's next words were what truly shocked them. I forgot to mention, this test forbids the use of an alchemy furnace. As expected, discontent spread quickly among them. What? No alchemy furnace? Are you kidding? How can we refine pills without a furnace? This is completely impossible. Yibai, seemingly familiar with this, chuckled to himself, thinking, Xing Chen, you're still as mischievous as ever. Baishan, feeling helpless, had to explain to them again. You may think it's impossible, but I can tell you that when my Grandmaster was only a second-tier alchemist, he once refined a third-tier pill without using a cauldron. His eyes and voice were full of admiration when he spoke of his Grandmaster. The Grandmaster had once said, there is nothing impossible, it's just a matter of thinking outside the box. There is nothing you cannot do, and no task too difficult if your will is strong enough. For some reason, when he heard these words, he felt they were kind of cheesy. Oh my, the method of refining pills without a cauldron was clearly the result of that girl accidentally blowing up all the cauldrons. And then, in a rush to refine the pills, she had no choice but to come up with that method. He couldn't understand why it was now being turned into such a lofty declaration. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. The confidence the alchemists had earlier had been replaced with anxiety. There was only a limited amount of materials, and failure meant elimination. Refining pills without a cauldron would certainly require countless attempts. But now, they were being forced to succeed on the first try, which was clearly impossible. While they were still confused and unsure of where to start, Yibai had already begun and completed his part of the test. His quick movements soon drew the attention of those around him. What is this person trying to do? The clear heart pill alone had more than a dozen main ingredients, not to mention the 7 or 8 supplementary materials. Was he planning to mix them all at once? Uncle's trying his luck. A series of speculations rang out. with no room for error in the refining time, the order of the fire, or the method of smelting. One mistake, and everything would be ruined. Ye Bai paid no attention to the world around him, his mind fully absorbed in alchemy. Not only were his competitors surprised, but even Bai Shan was impressed by him. An alchemist, this was the aura that only a true alchemist could possess. What he was demonstrating made Bai Shan admire him deeply. A young man at the Supreme Sage realm with such an aura, truly bizarre. But no matter how talented he was, it was something others could not achieve. At this moment, Yi Bai had reached the stage of blending the materials together, and in the next moment, they would be refined and solidified. The other contestants seemed to have forgotten their own tests, their curiosity fully focused on Yi Bai. What kind of fire is that? He's refining so quickly. Could he be cheating? Even using a top-tier alchemy furnace to melt the ice mystic flower and remove impurities would still take 2 breaths. Yi Bai stood in the center of the room, exuding a rare presence, his movements flawless as he refined the pill. In no time, he had reached the smelting stage. At this point, Bai Shan truly dared not question his abilities anymore. Could it be? Could it be that this young man's alchemy talent was 100 times stronger than a grandmaster's? When Yi Bai snapped his fingers, all the ingredients had officially fused together. The more Bai Shan watched, the more astonished he became, unable to utter a word. This young man not only has a divine talent for alchemy, but also the ability to set up formations, cultivating both at the same time. What kind of monster is he? Other alchemists quickly realized that they had now succeeded halfway, and the next step was the most crucial one, ceasing the pill refinement. If he succeeded, the clear heart pill would be completed. Yi Bai was only one step away from success. He now focused all of his attention on the pill refinement as the spiritual energy converged at a single point. The impact of this caused his inner strength to be affected, and his brows involuntarily furrowed because of it. When Bai Shan noticed this, he seemed to have already assumed that Yi Bai would fail this time. What a pity! If only he had controlled the fire better, perhaps the pill would have been made by now. But the sound of astonished voices from the crowd made him abandon this thought. Look, the young man hasn't finished yet. He's still refining the pill. Turning around, they saw him shout loudly, and the shape of the pill had already taken form, but others still believed he hadn't truly succeeded. Sure enough, it's a failure. As expected, he's only been refining for a few minutes. To make a finished product, it should take at least 3 hours. With his cultivation level, it's strange if he doesn't fail. In response to their doubts, Yi Bai simply smiled mysteriously. The object in his hand was beginning to crack. When the outer layer completely vanished, a misty vapor surrounded it. This phenomenon was nothing new to the alchemists, and everyone knew how rare it was. Pill frost, heavens! Not only has he refined a pill, but it's also an exceptional clear heart pill with pill frost. The effectiveness of this clear heart pill is 5 times higher than the usual kind. Is he even human? Yi Bai held the finished product in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he thought to himself, not bad. Moreover, he had not expected the reward of a 20 times increase in alchemy speed to also enhance the effectiveness of his alchemy. Although it wasn't exactly 20 times, it was still a 10 times improvement. A moment later, he turned to Bai Shan and asked, I wonder if this pill I've made is valid. Bai Shan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he suggested, Sir, may I speak with you privately? Upon hearing this, Yi Bai immediately agreed. That was my intention as well. As they entered the room, Bai Shan asked, May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Do you have a master? Yi Bai answered calmly, Yi Bai, I don't have a master. This answer was completely unexpected for Bai Shan. No master, yet the alchemy technique was at this level? It seems I've underestimated his talent for alchemy. Since he had said as much, Bai Shan wanted to make his proposal. Yi Bai, if I introduce you to a grandmaster, the president of the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference, Yao Xing Chen, would you be willing to take him as your master? Yi Bai, upon hearing this, didn't feel pleased. Instead, he looked somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Bai's awkward expression, Bai Shan added, I know your alchemy talent is extraordinary, but the road ahead in alchemy grows increasingly difficult. 130 years ago, the Grandmaster broke through to the 9th rank of Alchemy Master, and his cultivation is at peak half Emperor, just 1 step away from becoming a legendary Alchemy Celestial. But this step, the Grandmaster has tried many times and still hasn't crossed. Only now did he truly understand his intentions. It turned out that the purpose of bringing him here was not to join the alchemy conference, but to have him pay respects to a master, and moreover, to be an apprentice to Girl Xing Chen. Since he had such good intentions, he gladly agreed. He had no objections, though he could confidently say that if your Grandmaster saw me, he definitely wouldn't take me as a disciple. Bai Shan, unaware of the truth, innocently replied, "No way, if Grandmaster met you, he'd surely be very happy." He shared this thought with Bai Shan as well. Indeed, if Girl Xing Chen saw him, she would probably burst into tears with joy. Even though they hadn't met yet, he could already imagine her throwing herself into his arms, crying loudly while saying, "Grandmaster, I missed you so much, please be well. Don't cry, don't cry." He too was looking forward to that moment. Suddenly, Bai Shan added, thinking about the timing, "It seems Grandmaster's seclusion is nearly over." He once said that after finishing his seclusion, he would visit the Central State Territory. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai asked further, "Did your esteemed master come here recently?" Bai Shan carefully recounted, "Yes, right after news spread that Jiao Mo Demon Lord's lifespan was about to end, one of the 4 emperors of the demon tribe, Great Sage Sun, came looking for my Grandmaster. Unfortunately, at that time, Grandmaster couldn't find a way to extend Jiao Mo Demon Lord's life. Afterward, the Central State Territory issued an announcement seeking other alchemists or pills to prolong lifespan." From his explanation, Yi Bai realized that Jiao Mo Demon Lord's situation was almost identical to his own back then. If that was the case, you can be sure of one thing: the 7 ordinary longevity-enhancing pills definitely won't work on the Jiao Mo Demon Emperor. An idea immediately popped into his head, making him chuckle. But what if it's not the usual kind? He turned to him with a smile and said cheerfully, "Then it's settled. I'll wait for your master to arrive." His voice was full of anticipation as he replied, "Great." Bai Shan even made a special suggestion. "If you're short on alchemy materials, you can take the regular ones. As for the rare ones, we can sell them to you at an internal price. Definitely a better deal than buying them outside." After hearing this, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. How did the conversation suddenly shift to buying and selling materials? If he didn't know he was a disciple of Xing Chen, he would have thought he walked into a fraud guild. Anyway, some of the materials he wanted him to prepare included longevity fruit, 3 origins celestial flower, red spirit fruit, yin condensing herb, gold spirit seed, and blue star divine leaf. Yi Bai's plan was to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill today. Hearing the names of these herbs, Bai Shan was a bit taken aback, because he knew very well that all of them were rare and precious materials, each with significant value. Could he really want to use these materials for alchemy? With that thought, he wanted to ask, "Yi Bai, I'm a little curious. What rank of alchemist are you now?" He pondered for a few seconds, and then replied calmly, "Let's say I'm at the 7th rank." At this level, it was still not enough for him, especially since he could now refine pills at 10 times the usual speed. With the black flames of the Supreme Demon Bone, the 7 products also became the lowest level that could be manifested. Returning to the main matter, Yi Bai directed Bai Shan, "If there's nothing else, could you please help me prepare the materials as quickly as possible?" He was, of course, more than willing to do so. All right, I'll go right away." 15 minutes later, he quickly returned. "Yi brother, here are the materials you need." He also pointed out, "This room has a high-quality alchemy furnace, capable of refining pills of level 8 or higher." Ma'am. After saying that, he carefully placed the materials on the table. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." To his surprise, Yi Bai proactively told him, "No need, you can stay." This was indeed a great opportunity. Really? He didn't dare refuse. Then, as the saying goes, it's better to obey than to be polite. Yi Bai then began the process of alchemy. From the very beginning, Bai Shan was amazed. Here. Surely he's not going to use this method to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill, right? He used his spiritual energy to lift the herbs, and threw them directly into the furnace for refinement. He couldn't take his eyes off Yi Bai's every move from start to finish. The effects of the illusionary furnace were no less impressive than the actual alchemy furnaces. Moreover, Yi Bai not only executed each step perfectly, but also worked much faster than an average person. Everything proceeded smoothly until noon the next day. Bai Shan suddenly heard a commotion from outside. "Oh my God, you guys, quick! Look over there!" The volume of their voices made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon careful consideration during alchemy practice, the alchemist must not be disturbed. Otherwise, the result could be a failure at best, or, at worst, an explosion of the alchemy furnace, damaging the alchemical process. So he decided to step out and see what was happening. Unexpectedly, what he witnessed made him panic. A series of lightning bolts struck down from the sky in rapid succession. This was the alchemical tribulation, a phenomenon that was only ever mentioned in legends. Not to mention 7 products, even a typical 9th grade elixir could not trigger an alchemical tribulation, unless it was a top-tier 9th grade or a heaven-defying elixir. As this thought crossed Bai Shan's mind, a single hypothesis surfaced. Could it be that Yi brother really triggered the alchemical tribulation? Suddenly, someone flashed across the roof. The speed of this person caught his attention, and he hurriedly chased after them, bowing his head before the Vermilion Bird Palace to respectfully greet them. "Sir, long time no see." Upon meeting him, the other person expressed just as much surprise. "Ha! This tribulation wasn't triggered by Bai Shan, bro. The city lord of Vermilion Bird City, half-emperor of the Vermilion Bird." At first, he thought perhaps it was His Excellency Qing Chen, himself personally refining elixirs in the pavilion. But a moment later, he was stunned upon hearing Bai Shan's explanation. No, my master will probably arrive in a few days. The one refining the elixir is actually a friend of mine." Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Bai had already finished refining, and as soon as he completed the process, a brilliant beam of light shot through the roof and soared directly into the night sky. The shock of it made the two, the Phoenix and Bai Shan, come personally to check it out. They saw him point at the purple circle, causing it to ignite in an instant, and the lightning then converged because of it. Bai Shan and the Phoenix were so astonished by this scene that they were left speechless. It worked. Bai Shan thought in amazement. With Yi brother's abilities, with Yi Senior's alchemy skills, he was surely not just a 7th-tier alchemist, but a true 9th-tier alchemist. At this moment, Yi Bai, from inside the towers, threw out the pill he had just refined. The pill dropped for a moment before coming to a stop in front of Bai Shan. Yi Bai commanded, "Bai Shan, try the medicine." Bai Shan clasped his hands and bowed, "Thank you, Yi Senior." Beside him, the Phoenix, in admiration and envy, asked, "Try the medicine. Does a perfect grade pill like this even need to be tested? Heaven and earth, why wasn't I given the chance to do this?" Bai Shan did not respond, silently focusing as he began to consume the pill. 10 minutes later, Bai Shan was still refining the pill. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and cold sweat began to pour from his body. Soon after, a burst of spiritual energy shot up from Bai Shan, reaching the middle of his chest. Once the refining process was completed, Bai Shan let out a long breath and gathered his energy. The Phoenix rushed over to him, congratulating Bai Shan on breaking through to the half-emperor realm. But then, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something. "Huh! It seems your alchemy realm also?" Bai Shan replied with a hint of joy. "Thank you, Lord City Master. My alchemy skills have indeed made some progress. At the moment, I might just have stepped into the ranks of an 8-product alchemist." Vermilion Bird asked again, 8 products? He thought for a moment. While the difference between 7 products and 8 products might seem like just one grade, these 2 levels represented entirely different statuses. "How is it? How much has your lifespan increased since the alchemy was done in the tower?" At this, the crowd below started chattering excitedly. What? How much did his lifespan increase? Shouldn't the question be about his cultivation breakthrough? Or how much his alchemy skills have improved? Exactly. What does lifespan have to do with it? Wait, what kind of pill is the senior in the tower refining? Up above, Bai Shan quickly bowed respectfully. "Master Yi, I have gained a total of 3 more years of life." Vermilion Bird hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Bai Shan by the shoulder. "Bai brother, I was only asking if this pill, when given to Jiao Mo, your excellency, would have the same effect." Bai Shan didn't know how to respond. This was a question only the city master could ask the senior to get an answer. Vermilion Bird nodded in agreement. Understood. Inside the tower, Ye Bai was holding the remaining pill, silently calculating. While the effects were undoubtedly fine, the pill's success rate was a little low. Only 4 of the pills had reached an exceptional quality, while the remaining 5 were merely of ordinary high grade. Where exactly was the problem? At this moment, Bai Shan and Vermilion Bird entered the tower. As soon as they stepped into the room, Vermilion Bird immediately lifted his head to look at the person before him. He unexpectedly speculated, the Supreme Sage? No, that wouldn't be enough, would it? Seeing Bai Shan respectfully bowing beside him, he became even more curious. Huh? Bai Shan's gaze towards the young man was full of reverence, but Bai Shan was already an 8th-rank pill refiner, a mighty 8 emperor, so he could surely recognize the cultivation of this young man. The Vermilion Bird glanced at Ye Bai, assessed him, then said, so this young man at the level of the Supreme Sage is indeed a true 9th-rank alchemist. Ignoring the presence of the 2 people over there, Ye Bai remained silent, calculating. It seemed that the issue lay in the Thunder Tribulation reinforcement when refining the pill, something he had not yet perfected. Bai Shan spoke up, Ye Senior, this is the city lord of Vermilion City. He had something to discuss with you. Ye Bai turned his head and said, go ahead. What is it? Looking at the person in front of him, the Vermilion Bird was briefly stunned. After Ye Bai sat down, he softly asked, I wonder, Ye Senior, if you know about Jiao Mo Lord Demon Venerable? I would like to ask Ye Senior if the pill just refined would be effective for Jiao Mo, Your Excellency. Ye Bai quickly replied, yes, but its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. At most it could increase his lifespan by 100 years. The Vermilion Bird was shocked and asked in disbelief, what? 100 years? Are you serious? Ye Bai nodded, yes. The Vermilion Bird immediately bowed deeply and respectfully, may I ask, Ye Senior, if you have time to come with me to the central domain of the Demon Clan? Ye Bai poured some tea, casually replying, sorry, I must decline. Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird and Bai Shan both widened their eyes. Bai Shan stammered, this. Vermilion Bird bowed and proposed, Elder Yi, it's like this. If you agree to come with me to the Demon Clan's central territory, and also cure Lord Jiao Mo, Venerable Demon, whatever you want, we can satisfy. Sitting across, Ye Bai continued to sip his tea leisurely, pretending not to have heard anything. This irritated Vermilion Bird. He frowned, infernally annoying. No one had ever dared to ignore him like that. He glanced at the jade ring on Ye Bai's hand. If he guessed right, the masterpiece pill he had just refined had surely been placed inside that ring. Then Vermilion Bird cast a quick look at Bai Shan and muttered, if that's the case, perhaps I'll seize the pill by force. Although Bai Shan had only just reached the half-emperor realm, he was certain he could defeat him in the blink of an eye. He looked back at where Ye Bai sat, thinking to himself, as for Elder Yi, his cultivation is only the Supreme Sage. Suddenly Ye Bai's expression darkened and he said, what? You think that because gentle words won't work you'll resort to robbing it? Hearing his thoughts read by the man in front of him, Vermilion Bird felt a little alarmed. Ye Bai gently set his teacup on the table and laid down a condition. All right, I'll give you 2 choices. He raised one finger and said, 1. You may seize the pill from me by force. Consider yourself impressive. Then he raised another finger. 2. You summon the great saint here and have it personally invite me. Ye Bai thought to himself, previously I was always the one to actively seek disciples. Couldn't it be that this time I'll finally get to experience a disciple coming to me of their own accord? After hearing the 2 conditions, Bai Shan and Vermilion Bird both simultaneously widened their eyes in shock. Bai Shan broke into a cold sweat, anxiously asking, has Yi Senior gone crazy? Vermilion Bird was a half-emperor. If he wanted to see something, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Standing beside Vermilion Bird, someone else pondered, you want to invite the great saint, the most hot-tempered of the 4 great demon emperors, to meet with him. What are you thinking? In the end, he used his demonic power to make a decision and asked, Yi Senior, are you serious about keeping your word? Of course, Ye Bai responded softly. Seeing the tense situation, Bai Shan quickly rushed forward to stop them. Yi Senior, no. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. Just as he was about to stop them, Vermilion Bird struck him and sent him flying. Bai Shan landed in another pavilion across the way. He quickly got up, cursing, Damn it. This is trouble. Yi Senior has been so considerate to me. This time, I must stop Vermilion Bird. Baishan hurriedly flew back toward the pavilion. From within, bolts of lightning shot out. In a panic, Baishan shouted, Yi Senior, he's charging in there in a fit of rage, yelling, Vermilion Bird, I won't let you off. Upon seeing the scene inside, Baishan froze for a moment. What happened? The earlier painful scream wasn't from Yi Senior. It was from Vermilion Bird. On the opposite side, Yi Bai continued to provoke him, showing impressive power. Keep going. Vermilion Bird lay on the ground, trembling and unable to speak. You see this scene? Baishan thought in astonishment. Isn't Yi Senior's cultivation level the supreme sage? At the same time, Vermilion Bird struggled to prop himself up, trying to stand. Just now, I was careless, and the next moment, he shouted loudly, I will definitely get this elixir today. The Zhu summoned a circle of magical tools to attack Yi Bai. Yi Bai slightly raised his lips, offering a subtle smile. Immediately, a box-shaped structure made of lightning bolts surrounded the Zhu. The Zhu looked around, thinking to himself, oh no, in this form, I can't handle so much lightning. But if I revert to my original form to deal with a person at the saint level, that would be too embarrassing. After a moment, the Zhu reluctantly accepted and said, Yi Senior, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yi Bai, still not letting him off the hook, laughed and replied, I'm sure I can't hold back now. After all, a single bolt of lightning, and even 1,000 horses couldn't pull it back. The next moment, from the towers, lightning exploded brightly across the area, accompanied by the Zhu's blood-curdling scream. He staggered, barely standing, stammering, You. Yi Bai smiled faintly. So, do you want to be struck by lightning again? The Zhu, slightly frightened, thought, although the lightning just now seemed very powerful, it didn't strike anywhere critical. It seems that this Yi Senior intentionally held back. Damn, here I am, a member of the demon race, being sparred by a human at the saint level. This is truly humiliating. He quickly transformed and flew up into the air. As he flew away, the Zhu shouted, Yi Senior, remember what you said. I'll go inform that person for you. Looking towards the direction where the Vermilion Bird flew out of sight, Yi Bai sighed. Not bad. The flying speed of the Vermilion Bird is no less than that of the small aircraft I've modified. If I were to use it as a mount, it would surely be pretty cool. After saying this, Yi Bai turned towards Baishan. All right, he probably can't return just yet. If that's the case, why don't you join me for a stroll in the form of the Vermilion Bird? Baishan respectfully replied, Yes, Senior Yi. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, Senior Yi, you're really calm. The great saint is about to arrive, and we're still taking it easy like this. Could it be really okay? The Vermilion Bird had already flown back to the central domain of the demon race. It transformed back into its human form and landed slowly. The Vermilion Bird bowed deeply and called out loudly, The Vermilion Bird has an important matter to report to the great saint. Please pass on the message. After a moment, someone approached, and the Vermilion Bird hurriedly knelt and paid its respects. The Vermilion Bird greets the great saint. At this moment, a beautiful girl appeared. She was the 5th-ranked Great Emperor, one of the 4 great demon clans, Sun Wuxiao. Wuxiao furrowed her brow and asked, What is it that you seek from me? The Vermilion Bird lowered its head and replied, Great Saint, I have found an elixir that can extend the lifespan of Jiamo, Your Excellency. Before the Vermilion Bird could finish its sentence, Wuxiao grabbed its neck tightly. Angrily, she asked, Do you know how many people have said this to me? Since the announcement was made across the Central State Territory, I've heard this news dozens of times. It gives me hope again and again, but each time, I end up disappointed. The Vermilion Bird hastily pleaded with the great saint. This time, I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, that senior is currently attending the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference. Wu Xiao was astonished. At the Xing Chen Alchemy Conference, she released her grip from the phoenix's neck, allowing it to continue speaking. That's correct. That senior is a 9th-grade alchemist. It continued, I personally witnessed Baishan swallow the elixir that senior crafted. Not only did he break through to half-emperor, but he also became an 8th-grade alchemist. His lifespan also increased by 300 years. More importantly, the senior himself guaranteed that this elixir could extend Jiamo Demon Lord's life by another 100 years. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao's interest was piqued as she thought, guaranteeing an extension of 100 years to Jiaomo's life. Interesting, very interesting. She raised her chin and threatened the phoenix. If I go there and don't see what you claim, your bird life will be mine. The phoenix broke into a cold sweat and quickly responded, I wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Everything I said is the absolute truth, not exaggerated in the slightest. However, noticing that it hesitated, Wu Xiao glared and threatened, speak quickly. The phoenix bowed slightly and said, as for the ninth great alchemist, he mentioned that if you want the elixir, the great saint herself must personally invite him before Jiamo, your excellency. Wu Xiao sneered and said, he wants me to go personally invite him? She curled her lips into a smile and said, I'll have to see if he has the ability to make me do that. In the city of the Phoenix, the streets were bustling with people. Bai Shan was strolling through the market with Yi Bai, turning his head to gaze into the distance, lost in thought. Although this place was far from the central domain of the demon realm, with the Phoenix's incredible speed, they could return in just 2 or 3 hours. Yet Yi Senior remained as calm and composed as ever. He looked towards Yi Bai in shock, calmly eating and shopping, completely unguarded. Suddenly, Ye Bai started a conversation. Bai Shan, tell me about Grandmaster, I want to hear. Bai Shan lowered his head. Yes, Senior. Up above, the vermilion bird carried Wu Xiao to the location, and he announced loudly, Bai Shan, Yi Senior, I have invited your excellency here. Please come up and meet. Upon hearing the name called by the vermilion bird, Wu Xiao furrowed his brows and asked, Yi Senior, it's rare to encounter someone with the surname Yi in this world. In my lifetime, I've only met one grandmaster with the surname Yi, Vermilion Bird, a 9th grade alchemist. Are you saying his surname is Ye? Do you know his full name? The Vermilion Bird responded, This Yi Senior cultivates the Supreme Sage, appears as a young man, and is proficient in the art of thunder. Wu Xiao felt a bit disappointed and thought, it seems I overestimated things. If the respected one hasn't died yet, with Grandmaster's extraordinary talent, it's still uncertain whether after 300 years of cultivation, he could even reach the realm of Tongzhuan. A moment later, the vermilion bird arrived before Ye Bai and Bai Shan, who were standing. It respectfully said, Yi Senior, I have invited your excellency here. What would you like to say to your excellency? Suddenly, Wu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as a force shot straight into the vermilion bird's head, causing Wu Xiao to fall as well. Bai Shan quickly explained Yi Bai's actions. Great saint, please calm your anger. Yi Senior did not mean it. At this moment, Yi Bai grabbed Bai Shan's shoulder. He stepped forward, and Bai Shan, terrified, tried to stop him. Yi Senior, you. Suddenly, Wu Xiao knelt to the ground. Both Zhu He and Bai Shan were dumbfounded by the sight. They thought to themselves, the great saint is kneeling before Yi Senior? How can this be? Wu Xiao paid no attention to the expressions of the two, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke. The unfilial disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. Yi Bai asked sternly, How do you know I am the real one? Wu Xiao respectfully replied, Anyone can fail to recognize me, but only Grandmaster, in this lifetime, I will surely recognize. She blinked back her tears and gazed upwards, thinking to herself, This form of address, I first heard it 200 years ago, when the eldest senior sister said her farewell to me. Ye Bai looked at the disciple before him, admiring her. She had recognized him with just a glance. Surely, she must have keen eyes. Behind them, Bai Shan was still in shock, his mouth agape. What? The Yi Senior is actually the Grandmaster of the Great Saint? After a moment, Wu Xiao quickly commanded, Zhu He, take us to pay respects to Jia Mo, your excellency. Zhu Ko carefully replied, Yes. Ye Bai then assigned a task to Bai Shan. Bai Shan, you wait here for Xing Chen. If you encounter her, tell her to hurry to Jia Mo, your excellency, and find us. Bai Shan bowed respectfully. Yes, Grandmaster. Soon Zhu Ku moved with the utmost speed, taking Ye Bai and his disciple to meet Jia Mo, your excellency. On the back of Zhu, Ye Bai looked at Wu Xiao and asked, Wu Xiao, at first, did she strike the Shangming sacred land just because of this broken staff? She denied it, responding, "Grandmaster, those sacred lands need to be cleared. They deserve to die. If I were given another chance, I would definitely flatten that sacred land." While the two were talking, a system notification suddenly rang out. Sixth disciple of the 108 awarded the Great Emperor skill card. Ye Bai opened his eyes wide in surprise. Huh. He clapped his hands as if recalling something. That's right, I remember that in Tai Bai, after breaking through to Great Emperor, the system mentioned that the reward mechanism would involve leveling up. Could this be the leveling up reward? Ye Bai issued the command to use the Great Emperor skill card. Immediately, the system chimed again. Congratulations, disciple. You have drawn the special power of the Great Tao skill. The power of kingship can double combat strength in a short time, and can increase even more depending on the cultivator's current cultivation level. This skill can be passed on to disciples of the Great Tao. Ye Bai stared at his clenched fist in astonishment. Power of kingship, is this a kind of ultimate technique from some animation in my past life? However, this skill wasn't bad. It was just a pity that, at the moment, his cultivation was only at the Saint Realm, meaning he could only unleash 5 times the power of the kingship. After thinking this through, he turned to Wu Xiao, calling her over. Wu Xiao, come here, I will teach you a divine technique. Give it a try. Wu Xiao nodded. Okay. Grandmaster Ye Bai pointed to her forehead, transmitting a divine technique. Wu Xiao also absorbed this power, and flew up. Then there was a loud crash. She had landed a searing blow straight on the vermilion bird's body. He winced in pain and muttered, "Great saint! Ouch, ouch, that's on my back, not on a rock. Could you be a little gentler?" Wu Xiao knelt in gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing this divine power. This power is truly very suitable for your disciple." She thought to herself, if she had possessed this divine power back then, how could the Emperor Lord of the Shangming Sacred Land have driven her away? A pleased smile curved her lips. A Grandmaster is truly a Grandmaster. Upon meeting me, he's given me such a momentous gift. Ye Bai stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, if you unleash this Realm King authority at full strength, by how many times can it increase your power?" Wu Xiao replied respectfully, "Report to Grandmaster. It can probably increase it 50-fold. She lifted her arm, proudly showing off, and the disciple could still sense that this divine power, as her strength rose, could be further tapped to release even greater potential. Hearing this, Ye Bai recoiled in astonishment. He can only manifest it 5-fold, while this girl could bring it to 50. It didn't stop there. He wept inwardly. It seems people are not the same. The gap between a human and a monkey is truly enormous. At the center of the Dedon clan's territory, Ye Bai looked down warily. This aura, it's the Great Emperor. Wu Xiao shouted, "You stupid ox! Why on earth are you here? Do you think this old madam wouldn't smack you to death with a single strike?" Below, Nu Fen taunted, "Damn monkey, if you have the guts, come here. Mr. Nu wants to fight you today, to determine who's superior." Wu Xiao was furious upon hearing this. Ye Bai suddenly stepped forward in front of her, looking at Nu Fen with some interest. After seeing Ye Bai standing in silence for a while, Wu Xiao thought the master was angry and quickly explained, "Grandmaster, please believe me. I don't usually cause trouble. I've changed a lot already." Really, she quickly defended herself. Actually, it was because she felt that her disciple had taken one of the 4 emperors' rankings, pushing him to the bottom of the 4 emperors. So every time she showed up, he would always block her and demand a fight. Over this issue, he had stopped her more than a dozen times. Ye Bai smiled and gave an order. Wu Xiao, like the Azure Bull Great Emperor, found it difficult to break free. Either she ignored him completely or wouldn't stop until he acknowledged her strength. Wu Xiao happily asked again, "Grandmaster, what do you mean?" Ye Bai nodded. "Go ahead, just don't beat him to the point of death." "Understood. Grandmaster, I will obey," she replied, expanding her staff and swinging it toward Nu Fen. "You stupid cow. Take a hit from me." Nu Fen wasn't going to back down either, clapping his hands together. He used demonic power. Damn monkey. He transformed back into his original form, standing his ground in battle against Wu Xiao. She laughed gleefully. "You stupid cow. I've already given you face. From now on, just suffer the consequences." Nu Fen frowned. "I didn't expect that after just a few days apart, your bluffing skills have leveled up." Wu Xiao didn't bother talking much anymore. She gathered her strength, focusing the energy into her fist. Wu Xiao shouted and punched forward, her royal realm power now 10 times stronger. Nai Fen sneered at the childish trick, then began using a secret technique. A surge of demonic energy, like a storm, slammed down with immense force. Wu Xiao barely managed to dodge it in time. She placed her hand on the ground to steady herself, then angrily muttered, "This dumb ox really dares to play for real." Nai Fen continued, releasing a beam of light into the sky and shouting, "You damn monkey! What the hell are you lying down dead for?" Wu Xiao stared in shock, quickly retaliating with her own strike at Nu Fen. Her royal realm power now doubled, her move accompanied by a raging gale wind. Just as she was about to land the punch, it suddenly halted. Wu Xiao was worried. She hadn't expected that even with her royal realm power at 25 times, her body had reached its limit. With no other choice, she poured all her remaining strength into her final blow. Two forces, each with immense power, were about to collide. In the sky, Ye Bai was observing the battle. He gave an order to the vermilion bird. "What are you waiting for? Why are you still just hovering there? Fly higher." The vermilion bird quickly ascended. "Yes, senior." Below, the two enormous forces of Nu Fen and Wu Xiao were rapidly closing in. They collided head-on, causing a massive shockwave. The vermilion bird was also pushed back by the pressure from the battle, but Ye Bai remained calm, watching the scene without any sign of concern. Looking down into the deep pit after the battle, Vermilion Bird, filled with admiration, thought, "This great saint is truly formidable." She managed to strike Zhu Qingyu, the Great Emperor, with the cultivation of a mid-stage Great Emperor. In the deep hole, Wu Xiao sat on the ground, while Na Fen, still beside her, remained unconscious. Ye Bai signaled to Vermilion Bird, signaling for her to go down and fetch her. Vermilion Bird quickly responded, "Understood." Senior Ye Bai jumped down to where Wu Xiao lay and kindly asked, "Can you still move?" She hurriedly replied, "Grandmaster, could you help me up a little?" She closed her eyes wearily, as right now, she was temporarily unable to move. Ye Bai lifted her up, saying, "Let's go." He began to assess the situation. From the previous battle, Wu Xiao had used at least 20 times the power of her royal authority, but it had also pushed her body to its limits, leaving her unable to move for the time being. Ye Bai carried Wu Xiao and flew up to Vermilion Bird's back, and she, in a pitiful tone, complained, "Grandmaster, it hurts so much." Ye Bai immediately comforted her. All right, I'll be gentler." Vermilion Bird, flying through the air, watched this scene in astonishment. What was this pitiful display? Wasn't this supposed to be a great saint with a fierce temper, someone who could strike without hesitation? Ye Bai then asked, "How many times was your royal authority multiplied the last time you used it?" Wu Xiao answered joyfully, 25 times, Grandmaster." She smiled happily and added, "Grandmaster, your divine powers are indeed unmatched. There's a considerable gap between each level of the Great Emperor realm. This divine ability can exploit the method of skipping levels to challenge opponents. Truly remarkable." Ye Bai reminded, "Learn from this. Right now, the most you can use is up to 10 times. Increasing it to 25 times your body strength is still beyond your capacity to bear." Wu Xiao, "Yes, understood, Grandmaster. Disciple understands." 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived. Wu Xiao led the way and said, "Grandmaster, we've arrived." Ye Bai gestured, "Let's go." Wu Xiao softly replied, "Yes, Grandmaster." She introduced, "Grandmaster, this is Jia Mo Demon Lord." Ye Bai glanced up, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. As he surveyed the person, he noticed a faint trace of demonic energy surrounding Jia Mo Demon Lord. Based on the reaction of the Supreme Demon Bone, he could tell that this demonic energy was many times stronger than all the demonic creatures in the Heavenly Pool's sacred land combined. Jia Mo Demon Lord opened his eyes to look at him, but Ye Bai remained unfazed, thinking, "But how could a powerful demon lord have demonic essence? Could it be?" Jia Mo Demon Lord, somewhat curious, asked, "Human brat, your reaction is similar to the initial one from Girl Xing Chen." Wu Xiao proudly replied, "Old Jia, last time Yao Xing Chen was my junior sister, and now this person is my master." Ye Bai politely introduced himself. "I am Sei Bai, paying respects to Jia Mo Demon Lord." Jilmo Demon Lord, astonished, confirmed. Monkey Girl, you mean to say he is your Grandmaster? Wu Xiao happily boasted. That's right, the methods of the Grandmaster are such that only those who don't think of them would believe they can't be done. Upon hearing this, Jilmo Demon Lord, curious, asked, So what brings you here today? If you're planning to leave the Central State Territory, I won't stop you this time. Just don't forget the agreement we made. Wu Xiao casually replied, Old Jia, this time I really do intend to leave. But before I go, I'll take care of your lifespan problem. Saying this, she extended her hand toward Yi Bai and exaggeratedly said, Because others can't solve this problem, to Grandmaster, it's not an issue. He was momentarily at a loss for words. His face turned a bit pale. This rebellious monkey, 300 years without seeing her. And now she's acting exactly like the Azure Bowl Great Emperor. Her wine-chopping skills have suddenly advanced so much. She wasn't like this before. Jilmo Demon Lord slightly lowered his head, signaling his refusal to Wu Xiao's offer. Don't worry about me leaving. I'll tell you straight, the issue of lifespan cannot simply be solved by any elixir. He added, Instead of wasting time on me, you should focus on cultivating and breaking through your own realm. Wu Xiao clenched her fists, unwilling to accept it, thinking, In this world, besides Grandmaster, Old Jia is the person I owe the most. But within like this now, how can I leave in peace? Suddenly, Ye Bai beside her took out a pill and tossed it to Jilmo Demon Lord, speaking. Old Jia, you might want to try this pill. He continued. Whether it works or not, only you can find out by trying it yourself. Jilmo reached out to take the pill. Mr. Su carefully examined the pill in his hand, silently astonished. This pill was the most extraordinary longevity elixir I had encountered in nearly a century. His gaze darkened slightly with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, given the current state of my body, I fear. Wu Xiao hurriedly asked, Old Jia, what do you think? Jilmo praised, this pill is a top-tier product. It can easily extend your life by at least 30 years, without any issues. Wu Xiao, slightly surprised, shouted 30 years. She asked again, Old Jia, are you sure? My Grandmaster said it could extend life by at least 100 years. Jilmo Demon Lord laughed heartily, saying, Originally, I had only 2 years left to live, but now I can extend it by so many years all at once. No matter what, today I must thank both of you. Thank you, he continued. From now on, you will be a distinguished guest of our demon race. Whenever you need help, just speak directly to me. Ye Bai politely responded, Thank you, Old Jia. Wu Xiao urged from the side, Old Jia, hurry up, I am now guarding you, so go ahead and begin absorbing the pill. Jilmo, the demon elder, leisurely took the pill. Is there really such a rush? My lifespan isn't about to end right away. As he took the pill, Ye Bai quietly whispered to Wu Xiao, Wu Xiao, perhaps Jilmo Demon Lord still has a way to be saved. He instructed her, From now on, no matter who it is, they must not interfere with me. Do you understand? Yes, Master, Sun Wu Xiao replied. Grandmaster, feel free to act as you wish. Leave it to me here. As long as anyone comes to cause trouble, I will definitely make them turn back. She was overjoyed, thinking, That's great. Old Jia can still be saved. As long as Grandmaster says it's possible, then it definitely can be done. At the place where Jilmo Demon Lord was sitting, he was focused on refining a medicinal pill. Several strands of demonic energy suddenly leaked from his body. Jilmo's face turned pale, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The demonic energy emanating from him continuously devoured the spiritual energy around him. Just a moment later, the demonic energy had completely consumed the refined spiritual energy. Jilmo Demon Lord furrowed his brow, as expected. These damn things. Once I take the longevity elixir, they will devour everything. Then continue to hide inside my body, absorbing my life force. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his consciousness. Old Jia, these are the internal injuries you've had for many years, aren't they? Jilmo Demon Lord was startled and opened his eyes. Huh. He looked up and saw the illusory figure of Ye Bai appear. You're the Grandmaster of Monkey Girl? Ye Bai calmly said, I can help you eliminate the demonic essence left by the demon clan. Jilmo Demon Lord was slightly surprised but still agreed to let Ye Bai help. All right, Then let's see what you can do. He thought to himself, there were very few people in the world who could recognize the demonic essence. If this person could identify it, maybe he really had a way to resolve it. A faint smile appeared on his lips. If you succeed, I owe you a great favor. As long as I am still alive, no matter what difficulties you encounter, even if it's the destruction of any sacred land, I will come to help you. Of course, even if you don't succeed, it's fine. I've endured this for tens of thousands of years, so another 30 years won't make a difference. Yebai also began to take out the alchemy furnace. All right, I'll start now. The illusory furnace suddenly grew large, breaking through the ceiling and flying outside. It gradually turned, entering the middle of the space. Yebai raised his hand to make a gesture and spiritual energy radiated from his hand. The furnace began to heat up and burn, with demonic essence being consumed and screaming wildly. Jiamo laughed triumphantly. Burn them all. Burn them to death for me. His phantom spoke with a suggestion. Old Ja, the demonic essence inside you has deeply rooted itself, infiltrating your marrow. If you want to completely eliminate it, you need to manifest your true form. Only then can you avoid unbearable suffering. I agree immediately. Painful? Little friend, come on as long as you can exorcise all that demonic essence. Do whatever you want. Yebai requested. All right, old Jia, please manifest your true form now. I'm about to begin. A giant shadow appeared with a loud roar, blocking out the light for more than half of the space. He was stunned as he looked at the huge turtle appearing before him. Damn, had I known that the true form was this big, I wouldn't have made this request. Wu Xiao, who was standing nearby, explained. Grandmaster, the true form of old Jia is Hoshin ancestor. It is said that this is an ancient bloodline, and its power can shake the heavens and earth. Yibai's entire body radiated spiritual energy. Your little master will begin now. Pay attention. She replied. Yes, master, rest assured. He raised his hand and gave the command. Heaven-filling black flame, supreme demon bone, begin the refining process. Now, the demonic essence within Jomo's body, which surrounds him entirely, is being refined by spiritual power. His true form sighed. I never expected that the master of the young girl could wield black fire and be so unruly. But as long as I can force this hateful thing out, even if it causes 10 times the pain, I will endure it. At this moment, Jomo's eyes, in the form of a turtle, suddenly glowed. Half an hour later, some Wuqiao admired and marveled. Grandmaster is indeed formidable. Maybe after this time, old Jia might make a full recovery. A voice from the distance echoed. Damned monkey, what are you doing to Jiamo, your excellency? Wu Xiao, frustrated, cursed. You blind cow, can't you see? It's my grandmaster who's treating old Jia. The other voice growled back. You're lying. Do you think I can't feel Jiamo, your excellency's life force growing weaker by the minute? She ignored Niu Fen. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you want old Jia to recover, then stand by quietly. He didn't believe her. I'd believe you were crazy before I believe that. How many people truly hope Jiamo, your excellency, can live on? Quickly call that person down here, or don't blame old Niu for risking his life with you. Wu Xiao furrowed her brows angrily. This stupid ox, had she known, she would have used more force earlier to knock him out for a few months. She ignored Niu Fen's words and continued to observe. Dioxi appeared. Great saint, what is going on? This is the second in the ranking of the 4 great demon emperors, the Kim Peng Great Emperor. Wu Xiao turned around to explain. The person up there is really my grandmaster. He's saving the old man. You can believe it or not, but if you don't, then we'll fight. She suddenly changed her attitude, so I choose not to believe. The 2 girls, fierce and ready to act, activated their spiritual powers, about to charge at each other. Wu Xiao, with a defiant shout, if you want to play, then play. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, someone else arrived, causing the 2 to stop. From afar, a pair of graceful legs approached, followed by 9 fluffy tails. She glanced over and recognized her. It was Fei Fei, strutting toward them, her hand adjusting her hair. Dioxi shot Fei Fei a glare. What are you trying to do? This concerns Jiamo, your excellency's safety. That person must be dealt with. Fei Fei responded calmly, be quiet. I can sense that person has no ill intentions toward Jiamo, your excellency. He is likely, as the great saint said, saving Mo, Your Excellency. I suggest we stay on the side and quietly wait. If anything unusual happens. At that moment, it was not too late to act. New Fen oppose, Fei Fei. But that's a human, and the human race is currently going through a special period. The majority of humans have ulterior motives. She cast a spell and charged towards him. New Fen was immediately immobilized. Fei Fei's expression turned serious as she warned, "My decision is not for you to question." She turned to Wu Xiao and spoke, "Great Saint, Fei Fei trusts your words, but for now, we must temporarily endure this injustice." Dixi, unable to resist the unfair treatment, could do nothing. The clear difference in treatment was evident, and he agreed with it. Wu Xiao was also restricted and unable to move. She struggled, but to no avail. Dixi, amused at their misfortune, sneered, "Stop struggling. It's useless. This forbidden palace power is one of the divine powers of the Heavenly Fox clan." She deliberately added, "Don't think that just because you only have the strength of an early-stage great emperor, New Fen could escape either." She taunted, "Dixi, how about we make a bet? If I can break the seal within 1 minute, will you call me Sun Family from now on?" Dixi, of course, didn't believe it. "You? Based on you?" Wuxiao smiled mysteriously and began to activate the forbidden technique. "If I can't break free within a minute, then when we meet again, you can call me Raja and add a bow. How about that? I'll deal with Fei Fei myself." Turning to look at her, New Fen quickly noticed something unusual. "Wait a minute, this damn monkey isn't." Dixi readily accepted. "As long as Da Fei Fei isn't behind you helping, then I'll bet with you." Wu Xiao immediately began. She stood in a stance, tensing her body and issuing commands, her royal aura 10 times stronger. She sneered, "Even if you can use forbidden techniques, so what? To break through Da Fei Fei's forbidden palace power, you need at least the strength of a late-stage great emperor, or a peak great emperor." She focused only on her own world, her royal aura increasing to 15 times, then 20 times, then 25 times. Da Fei Fei anxiously intervened. "Great Saint, stop now, you can't continue any further." Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with lightning. At 30 times the royal aura, the bet today was not just about face, but about her very path. In the dark of the night, everyone focused on a single point of light, unafraid of challenging their limits, knowing that breaking through would allow them to surpass themselves. A stream of spiritual energy surged out, and the three of them watched intently, not daring to miss anything. New Fen was stunned. "Oh my God, this shockwave is terrifying." At that moment, Sun Wuxiao hovered in midair, while the three below looked on in awe. Despite her bones and meridians being slightly broken, her vitality, blood energy, and momentum were not reduced. In fact, they had grown stronger. When people use forbidden techniques, they either lower their cultivation or lose their potential for life. But she was doing just fine. The more forbidden techniques are used, the stronger they become. At that moment, Wu Xiao was still lost in the forbidden technique he had cast when suddenly a reproachful voice sounded. "Are you all trying to destroy the temple of the demon god of my sect?" Fei Fei, New Fen, and Dixi were startled. "Mo, Your Excellency." Everyone anxiously asked in unison. "Mo, Your Excellency, are you all right?" He was quite pleased. "I'm fine. After 20,000 years, this is the first time I've felt this good." Hearing that, Fei Fei couldn't help but feel happy as well. "After so many years, this is the first time I've seen Mo, Your Excellency, so happy." At this moment, Dixi finally believed it was true. It seemed the great saint had not lied. That person really was helping Your Excellency. It turned out we were the ones being overly suspicious. Mo issued a command. "All 4 of you, stay put and behave yourselves." They acknowledged the order. Mo, Your Excellency, felt a bit nostalgic. That demonic essence had tormented me for 20,000 years, and now a third of it had been destroyed. Whether it could be completely eradicated or not, this person had already helped our demon race a great deal. Meanwhile, Yi Bai was still focused on refining, deeply absorbed in dealing with the demonic essence. The demonic essence, with his supreme demonic core, could be considered a complementary force, allowing him to absorb it into his body and thoroughly refine it. Mo inquired, "Little friend, are you planning to transfer the demonic essence into your body? Is that your intention?" Yi Bai confirmed that it was indeed his plan. After speaking, he immediately drew all the demonic essence toward himself. They were swiftly drawn toward Yi Bai's body, and then he vanished into the air. Jiamo gradually shrank, returning to his human form and landing on the ground. Sun Wuxiao hurried over. "Old Jia, how are you feeling? Why can't I find my master?" He hesitated, clearly troubled. "I'm fine now, but little friend, he didn't want to affect us. So he took all the demonic essence and concealed it in the void to refine it on his own." In the void, Yi Bai was focused on refining all the demonic essence. He clasped his hands together and said, "This demonic essence is truly fierce. Luckily, the Heavenly Pool's precious artifact is barely enough to suppress it." While thinking, Yi Bai grabbed a strand of demonic essence that passed by. If he could use the Supreme Demon Bone to completely refine it, it would be the perfect moment to burst his spiritual power, helping him ascend a few more levels. Jiamo and Wu Qiao both looked up at the sky, waiting for Yi Bai. He gradually entered the process of advancement, reaching the first layer of the human realm, then the second layer, the third layer, and finally the peak. Sun Wuxiao joyously embraced Yi Bai Grandmaster. He kept holding on, unwilling to let go. "Old Jia, the demonic essence has been refined by me. There's no need to worry, but I wonder how your body is recovering." He clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for saving my life, little friend. My lifespan has been extended." Jiamo's face was full of smiles, a response that will last 10,000 years. Nai Fen Fei Fi and Diaoxi were stunned by this. He solemnly promised, "From now on, if there's any need, our demon clan will spare no effort to repay you." At this point, the two finally released each other. Then, with a single word, Fei Fei expressed her charm, her eyes sparkling. "From now on, I, the little maiden, am willing to serve the esteemed lord every night, using my body to repay the favor." Nai Fen pushed Fei Fei aside, telling the women to step aside. "Great benefactor, old Nu greatly admires you. How about we make a brotherhood pact? You can be the elder brother." Wu Xiao immediately opposed. "You go ahead. If you become Master's sworn brother, wouldn't that make you my Shibo, Uncle Master?" Diaoxi, arms crossed, looked at them with obvious disdain. Wu Xiao raised his chin. "Even the stinky bird has witnessed Master's abilities, and yet you're still so arrogant." Diaoxi suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands together, and said, "Like a mother in heaven, please accept a bow from Hai Nai." Yi Bai's eyes bulged, almost vomiting on the spot. Puffed. His head is covered with black lines, accepting a father so decisively. What the hell? No Fen hadn't anticipated this move. "Damn, didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Not the type of bird, either." Fei Fei beside him covered her mouth and laughed, truly the perfect example of being in the know, delivering a top-notch graduation performance in all subjects. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop with the father-son thing. He mentioned important matters. I still need to talk with old Jia." Jiamo speculated, could little friend want to discuss those demonic affairs? Yi Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Exactly. Back when I was at Heavenly Pool's sacred land, I saw a demonic being with an essence similar to that. You were shocked. What could it be?" Jiamo Demon Lord invited Yi Bai into the hall. "Come, little friend. Please enter and let's talk inside." He folded his arms and followed along. "All right, matters concerning the Demon Clan are not something that can be explained in just a few words. We will take our time to discuss it." The two sat opposite each other at the head of the table, while Wu Xiao, Diaoxi, Fei Fei, and Nu Fen stood beside them. Yi Bai recounted the events in the deepest part of the Heavenly Pool's sacred hall, where a skeleton of the Demon Clan was kept. He remembered the skeleton he had encountered. Although I had never seen a living Demon Clan member, just seeing the skeleton was enough to feel an extremely unsettling aura. Jiamo became furious upon hearing this and slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. Those damn people of Sacred Land, how dare they have the audacity to nurture the Demon Clan? Yi Bai calmly reassured him, "No need to worry, I have already destroyed them." Jiamo gulped in shock. Heavens, how could that be? Even for our own demon race, to deal with Heavenly Pool's sacred land would at least require 3 great demon emperors to join forces. However, he soon sighed in relief. Destroying them is for the best. If it were up to me, I would have definitely eradicated them as well. Yi Bai explained the situation clearly. Although Heavenly Pool's sacred land no longer posed a threat, they still knew very little about the demon clan. So he wanted to hear old Jia's story about what happened tens of thousands of years ago, when the human race allied to oppose the demon clan. Jia also recalled the events of the past. Back then, the fantasy continent was even more prosperous. Now it's several times stronger. The demon race alone had 7 emperor lords, and the human race had even more, not just double the number. But even so, when fighting against the demon clan for an extended period of time, we still lost more than we won. Not only that, but they were born to be killing machines, the nemesis of all mortal beings. It was not until 20,000 years ago that we accepted great losses before finally defeating them. He closed his eyes and sighed, then the demon clan retreated into their hidden lair, and no news was heard from them. Duan Jiamo raised his head and smiled, "Little friend, if you wish to go to their hidden lair to investigate the whereabouts of the demon clan, my tribe of demons is willing to accompany you." Ye Bai has some doubts. Old Jia hears you. The demon clan is mysterious and unpredictable. I think it's better not to stir them up for now. We should first prepare properly. He silently calculated. These demon clans seemed not easy to deal with, and it was best to adjust his own condition to the best possible state for now. He spoke. "Oh, prepare what?" "Little friend, just tell us. My demon tribe will do our utmost to accomplish it." Ye Bai wrote the necessary things down on paper. "Within 3 days, we need some alchemy materials and rare treasures of heaven and earth, as many as possible." He handed the paper to Da Fei Fei. "Xiao Fei, handle this matter. You must dedicate yourself fully to completing it." Fei Fei lowered her head, delighted, and responded. "Fei Fei accepts the order. I will definitely not disappoint my senior benefactor." After that, Yi Bai stood up, looked at the 3 of them, and said, "You 3 are free, right? Then come and train with me. I won't use any divine abilities, and you won't use any demonic powers." He changed into another outfit, exposing his strong, bare upper body, and simply started training with his bare fists. Thinking of the immense energy within Yi Bai's body, the energy refined from the demonic essence, was truly overwhelming. Just absorbing a part of it to enhance his cultivation had directly allowed him to reach the peak of the Saint Realm. He raised his fist, full of spirit, but if it was used for cultivation, it would be too wasteful. If the remaining energy was refined to become the foundation of his physical body, Niu Fen rubbed his shoulders excitedly. Since the senior has said it, a little rubbing shouldn't be a problem. But I'm not sure how many blows your human body can handle. DOC also wanted to test their strength. Although the senior was vast divine power great, even the strongest human experts had difficulty matching up to us demons. Since you're so confident, I'll see how it goes. Just how much can you really take? Wu Xiao, recently promoted, cracked her knuckles with great enthusiasm. "I can't go against Master's orders." Nai Fen kindly reminded her, "I'm going to use all my strength in this attack." Yi Bai stood ready to begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Wu Xiao took the initiative. She reached out, grabbed the wooden staff, stepped forward, swept the staff high, and then slammed it into Yi Bai's body. He simply used his hand to block it lightly. Yi Bai looked at his muscular arm with satisfaction. "Very good. This demonic part of me has been honed into the core of my being, perfectly integrated." Soon after, Niu Fen appeared from behind. What followed was an unending exchange of blows between the 4 of them, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yi Bai seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, as humans, you need to be beaten up a lot and struck hard before you can truly succeed. A powerful punch came flying towards him. Now the situation was 1 against 2. Yi Bai boldly swung his arm, sending Wu Xiao flying. At the same time, with his other hand, he struck Niu Fen across the face. Niu Fen, slightly uncomfortable, rubbed his sore shoulder. "Now this is more like it. If you want to fight, you might as well go all out." The black-horned bodyguard standing beside him looked anxious. "Lord Demon Venerable, are you really going to let the 3 demon emperors and Senior Yi keep fighting like this endlessly?" Jilmo focused solely on observing the uneven battle. "It's fine. It's just a bit of sparring for physical training. They'll stop when it's time." Watching the 3 being utterly thrashed, the bodyguard could only scream inwardly. Why doesn't this look like they're about to stop at all? 3 days later, the scene below had finally returned to tranquility. Yi Bai spoke up, unconsciously. "I've been fighting you all for 3 days and 3 nights. After purging the demonic energy from his body, Yi Bai felt utterly refreshed. After such an intense session of training, all the energy refined from that demonic power had transformed into his own foundation. He could clearly sense how much stronger he had become. This time, no matter how formidable the demon clan may be, they won't be able to lay a finger on me. Nai Fen lay sprawled on the ground, his tone full of grievance. Next time I feel like fighting someone again, you'd better make sure to hold me back. Deokshi propped himself up, panting. These past 3 days of taking hits, I've been beaten more times than in the past 100 years combined. Sun Wuxiao, sitting nearby, pointed out a silver lining for the two. Getting pummeled by Grandmaster really hurts. But haven't you noticed? In these 3 days, the amount we've accumulated is almost equal to 10 years of cultivation. To reached out to touch his own body. You're right, now that you mention it. My muscles and bones really do feel stronger than before. Nu Fen also looked at his hand, trying to recall the sensation. Tan Nu Fen still wanted to be beaten once more, to feel the pain. At this moment, Mo Demon Lord arrived and spoke his thanks. Young friend, you've worked hard these past 3 days. Not only have you strengthened your foundation, but you've also helped train those 3 as well. Ye Bai humbly replied. It's nothing, just a little effort. The two had only exchanged a few words when Fei Fei hurried over. She respectfully clasped her hands and bowed. Greetings, Mo, Your Excellency. Greetings, Senior Yi. Fei Fei opened her palm, revealing the items she had found, materials for pill crafting, and the rare herbs collected over the past 3 days. She held up a shimmering material to examine it. Yi Bai observed. This is too much already. If that brat Yao Xing Chen saw this, he would be envious to death. He said his farewells. Old Jia, take your time recovering. Now that the 20,000-year-long chains have been removed, your future cultivation will surely rise to a new level. Jia Mo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. That's all thanks to your kindness, young friend. I'm truly grateful. Ye Bai spoke his final words and prepared to leave. I won't trouble you any further. I'm going to take Sun Xiao Wu to investigate the true situation of the demon clan. He seemed a bit sad. Let's go, little one. You should return to Master's side now. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao remained carefree. Yes. Suddenly, Fei Fei stopped them. Wait a moment. Her eyes were filled with tears. Mo, Your Excellency. Senior Yi, Fei Fei wants to go too. Sun Wuxiao, irritated, asked, Master is taking me. What do you want to tag along for? Fei Fei wagged her large tail and gently responded. Great Saint, that's not correct. My Heavenly Fox clan's territory is not far from the hidden secret land, and I'm very familiar with that place. She winked happily and added, Law, don't you have a saying that things are easier when you're with people you know? If I go with the two of you, maybe I can be of some help. Ye Bai thought for a moment and spoke. The locals know the way. That's not bad. Fei Fei asked, So you want me to go with you? Sun Wuxiao, hearing this, shouted in displeasure, Master, wouldn't it be more comfortable if it were just the two of us? Why bring this chatterbox along? Nai Fen, seeing this, thought to himself, I'd rather spend more time with Senior Yi to cultivate. Deokshi silently calculated. Fei Fei, who was at the top of the Demon Emperor hierarchy, couldn't be allowed to take all the opportunities for herself this time. With that thought in mind, she said, Mo, Your Excellency. Senior Yi, I also wish to join in this exploration of the demon clan. Nai Fen echoed, I feel the same. Deokshi tried to persuade, the demon clan is cunning and strange. Senior Yi, having a capable member like me by your side would be like adding wings to a tiger. Mo, Your Excellency, don't you think so? Nai Fen nodded, I agree. Ye Bai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a speechless expression and thought to himself, I'm not Xuanzang going to fetch the scriptures. Why do I need 4 talented people to come along? On the other side, Mo Demon Lord spoke in a calm voice, I have no objections. You all must decide based on what the young friend thinks. Deoxi excitedly spoke up. We can carry Senior Yi and everyone else to it. Who on this world has the fastest flying speed, apart from the Golden Pang? With its wings spanning 90,000 miles, who else could it be? Nu Fen chimed in. I'm the same. Su Wuxiao tugged at Nai Fen's long horn and scolded, You land cow, you look just like a fool. Hearing this, Ye Bai couldn't help but think to himself, true, I originally planned to ride the vermilion bird, but compared to the golden pang, the vermilion bird's speed is as slow as a creeping snail. With this thought, he quickly agreed. All right then, I'll let you come along as well. DLC cupped his hands in respect. Thank you, Senior Yi. Seeing this, Niu Fen stammered. Even the demon lord is comforting me. The three of them had already left, but surely someone had to stay behind to guard Zhongzhou, right? He said in a whiny tone. Niu felt a bit wronged but said nothing. Su Wuxiao softly said, Old Jia, we'll take our leave now. Ye Bai's voice was full of sadness. Old Jia, take care, I'll really miss you. DLC also bade farewell. Jiomo, Your Excellency, we're leaving now. With that, DLC immediately transformed back into her original form. She quickly carried the three of them, spreading her large wings and soaring high into the sky. Ye Bai sighed softly. The golden pang really lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, Fei Fei, standing beside them, spoke up. We need to go to the hidden secret land. Its area is no smaller than the Vermilion Bird City, and it serves as the trading center of Zhongzhou City. It trades in many goods, everything you could ever want. She slowly continued. That place is an area that the authorities don't manage, with countless forces both large and small. The strong wielding their fists can reign supreme. DLC Lo zoomed across the sky and suggested, Senior Yi, down below is the hidden secret land. We should be careful and walk there. Ye Bai immediately agreed. All right, you can land in the forest not far from here. Upon finishing his sentence, DLC descended and stopped in the nearby forest. Moments later, all four of them stepped out calmly and began walking forward. As they walked toward the city gate, they conversed. Hidden Secret Land is well known not only for its convenient transportation, but also for its Imperial-level secret realm. Ye Bai asked, confused. An Imperial-level secret realm? Does that mean only those of Imperial level can enter? Or is there a chance for anyone to enter, regardless of cultivation, as long as there are opportunities inside? Fei Fei replied, the latter. Although there's no requirement for cultivation level, the dangers inside are so severe that even those at the Imperial level would not dare to take it lightly. Moreover, the method of entry changes every year and is extremely harsh. She then glanced ahead and softly said, Look, Senior Yi, that's the method of entry for this year. Inside the city, the streets were bustling with people, and the sound of vendors calling out filled the air. A copy of the ancient key map for just 10 high-quality spirit stones. Sir, would you like to grab a copy and take a look at the beginner's chessboard? You might have a breakthrough. You could directly enter the hidden secret realm. Would you like to borrow the Tao of heaven and earth to comprehend the great Tao? Would you like to break through your bottleneck? We could teach you how to pass the first stage. The price is not expensive. Sitting and waiting, Fei Fei pointed at the giant Go board drawing on the wall. Ye Bai stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I also have some skill in this game. No problem, we can take turns playing Go with that old man. He said in a deep voice, I have a feeling that the Imperial-level secret realm is closely related to the demon clan. Sun Wuxiao hesitated before speaking up. This, Master. Ye Bai turned his head in confusion and asked, Why not? Sun Wuxiao, Fei Fei, and DLC all wore mischievous smiles and said in unison, We don't know how to play Go. Ah, Ye Bai muttered under his breath, as expected, when suddenly, a man appeared beside him, sighing. We've played 10 games already, still can't win enough to enter. Others around him advised, You know, a person who isn't good at playing Go, but still keeps at it, should just go find Red Hound and buy an entry secret book. Although his secret books can only be used once, anyone who had one could safely enter the secret realm. Ye Bai, puzzled, thought to himself, buy an entry secret book? He then turned to ask them, Excuse me, where can I find someone selling the entry secret books? The man immediately replied, You're talking about Red Hound? Just follow this road, then turn left. Once you turn right, you'll see him. Ye Bai followed the directions, and soon saw a crowd. A loud voice rang out. Only 2 copies left, the highest bidder gets them. No need for spirit stones. Other rare treasures are fine too. The people there began to stir, each one trying to outbid the others. The Flying Dragon Pavilion is willing to trade 1 vial of dragon blood elixir for the Golden Light Sect Fiend. We are also willing to offer a high-quality holy weapon. The moon-gazing demon tiger clan is willing to trade 10 pieces of celestial treasures or higher. Ye Bai stepped up to the counter and murmured, "It looks like this is the place." Red Hound flashed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "If I can exchange for a good treasure this time, His Excellency will surely reward me." His eyes gleamed sharply. Red Hound pointed at Ye Bai and said, "Kid, I find you pleasing to the eye. Speak. What do you have to offer? If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you." A few people around them began discussing. "A brat like him. If he really has the secret book, we'll just kill him and take it." Ye Bai spoke indifferently, "Sorry. I don't buy things of unclear origin." Red Hound stood up upon hearing this and snarled, "Big words. Luckily, I value fate. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago." Then he asked, "What do you want to know the origin of?" Ye Bai bluntly asked, "Are you possessed by the demon clan now, or are you just a dog for the demon clan?" Red Hound was stunned, his face filled with shock. He extended his sharp claws and lunged at Ye Bai, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, Sun Wuxiao charged in from somewhere and landed a powerful punch, sending Red Hound crashing to the ground. Red Hound was beaten by her until his bones rattled, too terrified to move another inch. Ye Bai spoke coldly, "I sense a surge of Demon Clan's evil energy within you. Foul beyond measure." Da Fei Fei added, "Merely a half-emperor, yet so audacious and arrogant." Those nearby murmured among themselves, "Aren't these the 3 great emperor demons? Why are they here? Could it be that the young man is Jiao Mo, the demon lord?" Ye Bai asked with suspicion, "You are human, right? What did the demon clan give you to risk your life for them?" Red Hound stubbornly threatened, "I advise you all to kill me quickly. If I die, your excellency of the demon clan will gut you as easily as a fish." Ye Bai raised his hand, beginning to cast a spell, and said in a low voice, "Truly a loyal dog. If you refuse to speak, I will take your memories myself." He quickly succumbed to the overwhelming force of magic, screaming in excruciating pain. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged from Red Hound's mouth, surrounded by dark demonic energy. It spoke in a horrifying voice, "The thief." From within the black aura came another voice, "The one controlling Red Hound's soul is you." Ye Bai fell silent, confirming it was indeed the demon clan. Black, repulsive words shot from Red Hound's mouth as he cried out in agony, "Your Excellency, please save me." The demon clan entity escaped from Red Hound's body, seizing his face and draining his life force. Over the years, he had helped me collect countless treasures, and now you too shall serve your purpose fully. After that, the demon clan tore the remains of the Red Hound in half, then fled, retreating into the teleportation black hole. As for you all, I have no time to deal with you right now. Wu Xiao hurriedly rushed forward, trying to grab the fleeing demon clan member. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there for your elder." Fei Fei and Diaoxi also ran up to assist. "Great Saint, we've come to help you." Unfortunately, Wu Xiao and the other 2 failed to catch up with the demon clan member, allowing him to enter the teleportation black hole. Soon after, a dark shadow flew in. High Demon appeared, angrily scolding his subordinate. "I sent you to monitor the Red Hound. How did you end up in this miserable state?" The subordinate tried to appease him. "Please, Your Excellency, calm your anger. Though I have failed in my task, I have managed to lure 3 great emperors of the demon race here. You can feast to your heart's content now." High Demon lifted his gaze toward the 3 demon emperors. At that moment, Fei Fei, Wu Xiao, and Diao Shi had already entered the teleportation black hole, shouting, "Demon clan, come out here! The suffering that Jia Mo, Your Excellency, has endured for the past 20,000 years. You will pay for it." I Demon burst into laughter, stretching his hand toward the 3. "Come on then, help me trim my nails." The trio of Wu Xiao were startled as I Demon's massive hand struck at them. Fortunately, all 3 narrowly escaped. Fei Fei frowned. What on earth was this demon clan? Even the 3 of them, demon emperors, could hardly withstand him. The old fiend looked down on them with contempt, like grasshoppers trying to stop a carriage, and once again struck out. Wu Xiao and the others turned pale with anxiety. So the demon clan truly is this powerful. No wonder that old man. From afar, I Demon's hand lunged forward. "How dare you probe the affairs of my demon clan? Come here, and I'll teach you." he snarled. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bolt of descending thunder streaked into the fray, striking his hand. Yi Bai had arrived to rescue his disciple. He responded by unleashing the technique Black Flame Divine Wrath. I-Demon was scorched and screamed in pain. Damn it! Who can possibly counter the divine powers of my demon clan? Yi Bai stood to one side observing the situation. He judged this to be the strength of a powerful figure within the divine clan. What? Able to withstand thunderfire? Truly not to be underestimated. Red Hound said to I-Demon, "Your Excellency, this is him, only a peak saint-level cultivator, yet he dares to rely on strange arts to face your Excellency." The old one barked back, "Idiot, are you blind?" I-Demon, furious, said, "This one conceals a mysterious secret. It greatly affects my plan. He must be killed. Do not spare him." Red Hound asked again, "Your Excellency, do you really intend to use your true power against such a mere human?" Bolts of lightning and heavy demonic shot from I-Demon's eyes as he growled, "I will force you to die here." I-Demon's strength erupted. The auras, together with powerful might, made the entire void flash. Yi Bai raised the formation Great Tao with his hand, striving to withstand I-Demon's descending thunderstrike. He gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with resolve as he stared forward. There was a thought in his mind. In the mortal world, there is very little powerful energy. Fei Fei, Wu Xiao, and Dio Shi have also come to stand behind Yi Bai. Wu Xiao spoke up, "Master, let me give you a hand." Yi Bai raised the formation Great Tao and spoke to the three of them in a hurried tone. "You all go on your own. I am here." Electric charges ran along the black divine light. Seeing this, Wu Xiao looked a bit worried. She crossed her arms and then slowly shifted her gaze toward Yi Bai. Wu Xiao hesitated, but Dio Shi and Fei Fei turned around. Dio Shi reminded her, "Monkey, the might of this black divine light is something we cannot withstand." I-Demon was still using his might technique on the black divine light. Yi Bai stood behind, supporting it, and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." With that, I-Demon's divine power pierced through and shattered the black divine light. Yi Bai crossed his arms in front of his chest, struggling to resist this overwhelming force. The divine power surged straight into the ground, shattering the entire surface with a single strike. The aura and the shockwaves split the earth into two, sending electric charges running along the edges of the split ground. After a while, when the divine power dissipated, only residual electric charges remained in the air. The sky was filled with strange phenomena. The landscape was now in ruins, and the air was thick with dust and smoke. I-Demon smiled smugly and mockingly. His eyes shone brightly, with Red Hound hovering beside him. I-Demon looked at the desolation before him, then exclaimed, "So small, yet before the might of your Excellency, it's already lost its soul. This move has drained too much of my strength. I must return to the depths of the secret realm quickly." Amidst the wreckage, Dio Shi spread her wings, carrying Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, soaring through the air, searching for any trace of Yi Bai. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Against the Demon Emperor, we are completely outclassed. Jiamo, your Excellency, how did you manage to fight those monsters back then?" From the height above, the dark, cold houses could be seen, along with eerie sounds and screams filled with panic and terror. "Run! What kind of attack is this? Don't bother about secret realm ranks. Your life is more important. Stay away from the entrance to the secret realm. There really are demon clan here." Dio Shi led the others toward the area where the divine power had just swept through. She thought to herself that if the people in the hidden secret land didn't escape quickly, they would likely be wiped out like the town. Wu Xiao anxiously shouted, "Master, where are you?" Dio Shi flew while searching along with them, trying to reassure them. "I believe with Yi Senior's abilities, you should be fine." At that very moment, Yi Bai sat with his arms crossed, hiding behind a large rock. His clothes were tattered, and his face was grim. Yi Bai furrowed his brows, his expression extremely serious. He murmured to himself, "Thankfully, the Supreme Demon Bone protected me. It's just a slight injury." Yi Bai looked ahead, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Previously, he thought that going to the hidden secret realm was optional, something that could be done or not. However, Yi Bai had a different idea. But now, it seemed clear that this secret realm could not be ignored. It took a while for the three, Dioxi, Fei Fei, and Wu Xiao, to discover Yi Bai's hiding spot. They jumped in front of him, their tone filled with urgency. Wu Xiao asked Yi Bai, "Master, are you all right?" "Good," she said, rushing over to him and embracing him tightly. Wu Xiao choked up, "I was worried about you." Yi Bai also extended his arms to hug her in return, comforting her. "Did you really think so little of me, master?" He then turned to Dioxi, his voice slightly surprised, but quickly gave her an order. "Old Zhu, go back to Old Jia and tell him the situation here." Dioxi clasped her hands in respect. "Understood, Yi Senior." Dioxi transformed into her true form, quickly spreading her wings and flying under the sunlight. Below, Ye Bai spoke a few words to Fi Fi and Wu Xiao. "I need to enter the secret realm to assess the situation. You too, with your internal injuries, should stay outside and rest." Wu Xiao, feeling anxious, stopped him. "There's no need to hurry. Why not wait for me and Da Fei Fei to recover before entering together?" Yi Bai pondered for a moment, then made a decisive statement. "This matter cannot be delayed, otherwise there may be unforeseen changes." With that, he left the two standing there and quickly soared into the air. In an instant, he stood before the entrance of the secret realm. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Bai decided to extend his hand toward the door, only to be repelled by a force that caused his arm to jerk back. Yi Bai stared intently at the secret realm, his gaze somewhat perplexed. He looked at his hand, then back inside, a thought flashing through his mind. The demon clan could easily use the entrance to launch an attack, meaning there must be some hidden mechanism inside. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around Yi Bai's hand, the purple-pink light exuding a sinister aura. Without hesitation, Yi Bai pressed his hand, infused with dark energy, against his own face. Quickly, both his face and hand were surrounded by a layer of black smoke, his eyes turning a fiery red, and an ominous presence emanated from his entire being. As Yi Bai embraced his dark transformation, he let out a cold, evil smile, his eyes gleaming with dark power. He sneered and spoke, "This should be enough, right?" With that, Yi Bai, now corrupted, stepped through the door of the secret realm. Wu Xiao and Fei Fei stood, watching his figure gradually disappear into the darkness. Before entering, Yi Bai did not forget to remind Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, after waiting for Dioxi to invite Old Jia over, have him seal off the hidden entrance. "I'll go in first." With that, Yi Bai charged forward without a second thought. Inside the secret realm, the sky was pitch black, and before him stretched rough mountain ranges and barren tree trunks. In his heart, Yi Bai confirmed what he had suspected. Temporary transformations of the demon clan could easily gain entry here. In the guise of the demon clan, he leaned against a bare tree trunk and groped his way forward. Yi Bai recalled how he had previously used magic on the Red Hound. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and pondered. Although his soul-sucking magic on the Red Hound had been interrupted, he was still able to discern certain things. Looking at the scene before him, with the cold and gloomy sky overhead, Yi Bai was reminded of the past. The great battle 20,000 years ago, where the demon clan, in order to ensure the survival of their race, sent an important portion of the demon clan to this place to hide. Yi Bai lowered his head, his gaze distant, then suddenly blurted out, "Supreme Demon Bone." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yi Bai gritted his teeth again. A thought crossed his mind. There had never been anything that could exert such a strong pull on him as the Supreme Demon Bone. His gaze seemed to fix on the mountain range in front of him, and he sensed something was wrong. Filled with doubt, he quietly thought to himself, ever since entering the secret realm, he had felt something was off about that mountain. Sure enough, Yi Bai leaped into the air, resolutely and decisively determined to investigate. As he approached the mountain peak, he saw countless Supreme Demon Bones gathering beneath it. Upon witnessing this, he spoke, "I can feel it now. What is attracting the Supreme Demon Bones is at the top of the mountain." After analyzing the situation below, he stared intently and said, "There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 here. If they all emerge from the secret realm, the consequences don't even bear thinking about." Suddenly, a surge of energy appeared, causing him to feel an oppressive force. Yi Bai exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Immediately, Yi Bai fell down before the eyes of the group of Supreme Demon Bone with horsehead faces. Dazed, Yi Bai rubbed his spinning head and inwardly cursed. The might of the mountain's suppression spread out, as though the no-fly zone was specifically designed for this area. Yi Bai turned around and saw the group of Supreme Demon Bone conversing with each other. The black-haired one sneered, daring to try some clever tricks again. Which sacred mountain can be easily ascended like that? The one next to him placed his hand on his hip and replied, "The stone tablet at the mountain's peak is still there. No matter where the great demon lord comes from, they must obediently walk up." Hearing this, Yi Bai was extremely surprised. A man in red, with an imposing posture, stepped forward and warned Yi Bai, "The demon clan just arrived needs to register here. Without registration, no pilgrimage to the sacred mountain is allowed." Yi Bai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he responded, "I arrived in this secret realm 20,000 years ago and have been in closed-door cultivation. I'm not sure what the pilgrimage to Sacred Mountain means. I'd appreciate it if you could explain." The Demon Clan member looked at Yi Bai with disdain, mocking, "What? Another country bumpkin?" At the mention of this, Yi Bai noticed a massive stone tablet. The Demon Clan member pointed it out and said, "Once you enter the area within 1,000 meters of this massive stone tablet, you will be able to feel the profound and dense laws emanating from it." After that, the Demon Clan member raised his hand to show both understanding and respect toward the Demon Venerable. Once they reached the sacred mountain, the 6 great Emperor Demon Clan members and the Demon Venerable, under the influence of the stone tablet, had thoroughly grasped the path of the demonic way. Yi Bai put his hand to his chin, a thought rising in his mind. This stone tablet of the Demon Clan seemed similar to the Heavenly Pool's supreme treasure, but undoubtedly far more powerful. If he could claim it as his own, it would be a huge gain this time. As he focused on thinking, Yi Bai was pushed aside by another Demon Clan member with golden hair. The man looked furious and visibly irritated, and he rudely criticized Yi Bai. "If you haven't registered, get out," he shouted, clearly showing disdain for Yi Bai. The Demon Clan member then yelled, "A weakling like you wants to climb the sacred mountain? Don't joke around." Yi Bai refused to back down, curling his lips into a smirk and responding just as defiantly, "Confident are we? Then let's compete." The man sneered, then smirked again, finding the situation amusing. The two quickly began their competition. The steps were precariously situated along the cliff, and the golden-haired Demon Clan member gritted his teeth, shouting at Yi Bai, "If you can't make it, then go down. A Demon Clan member without power doesn't deserve to climb the sacred mountain." Yi Bai looked at him disdainfully, silent in response. But only moments later, the golden-haired Demon Clan member tripped and fell. While Yi Bai leisurely ascended the steps with ease, the other man had to drag himself up little by little. In the first moment, Yi Bai arrogantly remarked, "Is that all? If you can't do it, then get back down." The golden-haired Demon Clan member gasped for breath, exhausted, and replied, "I can't make it." Brother Yi Bai pressed his palm against the rock wall, his gaze deep and contemplative as he stared ahead. He clenched his fist tightly, a thought crossing his mind. He was almost at the summit. The Supreme Demon Bone could already sense the stone steel nearby. Unconsciously, Yi Bai widened his eyes and looked ahead, frowning, his expression darkening. Wait by the steel. At that moment, the Eye Demon was also hovering with his eyes closed near the mountain's peak. Yi Bai looked up, a mixture of shock and curiosity rising within him. His heart stirred. The man who had shot at him twice was here as well. The Eye Demon suddenly sprang up, laughing heartily, and made his way to the enormous stone stele atop the mountain. He sighed with relief. "Fortunately, our Demon Clan has the divine treasure, the Chaos Stone Tablet. I can recover in less than half an hour." Yi Bai quietly approached him step by step. Upon sensing someone's presence, the Eye Demon bared his teeth and glared at Yi Bai. Yi Bai raised his hand with a smile, offering a greeting. But he quickly remembered. It had been a life-and-death battle between them before. He spoke, "Greetings, Senior." Looking at the Eye Demon, Yi Bai couldn't help but think, what a narrow fate. First, I stabilize the situation, then I'll act accordingly. The Eye Demon shot Yi Bai a cold, disdainful glance. He sneered and spoke condescendingly. "Climbing up to this height is no small feat. Which clan do you belong to?" Yi Bai stepped up in front of him, then spread his arms in response to the Eye Demon's question. "Senior, I'm a lone cultivator, with no clan or lineage." Eye Demon frowned, his displeasure clearly visible on his face. "He seduced you, Without a bloodline, there is no stable resource for cultivation. Why don't you join the bloodline of my great emperor instead? Yi Bai slowly approached, then reached into his robe. He smiled brightly, intending to hand over some healing medicine to the old man. Senior, you are indeed kind. Senior, aren't you injured? I have a few healing pills here. Demon explained to him. Your good intentions are accepted, but I am not injured. Before the old man could finish speaking, Yi Bai suddenly launched a palm strike toward Demon. The old man snorted coldly. Although I managed to dodge that might strike, I still lost a patch of hair. Demon was enraged, his face darkening, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. He gritted his teeth, furious. You. Yi Bai extended his hand toward him, having just used the Supreme Demon Bone in full force. Yi Bai looked at Demon, his gaze strong and decisive. He thought to himself, the might suppression of this stone steel is indeed powerful. Only by fully unleashing the Supreme Demon Bone can I barely resist it. Demon glared at him, his eyes flashing. He warned angrily, It's you, human. Seeing the old man preparing to counterattack, Yi Bai spoke up. Are you going to use that move again? Yi Bai soared high, level with the Demon's gaze. He darkened his expression, smugly looking down at the old man. Unfortunately, from this distance, it's too close for you. The Demon quickly shut his eyes, forced by the pressure. Yi Bai recalled that his black fire had not harmed the Demon's core before. Gathering all his strength, Yi Bai focused his energy on attacking the old man. He gritted his teeth and said, Let's see how you handle this now. The Demon screamed in agony. You're full of demonic energy, your mouth wide open. But do you think Demon is so easily killed? The old man shouted, You still don't have the skill to kill me. He then took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up unnaturally. Yi Bai still held onto the Demon's eye. He wondered why he wasn't being burned to death. Why didn't he just self-destruct? But soon, Yi Bai realized something was wrong, a look of doubt in his eyes. It wasn't self-destruction. The Demon used the Heavenly Demon soul-devouring technique to direct the Demon Clan's power straight at Yi Bai. The Demon Clan might was launched, and Yi Bai didn't dodge. He stood there, waiting for the Demon Clan to charge at him like a storm. The Demon smirked. You won't survive this noon. As the Demon Clan was about to hit Yi Bai, the Demon shouted, I'll devour you inside and out. Yi Bai raised both his hands to block in front of him. The Demon Clan struck his hands, easily entering his body, much to Yi Bai's surprise. They corroded and then blended into his body. Demon, amused and smug, asked, How is it, brat? Does it feel like thousands of ants gnawing at your bones, being invaded by the Demon Clan? Yi Bai's face darkened. He replied coldly to Demon, Yes, it hurts so much that I wish I were dead, but I must thank you. Unexpectedly, Yi Bai used the Supreme Demon Bone to burn himself, and his aura along with his divine power exploded. The Demon Clan spread out through the space. Yi Bai turned and coldly walked away. Demon, caught off guard by this turn of events, shouted in disbelief. What? No, Demon won't accept this. He stretched out his hand, trying to capture Yi Bai. Demon went mad as he realized Yi Bai's true intent. From the beginning to the end, you never knew that my black fire is not a gathering of spiritual energy released outward, but my own supreme demon essence. Yi Bai grabbed Demon's divine soul with his hand, his appearance demonic, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yi Bai spoke in a deep voice. Not knowing yourself or your enemy, this is the reason for your failure. Demon screamed in agony. My divine soul is burning. Yi Bai, holding his divine soul, squeezed it mercilessly until it shattered. The Demon Clan in the air slowly dispersed, and Demon's divine soul was torn apart, scattered into nothingness by Yi Bai. Yi Bai gazed ahead, his face emotionless, his eyes darkening. He spoke as though no one could stop him now. There is the Chaos Stone Tablet. By combining it with the Heavenly Pool's supreme treasure, training 108 disciples to the Great Emperor level is definitely possible. Yi Bai stood in front of the colossal stone tablet, then looked up to observe. He took heavy steps forward, with the ground beneath his feet cracking apart. Yi Bai's eyes were serious as he watched the unfolding situation. As he moved closer, the might suppression grew even stronger. The ground beneath Yi Bai began to tremble, and quickly, He slammed a punch down onto the earth. This punch, filled with might suppression, made him feel somewhat anxious. Even with the supreme demon bone, it was very exhausting. He could only move closer, bit by bit. Ye Bai looked ahead with a serious expression, pondering. What happened near the stone? I can hear the eye demon's voice, but can't quite tell where it's coming from. I should go and check. Mount Ching Boing was a critical event for the demon and devil clans ascending to emperor status. Nothing could go wrong. A thought immediately flashed in Ye Bai's mind. This aura belonged to 2 demon emperors. Behind him, 2 demon emperors appeared. One of them mocked him, saying, "Humans really are unpredictable. Where did the eye demon go?" Ye Bai gritted his teeth, his heart in turmoil. There was no time for disguise anymore. Old Blade and Old Bao watched Ye Bai's retreating figure. A demon clan member flew in the air, making them use their demonic eyes to see clearly. Old Blade waved his hand, and the demon clan began to disperse. Old Blade, frowning, turned to Old Bao and said, "It seems that the useless eye demon was killed by this person." Old Bao quickly knocked an arrow and warned Ye Bai, "Leave the Chaos Stone Tablet and I will spare your life. Otherwise." Old Bao didn't give Ye Bai a chance to respond. He shot the arrow into the sky, a clear warning to Ye Bai. 2 arrows flew straight up, their power and speed undeniable. Immediately, a bright red fireball appeared. Ye Bai stood frozen, dazed at the intimidating display by the 2 demon emperors. His brows furrowed. His eyes locked onto the fireball with suspicion, and a sense of unease began to rise within him. Ye Bai thought, "Are these 2 shots nuclear like missiles?" Looking at Old Bao and Old Blade, both demon emperors, their strength was clearly not to be underestimated. Ye Bai analyzed in his mind, "I might be able to deal with 1 demon emperor, but if they attack together, it might be hard to resist." Ye Bai's eyes were calculating and resolute. He had made up his mind. "Then, let's resolve this like this. I can't worry about too much anymore." Suddenly, a warning flashed across his system. Warning: the system predicts Ye Bai's intention to forcefully use the Great Tao Resonance during cooldown. Warning: insisting on this will cause severe consequences lasting for a week. Ignoring the cold, mechanical warnings, Ye Bai clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Power of the Great Tao." Ye Bai gripped the massive stone tablet tightly and let out a deafening roar, causing the tablet to shake and crack with several visible fissures. Seeing his decisive move, Old Bao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Old Blade, look, does he intend to pull the Chaos Stone Tablet out?" Ye Bai smiled, his eyes continually flashing, and replied, "Exactly what you think." Old Bao immediately drew his bow and loosed arrows with a shout, "You wish." Ye Bai confidently retorted with a sneer, "Your arrows can't harm me." At that moment 2 arrows appeared behind Ye Bai, traveling with incredible speed, but before they could touch his robe they were locked in place by a force. Immediately after, they fell lifeless to the ground, shattering to pieces. Old Bao, not satisfied, ground his teeth, and cursed angrily, "Damn it, I forgot. The closer you get to the Chaos Stone Tablet, the stronger the might suppression." Old Blade realized it as well. He stepped forward to block and said, "Old Bao, it seems this brat has a counter for long-range attacks like yours and Old Eyes. Let me go cut him down." Old Bao clenched his fist, his face cold and resolute, determined to take Ye Bai's life. "I'll call the other 3 demon emperors. We must not let him take the Chaos Stone Tablet." Old Blade planted his feet firmly on the ground, exerting considerable force. Brandishing his weapon, he declared, "With this stroke, I'll split you in 2. Meanwhile, Ye Bai clenched his teeth and held the Chaos Stone Tablet tightly. A cry of exertion rang out once more. At last he pulled the Chaos Stone Tablet free, and without hesitation, he hurled it away. At this moment, Old Blade began to attack. He swung his blade forcefully forward, but to his surprise, Ye Bai was quicker, leaping onto the Chaos Stone Tablet and arrogantly saying, "I'll see you later." His words and actions enraged Old Blade, who cursed loudly. "Damn it, you dare!" Ye Bai paid no attention to his anger, calmly calculating his next move. Taking advantage of the momentum, he could now charge straight toward the entrance to the secret realm. As he saw the crystal imbued with immense power rushing toward him, a warning voice urged, "Get out of the way, something's rushing down the mountain." Ye Bai remained calm, leisurely folding his arms. While the might of the stone tablet's release suppressed the demon clan's strength, making it impossible for them to catch up, the space was filled with thick black smoke and dust outside the secret realm's exit, and everyone stood restlessly, anxiously awaiting. Diao then spoke. "I've brought Jiamo, Your Excellency, here. Senior Yi hasn't made a move yet." At this point, Jiamo stared intently at the gate, seriously observing the situation. At the entrance to the secret realm, the Chaos Stone Tablet and Yi Bai's figure rushed out. Yi Bai's hand slammed down onto the ground, and at that moment, he shouted loudly, "Retrieve!" Next, Yi Bai landed on the ground in front of Jiamo Demon Lord. He gently closed his eyes and urged, "Old Jia, you're here. Hurry and lend me a hand." As the entrance to the secret realm closed, Jiamo Demon Lord quickly responded, "I know a bit about sealing formations." After speaking, both of them simultaneously formed a seal. A circle of formation immediately appeared beneath the door, opening into the demon realm. The words of the two stood, watching the secret door, as the formation of Old Jia's ancestral formation combined with part of the might, suppressing and extracting it from the stone tablet. Old Bao looked at the secret door in front of him, which was slowly showing signs of closing, and said in panic, "This is bad, Old Blade." The secret door was being blocked. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Old Blade immediately ordered, "I know, quickly stop them." Once the formation was completed, Ye Bai decisively shouted, "Close." The sounds of collisions echoed through the space. The bodies of Old Blade and Old Bao were suppressed by the force of the ancestral formation. Old Blade couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Both of their faces turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Old Blade said to him, "Old Bao, this time the demon venerable will kill us." A clear look of worry appeared on Old Bao's face as he replied, "Don't talk anymore. Quickly think of some excuses." Looking at the secret door that had been sealed, Jiamo Demon Lord calmly asked, "With this, even someone at the Emperor Lord level would have a hard time escaping. Junior, what exactly did you see inside?" Yi Bai, standing right next to him, did not hide anything. "I saw roughly that inside, the demon venerable commands several thousand demon clan, along with 6 demon emperors. I managed to kill one." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stunned, all exclaiming in unison, "What? You killed a demon emperor?" Jiamo Demon Lord clasped his hands together, his attitude sincere as he addressed him. If it weren't for Junior Yi risking his life, the demon clan would have faced great disaster. This old man is deeply grateful. Yi Bai casually waved his hand in response. "You're too kind." He lightly patted Wu Xiao's head before announcing, "The demon clan no longer poses a threat for now. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll be taking Wu Xiao and leaving Zhongzhou." Jiamo Demon Lord, along with Diao and Da Fei Fei, watched as he left. They didn't object but immediately agreed. "We will take turns guarding this place with the other 3 demon emperors. You and Wu Xiao can leave with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao excitedly turned to Ye Bai and asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Ye Bai raised his head and replied leisurely, "We're going to attend Junior Master's 300-year grand ceremony." At that moment, Diao appeared again, her expression full of earnest pleading. "Senior Yi, I am willing to serve as a means of transportation for you." Upon hearing this, both Ye Bai and Wu Xiao turned to look at her in surprise. Ye Bai stroked his chin, carefully considering the situation. While not as powerful as the Golden Pain, she was needed here for the time being. The speed of the vermilion bird was actually quite good. After a moment of thought, he then said, "Let's make a stop at the Spirit Pill Alchemy Conference first." Diao quickly transformed into the form of the vermilion bird. Wu Xiao's excited voice could be heard. "Hooray!" At this moment, the weather was very pleasant, with a clear sky and warm rays of sunlight shining down, enveloping the space. Wu Xiao opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Hey, Sing Chen, stop carrying things over, come out here quickly." Right after that, the door opened. Sing Chen stepped out with a friendly smile and asked, "Fifth senior brother, it's been months since we last met. How have you been?" Standing before Wu Xiao, Sing Chen hesitated for a moment, her words becoming uncertain. The condition of Jiamo, Your Excellency, was extremely difficult to treat. The cause was essentially from old injuries, and relying solely on elixirs could at most prolong his life by only a few years. Really? Hearing that, Wu Xiao placed his hands on his hips, looked at her, and comforted, "Silly girl, old Jiz's illness was cured long ago. Are you sure your information's correct? You're really out of the loop." Wu Xiao smiled, gesturing toward the door with a hint of mischief. "Take a look at who's here." When Xing Chen saw the figure standing by the door, Yi Bai, his sudden appearance made her eyes widen in disbelief. She stood there, frozen. Yi Bai smiled tenderly, spreading his arms as he called out, "Xing Chen." Xing Chen's face flushed pink. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she softly replied, "Master. Master, is it really you?" Yi Bai winked, his tone teasing. "If I were fake, I could always be replaced." At that moment, Xing Chen hurriedly knelt before Yi Bai and respectfully greeted, "Disciple Yo Xing Chen pays respect to Master." Then she lifted her gaze, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her emotions overflowing. "Disciple has missed you." Yi Bai gently placed his hand on her head to comfort her. She was now the president of the alchemy conference. What was there to cry about? Yi Bai looked at the woman in front of him, and then smiled with a tender affection before continuing. "You're not the same child who used to spend all day refining pills until the furnace exploded." She lightly hummed in acknowledgement. Just then, a notification from the system was transmitted. "Encountered Disciple 7108. Awarded Half-Emperor Skill Card. Congratulations on unlocking the host's specialized skill, Space Teleportation." Upon seeing this notification, Yi Bai stared in shock. He then rubbed his hands together in excitement. He was secretly thrilled. This would make traveling so much easier in the future. Yi Bai opened the system and stared at it, deep in thought. The way it worked seemed similar to an online game, but he had never heard of anything like this existing in the fantasy continent. When the map appeared on the system screen, it made him happy. Now, he could find strategic points on his own. He could go anywhere and set up spatial coordinates. Suddenly, Diaoxi walked in and asked, "Senior Yi, should we continue on our journey?" Yi Bai quickly responded without hesitation, "Let's go." A while later, at Yu Guangling, the intense sunlight beat down directly upon the place. The four of them quickly stood in front of a massive, imposing door. Looking at the slightly ajar door, Diaoxi couldn't help but exclaim, "This tomb is enormous." Diaoxi couldn't help but make a comparison, thinking that even the tomb of a great emperor wouldn't dare be built like this. Yi Bai summoned the sword into the palm of his hand and quietly said, "Vermilion Bird, choose a place to rest as you wish." He then began to slowly etch each character into the ground with the tip of his sword. Xing Chen, watching Yi Bai concentrate on carving the words, felt a twinge of puzzlement. Her curiosity was stirred. "Master, what are you trying to do?" she asked. Soon, a line of characters appeared on the ground. Yi Bai turned to his two disciples and gave them individual instructions. Without hesitation, Xing Chen quickly moved to her spot. Wu Xiao also found her place, and soon the two of them were standing in the positions assigned by Yi Bai. Still curious, Xing Chen spoke up, "Are we supposed to stand according to the characters? Is Master distributing rewards this way?" Wu Xiao, hands on her hips, replying with a smile, "Do you even need to ask? Has Master ever treated us unfairly?" Through the gap in the door, surprised voices could be heard from outside. It seems someone is already inside the main hall. Really? Could anyone be faster than us? Tai Bai, along with Lai Mo and Yu Ling, led a group into Yu Huanling. Upon seeing Yi Bai and the others, Tai Bai exclaimed with admiration, as expected of Grandmaster, and Wu Xiao and Xing Chen, the two junior sisters. "I didn't expect you to return with Master." Wu Xiao happily gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Long time no see, Tai Bai senior sister. I didn't expect you to have entered the great emperor realm as well." Yi Bai turned to interrupt the conversation between the two. He spoke to Wu Xiao. "I'll assign teams to you first. You can chat later after that." Yi Bai pointed toward the other lines of text and commanded, "Tai Bai, you stand behind the character for Wu. Xiao Fu, Xiao San, Lai Mo, you all stand behind the character for Ye." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ling shyly tugged at his clothing and awkwardly asked, "Master, did you forget about Ling Nai?" Without making her wait any longer, Ye Bai handed her a small bottle and instructed, "Take this for now. When I tell you, distribute it to them." Just after receiving the bottle, Yu Ling looked at the green vial in her hand and large question marks appeared in her mind. Suddenly, a voice rose that left Tai Bai utterly surprised. Tai Bai, senior sister, did everyone come before us? Tai Bai glanced at the woman walking toward them, and she exclaimed, Xiao Tong. Fan Xiao Tong, holding the food box in her hands, smiled like a flower blooming in the spring breeze. This was the 40th in line, the true great Taoist, Fan Xiao Tong. She gently and carefully placed the food box on the ground. Tai Bai walked over and asked with concern, You brought so much food? Xiao Tong excitedly replied, Master's 300-year anniversary ceremony. I brought a little offering. Looking at everyone, Xiao Tong cheerfully called out, Huh! Senior brother Wu has arrived too, and junior sister Yu Ling. It's been so many years since I last saw you. Yi Bai deliberately coughed twice. He casually leaned on his hand and stepped forward to stand in front of her, then gently said, This unexpected appearance of Yi Bai has surprisingly caused her hair to stand on end. Her entire body instinctively froze, and her eyes locked onto the person standing right in front of her. Immediately after, she panicked, covered her face, and screamed. Master's spirit has appeared. Shaken by the intense emotion, Xiao Tong fainted and collapsed to the ground. Yi Bai thought to himself, surprised that after so many years, Xiao Tong's courage was still so small. He waved his hand helplessly at the others, saying, Help her up first. Let her rest. At that moment, another pair of feet hurriedly approached. Tai Bai, standing beside, reported to Yi Bai, Master, someone else is coming. It seems to be Yang Leng, walking in with a cold, distant demeanor, her entire being radiating a unique presence. She is Yang Leng, ranked 8th on the Tula Grand Path. Seeing her, everyone couldn't help but think. Every year, on the day of the ritual, Yang senior sister is always one of the disciples who definitely attends to pay respects to Master. The people of the Tula Grand Path are cold and ruthless, showing respect only to Master and the great senior sister, showing no regard for anyone else. Yang Leng walked closer, but unexpectedly, there were already 2 streams of tears on her face. Yang Leng hesitantly called out, her voice trembling with emotion. Yi Bai remained silent, a complex feeling swelling within him. Yang Leng clenched her fist tightly, her voice shaking as she said, Damn it! Yang Leng suddenly gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with anger. Hearing her call a name, Zhang Leimo froze in confusion. What? Without warning, Yang Leng lunged forward, gripping Lai Mo tightly. Struggling against her hold, Lai Mo managed to gasp, Senior sister, what are you doing? Yang Leng's eyes were sharp, her tone cold as she demanded, Did you turn Master into an undead? Lai Mo winced from the pain of the grip, but quickly refuted, How could I possibly do that? Please, just listen to me first. A sense of unease stirred within Lai Mo. Was there something wrong with what she had thought? Suddenly, the sound of a whip sliced through the air, striking Yang Leng's back. She clenched her teeth and turned sharply, eyes widening in shock. Ye Bai stood there, his expression dark as he stepped forward, whip in hand. In a low, stern voice, he reprimanded, You strike your junior sister the moment you see her? Where did you learn such behavior? Holding the whip firmly, Ye Bai continued, his tone steady but forceful, Old 8, I've always taught you to observe carefully, think calmly, and never act on impulse. His voice rose slightly as he questioned, Have you forgotten? The whip cracked again, hitting the ground just beside Yang Leng's feet. Startled, she quickly steadied herself, her voice trembling as she asked, Master, could it really be that you've come back to life? Still uncertain, Yang Leng stepped closer, her hand hesitating near Yi Bai's chest. She examined him closely, her thoughts swirling. This isn't like an undead without consciousness. His blood energy is strong, and his vitality feels alive. Yang Leng continued to bring her nose closer, using her sense of hearing to continuously sniff. She pressed her lips tightly together, recalling the lash that had struck her soul earlier. The feeling was right. Because of the proximity, the sudden contact caused a stream of red liquid to unexpectedly pour from Yi Bai's nose. She quickly knelt down, respectfully saying, Disciple Yang Leng greets Grandmaster. The action of prostrating oneself flat on the ground is the highest form of etiquette in the Grey Wolf tribe. Yi Bai bent down, gently taking her hand, responding with a tender gesture. Stand up, you've all had hard these past years. Suddenly, a hand from somewhere grabbed the hem of Yi Bai's robe. This action made him turn around. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tong had also collapsed to the ground, sobbing as she lamented, "Grandmaster, fate has struck a fatal blow to this disciple. I thought I would never see you again while alive. Master, strike me with 2 lashes as well, so that I may wake up. Wake up." Hearing this, Yi Bai quickly inquired with a tone full of concern, "When did you wake up?" Yi Bai smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair and soothing her gently. All right, Xiao Tong, Xiao Leng, follow the arrangement. Go stand behind the others." Standing before the disciples, Yi Bai spoke in a firm tone, reminding them, "If you're facing a group, Junior Master will first explain the principles to you all." Quickly, his face darkened, and with a stern voice, he shouted loudly, "Do you all still remember what Junior Master once said? Unity is strength. Yet now, among your senior brothers and sisters, many of you have lost contact." Yi Bai pointed at Yu Ling, who was bowing her head in sadness. He continued, "Junior sister Ling Ni has been unreachable for 300 years. Why? Because she was imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool's sacred land for 300 years. Yi Bai's words struck like a thunderclap in clear skies. What about the others? Could it be that there are others who were also imprisoned by other sacred lands, other forces, for 300 years? Does the number at your feet have any special meaning? In fact, it was quite simple. Hearing these reprimands, Wu Xiao silently refrained from retorting. Yi Bai continued, "Number 1 means 100 lashes. Number 2 means 200 lashes. Number 5 means 500 lashes." The position where Wu Xiao stood unintentionally became a source of dread for her. Very quickly, Yi Bai pointed at her and declared, "Xiao Wu, no need to think anymore. Standing here with that attitude means 2,000 lashes." Wu Xiao gasped in fear, stumbling over her words. "But Grandmaster." Yi Bai was silent, his eyebrows furrowing tightly, his sharp gaze glaring as he shouted, "As the 5th senior brother, the one who broke through to Great Emperor, the earliest, what have you done? Do you think 2,000 lashes are too much?" Wu Xiao hurriedly knelt, regretfully responding, "Phew, even if it were 20,000 lashes, this disciple would still accept the punishment. Please, Grandmaster, punish me." Tai Bai, kneeling beside her, also spoke solemnly. "This disciple also accepts 2,000 lashes, or even 20,000 lashes as punishment. Please, Grandmaster, punish me." Lai Mo and Ji Fu also firmly spoke up. "Master, we agree to bear the consequences with the 2 senior sisters." Immediately after, Yi Bai coldly issued an order. Tai Bai and Wu Xiao stood together. "The rest of you, return to your original positions." With the whip in his hand, he angrily said, "Now, each of you think carefully about what you have done all these years." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp cracking sound echoed, almost tearing through the air. The sounds of screams continued to reverberate inside Yu Guangling. DLXC, standing outside, was stunned and blushed, stammering, "What are they doing inside that's so intense?" Tai Bai lay on the ground, turning her head back, struggling to choke out a sob. "Master." Yi Bai turned to Yu Ling and gave an order. "Xiao Ling, now that the punishment is over, bring them the medicine." Opening the vial in his hand, he gently explained, "This is the medicine I had Da Fei Fi from the demon clan gather rare herbs from both the heavens and the earth to refine. Although Junior Master has punished you, I don't wish for you to suffer internal injuries because of it." Yu Ling carefully poured the medicine drop by drop onto Tai Bai's wounds. At this moment, Yi Bai focused on the 2 spaces in his palm and said, "Now is the time for you to break through." Yi Bai looked at his disciples and began to guide them. "You all must focus on comprehending the Northern Power Law with Junior Master here. Even if you break through to the Emperor level, Junior Master will still be able to support you." Sing Chen, sitting in meditation, responded, "Yes, Master." After finishing the necessary tasks, Yi Bai finally felt at ease to contemplate. While they were cultivating, he decided to set the first teleportation point at Yu Guangling. Immediately, Yi Bai buried the spatial point. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed along the road. The 5 Elements sisters were frantically running at full speed, their urging voices calling out, "Sisters, run faster! Yu Guangling is right ahead." One of them quickly spoke up. "Today is Master's Day of Great Taboo. Senior sister, junior sister, and Master are all present. They will definitely help us escape from Trui Bin. Not long after, the five element sisters arrived at the entrance of Yu Wanling. Bioda also noticed their presence. She's fast, blocking the front door, he remarked cautiously, then asked, "Who are you?" Yi Sr. is inside working. Those without business here may not enter, they replied in unison. The sisters then shouted together, "All five of us are disciples of Master. Let us through immediately." Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside Yu Wanling. "Are you the five element sisters?" One of them exclaimed in shock. Could that voice really be Master's? At that moment, the door slowly opened. Behind it, Ye Bai appeared with a smile on his lips, commenting with satisfaction. "Among all the disciples, only you five remain united as in the beginning. That brings me great comfort." Then, one of the sisters spoke again. "Master, Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, in their desire for revenge, tried to ambush and kill us five along the way." Hearing this, Ye Bai snorted in contempt. Stellar Wonder Sacred Land clearly overestimates themselves. One of the women seriously reported, "Master, the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land knows they are no match for us, and they've invited a very powerful helper." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of three arrived just in time to chase after them. They shouted angrily, "That needle attack from a month ago nearly shattered my divine soul. Today, I will make sure to annihilate their souls. Although we have invited a helper, we still shouldn't be too careless." The masked man calmly reassured the other two. "You two great emperors are worrying too much. No matter how skilled he is, as long as I'm here, there's no need to be concerned." When they spotted the five element sisters, they yelled, "We found them! That little brat and his five disciples are all here." Crimson Blood and Red Hound observed in silence. Ye Bai, unfazed, taunted, "You dare challenge me? You clearly don't know your limits." Crimson Blood and the other two hovered in the air, knowing their own abilities, so they didn't dare act recklessly. They can only stand from a distance and challenge Ye Bai. "I know I can't defeat you in a one-on-one fight, so I invited some help." XX Sacred Land's elder, Marcellus, smirked arrogantly and spoke in a haughty tone. "You summoned me to deal with this little brat. It seems the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land is truly in decline." Ye Bai's face darkened as he thought, XX Sacred Land. XX Sacred Land was a faction from a distant western country, a force coming from afar. In the fantasy continent, where lands are claimed self-righteously, there are a total of 20 core members and thousands of martial elites. In their native language, 20 is written as XX, and over time, everyone has come to refer to them as the XX Sacred Land, within which the mystic techniques of other realms are impossible to defend against. Marcel smirked, completely disregarding his opponent. He raised his chin in challenge. "All I need is an axe, and I can make him unable to retaliate." Marcel gripped his weapon tightly and raised it, ready to face Ye Bai's move. He soared into the sky, casting spells that struck down around Ye Bai. Bright beams of light rained down on the spot where he stood, forming a cage to trap him. Ye Bai calmly watched the scene unfold, unfazed. "Is this all you've got?" Immediately after, he began his counterattack. One hand clenched into a fist, while the other began forming seals. From Ye Bai's hand, a long sword gradually emerged as he moved his hand. He swung directly at the beams of light heading towards him. But strangely, none of them were damaged in the slightest. Ye Bai furrowed his brows, faintly clicking his tongue as he speculated. Could it be made from the branches of the 10,000-year spirit tree, unbreakable by anything sharp, capable of countering various divine powers? Marcel stood triumphantly above, not hesitating to offer a compliment. "You have some knowledge." Refusing to back down, Ye Bai switched tactics and opened his hand to conjure a flame. "Well, let me show you a fire. The Supreme Demon Bone isn't affected by anything." As soon as the fire was lit, it suddenly vanished. It vanished without a trace in midair, leaving Ye Bai stunned. Supreme Demon Bone cannot be used. The system appeared to explain. Because earlier, the host refused to heed advice and rashly tried to use the Tao resonance. The host is now prohibited from using the Supreme Demon Bone for 1 week. He was frustrated, having completely forgotten about this matter. Crimson Blood stood on high, reveling in the sight of a sea of blood engulfing the mortal world. Ye Bai, like a trapped beast, growled, "I will kill you as easily as reaching into my pocket to grab something." He turned to give orders. "Golden Rock of the Five Elements, sisters, set up the formation, and prevent Crimson Blood from flooding into Yu Wangling. On the other side, Crimson Blood controlled the Crimson Blood waves with both hands and commanded, "Blazing Flame, Marcellus, and I will handle Yi Bai. You take care of the others." Blazing Flame grinned menacingly. "No problem." Crimson Blood, confident of victory, declared, "My blood sea has appeared. Anyone who touches it will die in the blink of an eye. You can't step into the Void Realm, so all you can do is wait for death." The sea of blood swirled into a vortex, surrounding the cage that trapped him. Yi Bai adjusted his spiritual power, then secretly thought to himself. He knew one thing. He could not use Earth Escape to get out, but he didn't know the second thing. He placed his hand on his forehead and shifted to another location. Diaoxi was desperately maintaining the protective formation with both legs braced. The blood sea surged, trying to break through the magical barrier. Blazing Flame flew from afar, attacking her. I, a mere half-emperor, dare to confront the stellar wonder sacred land of mine. Suddenly, Yi Bai's sword shot forward rapidly. He stared in confusion at the object speeding toward him with a wind-cutting velocity, unsure of what it was. When he finally saw what it was, Blazing Flame couldn't believe it. What? This is Yi Bai's sword. Didn't the two sacred lands' magical treasures imprison him already? How is this possible? After successfully attacking Blazing Flame, the sword turned and flew back to its master. Yi Bai reached out to catch it. Standing tall, Yi Bai spoke with a tone of disdain. "You think a trashy birdcage like that could trap me?" Diaoxi, still maintaining the formation with both hands, asked with concern, "Yi Senior, are you all right?" Yi Bai didn't answer, still worried. Although he had said that spatial shifting still required some cooldown time. If he were to be trapped by the elders of the two sacred lands again, it would be troublesome. He needed to neutralize him first, then deal with Crimson Blood. Thinking this, Yi Bai quickly flew off to handle the situation. Marcel's fierce face charged forward to block his path. "I don't know how you managed to escape, but with one strike, I'll take your life." The power from Yi Bai's sword continued to surge. His voice grew heavy as he said, "I never fall for the same attack twice." In the sky, Crimson Blood hovered, shouting, "Blood floods the world." Dark red ripples continuously attacked Yi Bai, but he swiftly dodged, evading most of them. Yi Bai's eyes gleamed sharply as his mind raced, calculating his next move. However, the elders of the two sacred lands, with their magic treasures in hand, were truly difficult to deal with as they could restrict divine powers. Then, Yi Bai smirked and thought to himself, "I've got it, *." He quickly landed on the ground. Yi Bai lifted his head high and boldly taunted his opponent. "Crimson Blood, aren't you seeking revenge? Come here, my head is right here. Go ahead and stab me with your needle." Crimson Blood Great Emperor was enraged, pointing at Yi Bai and cursing furiously. "Damn it, don't even think about using taunts to trick me into getting closer. That won't work on me." Crimson Blood Great Emperor raised both hands and began to perform his technique, confidently shouting, "Watch as I use Blood Sea to destroy your soul." Yi Bai smiled as well, preparing to form a seal with his hand, his tone full of amusement. "Who told you I want to trick you into coming closer?" Immediately, powerful thunderous currents struck down, tearing apart his Blood Sea technique. When he sensed something was wrong, his eyes widened in shock and his expression turned fearful. Yi Bai's mighty move pierced through the Blood Sea and struck directly at Crimson Blood's body. From a distance, Marcel saw the unfavorable situation and gritted his teeth, shouting in anger. "It's over." Marcel and Red Hound stood frozen. When they saw Crimson Blood's Blood Sea being shattered, Marcel's face turned ashen in an instant. He gritted his teeth. The boy had realized that the divine power of the Blood Sea didn't come from Crimson Blood himself, but was being transferred from the land of dead silence. Once Crimson Blood exhausted his strength, he would no longer be able to control it. At this moment, the Blood Sea dissipated, and he, along with his companions, could no longer see Crimson Blood. The bright red umbrella slowly spun, accompanied by a voice speaking out. This brat had realized that the divine ability of the Blood Sea didn't originate from Crimson Blood itself, but was brought from the land of dead silence. Once Crimson Blood ran out of energy, he would no longer be able to control it. Strange creatures emerged from the Blood Sea, speaking. "You guys like to raise your hands high to cast your moves. Isn't that just waiting to be struck in the legs?" The Blood Sea had no power left, falling directly to the ground, shouting, "My magical treasure can only suppress divine abilities. How could it stop the waters of the land of dead silence from falling?" The umbrella opened once again and repeated the previous words. "You guys like to raise your hands high to cast your moves. Isn't that just waiting to be struck in the legs?" Ye Bai held the umbrella to shield the blood drops falling from the blood sea, speaking coldly, "This is retribution." At that moment, an announcement rang out. Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, Crimson Blood Great Emperor, was struck dead by Ye Bai's lightning. Marcellus of 20 Sacred Land was killed by Crimson Blood Great Emperor. Before him lay the vast Red Sea of blood, but he paid it no mind. He turned around and ordered the disciples, "You will go into the tomb and train with the others." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes, Master." A vial suddenly fell into Daoxi's hand. Ye Bai smiled and looked at her, instructing, "This is a heavenly great elixir I personally concocted. Take it." Hearing this, she immediately performed a formal greeting. Then, feeling deeply moved, she spoke. "Such a great gift from Yi Senior. I am truly grateful. I never expected that at this moment dark clouds would appear in the sky." Ye Bai observed seriously and made his judgment. "The Emperor Calamity has manifested. I didn't expect it to be 2 clouds." Lightning bolts began to appear, causing him to wonder which 2 disciples broke through to the Great Emperor level. At the same time, inside Yu Huangling, Ye Bai's disciples were focused on their cultivation. Yao Xing Chen furrowed his brows, thoughts racing in his mind. With the protective elixir given by Grandmaster, and the Ji Yun from the Great Tao, I cultivate being not too strong. I'm certain I can overcome this. Quickly, the lightning bolts began to strike down. Xing Chen was surrounded by a massive source of energy, making it nearly impossible for the lightning to break through. A sound also rang out as the system reminded, "Great Emperor Yao Xing Chen is refining the elixir of the Great Tao." Outside, Tai Bai let out a sigh of relief and said, "Junior sister's tribulation is progressing smoothly. This is truly fortunate." Wu Xiao, hearing this, looked a bit concerned and asked, "But the Ji Yun from another source is extremely intense. Who is it?" A pair of golden eyes suddenly flashed. At that moment, Yang Lang's entire body was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Lightning bolts from above began to strike her position. The power emanating from Yang Lang spread outward. Without even exerting any effort, with a single move, she deflected the lightning. The 2 opposing forces collided. Seeing the situation before him, Tai Bai panicked and shouted, "Wait, Aoyang Junior sister, it seems she's going berserk." Yang Lang's eyes flashed brightly, her mind completely lost as she screamed wildly. "Ha!" Under the influence of the force, Lai Mo tightly shut her eyes and yelled loudly, how strong is she really to dare face the lightning tribulation with nothing but her bare hands? Hands appeared from behind Yang Lang continuously, accompanied by an overwhelming force that left everyone astonished. Wu Xiao gripped the weapon in her hand, frowning as she spoke to Tai Bai. "Fourth senior sister, right now, only by joining forces can we subdue her." Tai Bai quickly responded, "We've reached this point with no other choice. We can't let her go berserk and cause widespread slaughter." Yang Lang also began her attack, accelerating towards the 2 of them. At that moment, Ye Bai leaped in front of Wu Qiao and Tai Bai, shouting loudly, "Wait a moment." Yang Lang, no longer rational, continued charging forward, her eyes burning with a murderous gleam. Ye Bai easily dodged the strike, and at the same time, cast a soul-binding technique. Then, Ye Bai lightly tapped the forehead of Yang Lang with the soul-binding technique. Her eyes widened, and her gaze regained focus. In no time, Yang Lang shut her eyes, returning to her normal state. Without hesitation, Ye Bai used his divine power to suppress the evil thoughts within her, and it seemed that everything was under control. At this moment, Ye Bai calmly explained, "Yang Lang, your cultivation follows the Tula Grand Path, also known as the extremely powerful and fierce assassin's Great Way. If you engage in combat while breaking through, it would be like pouring fuel on the fire. You can only counter strength with softness, and, in addition, require proper guidance." Receiving Ye Bai's instructions, Yang Lang also sat down with a plop. She crossed her legs and began attempting to practice the assassin's Great Way again. Surrounding her, a field of spiritual energy enveloped her, and she started focusing her mind to absorb this power. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang out. Great Emperor, Aoyangleng, Tula Grand Path, reunion with Disciple 8-108. Reunion with Disciple 9-108. Reunion with Disciple 10-108. Reunion with Disciple 11-108. Reunion with Disciple 12-108. Reunion with Disciple 13-108. Reunion with Disciple 14-108. And it didn't stop there. The system continued to deliver reward information. Great Emperor skill. 1 card. Half Emperor skill. 6 cards. System detects host does not possess Tula Grand Path. Opening self-adjusting Grand Way talent mode. Rare Grand Way talent required. 10 Half Emperor skill cards. Super rare Grand Way talent required. 20 Half Emperor skill cards. Mythical Grand Way talent required. 50 Half Emperor skill cards. Half Emperor skill. 100 cards. After hearing all the notifications, Yi Bai silently cursed in his heart in anger. Damn it. That damn system, such an important function. And it's only telling me now. Yi Bai was not happy, grumbling as he asked the system above about the Half Emperor skill card. So what about the Great Emperor? How many Half Emperor skill cards does a Great Emperor card equal? After calming down, he returned to his normal state, quietly contemplating. If that's the case, I already have 10 Half Emperor skill cards. No matter what, I should be able to exchange them for 50 to hit a master level. Right. The scene shifted, and the large iron gate slowly opened. A voice echoed out. It's almost noon. The official ceremony is about to start. Everyone who could arrive has probably already come. A respectful voice full of meaning followed. Senior sisters, you're here so early. You are number 70, Great Wind Path, Mofeng 2. Number 75, Defensive Path Yanshan. The system displayed an announcement. Reunion with Disciple 15-108. Reunion with Disciple 16-108. Ye Bai cheerfully greeted the 2 disciples who had arrived. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yan. Upon seeing him, they were both surprised and exclaimed, Master. The system continued announcing. Reunion with Disciple 17-108. Reunion with Disciple 18-108. Reunion with Disciple 19-108. Reunion with Disciple 20-108. Yi Bai sat proudly at the top, while those below were excitedly chatting. Oh, it's Master. After a while, his expression became weary, and he reluctantly thought. So in the end, only 20 people showed up. The Jade Idol, confused, spoke. Even though the ceremony is held once every 10 years, with 45 senior sisters always attending, why is it like this today? Then she respectfully said to Ye Bai, Master, today is indeed somewhat unusual. He also agreed seriously, replying, I know that even though there are often long periods of seclusion, 8 or 10 years spent in breakthrough is not uncommon. But this time, for the grand ceremony, only 20 people showed up. That is not normal. His gaze was sharp, and in a deep voice he said, Anomaly has appeared. There must be something behind it. At this moment, Aoyangleng stepped forward and responded, Master, I think I know where Senior Brothers Jr. is. She began to recount, after the sacrificial ceremony 10 years ago, Great Senior Sister came to find me to accompany her in search of an opportunity. But at that time, I was in a period of stagnation, so I tactfully declined. She continued with her speculation. Most of the sisters who participated in the previous sacrificial ceremony went with Great Senior Sister to leave the Central Plains, so I suspect that they are probably now in the outer battlefield region. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai was startled, thinking in his mind. Ye Bai asked seriously, That girl, did she leave any message before leaving? Aoyangleng respectfully replied, No other messages. She suddenly remembered something and added, But it seems she mentioned that their trip to seek opportunities this time is related to the Great Tao of Time. His gaze turned sharp, and his face became serious as he repeated, The Great Tao of Time. Yushan, who had been standing beside, also spoke up. Master, should we now set off to the outer battlefield region? Ye Bai calmly replied, No need for that at the moment. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Ye Bai's mouth as he spoke with delight. From now on, there will be a grand show here. Looking at his disciples, Ye Bai immediately issued an order, just in time. You all have had breakthroughs. It's time to find someone to practice with. Upon hearing this, one disciple asked curiously, "Find someone to practice with." Fan Xiao Tong, also curious, spoke up, "Apart from senior sister, who else here can we practice with?" At this moment, Qi Tai Bai and Wu Xiao spoke in unison. Stellar Wonders Sacred Hall. Yu Ling, hearing this, pondered for a moment before replying. Is it the blazing flame great emperor whom they let go? If we send the call for reinforcements, the timing should be just right. Her eyes were sharp as knives, calmly calculating that attacking the sect head-on might not be as effective as waiting here to catch them off guard. Meanwhile, in another place, a floating mountain appeared in midair. Red Hound knelt down and respectfully reported, "Holy Master, Crimson Blood has been killed, and both the body and soul have been obliterated. Please, we must seek justice for us." Tian Lai, reclining comfortably on a chair, casually reprimanded, "That's because you acted without orders. You brought this upon yourselves. How can you blame others? Stellar Wonders Sacred Land doesn't need such disgraceful things." At this, Red Hound trembled all over. A sudden arrow shot forward, piercing straight toward him. Red Hound's eyes widened in pain and helplessness. In an instant, his body collapsed. Tian Lai casually continued, "But daring to challenge someone from Stellar Wonders Sacred Land, I won't let you off either." Returning to Yi Bai's group, he was looking at the disciples, and then spoke up. Just at that moment, Xiao Tong brought in a lot of food, and everyone ate while waiting for them to make their move. Fan Xiao Tong happily chimed in, "Senior sister, we have all kinds of flavors here." Yan Shen also kindly asked, "Sing Chen senior brother, wasn't Tian Lai junior sister supposed to be with you when you went to the Zhongju area? Where is she? Why isn't she here?" Sing Chen hesitated before replying. We separated afterward." The conversation caught Yi Bai's attention. He turned to look at her and asked, "Tian Lai, you say? Sing Chen, tell me about Tian Lai. Just be honest with me." Yi Bai's gaze was sharp, and a series of memories flashed through his mind. When he ranked the disciples, he didn't rank them solely based on strength. Shen Tian Lai, though ranked 100th, had great potential. She quickly adapted to cultivation, and her cultivation path was quite different from others. The path she sought was filled with ambition and greed, always challenging the other senior sisters, trying to overtake them in rank, and even cultivating forbidden, unorthodox methods. He drifted into thought. If he had still been around, he would have had the confidence to correct this disciple. But after his lifespan had ended, he could no longer manage it. At this moment, Yi Bai's expression grew serious, and he was certain in his mind. It seemed that Tian Lai had indeed encountered a problem. She hesitated before speaking. "Master, regarding Shen Junior's sister, she looked up at Yi Bai, carefully choosing her words. Tian Lai Junior's sister joined Tianla's Sacred Hall 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's face darkened. The other disciples were stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! How could Tian Lai Junior's sister join the Sacred Land?" Old Yang Lang rubbed his chin thoughtfully and speculated, "There must be some misunderstanding. Tian Lai Junior's sister was probably forced to join, right? Senior brother Xing Chen, was Tian Lai Junior's sister captured and then coerced into joining?" At that moment, someone suddenly stomped their foot in frustration. Wu Xiao scornfully interjected, "Don't think Tian Lai is that innocent." She gritted her teeth and continued, "She chose to join Tianla's Sacred Hall of her own accord." Yan Shan looked at her in shock, asking, "How could that be? Wu Xiao, senior brother, could it be?" At that moment, Sun Wu Xiao interrupted, Stop. I know what you're about to say." Ye Bai's calm voice rang out, "Wu Xiao, if you know something, then speak." She clicked her tongue and replied, "Among all the sacred lands, Tianla's Sacred Hall ranks second. But what Tian Lai wanted most was not Tianla, but the number one, Limitless Sacred Hall." Her hands clenched into fists, unconsciously as she continued through gritted teeth. In the end, for reasons unknown, after being rejected by Limitless Sacred Hall, she joined Tianla's Sacred Hall. When I first heard this, I didn't believe it either. I thought she must have had some plan to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. After a pause, she continued calmly. However, not long after she joined Tianla's Sacred Hall, Master struggled to find a few opportunities, but they were all seized by the people of Tianla. Not only that, but several of our junior brothers were exposed. The people of Tianla demanded their surrender and began hunting them down. Wu Xiao gritted his teeth and angrily asked, "Tell me, is this all just a coincidence? Can you believe that?" Yang Leng remained silent, while Tai Bai was awkwardly unsure of how to respond. Yi Bai's expression turned extremely grim, and a thick aura of killing intent enveloped him. Xing Chen trembled, as though sensing Yi Bai's mood. She thought to herself, "Master is truly angry now. This is the first time I've seen him like this." A dart suddenly shot out from behind the open door. Tai Bai quickly noticed its arrival. She stepped forward to intercept the attack, shouting, "Master, be careful." The dart struck her sword with tremendous force. Tai Bai looked at the dart in surprise, thinking, how could a mere peacock spirit have such immense power? At that moment, Yang Leng and Sun Wuxiao simultaneously called out, "Fourth senior sister, we're here to help you." The three of them began to work together to block the peacock spirit's attack, but it wasn't long before they were all knocked back. The sound of exhilaration rang out as the three great emperors couldn't even hold their ground. What is this? Yi Bai smirked and said, "The golden peacock spirit. Looks like the starry Saint Lord can't stay idle after all." The peacock spirit charged toward Yi Bai with great force, but he remained unfazed, launching a counterattack with one hand. The strike pushed Yi Bai back slightly, but in the end, he caught the attack and easily shattered it. Yi Bai fell silent. His voice rang out, steely and cold. "Just now I was brimming with anger, with nowhere to vent it, and yet they marched themselves right up to my door." The door began to swing wide, and from above shadowy figures could be glimpsed. The people outside, ignorant of what lay within, grew excited and declared in turn, "Never mind the demonic master who killed the crimson blood divine power vast great emperor. If he's struck once by the holy master, he'll either die or be crippled. As for his disciples, they're nothing but a pack of incompetents. We have more than 20 great emperors and half-emperors holding position here. Wiping them out will be easy." Yi Bai led his disciples forward and ordered, "Follow me out of here. You've been sitting in meditation for so long. It's time to move your joints a little, isn't it?" Those who had been smut moments before now lay unconscious on the ground. One man, grabbed by the collar and trembling, thought, "My heavens, how is this possible? How can each of them be so formidable?" He kept a tight grip on the collar and, composing himself, announced that he would return to tell your holy master that he wanted to confront Yi Bai personally. "Then come here in person." Yi Bai sneered. "Now you only dare send a tiny feather from afar to ambush me. What cowards!" He threw the man into the air with force and barked, "Go." Wu Xiao stepped forward to ask, "Master, why don't we take this chance to pursue them, strike straight for the stellar wonder sacred land, and deal with that holy master once and for all?" Yi Bai raised a hand to stop him and explained, "Although the stellar wonder sacred land suffered grievous losses this time and will be reluctant to act rashly, their holy master is in their headquarters and must not be underestimated. Besides, I hear there is an emperor lord elder ancestor who frequently retreats into seclusion. You must not act recklessly for now." They, on their side, were self-arranged. After that, Yi Bai seriously gave the order, "Now, we will go to the outer battlefield to find someone." Then his face relaxed, breaking into a faint smile. Yi Bai thought to himself, "Lu Xushang, finally, we will meet again." Yi Bai glanced at the person beside him, then requested, "Doxi, please take us there." Doxi respectfully replied, "Understood, Yi Senior." Yi Bai's commanding tone rang out again, "Qi Tai Bai, Sun Wuxiao, Yang Leng. You three come with me to the outer battlefield." The people named responded in unison, "Yes." Yi Bai continued issuing orders. "This time, it's not convenient to bring too many people. The others here must disperse and go practice on their own." At that moment, Doxi had returned to her true form, emitting a sharp cry before flying up into the sky. Meanwhile, in some unknown location, a pair of legs hung in the air. The person was being choked by a hand, his face pale as he said, "Holy Master, spare me." But the hands did not stop, they tightened further. Tian Lai released his grip, scornfully cursing, "Useless trash," as he furrowed his brow and began to calculate. "If we were to assemble another raid team of the same scale as last time in such a short period, it would likely alarm the elder ancestor, so I'll have to temporarily spare Yi Bai." Just at this moment, Suddenly his body was seized by a surge of power, and then a contemptuous voice came from his mouth. The starry Saint Lord reveals his power, causing harm to soldiers and generals, yet is still cowardly. Tian Lai's eyes widened as he shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to speak arrogantly?" At this moment, the voice still echoed. The starry Saint Lord had revealed his divine powers, yet his soldiers were weak and cowardly. Tian Lai's face was filled with fury as he growled, "Ye Bai, I will definitely strike you down." Where did this new source of power come from? Then, a low voice sounded, asking why there was such a commotion outside. Hearing the voice, Tian Lai was startled. Elder Sun appeared and asked, "Holy Master, what has happened?" Tian Lai immediately knelt down and respectfully replied, reporting to Emperor Lord Elder Ancestor, "It is just a reckless fool who dares to use the transmission technique to challenge us, disturbing your seclusion. This offense is worthy of death." He laughed and repeated, "Worthy of death." Then he spoke again. "Well then, use this ordinary mirror to look at yourself, and see if your appearance matches what you claim to be a small matter." Unexpectedly, Tian Lai covered his eyes and trembled as he responded, "Elder Ancestor, please, you know I fear nothing more than looking at myself in the mirror. Why would you punish me like this?" Elder Sun replied, "Of course, I know you have a fear of mirrors. Isn't this just a little test for you?" He then disappeared, leaving behind a lingering smile and the words, "Truly a good holy master." Soon after, Tian Lai no longer trembled as violently as before. A smile appeared on his lips, and he looked at himself in the mirror, striking a seductive pose. Tian Lai's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink as he sighed, "Elder Ancestor treats me quite well. I just wanted to check whether my hair was disheveled." At the outer gate of the battlefield, Diaoxi's wings beat ceaselessly. Its powerful body hovered high above. At that moment, a soldier noticed and shouted angrily, "Who goes there? Don't you know that flying into the outer battlefield gate is forbidden?" Immediately he pointed and barked an order, "Get down here at once, or I'll kill you, you damned creature who knows no rules." No sooner had he finished than the soldier took a full spear strike to the face. The blow, packed with internal force, sent him flying. Only dust remained. The spear plunged into the ground along with the question of rules. Wu Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said, "Our demon clan's fists are stronger. That's the rule." One man stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully. "Great Sage Sun, I was in the wrong. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon." Behind him sat another who appeared wounded, leaning against the rock. Sun Wuxiao glanced over and said coldly, "Leave." They accepted the mercy as if it were clemency and supported the injured man, answering repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we'll go immediately." At that moment another group appeared nearby, bowing and speaking respectfully. "Hail great Sage Sun, hail great Emperor, hail great Sage equal to heaven." Wu Xiao answered magnanimously, "No need for so many formalities. I'm not as petty as Kim Peng." When they had finished cleaning up, she looked up at the sky and called loudly, "Everything below is cleared. Bring their master down here." The hawk immediately descended to land. The thin feathers fluttered in the wind as Yi Bai's group appeared before everyone. The crowd stared in surprise, and one person questioned, "Is this the master of Great Sage Sun?" A person next to them sighed in admiration. "Just a young man, yet he's standing in such a noble position between two great emperors of the human race." Among them, an old woman stepped forward and whispered to Wu Xiao, "Great Saint, great Saint." She turned to ask, "What is it?" The old woman said, "Those people in black just claimed to be from the Yima sect, and they asked me to pass on their request to meet with the great saints." Wu Xiao asked curiously, "Yima sect?" Finally, she softly instructed, "Invite them over here, and you all may disperse." The members of the Yima sect performed a respectful bow. The sect master of the Yima sect bowed. "Sun Wu Xiao, Your Excellency." Suddenly, Ao Yang Lang spoke, causing everyone to glance at him in surprise. "Junior sister, do you know these people?" When Ao Yang Lang and Ki Tai Bai walked over, the Yima sect members quickly bowed. The sect master of the Yima sect greeted, "Ki Tai Bai, Your Excellency." "Greetings to Ao Yang Lang, Your Excellency." Tai Bai glanced over, her mind filled with questions. Who are they? They exchanged a silent gaze. 8th junior sister. These are your friends. Wu Xiao quickly denied. I have no friends. Yang Lang was momentarily startled upon hearing this. At that moment, Yi Bai slowly walked forward. Yi Ma sect, the name seems to have some connection with me. He stroked his chin and softly said, if there's a connection, then let's stand and talk. The Yi Ma sect members stood up, their leader looking at him with curiosity. Sir, may I ask, Your Excellency, what is your name? This story dates back 10 years. Lu Xushang had once left behind a saying, the ancestral master is not truly gone. One day they will appear before us. She had also instructed that when that day came, all of them must obey the orders of the ancestral master and remember the person's name clearly. Finally, he spoke his own name. Yi Bai. Upon hearing this name, the group once again knelt down and respectfully shouted, Greetings, ancestral master. Yi Bai was left dumbfounded by the scene. Ancestral master, wait, wasn't your sect leader Lu Xushan? The group immediately replied, reporting to the ancestral master, yes, that is correct. Yi Bai thought once more of the name Lu Xushan before speaking again and standing up. He asked directly, you didn't come here just to pay your respects, did you? The person responded respectfully, ancestral master, you are correct. 10 years ago, before the sect leader Your Excellency entered the Outer Realm battlefield, they gave us several portraits. Afterwards, they held out both palms, on which lay 2 pieces of green jade pendants, and instructed us that if we ever encountered Your Excellency in the portraits, we should hand these items over to that person. As Yi Bai reached out, a formation suddenly appeared on the jade pendants. The image of a coordinate began to emerge. He studied the 2 jade pieces for a while before slowly realizing that the formation within the jade was a map, with a red mark indicating a specific location. Thinking that this was the fateful place discovered by the great girl, after handing over the jade token, the person asked for instructions. Ancestral Master, what should we do next? Li Bai replied, I will go with the 3 disciples to find your sect leader and assign you a task, which is to search everywhere for the secrets of the Stellar Wonders Sacred Hall. I need to know both the enemy and myself to ensure we can win every battle without failure. The person immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, understood, and the others quickly sprang into action. Yi Bai calmly continued, all right, we need to enter the Outer Realm battlefield now. It is filled with dangers, so take good care of yourselves. Kai Tai Bai looked over at the side with a worried tone. You and Wu Xiao should be fine, but I'm afraid 8th junior sister will be there, causing chaos and turning the heavens and earth upside down. Finally, as they were about to leave, he gave one last reminder, take it easy, and set off for the Outer Realm battlefield. The 3 of them approached the formation in front when suddenly Sun Wu Xiao turned around and asked, where's Master? Turning back, they saw Yi Bai stuck at the formation, helplessly calling out, I'm here. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his cheek and muttered, this is so frustrating. The Outer Realm battlefield has restrictions based on cultivation level. In the end, unwilling to accept this, he said, isn't it just a requirement of Holy King Realm? I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered into a state of cultivation. 2 thin layers of aura appeared around his hands, and a flash of light appeared at the peak of the mountain, which then burst into a brilliant and dazzling light, illuminating a corner of the sky. Then a series of notifications appeared. System notification. Breakthrough to Holy King Realm. System notification. The host has entered the Outer Realm battlefield. Those who enter will be distributed to different areas based on the Force rules. They will engage in battles with other factions. Here, the belief in cruelty and indifference is absolute. Battle merit points. The Outer Realm battlefield uses great currency, which can be exchanged for props and passes. Upon entry, an initial amount will be issued, and additional points can be earned through combat. Yi Bai looked at the faint aura surrounding his body with satisfaction, thinking of the suffering from his past life. No matter what he did, he could never break through, unlike now, where he could easily break through without effort. The system sent another notification, and the force distribution rules began. The 3 of Sun Wu Xiao immediately showed reactions on their bodies. Yi Bai looked at his hands, and then spoke. It seems that after the factions are divided, we will be forcibly separated to different points in the outer region. Finally, he instructed the disciples. Each of you hold the Jade Palace of the Imperial map. When the time comes, gather at the place marked by your great senior sister. The group immediately responded, yes. In the end, the four figures transformed into four bright lights that spread in all directions. Their figures swirled around mountain peaks, and finally they landed in an open area. In front of them was a silver tent. A ring of light appeared before the cave. Yi Bai appeared in the center of the light beam. At the greedy war wolf faction, two people walked out of the tent. Boss, look, someone else has come. I wonder which unlucky soul has been assigned to our area this time. At this moment, Yi Bai was still focused on his own strength. This must be the battle merit score, and 300,000 was quite a lot. Suddenly, a foot appeared beside Yi Bai. The man in charge raised his hand enthusiastically and said, little brother, it's quite dangerous for a Holy King realm to be here. Would you like me to show you around a bit? Yi Bai shot a sharp glance in his direction. He noticed the white cloth tied around the man's wrist. The man, in turn, noticed something about him minus 300,000. That number was displayed on Yi Bai's watch. Immediately, the man changed his attitude. He put his arm around Yi Bai's shoulders warmly and said, brother, this is your first time in the Outer Realm battlefield, right? You're here alone, aren't you? At this moment, Yi Bai was reflecting on the rules of the Outer Realm battlefield. There was one particular rule. Comrades within the same faction could kill each other, and their battle merit points would be lost, but not transferred. However, the system also mentioned there were loopholes to exploit. The method was for someone outside the faction to kill a comrade, and then eliminate that person to steal their battle merit points. At this point, the man's arm was resting on the strap of his sword. After thinking things over, Yi Bai eagerly replied, there are 4 of us in total, but I'm the only one assigned here. The man looked at Yi Bai's state and whispered to himself, this young man is most likely a disciple nurtured with countless resources from a sacred hall. He has a simple character, no life experience, truly a delicious target. Finally, he led him to a tall pillar, pointed up at it, and introduced. Brother, look, there are black towers standing firm like this everywhere outside the battlefield. In front of each tower are 2 tablets. One is called the Godslayer tablet, the other is the Battle Merit tablet. You can aim for either one. Both list the strong and famous individuals on the Outer Realm battlefield. Yi Bai suddenly jolted, as if realizing something. He looked at the 2 tablets in front of him and thought to himself, the Demonist sect leader, Lu Sushang, is not only ranked 12th on the Battle Merit tablet, but her name also appears on the Godslayer tablet. How crazy must that girl be to fight like that? Finally, he understood, though it wasn't hard to explain. After all, she cultivated the great path of destruction. Looking at the situation before him, one of the men asked for guidance. Should the boss make a move now? The other one also gave his opinion. Take that kid's cultivation and give it to the beasts. With 300,000 battle merit points, it'll be easy. However, the man with thick eyebrows stopped them. Don't rush. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, this kid has already been infected by my closeness. He's completely unguarded. Let's move now. He unsheathed his sword and slowly approached Yi Bai. The blade shimmered with a faint subtle light. Suddenly, Yi Bai spoke. That's right, the movements of the people behind us have suddenly stopped. He formed a ball of light in his hand, then turned to ask, I have a treasure here. Do you want to take a look? A crystal, shimmering with mixed colors, appeared in his hand. He asked them, how do you feel about this? The group immediately responded without control. It's a good item. The crystal emitted a source of light carrying immense pressure. A tremor occurred, causing the man's face to slightly distort. The pressure spread in all directions, trapping everyone inside. Boss, we can't move. The leader clenched his fists, his body pressed against the ground. Yi Bai hummed a tune and sat down in front of the leader. The cloth covering the score on his hand was removed, and his score appeared clearly on the screen. Yi Bai rubbed his chin and complimented the 10,000 battle merit points. Not bad. Indeed, black eating black is the way to wealth. Then he instructed the other 2 to check the scores of the remaining 2. Yi Bai sat in front of the person with 390,000 points and showed dissatisfaction. 390,000 battle merit points is not enough. You seem more formidable than him, yet your battle merit is lower than his. The leader, sweating profusely, urgently said, quickly retract your powers. We guarantee we won't harm you. In this outer battlefield, danger is everywhere. We need to form a team to have a chance of survival. Ye Bai, without mercy, retorted. You play games with others, but one day, when you rob others of their battle merit, will you be the one who ends up on the receiving end? Have you ever been gentle when striking someone? Then he paused, thinking. 8 people combined had a total of 3,800,000 battle merit points, which wasn't bad. The leader, upon hearing this, was startled. Ye Bai snapped his fingers again, and the leader immediately froze, his eyes rolling back into his head. Once the task was done, he stood up, biting his finger in thought, wondering who would be the best person to send them off. The sunlight was still blinding, and he dragged the 3 people into the forest, the light filtering through the dry tree branches. When he reached a flat area, a giant appeared, a massive green figure holding an enormous staff, standing atop a rock. He spoke with a deep voice. Kid, leave the people here. You can go now. Ye Bai looked up at him, the giant's bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs glaring down. He continued, Did you not hear me? Ye Bai didn't waste words and tossed the 3 people aside. If that's what you want, then so be it. As the 3 flew through the air, the giant immediately swung his staff, sending them flying. He glanced at his wrist, where the numbers displayed 3,800,000. His face lit up with excitement as he laughed. 3,800,000, I'm about to get rich. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind him. You're not the one getting rich, I am. When did Ye Bai appear behind him? The giant froze in shock at the sound of his voice. Finally, Ye Bai gathered an energy sphere into his palm and coldly said, Give it to me. In the silence, a series of crisp sounds echoed, and soon the giant, stripped of his combat ability, collapsed to the ground. The numbers on his wrist began to turn into straight lines. The numbers on Ye Bai's wrist, on the other hand, began to rise, and he looked at them with growing satisfaction. 4,260,000. Not bad. Not bad. It's possible to exchange many good things in the Black Tower, so this trip wasn't a waste. In the end, he picked up the jade token and muttered to himself, It's time to go to the place marked by the great girl for a fateful encounter. 4 red dots appeared on the jade token. Ye Bai glanced at it briefly, then concluded, Looks like my current location is still quite far. At full speed, it'll take about 2 hours. Suddenly, a stone flew from somewhere, catching him off guard, but he quickly caught it with his hand. After crushing the stone, he coldly glanced around and said in a cold voice, Who? A pair of female legs appeared. Gu Xian juggled the remaining stones in her hands and asked, Are you Ye Bai, the ancestral master of the Yi demon sect? Ye Bai replied, Didn't expect news to reach the outer battlefield so quickly. Even young ladies like you know about it. Xian snorted in dissatisfaction and said, It's not that the news spreads quickly, it's that my information network is vast. Suddenly she asked, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Lu Xuishan? Ye Bai didn't answer, but turned the question back on her. Who are you? What does my relationship with Lu Xuishan have to do with you? Gu Xian naturally introduced herself. I am the only daughter of the leader of the Shadow Moon Palace, Gu Xian. I've been pursuing Lu Xuishan for many years. Sooner or later, we will become Dao companions. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai immediately turned away in boredom. Unrelated nonsense. I've never heard Lu Xuishan mention that she has any interest in this. Xian, feeling ignored, shouted in agitation. Come back here, she shouted loudly. Don't think just because you're the Grand Master of the Yima sect, I won't dare to make a move on you. Quickly tell me, what is your relationship with Lu Xuishan? Suddenly, he countered her question. Aren't you in love with Lu Xuishan? Have you confessed your feelings yet? This question was quite a blow to Xian. Gu Xian hesitated, blushed, and replied, Confess. Who says you must confess just because you like someone? Ye Bai suddenly thought, Isn't this unrequited love? Then, he added a few more devastating remarks to Xian. Why haven't you confessed? If you don't confess, what will happen? Do you think you're some kind of fairy, that no one will ever reject you? Gu Xian, provoked by his words, responded challengingly. Let's have a one-on-one duel. If you can beat me, I'll leave directly. If you lose, you have to tell me the whereabouts of Lu Xuishan. Ye Bai acted indifferent and continued walking. Forget it, I'm worried you'll lose, and then go cry at your father. You're ranked second on the assassination list, so you're too hard to provoke, too hard to provoke. Hearing that, Xian quickly assured him, don't worry, if you manage to defeat me today, I guarantee my father won't cause you any trouble. Ye Bai asked again, all right, how about this? If you can touch the hem of my clothes, I'll consider you the winner. What do you think? As he said that, he was thinking to himself, today's mood is pretty good. Guess I'll have some fun with this girl. After hearing that, she immediately rushed over. All right, this is because of what you said. Ye Bai once again took out the Chaos Crystal Stone. He was thinking that since he was only facing one person, the area of influence from this pressure should be enough. The oppressive force restricted Gu Xianni's movements. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Ye Bai stood arrogantly, the outcome already clear. Then he turned to leave. Before he did, he left a remark. I've spared your dignity as a woman. I didn't increase the pressure, so you end up lying flat on the ground. You should know your place and stop clinging to me. As Ye Bai lifted his foot to take a step, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? I can't move. At that moment, Gu Xianni, who was sitting on the ground, spoke up. Being able to suppress someone's movements is not something only you can do. Gu Xianni was determined to continue. She controlled the pressure exerted on Ye Bai. Don't think you can escape. Ye Bai was weighed down by a layer of oppressive force. He glanced behind him and thought, this girl is using the force of the law. He already had an answer in his mind. The law of gravity. Xianni gritted her teeth and spoke each word clearly. Don't think of me as some naive young lady. Ye Bai sighed once more and then ruthlessly slapped her face. Young lady indeed. When you have a little advantage, you become arrogant and self-satisfied. Hearing that, she was extremely furious. What did you say? He didn't answer. Instead, he recited the incantation of thunder. Immediately, his body was covered in lightning bolts. Gu Xianni was startled upon seeing this. A powerful surge struck down, leaving behind an immense aftershock. After the light faded and the smoke dissipated, Gu Xianni's figure lay flat on the stone floor, with small electric currents still coursing through her body. Ye Bai rubbed his wrist and spoke. You abandoned your defense to unleash your full attack, leaving your head exposed. I told you. I control the force of the thunder incantation just enough to knock you down, without any worry about your life. Gu Xianni slowly struggled to get up, unwilling to accept defeat, and said, Ye Bai, you're despicable. You didn't even wait for me to get ready. He retorted, despicable, elder sister? Please think with your head. If you were facing an enemy, and they told you they needed to use the bathroom before fighting, do you think anyone would wait for you? Upon hearing this, Xianni angrily shouted, You're at the great emperor level, and you're talking about going to the bathroom. You're so vulgar, way too vulgar. Ye Bai didn't pay her any mind, casually waving his hand. All right, wipe your face. From now on, we'll keep our paths separate. Upon hearing this, she stomped her foot in frustration. You're driving me crazy. Suddenly, Ye Bai noticed something, and turned to ask, Why are you still following me? Didn't I say if you lost, you'd leave? Xianni snorted and turned her head away. What? I can't stick around because I'm at a dead end, and I didn't lose. When did I admit defeat? She shamelessly added, I still have plenty of trump cards left. But today, I'm too tired. I don't have the mood to continue anymore. After hearing this, Ye Bai was speechless. This person was truly too annoying. In the end, he just closed his eyes and decided to let it go. Fine. If it's on the way, then it's on the way. As they were walking, suddenly, Xianni spoke up. Ye Bai, where are you going? It's Su Shang there too. After asking, she puffed up her cheeks, looking upset. How could someone as detestable as him possibly know Xu Shang? What kind of complicated relationship did he have with Xu Shang? In the territory of the Beast King insect clan, the two of them walked slowly. On the ground, skulls were being gnawed by small creatures with spindly legs. They slowly passed by them. On a pillar, a white snake flicked its tongue. Xianni was terrified, and above them, cocoons hung down from the ceiling of the cave. Xianni nervously spoke. Ye Bai, let's take a detour. Ye Bai replied. The rotten area in the middle stretches for a long way. If we take a detour, it'll take even more days. Finally, he suggested. Well, if you're that scared, we can split up from here. Upon hearing this, she turned her face away and then boldly declared, "I am the daughter of the Emperor Lord, the great Emperor, a powerful being. I'm not afraid." Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed through the cave. She wondered if there was some movement ahead. Below, a girl was skillfully and expertly slashing with her sword. Yi Bai stood above and observed for a moment, quickly recognizing that it was indeed a Lang. Hu Yang Lang was dealing with the larva. She was clearly irritated. It's really hard to get rid of them. The larva kept appearing, and the sword in her hand relentlessly slashed out, sending waves of sword energy. No matter how many of these insects she killed, they wouldn't die. Finally, two crosswise slashes intersected with each other. Hao Yang Lang stood atop a mountain of larvae that had been dealt with. She was panting, calculating. There must be a powerful central insect controlling them somewhere. If she captured the thieves without dealing with the leader, she would be exhausted to the point of collapse. Suddenly, the larva lying motionless on the ground suddenly spewed out threads. The threads latched onto the two swords in her hands, forcing her into a passive position. The threads wrapped tightly around the swords. Yang Lang's eyes widened in shock, overcome hardness with softness. Next, two large threads lunged toward Ao Yang Lang, while she was already being restrained, unable to move. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I can't avoid it now." Ye Bai quickly appeared, his hand catching the threads. This appearance startled Yang Lang, and she shouted, "Grandmaster, you're holding the threads tightly. Then why not take the opportunity to teach her a lesson? Lang, your fighting style is famous for being strong. It works well against stubborn and tough opponents, but clearly falls short when dealing with things like this." Finally, he recited the Supreme Demon Bone incantation, and a faint energy surrounded him. That energy flowed into the threads, and it continued to expand toward the opposite side. The larvae hit by the energy were sent flying away. At last, Yi Bai said, "A formation with such dense density, just like an iron chain fastened to a boat, burning it with fire is best." At that moment, Gu Qiannai also sprang to their side. She folded her arms and spoke admiringly. That hateful demon indeed had a trick. In the blink of an eye, it had burned so many insect servants to death. Hu Yang Lang flinched slightly at her sudden appearance. As he looked at her, he wondered. A woman accompanying the Grandmaster. Could it be the Grandmaster and the great senior sister? Yi Bai had already sat down. He reached out, caught a larva, and held one out to each of them. Though its appearance was disgusting, roasted, it smelled rather fragrant. His next action was to put it into his mouth. In his previous life, he had even eaten such roasted silkworms at a stall by the night market, he recalled as he chewed. When he finished, he even offered them enthusiastically. "Do you want some?" Gu Qiannai recoiled in fear. "I absolutely don't." Ao Yang Lang stammered, at a loss for words. Although it was the Grandmaster's order, suddenly a sound echoed from somewhere that made them start. "Until now, only our insect clan has eaten humans. There has never been humans eating our kind. I will make you pay dearly." It seemed Yi Bai had anticipated this, so he was not very surprised. Indeed, it was not so simple. The ground began to tremble. Something surged up from the fissures below. Yi Bai stared blankly at it. A huge, slime-dripping mouth appeared before them. He quickly commanded, "Lang, you lead Gu Qiannai and break through the encirclement." "They came because of me." Yang Lang immediately responded. "Understood." In front of them was a dense mass of larvae rushing towards them. Xian Ni, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed her full power. "Don't underestimate me. I don't need anyone to lead the way." She used gravitational suppression, her overwhelming force creating a powerful aura. The area around them cleared, surrounded by larvae. At that moment, Yi Bai set up a formation under their feet to protect them. "You prefer to rely on numbers to win, then I will do the opposite." He placed his hand on the formation and recited the incantation. Resonating with the Great Tao, summon the spirits of the Great Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic spirit appeared. Ao Yang Lang turned to ask, "Grandmaster, what are you trying to do?" Gu Qiannai was also curious. What use is summoning such a weak corpse?" Yi Bai waved his hand, giving an order to the mulberry corpse. "Go play with them." The mulberry corpse rushed forward, making strange sounds. "Abba Abba." It charged into the larva, enjoying the sensation of them bumping into it. Then, it quickly spun around, flinging the larva away. Gu Qiannai, confused, exclaimed, A mulberry corpse is completely useless. She then turned to speak urgently to Yang Lang. Hey, we need to kill them to save Yi Bai. Yang Lang calmly stood there, his voice soothing. Don't act rashly. Over there, the larvae had begun to gnaw on the mulberry corpse, their sharp teeth tearing into it bit by bit. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the transformed larva, which quickly morphed, altering its entire body. Shan Nai was left dumbfounded, speechless. Here, Yi Bai explained. These insects feed on the blood and flesh of zombies infected with the virus. Next, we just need to wait for them to multiply. 1 becomes 10, 10 become 100, 100 becomes 10,000. After saying this, he waved his hand, issuing an order. Fly out, my zombie larva. As soon as he finished speaking, countless larvae lunged at the untransformed ones, biting and tearing them apart. Whether they were bitten or biting others, it all contributed to the spread of the virus. When the larvae began to flee, Yi Bai issued another command. Stop, don't chase them. He stood on a rock, observing. Gucci and Nai wondered aloud, why aren't we chasing them? Yi Bai replied, don't be reckless, I've already planned this carefully. Upon hearing this, she cursed inwardly. No wonder their master and disciple, both equally vile. They continued forward together. One of them asked, what should we do next? Yi Bai answered with a single word. Wait. In a deep dark place, 2 faint lights appeared. Lu Wang, seething with anger, growled, I can't even deal with one tiny human. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. Suddenly, a larva bit her foot. She flinched in disbelief. What? Her zombie virus had an incubation period. The zombie viruses were already infiltrating her bloodstream. Lu Wang clutched her head, screaming. From below, agonized sounds echoed. Meanwhile, Yi Bai and his group had been waiting above. Yi Bai spoke. It must be the time. 2 spider-like legs reached up from the crack. Gu Qian Nai excitedly shouted. This is the true body of Lu Wang. At this moment, her figure was fully revealed before them. Yi Bai calmly said, the battle merit points of Lu Wang have transferred to me, indicating that it has died. Let me see how many points are on the 50th spot on the battle merit board. A long string of numbers appeared on Lu Wang's hand. Xian Nai was extremely excited upon seeing this. Oh my god, over 300 million. But Yang Lang paid no attention to it. With the strength of a grandmaster, 300 million wasn't much. Yi Bai also spoke up. Besides this large amount of battle merit points, there's also a great harvest. He extended his hand toward Lu Wang. From his hand, crystal light emitted. A powerhouse like Lu Wang from the insect clan would certainly be of great use in the future. He continued. However, for now, help me protect the Chaos Steel and the Heavenly Pool's supreme treasure. Once everything was settled, they resumed their journey. Yi Bai said, this time, with the obstacles cleared, the Xu Shang remains aren't far off. Yang Lang replied, Grandmaster, let's continue on. Gucci and I also chimed in. Don't even think about abandoning this young lady. The sky was clear and blue, and beneath the tower, the group was talking amongst themselves. Quick! Look, the battle merit board has changed. Who's been knocked down? Sun Wuxiao, seeing the commotion, pointed and shouted. 4th senior sister, there's a lot of excitement over there. Let's go see. Chi Tai Bai showed no interest, pulling her along. Don't cause trouble. We need to head to the place marked by great senior sister for the meeting. However, Wuxiao eagerly grabbed her hand, thinking it wouldn't take much time. After blending into the crowd, the 2 of them were momentarily startled when they looked up at the leaderboard. From a distance, the battle merit board was filled with twisted, jagged characters, among which was a name they recognized. That person was ranked 50th on the battle merit leaderboard. Wuxiao stared in a daze, having heard that the battle merit leaderboard hadn't changed in years. The performance of the master was indeed beyond ordinary understanding. Tai Bai also pondered for a moment. Given the master's temperament, it was likely that the intention wasn't just to surpass the 50th place, but to directly kill him. As they were concentrating, someone suddenly appeared on the high platform. The person raised something in their hand and shouted aloud, New auction item! New auction item! The person held up a green crystal and introduced it, ranked 50th on the battle merit leaderboard. The location of the human Yi Bai, currently holding a battle merit of 325,876,277. Starting bid is 3 million battle merit points. Baishan turned to the person next to him and said, 3 million, let's risk it. Turn 3 million into something big. We can fight it out together and split it when the time comes. The person beside him disagreed. Anyone on the battle merit leaderboard isn't ordinary. I think we should avoid getting involved. The person on the platform continued to stir the atmosphere, announcing information about the human Yi Bai, Holy King Realm, and no sect. Hearing that, the crowd below immediately began to stir. A little demon at the Holy King Realm could earn so many battle merit points. It must be due to sheer luck. They must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, and they whispered to each other. Pay several 100,000 battle merit points. Quickly go kill that Saint King little demon. Receive a reward of over 3 million. What could be better than that? Then, everyone started raising their hands to bid. The points kept increasing compared to the starting bid. 3,200,000 battle merit points. I'll take this intel for 3.5 million, hoping no one outbids me. 4 million should be enough. 5 million. I don't believe anyone can bid higher than this. Kai Tai Bai furrowed his brow and said, although Master Vast Divine Power is great, becoming the target of public attention like this, he will likely encounter serious trouble. Sun Wuxiao also narrowed his eyes and looked over, when suddenly, a person raised a finger and called out a number. I bid 10 million. This action caused everyone to turn and look. The person who appeared was Ji Wudi from the Infinite Sacred Land. As soon as he spoke, he directly called out, I, Ji Wudai, bid 10 million. The crowd erupted into another wave of chatter. The Holy Son of Infinite Sacred Land. What is he doing here? Someone else chimed in. Even if someone can bid more than 10 million, they wouldn't dare to raise the price. Offending anyone from the Infinite Sacred Hall never ends well. The auctioneer on the stage spoke again. If no one else bids, this item will go to Ji Wudai from Infinite Sacred Land. Without hesitation, Ji Wudai immediately snatched the item from the auctioneer's hands. Very good. Just follow the location marked by this positioning stone, and you'll be able to find the name Yi Bai. He looked at the crystal with confidence. 3 million battle merit points would fall into his hands with ease. A red dot appeared on the crystal. The red dot showed up against a black background. Elsewhere, Yi Bai was also holding a jade token bearing coordinates. It seemed to be ahead. Yang Lang excitedly pointed. Grandmaster, look, that must be the place. Before them rose tall columns. Yang Lang turned and said, when you were fighting on the outer domain battlefield, did you hear that great senior sister and the other senior sisters each cultivate at one of the most dangerous sites? Yi Bai looked thoughtful. He said in a low voice, indeed, this place sits on a main artery, yet it's seldom frequented. Those 3 white towers must house some organization. Ordinary people wouldn't dare come near. Suddenly his gaze fell downward. Someone was coming. A burst of power streaked over and slammed into the ground. A figure stepped out of the smoke. Found the 3 million. Ji Wudai appeared before them with the crystal, his voice brimming with confidence. Behave and surrender yourself. I'll give you a quick death. Yi Bai remained calm and gave no reply, like a leopard scenting the tang of blood. A moment later, Gu Qiannai strolled over. Hey, why are you all running so fast? Wait for me. At the sight of her, Ji Wudai grew even more amused. The second-generation ancestor of Shadow Moon Palace really is a buy one get one free. At this moment, Qiannai finally noticed the uninvited guest, Ji Wudai. She immediately shouted out, the battlefield outside the city is not the place for Infinite Sacred Land. You think you can act arrogantly here. If you want to fight, go ahead. Hearing this, Wudai burst into loud laughter, raising his fist in blatant contempt, saying, just based on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot down hard. The force of the blow sent rocks and dust flying into the air. Xian Ni, standing in the midst of this chaos, cried out. With this kind of power, after dealing with Gu Qiannai, he's coming straight for Yi Bai. Yang Lang gasped in shock, shouting, Grandmaster, this punch is no ordinary one. You can't just withstand it. However, Yi Bai didn't even look bothered. He pushed Yang Lang aside with his hand, and she stared in disbelief, exclaiming, Grandmaster, Wudai is still coming at you. His actions are mocking you. Don't you care if your disciple gets buried with you? I'm so touched I could cry. At that moment, the fist was already before him. Yi Bai squinted and asked, is that so? Then I look forward to seeing you cry. He then gently raised his hand to block the strike, a shockwave radiating outward. His hand caught Wudai's fist. In disbelief, Wudai shouted, "Impossible! This can't be happening. I used 60% of my strength. Even a great emperor would be unable to stop it." At this point, Yi Bai's voice carried a hint of admiration, conceding, "You're not without skill. My hand does hurt a little." He asked again, "You say you cultivate according to the Wudi Dao." Then he said, "If you want to defeat me, you must cultivate a path that specializes in overcoming the Yi Bai Dao." Hearing this, Ji Wudai became enraged and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant?" He then raised his other hand and struck at him. Yi Bai responded with a punch to his face. However, the punch only managed to push him back a little. Yi Bai looked at his own fist, silently thinking that something felt off about the power of this strike. After stabilizing his footing, Ji Wudai spoke, "The strength is great, but it is useless against me." He also said that the Wudi Dao was just like its name, Wudai. Yi Bai again provoked him. "Your attack is weak, peppery. Your defense is strong. You should really be called the Black Turtle Mechanism." Wudai said no more, raising his fist once again. Amid the battlefield, the dust and smoke filled the sky, and the strikes were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Guqian Nate, astonished, stared wide-eyed. Is this the serious Yi Bai? Can he really be on par with Ji Wudai? Yang Leng, standing next to her, corrected her. It's not that their powers are on the same level. She spoke calmly. It's just that the Grandmaster is munching on a big crab. Xian imagined Yi Bai nibbling on a crab and was filled with confusion. Munching on a crab? In the midst of the smoke and dust, a figure emerged. Yi Bai stood tall and declared, "The victor has been decided." However, Ji Wudai, lying on the ground, suddenly laughed, saying with deep meaning, "Weak and powerless." Ji Wudai lunged forward arrogantly. "I can make as many mistakes as I want, but if you make a single one, you'll instantly die by my hand." Yi Bai calmly lifted his foot and kicked Wudai in the stomach. Taking the blow, the man's face twisted, and he slammed into the rocky wall. Yi Bai frowned, gritting his teeth as he thought that this iron turtle mechanism dawdling here with him was hardly a good idea. Ji Wudai remained standing. He spoke with confident swagger, though his skill was limited. "Then wait for me to grind you to death." On the other side, Yi Bai seemed to hear something useful in those words. He gave a faint smile. A long, sharp object materialized in his hand as he said, "That hint of yours isn't bad." The object opened a vast space. Countless zombie larvae leaped out of it, and then thousands of larvae poured forth. Yi Bai exclaimed, "Black Turtle Mechanism. Let me help you find some playmates." Ji Wudai sneered, "With only these bugs. Damn it, Ji Wudai is truly being underestimated." Having said that, he burst forth with power to blast the swarm away. Yi Bai swung, turning his back. "Don't worry. If you kill 10, the Worm King will spawn 100 in return. At this rate, you'll have enough to play with for years." Then he added, "I have official business to attend to. I don't have time for you, Wudai." He threw a punch at the swarm. As he struck them down, he shouted, "You bastard! What a bastard! He deserves to die." "Stop right there." The swarm of insects surged forward in a dense mass. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why is it that the more I kill, the more they multiply? In the end, they turned and left. Yi Bai spoke to Yang Leng. "Let him play slowly. We should leave now." Xiao Leng. 2 hours later, their footsteps came to a halt. Yi Bai looked at the jade tablet and confirmed that this was indeed the right place. Ahead of them, 2 girls stood guarding the door. When they saw the group approaching, they raised their voices. "Who are you? This is a forbidden area. No outsiders are allowed to approach." Zhu Ying muttered, "Isn't that girl from the Shadow Moon Palace, Guqian Nai?" Lai Kui couldn't help but gossip. She came all the way here to pursue the sect leader. Should we praise her persistence, or say she's like a leech? Hearing them gossiping about her, Guqian Nai shouted, "Who are you calling a leech? Is this any of your business?" Finally, Yi Bai spoke up. "All right, enough noise." Xian Ni, behind them, was so angry her face turned red. At that moment, Zhu Ying and Lei Kui noticed his appearance. With his looks, aura, and presence, could it really be him? One of them spoke, "Are you from the Yi Demon sect?" They both knelt down and respectfully greeted him. Ye demon sect Ju Ying, ye demon sect, Lei Kui pay respects to the ancestral master. Yi Bai calmly replied, Rise. We'll talk later. Leet Mika Lu Su Shan. As they reached the gate, one of the two said to him, Ancestral master, this place is where the sect leader's fateful encounter took place. However, it requires a considerable amount of military merit points to enter. Upon hearing this, he turned to Ao Yang Lang and said, Xiao Lang, you with the others stay here to guard. I'll go inside for a while. She immediately responded clearly, Grandmaster, when Yi Bai entered, Du Xian Nai hurried over here to wait for me. The sound of something heavy striking the wooden doorframe echoed. Xian Nai crouched down, clutching her nose in pain, and a message appeared on the door, stating that 10 million military merit points were required to enter. Upon seeing this notification, Xian Nai exclaimed in agitation, Are you crazy? What kind of hellish treasure place requires 10 million points? Inside, Ye Bai smirked and said, Lu Su, at last I can meet you. Gu Xian Nai excitedly pointed at the door. Are you doing this on purpose? Last time, when elder sister Xu brought so many people in, there's no way each of them had 10 million. Zhu Yang explained, This treasure place has a special feature, which is that one can pay for others. Last time, all the points were deducted from the esteemed leader's account. Lai Kui also recalled thoughtfully. That's right, I remember it totaled over 300 million points. At this point, Ye Bai had been teleported to a rather surreal location. He slowly ascended the steps and then approached a rooftop. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the white tower before him, deeming it a valuable item worth 10 million military merit points. Finally, he pushed the door open and entered. Regardless of the 10 million points, it didn't matter. In the center of the room stood a stone lion. The blue light surrounded the stone lion. The stone lion raised its voice and announced, When you enter the tower, if you wish to comprehend the great Tao of any particular level, you must pass the trial of that level. Ye Bai stood below, deep in thought. Comprehend? Trial. Do I look like someone with nothing better to do? The stone lion reminded him, If you fail a trial and do not seek an opportunity to increase your strength, then the 10,000 points you used to enter will be wasted. Ye Bai nonchalantly raised his hand towards the stone lion. No need for you to remind me. The lion, now sweating profusely, tried to stop him. Wait, hold on. Ye Bai didn't say another word. He acted swiftly, tossing the lion into the air. I don't have time for your nonsense. Open the second level for me now. Above, a door opened, and a long staircase appeared before him. He began walking up the stairs, step by step. At the second level, as Ye Bai ascended, he immediately saw 5 girls sitting around an incense burner, just the 5 of them. One of the girls, startled, widened her eyes. She looked to the side and said, This voice, it's Grandmaster. The 5 girls turned in unison. It really is Grandmaster. I hope this isn't the trial of the second level. It must be that Grandmaster sensed that great senior sister was in danger and manifested. Yes, if it really is Grandmaster, then great senior sister will be safe. It must be so. Upon hearing Lu Xushang's name, Ye Bai asked, Can you all explain this to me in detail? I need to understand the situation within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He began to reflect again. So the entire tower of temporal trial is enveloped by the law of time, layered and overlapping. The speed at which time flows on each floor is different. On the first floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 2 days inside the tower, with a time ratio of 1 to 2. On the second floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 5 days inside the tower, with a time ratio of 1 to 5. On the third floor, the time ratio is 110. On the fourth floor, the time ratio is 150. On the fifth floor, the time ratio is 1 to 100. On the sixth floor, the time ratio is 1 to 200. On the seventh floor, the time ratio is 1 to 500. On the eighth floor, the time ratio is 1,000. On the ninth floor, the time ratio is 1,000. The pink-haired girl spoke again. Great Senior Sister decided to test all 9 floors of the tower in order to master the law of time. She spent 20 years to pass the first 8 floors, which means she has used up 1,000 years of her lifespan inside the tower. Ye Bai began to analyze. For an average human, reaching half-emperor would extend their lifespan by 3,000 years, and breaking through to Great Emperor would grant a maximum lifespan of 10,000 years. After hearing his analysis, the two disciples behind him appeared relieved. If that was the case, then Great Senior Sister didn't need to worry about her lifespan, as she still had nearly 9,000 years left. Before Yi Bai could say anything further, Dai remembered something important and quickly asked, "Wait, how long has Lu Xuishang been stuck on the 9th floor?" The pink-haired girl replied, "Since Great Senior Sister stepped onto the 9th floor, it's been over 4 years." The person next to him quietly added that 4 to 5 years was calculated based on the time of the outside world. Ye Bai began to bite his finger again, muttering to himself, "More than 4 years, I've been calculating in my mind. So based on the time flow at the 9th level, Lu Xuishang has already spent nearly 8,000 years. He bit harder and harder, calculated for a moment, and then reached a conclusion, adding the 1,000 years already spent before. Doesn't that mean this foolish girl's lifespan is almost gone?" One of the disciples lowered his eyes and said, "More than 30 senior sisters and junior sisters have already wanted to rush to the 9th level to persuade Lu's senior sister to leave, but not to mention the 9th level. Not a single person has even stepped onto the 8th level in the past 10 years. Finally, Ye Bai made his decision. "All right, you continue your cultivation. Don't worry about me, I'll handle it." His face was full of determination. "This foolish girl, wait for me." Without hesitation, Ye Bai charged straight toward the 8th level. Before him stood a vast guardian tower. Ye Bai leaped up, flying straight forward. Facing him, the guardian tower sharply warned, "I am the guardian tower. If you dare to have any thoughts of stepping onto the 9th level, you will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, the guard's eyes flashed with light, but as his hand was about to reach out, Ye Bai unleashed a powerful move, shouting at the guard, "Get out of my way!" A loud crash echoed, and the guard fell flat. His body was severed in two, lying on the ground. Ye Bai used the guard's head as a springboard to leap higher, his resolve unshakable. Stepping up the stairs, he quickly ascended, leaping across the stretch of green grass, finally choosing a spot to land on the ground. He looked around, then coldly spoke, "Finally, I've reached the 9th floor." Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed something. A stone tablet engraved with characters on the ground. He glanced at it and read the inscription, "Defeat the inner demon within the given time." After reading it, he sighed, muttering under his breath, "If this girl could truly let go of the obsession in her heart, she probably would have already shattered the inner demon and passed the 9th floor." But right after that, the ground began to shake violently, and a long black tentacle erupted from the earth. Yi Bai was startled, looking up in surprise. He exclaimed in shock, "That is..." In front of him was a creature that resembled a snake, but far larger, more majestic, and far stronger. In the center of its forehead was an oval-shaped gem, inside which, faintly, was the figure of the very person he was searching for, Lu Xuishang, unconscious. The massive black creature spoke. "Little brat, how daring! Disrespecting the Tower of Temporal Trial. The lifespan of this girl Great Emperor in training is running out, and she will become my meal." Its eyes gleamed brightly as it continued, "Just in time for your arrival. You'll be the perfect seasoning for my feast." Below, Ye Bai gripped his sword tightly, replying boldly, "Just a snake borrowing the power of the law of time. Yet you have the audacity to yap." Hearing this, the creature roared in fury. "You're insulting me. Then let me use your holy king real name as the appetizer." Its mouth opened wide, revealing a sharp fang along with a mass of slimy poison. Ye Bai didn't even need to use all his tricks. He casually responded, disregarding the holy king realm, "I think a blunt sword like this will be enough to kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the flame in his hand swiped through the snake's head with great force and decisiveness. A cracking sound echoed, signaling that the jewel on its head had begun to shatter, followed by a loud crash that completely broke the seal on Lu Xuishang. By instinct, she fell, but his arms were just in time to catch her and pull her into his embrace. Yi Bai looked down at the person in his arms and softly said, "Silly girl, we've finally met again." Seeing her still unconscious with her eyes shut, he continued calculating in his mind, "Your lifespan is down to only 300 years. Based on the time ratio of 1/2000 in this realm, your lifespan in the real world has only 60 days left. If I'm 2 months late, Xuishang, you'll wake up just as I'm about to speak." A flood of memories naturally rushed through his mind, and Yi Bai's voice still echoed in the distance. He had once spread his arms and smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Yi Bai. What's your name?" Back then, they were both just little kids. She gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes and stammered, "Lu Xuishang." Now, with her still in his arms, Lu Xuishang had woken up and responded absent-mindedly, "Yes." But immediately after, she bit her lip. Her eyes closed again as her voice grew bitter. "Time within the tower. You see that my lifespan is nearly at its end, and you've started changing the form of the trial. Time within the tower. I don't need your comfort before I pass." Yi Bai spoke softly. "Girl, I'm sorry. I'm late." Zhu Shang raised her hand to her chest, then cast a spell, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Heart demon, are you trying to test my emotions this time?" She spoke dejectedly. "But can you have some heart? My Grandmaster couldn't even break through the body cultivation realm before dying. How could I possibly achieve such a high level?" But then, she suddenly opened her bloodshot eyes and screamed, "Do you want to die?" Yi Bai was also stunned by Xu Shang's words. She swung her palm straight into his chest, causing the ground around them to tremble. Countless purple lights rained down, and blood dripped to the ground. Yi Bai was sent flying back, clutching his chest in pain. The destructive force left a deep palm mark on his body, and he bewilderedly scolded, "Damn girl, you really want to turn me into a heart demon with a single strike." However, after regaining his composure, he pulled out a long whip that glimmered with a golden light. Yi Bai pondered. This whip was a weapon made specifically for him. Would it make her realize something? But Lu Xushang sarcastically mocked him. "Not bad, so you finally revealed something new, huh?" Yi Bai, hearing this, clenched his lips in anger. Damn girl, still as stubborn as ever. She, however, paid no attention and didn't respond. She quickly rushed toward Yi Bai. Yi Bai, however, did not yield and directly swung his whip forward. The two began an intense battle, with their strikes shaking the very heavens and earth. Dust and debris flew everywhere, scattered by their fierce clash. After a while, Yi Bai stopped attacking and began to retreat. He spoke sternly. "Xu Shang, have you had enough of causing trouble?" Lu Xuishang placed both hands on his chest, her face darkening as she pressed her lips tightly together. Seeing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but speak softly. "Xu Shang." Lu Xuishang still kept her lips tight, but before he could finish speaking, a gentle kiss was placed on his lips. After a passionate moment, the two finally pulled away. Lu Xuishang nestled into Yi Bai's arms and whispered, "Let me consider you my grandmaster. There are some things I want to say." Yi Bai did not respond, remaining silent and listening intently as she continued. Xu Shang spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Grandmaster, I am useless. 9,000 years have passed, yet I still couldn't complete the time tower, and I couldn't obtain the law of time to bring you back to life." She then looked up, speaking from the depths of her heart, but with a hint of pain, continued, "But over these 9,000 years, I've only missed you more and more." She closed her eyes, leaning against him, feeling wronged. "I remember the most beautiful days we had together, Grandmaster. Do you remember? When you personally taught me how to cook, I was so clumsy, and you scolded me countless times." Her eyes filled with tears as she reminisced. "Grandmaster even taught me how to make cotton candy, teaching how to make fireworks, teaching how to ice skate." Finally, she said, "Ye Bai, Xu Shang may only have a few more days before she leaves with you. I truly hope that day comes a little sooner." After letting Xu Shang vent her feelings, Yi Bai comforted her. "Silly girl, is the Grandmaster really worth all of this?" He lifted Xu Shang's chin with his hand, his gaze resolute as he looked directly into her eyes. "If you keep refusing to grow up like this, how can I rest easy and let you become independent?" He didn't stop there and continued, "I will teach you once more." The time tower cracked, and in this way, Yi Bai carried her from the tower, escaping through the crack and finally landing safely. Lu Xushang realized something and loudly asked, "Wait, isn't this outside the time tower?" Ye Bai didn't answer. He just smiled gently. At this moment, Zhu Shan was in confusion. Why? Why is this happening? Immediately after, she flipped backward, broke free from his arms, and took several steps back. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Grandmaster, are you real?" He gave her a warm smile and gently replied, "Just now it was you. And now it's Sir. Why the change? Before she could answer, he patted his chest and continued. If I weren't the real deal, I'm afraid your 2 palms of the destruction Tao would have already struck me with the divine soul severing chain. Upon hearing this, she was stunned, utterly shocked. Whoa! What? Flustered, she murmured. What should I do? I just forced a kiss on Grandmaster, and said all those embarrassing things I want to die from. What should I do? What now? Ye Bai looked at her again, smiling, and scolded her affectionately. You silly girl still cares about these trivial things. No wonder you're stuck in it for 9,000 years. What a tough life. But then he corrected himself a bit, raising his voice to announce, Silly girl, it's time to start breaking through now. I, your master, will guard your clan. She asked in disbelief, Grandmaster, it's not that I don't want to break through, but I'm worried I can't pass the Emperor, Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Ye Bai, with his confident and radiant demeanor, replied, Silly girl, if you can't pass the tribulation, how could I hold your hand and pretend with you? Her mind went blank at his words. Ye Bai, seeing her reaction, couldn't help but tease her. What are you zoning out for? You really think I wouldn't want to be with you even in death? She stammered in reply. I do. Xu agreed. After saying that, Lu Xuxiang turned and flew straight up. Grandmaster, I'm starting now. Ye Bai cheered from below. I'll wait for you to succeed in return. She charged in head first, shouting loudly, Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation, come. Zhu Shang began the dangerous tribulation process above. Ye Bai stood in place, watching her as promised, his gaze never leaving. He focused on observing the entire process. Elsewhere, Gu Qiannai paced back and forth, anxious, muttering, Why haven't they come out yet? Unexpectedly, she widened her eyes, her gaze filled with astonishment. She shouted, Hey, look over there, Zhu Ying. Lai Kui also looked in that direction. Zhu Ying exclaimed in surprise, It doesn't seem like the sect leader. Xian Ni gasped, her voice rising. Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. She wondered, what's going on with Xu Shang? How could he break through to Emperor Lord so quickly? Above, the lotus heart continued to glow brightly. Xian Ni couldn't help but sigh. My father had to prepare for 1,000 years just to welcome the Emperor, Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Meanwhile, Ye Bai slowly approached, his gaze filled with quiet pride. The Heavenly Tribulation's intensity was determined by the cultivator's great Tao strength. This Ji Yun was, as expected, a destructive force of the Tao. Then golden lightning bolts struck violently, converging on a single point. In that space, Lu Xuxiang simply used one hand to gather the bolts of lightning. A massive surge of energy erupted, causing the lightning to shatter into countless pieces. After the success, she taunted, Too weak. The lightning reappeared, even more powerful than before, its strength condensing into the forms of 3 indistinct figures. Xu Shang watched for a moment, then whispered, They were all once hailed as the pride of heaven, figures who ruled over vast lands. But who would have thought that after dying from the Emperor, Lord Heavenly Tribulation, they would become fragments of soul, with no consciousness, sealed within the Heavenly Tribulation. The 3 figures merged again into a ball, shooting out a beam of golden light that spread out, launching an attack. Xu Shang calmly continued speaking. If you're going to die, at least do it like someone who's truly dead. Why show up in the mortal world? Having said that, she shifted to a high-pitched tone and screamed, Destroy. At her command, waves of power surged forward, tearing through the air as they rushed ahead. Lu Xuxiang's junior sister, watching from the side, exclaimed in surprise, Look, isn't that great senior sister? Even the Grandmaster is there, and the people around are shouting excitedly, Oh my God, Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Xu Shang, standing above, continued to challenge, If you have any more moves, bring them all. The golden power she released transformed into countless, incredibly powerful figures. Xu Shang closed her eyes, unafraid and completely unconcerned. She gathered her energy with both hands and mocked continuously. I'll broaden your horizons. In the next instant, her face changed, becoming terrifyingly fierce, her gaze sharp and deep, annihilating the very essence of the Tao. As the cries rang out, the purple energy crashed down, and a pillar of purple light shot up high into the sky. Lu Xuxiang stood on the rooftop, surrounded by a great force. while the lightning had now turned into mere sparks. Ye Bai, with a satisfied tone, calmly said, "The tribulation is successfully completed." The system notification appeared. Demoness host Lu Zishan, Emperor Lord Early Realm. Ye Bai flew directly up to face Lu Zishan, arms wide open, urging, "Come here and give me a hug." "Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor Lord Realm." She turned away, blushing and feeling embarrassed. "Grandmaster, all the junior sisters are here. Aren't we a little?" A junior sister below, selfishly, shouted back. "It's all right, great senior sister. We'll cover our eyes and not look." So the two of them embraced directly. The scene was utterly romantic, and he praised them gently. "Lu girl, congratulations. Truly you are everyone's great senior sister." He then turned to everyone and proclaimed loudly, "Disciples, the master has returned. Over the years you have endured much." He added, "From now on, who will dare bully us? We will make them pay." Finally, before touching down, he added, "Whoever looks down on us, we will strike back and disgrace them. From now on, we will fear no one and tremble before no power." When Ye Bai finished speaking, he strode off with pride. In another space, notification chimes rang on and on. At first it registered 22 out of 108 disciples. Then a steady stream of reward notices reached 61 disciples. Staring at the heap of notifications before him, he smiled in satisfaction and blurted out, "Let me count how many." He immediately switched into careful calculation mode. Emperor Lord Skill Card. 1. Great Emperor Skill Card. 1. Half Emperor Skill Cards. 52. A rare Grand Dao requires 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards. An ultra-rare Grand Dao requires 20. The Grand Dao Epic Tier requires 5. 50 Grand Dao Mythic Tier slots require 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards. And 1 Great Emperor Skill Card is equivalent to 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards. After thinking for a moment, he began asking again, "System, will this Emperor Lord Skill Card be equivalent to 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards?" The system quickly responded, "1 Emperor Lord Skill Card is equal to 50 Half Emperor Skill Cards." Hearing the answer with little satisfaction, his hands clenched tightly as he muttered words that weren't very pleasant. "I knew it, this broken system is never generous. But at least I can finally exchange for a mythical level Dao now." After carefully calculating, he made his decision. "System, I want to exchange for the mythical level Dao." The system processed the information, and after a brief moment of exchange, the notification rang out. "Congratulations, host! You have mastered the mythical level Dao and invented a new Dao. The mythical level Dao can be combined with another Dao a different level." Reading through it from beginning to end, Ye Bai continued to ponder the invention of a new Dao. This still has a note. The system then opened an explanation tab, detailing the conditions for mastering the legendary Dao of invention. To master the legendary Dao of invention, the host must meet the following requirements. First, you must master the power of another Dao. Second, you must have your own small world. Third, you must possess a divine artifact to suppress the small world. After checking, the system announced, "Host, you are temporarily unable to accept the legendary Dao." He shouted angrily, "I've struggled to collect 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards, and this is all you give me? Just a few trivial things like this." Ye Bai continued to think, "I need a small world of my own. That barren space should pose no problem. Mastering the power of a Grand Dao is quite simple. It just requires the final artifact." Ye Bai raised his hand, and a glowing quartz crystal appeared. A note appeared alongside the stone. "Chaos Stone Tablet, Supreme Grade Emperor Artifact." At this point, he was slightly satisfied, his tone as if he had already expected this. "Indeed, it's just a Supreme Grade Emperor Artifact. Now, where can I find the divine artifact?" Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, "I got it." Looking towards the tower, he once again summoned the system. "System, what is the grade of this white tower?" The system quickly responded, "Time Tower, Ultra Supreme Grade Emperor Artifact, only one step away from being a divine artifact." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai grinned sinisterly, stroked his chin, and said proudly, "I have a bold idea." He extended his spiritual sense and realized that every place has its own core. As long as he could find the core of the tower, everything would be easy. But for now, there was one problem that puzzled him. Which floor is the core on? This time, the system didn't need to be called, but rather proactively displayed a notification. To enter the hidden floor, one must pass the heart demon trial on the 9th floor. Before he could react, a hand gently grasped Yi Bai's sleeve. He startled and turned around. Behind him, Lu Xushang whispered, "Grandmaster, let me accompany you to conquer the heart demon." And he agreed to that request. On the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Yi Bai sat still, his eyes tightly shut. "Come here, heart demon." A few green incense clouds were drifting, and they led him to another room. He looked around and concluded, "This is the room I stayed in before I crossed over." The heart demon kept distorting things. Crossover what? Dissipate what? Outer realm battlefield what? It's all just a dream. Yi Bai looked at himself in the mirror, gently touching his cheek and wondering, is this really me? Truly me? The voice of the heart demon echoed around him. It's just a long dream that's hard to wake up from. He stood before a large window, looking out at the sky. Yi Bai's gaze became determined. Heart demon, trying to deceive me. You've plotted so much, but you've still made a mistake. Yi Bai stood there, lost in thought for a while, until the image in the mirror began to become clearer, and he spoke. Before I crossed over, the city I lived in all year round was shrouded in fog. It wasn't as beautiful and clear as this. He walked straight ahead, then chuckled to himself. So, returning to that beautiful yet painful world is my heart demon. If I really must return one day, I hope I won't go alone. On the other side, Yi Bai closed his eyes tightly, and his eyes suddenly brightened with clarity. He glanced over at Su Shang, who was lying asleep beside him. He whispered, "Has she fallen asleep? I wonder how long it's been since this girl has had a full night's rest." Yi Bai gently placed his hand on her head, and softly said, "This sleeping posture isn't comfortable at all." He continued to smile and muttered to himself, "What's this about the core? What's this about the M level? I'll talk about it once she wakes up. After all, this is the 9th floor of the Tower of Time, a place where time is never in short supply." Time passed quickly, and it wasn't until 2 days later that Su Shang groggily woke up. Beneath the romantic scene of falling flowers, Yi Bai quickly asked, "Are you awake?" Lu Xushang also leaned forward in delight. "Grandmaster, you're still here. That's great. It wasn't a dream." Her eyes gradually became curious as she asked, "Grandmaster, when did you pass the trial of the heart demon? Disciple is truly reckless. Please punish me." He gently replied, "Punish you for what? I only just completed it a few minutes ago." But soon after, Yi Bai covered his mouth and teased with a smile, "On the contrary, you girl, slept for 2 whole days, almost drooling." Su Shang blushed deeply at this, and with a pout, she shouted in grievance, "Grandmaster, but it wasn't for that long." Yi Bai patted her head to comfort her. "All right, once you're fully awake, we'll go visit the junior sisters." Her cheeks puffed up in a cute pout. Before Su Shang could respond, Yi Bai continued, "I've broken through to the 9th floor. Now I'll try to tackle the hidden 10th level's trial." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, leaving Su Shang behind. The scene shifted to a dark space. A droplet of water fell, and Yi Bai observed for a moment, murmuring to himself, "It really lives up to its name. Pitch dark. So much so that you can't even see your hand in front of your face." Suddenly, a glowing bubble appeared in front of him. This was the core of the Tower of Time. Yi Bai raised his hand again, wanting to touch it. His hand reached inside, and half of it outside began to wither and dry up due to the backlash. Wherever his hand made contact, it immediately wrinkled and shriveled. This was exactly what he had expected. After all, it was the law of time's imperial power. A quick victory was essential. After a while, he summoned the Chaos Stone. Yi Bai loudly commanded, "Supreme Demon Bone, fuse the Tower of Time with the Chaos Stone." While trying to fuse the two, he also pondered, if he successfully combined them into one, their quality would definitely increase. But if he failed, the Chaos Stone with its lower quality would be crushed by time. The fish cannot pass the dragon gate and become a dragon. Let's take the risk. A little later, the stone cracked, breaking into pieces with a series of sharp sounds. Seeing this unfold before him, Yi Bai grimaced and spat out in frustration, "Chaos Stone, you're supposed to be a divine artifact. How come you're falling apart so easily?" But before he could finish his sentence, his thoughts shifted. "Wait, these fragments, I have a solution." Immediately, his hand formed the seal, and he acted on his thoughts, realizing that he could no longer force the fusion. In that case, I'll use the Chaos Stone fragments as material to enhance and upgrade the Tower of Time. He then directly infused his power into it. The fragments of the stone now flew rapidly within the bubble of the Tower of Time. Yi Bai was also full of hope. Good, it's absorbing, just waiting to see whether it will succeed or fail. The Time Tower and the Chaos Stone tablet were in the process of merging. Yi Bai was focusing his power on it, with one side of his hair already turning white. He said, "This is still too mechanical, with such primitive enhancement. It needs something to suppress the rejection reaction from the Time Tower. In the end, I have my own plan. This is the only way. I'll use the mental mantra, the Demon Bone's violent destruction. I will grit my teeth and calculate, sending it into my spiritual domain, while refining and enhancing it simultaneously." The energy flowed into the sphere containing the Time Tower. Yi Bai gritted his teeth, concentrating his energy. After all, it was just a weapon of the Emperor. Even if it's a high-tier item, so what? I don't believe I still can't punish you. Finally, the Time Tower vanished into his embrace, and the true form of the Chaos Demon Bone appeared. Yi Bai stood before it and spoke. "Very good. The Time Tower is slowly absorbing the fragments. It can now be called a pseudo-divine weapon. If this were handed to someone else, just the initial refining process would take at least 80 to 100 years, not even counting the time needed to refine it fully." The true form of the Chaos Demon Bone was holding the Time Tower, and everything was going according to Yi Bai's plan. But I had also prepared the Chaos Demon Bone, bringing with it the power to devour everything. If I focus all my speed on refining it, it should take about 8 months to completely refine and enhance the Time Tower. Finally, he looked at the palm of his hand and quietly calculated. Once this divine artifact was dealt with, it would just be a matter of time. Yi Bai appeared behind Lu Xushan and softly called, "Xushan, I'm back." Xushan turned her face and looked over, her face filled with astonishment. "Grandmaster, your face." Yi Bai pretended to lean on his cane, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Xushan, my Time Tower has backfired, reversing all of my vital energy. My lifespan may not be much longer," he said. She immediately rushed to embrace him. "If the Grandmaster wants to die, then Xushan will go with you." She pressed her head against his chest, speaking sorrowfully. "I don't want to face another parting with you ever again." Yi Bai gently touched her face and affectionately scolded her. "Silly girl, don't ever talk about dying together again." Lu Xushan wanted to say, "Grandmaster, but you." Yi Bai took out a jade vial from somewhere. He lightly opened the cap, then poured the golden pills from the vial into his mouth. Afterward, he closed his eyes tightly, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared without a trace. He pointed to the vial and explained, "Look, it's just a weakened body. Once I take a pill core eye that Xing Chen made, I'll recover instantly." Seeing this, Xushan pouted and turned her face away. "If Grandmaster teases me like this again, I won't pay any attention to you." Yi Bai followed behind, coaxing her. All right, it's my fault. I won't joke like this again in the future." The figures of the two people disappeared at the mountaintop. Yi Bai said to Lu Xushan, "At this point, the Tai Bai Wuqiu group should have arrived as well. Xushan, let's head out." She replied, "I've already taken the junior sisters from the tower outside the realm of chance, so there's no reason to stay here anymore." A gigantic blue fishtail appeared, its body translucent with sharp white teeth. A flash of light shot across the creature's body. Guxi and Nai stood atop the enormous monster and spoke, "Only this little amount of combat points. Fortunately, it's this big." She glanced at her hand, then sighed in resignation. "Isn't it just 10 million combat points? To meet Xushan's sister, I'll take the risk." Kai Tai Bai, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Has this young lady always been this eager?" Lai Kui also commented, "She is the very embodiment of your excellency, the sect leader." Sun Wuxiao stood leaning against the pillar, sighing, while Ao Yang Leng chose not to comment. After finishing off the monster, Gu Xi and I turned to Li Kui and said, "I'm going to find other monsters for more combat points. Xushan's sister, if you head out, remember to send me a sound transmission." Lai Kui promised, "Yes, I'll definitely let you know." However, in her heart, she was thinking, "I'll never tell you." A cycle of reincarnation was unfolding, and Yi Bai, along with Xushan, stood there, witnessing it all. Zhu Ying and Lei Kui bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Greetings, Ancestral Master. Greetings, Sect Leader, Your Excellency. We, your subordinates, are here to report that all members of the Yima sect are awaiting the return of the Sect Leader, Your Excellency. The grand ritual for Ancestral Master's return must also be prepared in a most magnificent manner. No need to waste. Sincerity is enough," Ye Bai said cheerfully. Hearing this, the two immediately obeyed. Wu Xiao ran over to where Su Shang was. "Great senior sister, let me give you a hug." Tai Bai also spoke up. "Great senior sister, all the junior sisters miss you very much." Su Shang smiled and responded, "It's been many years since we've met. Yet Tai Bai, Wu Xiao, and El Lang have all become great emperors. But like a boat struggling against the current, there's no progress, only retreat. Future cultivation should not be taken lightly." Wu Xiao obediently replied, "Yes, great senior sister." Inside the pavilion, an excited voice rang out. "Grandmaster, great senior sister, how can we not drink on such a good day?" A large jug of wine was placed on the table, and Yi Bai asked, "Alang, where did you get this from?" "I brought it with me because the journey was dull," Yang Lang answered. Yi Bai continued, "This fine wine from your tribe, I've heard much about it, but never had the chance to taste it. The cups are already set on the table." Yang Lang raised his cup and loudly cheered. "Let's toast to our sister's reunion. To Grandmaster, to great senior sister." Everyone happily clinked their glasses together. Yi Bai drank the entire cup, praising the wine as delicious. Suddenly, he looked to the side in confusion and said, "Girl, your alcohol tolerance wasn't good before. Just drink as you wish." Yi Bai turned to see that Su Shang had already finished her drink, and she set the cup down on the table. Slightly tipsy, she said, "Grandmaster and the junior sisters have already finished theirs. How can I, as the great senior sister, just drink casually?" Her face was flushed red. Come on, you're the disciple of the great senior sister. You have to drink this too." Wu Xiao happily invited her to drink, while Lai Kui, choking back tears, quietly called, "Sir." Wu Xiao, slightly drunk, started babbling. "Drinking this cup won't be enough. There's still another cup." Yang Lang chimed in, "Fourth senior sister, after you finish this one. There are still 3 more." Su Shang quickly declined, No, just 1 bowl is enough. I've already quit drinking, and everyone is already drunk." Yang Lang, again speaking nonsense, said, "Fifth senior sister, do you want a 1-on-1 challenge? If you get drunk, I won't be responsible for carrying you to bed." Wu Xiao fainted. Meanwhile, Ye Bai, sitting next to Su Shang, spoke up, "Look, Wu Xiao and Lang are arguing again, just like me 300 years ago." Su Shang softly called, "Grandmaster." Ye Bai looked down and saw Su Shang leaning on his shoulder. "This girl really is drunk. I'll take her somewhere with fresh air to help her sober up." Tai Bai, seeing them head out the door, curiously asked, "Where are Grandmaster and the great senior sister going?" Ye Bai replied, "The air is fresher outside. If I leave her there for a while, she'll sober up soon." Su Shang murmured in protest, "I'm not drunk." "Sober up? What for?" Ye Bai said softly, "You're drunk." The girl Su Shang leaned even closer against Ye Bai. "I'm not drunk." The two faced each other, pink bubbles floating up between them as a melody drifted faintly from somewhere unseen. What's the difference between X and not drunk at this point? Tai Bai wondered silently. Could it be that the relationship between the Grandmaster and the senior sister has already? Sunlight filtered gently through the gaps between the leaves. Zhen Nai called out loudly, "Sister Xu Shang." Both of them turned around, thinking at the same time. We're doomed. We forgot Gu Qian Nai was here, At the very first Sister Xu Shang. Xian Nei froze in shock at the scene before her. Su Shang swung her arm bluntly. "I told you last time, didn't I? Stop clinging to me." Her tone carried clear reproach. Tears welled in the corners of Xian Nei's eyes. She forced her expression into coldness and said, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Ye Bai reminded calmly, "Su Shang, don't go causing another murder." She replied quickly, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I'm just being firm, so she knows when to back off." Xian Nai tried to speak. "Sister Xu Shang, Lightning spheres formed in Xu Shang's palm, as her voice turned frigid. "I've told you countless times, don't call me that again. Everyone's gathered here already, Yang Lang said excitedly. So this is the Emperor of Lord Realm. Tai Bai chimed in. What an overwhelming difference from the great senior sister of the past, Xu Shang shouted. The divine power surged like sharp blades of swords, rushing forward. Chen Nai wanted to raise her hand to defend, but someone rushed to her side. Xing Shan placed his hand on the sword's hilt, blocking in front of her. The ball of lightning collided directly with the sword aura. A single strike diverted the trajectory of the ball. The large tree behind them was also sliced in half, and the divine power was sent crashing into the forest. This left Chen Nai in shock. The master of the Shadow Moon Temple, Emperor Lord Gu Qingshan, appeared. Xing Shan silently thought to himself, never would he have expected that she would break through to the Emperor Lord level so quickly, and furthermore, her strength was not any weaker than his. Moreover, there were so many people around her. The only way to resolve this dispute was to find a peaceful solution. Xu Shang, enraged, shouted, Gu Qingshan, how long are you going to indulge this child of yours? He too spoke up, so it's Sect Leader Lu. Congratulations, Sect Leader Lu, on successfully breaking through to the Emperor Lord Realm. My young daughter has been a little presumptuous. I suspect I may have disturbed Sect Leader Lu earlier. Please be magnanimous, and punish her as you see fit. Xian Ni, standing behind, was utterly shocked. Why was her father like this? Xian Nai wanted to speak, but he quickly shouted, shut up. He couldn't help but think, this unruly daughter of mine, who didn't know reason, had been infatuated with Xu Shang ever since their first meeting. I knew she would cause great trouble like this sooner or later. At this moment, Xian Nai lowered her head in silence. Xu Shang coldly said, forgive you? Gu Qingshan, for the sake of our usual relations between forces, 100 million and her being imprisoned for 100 years. Do you think this is acceptable? Xing Shan began to think. Although 100 million battle points was a large amount, it was only like cutting off a small piece of flesh and wouldn't harm his true self or core being. The confinement of Gu Qiannai was also just the right opportunity for him to rein in his emotions. After thinking for a moment, he said, Sect Leader Lu is indeed very magnanimous and generous. Only with such an attitude can the Shadow Moon Temple continue to maintain a good relationship with the Yi Sun sect. This is truly a joyous matter. At that moment, Xian Ni's hand was clenched tightly, trembling. Su Shang's sister, you're going too far. Why must you be so heartless? I only like you, I just want to be by your side. Why? Why must you treat me like this? She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips. It must be that man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Bai was the one who caused the rift between her and Su Shang's sister. Damn him. She hated him deeply in her heart, thinking that if he just disappeared, Xu Shang's sister would surely be able to accept her. Yi Bai was stunned, looking over at Xian Nai behind him, her imposing aura radiating, her entire body exuding immense power. Gu Qingshan's eyes widened as he thought, that rebellious girl, could it be? She wants to do something reckless. Su Shang's face darkened, killing intent visible in her eyes. What are you trying to do? She erupted in rage, her body growing larger in a threatening manner. If you want to deal with me, Grandmaster, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Xing Shan extended his arms, standing in front of Xian Ni, pleading. Sect Leader Lu, please show mercy. I am willing to pay any price. Please, I beg you, spare my daughter. Xu Shang exuded a murderous aura. If you want to blame someone, blame your own daughter. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, gently squeezing to reassure her. Ye Bai is seizing this opportunity to ask for a large price. Children don't know any better. Didn't they already say? Do you want an even bigger compensation? He wore an amused expression. Tell me, how do you want to make up for this? He hesitantly held up 2 fingers. 200 million points of battle merit, and in return, my daughter will never appear before you again. Your Excellency, what do you think? Can you accept this? Yi Bai paused, rubbing his chin as if considering the offer. Su Shang widened his eyes and looked at the Grandmaster. Master, are you going to use your secret technique again? Yi Bai doubled the price. 400 million. I'll allow you to make payments over time. You can pay it off in full within 100 years. She was stunned, her mouth agape. Xing Shan cursed inwardly. 4 million, that's already too much. Although he wanted to object, The intimidating force from the opposing side made him give up. Sing Shan thought for a moment. In this situation, refusing wasn't an option either. Shan Nai lowered her head, filled with remorse, hesitating to speak. Father, he was so angry that he slapped her. You impudent girl, how dare you speak? Sing Shan clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing my daughter's life. 200 million battle merit points will be provided. Once Your Excellency returns to the front lines, you may come to Shadow Moon Palace at any time to collect it. As for the remaining 200 million, Shadow Moon Palace will promptly supplement the amount. Yi Bai happily agreed. All right, the father and son of the Wu family asked to take their leave, so we won't trouble you any longer. After speaking, they hurriedly leaped up and fled. Having made a profit, he didn't hesitate to offer some praise. The Lord of Shadow Moon Palace isn't bad at all. Yi Bai commanded. Tai Bai, you all rest here for now. Tidy up, she has received the order. Understood. He called out to Xu Shang. Girl, let's go. We'll take a walk outside. There's something I need to discuss with you. She obediently followed. Yes, Grandmaster, you've moved 10 miles out from the area of the opportunity here, with just the two of us. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Yi Bai warned. After Junior Master speaks, don't get too excited. Stay calm. Su Shang's thoughts wandered far. What did Grandmaster mean by this? Was it something awkward? How should she respond after hearing this? She imagined herself blushing shyly, or perhaps holding Grandmaster's arm. He sighed, trying to gather his focus. Now Yi Bai spoke. Shen Tian Lai had joined the Tianla Sacred Hall. She was speechless. Shen Tian Lai, she couldn't believe he had betrayed them. He patted her shoulder comfortingly. In less than 3 months, the heavenly ranking rewards will be updated. Once the rewards are issued, we'll go out again. Anyway, the ship has already set sail. Whether it's sooner or later, it won't make a difference. Yi Bai closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. This girl is good at everything, except there are a few things that she just can't see through. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Yi Bai. The two turned around. Someone, Wu Di, challenged him. Yi Bai, don't think that controlling those Lu Wang's beast insects will wear me out. I won't stop. He sarcastically replied. After fighting alongside the slave faction for so long, you still have the strength to come after me. Impressive. Before he could finish his sentence, the man collapsed face first, motionless. Yi Bai chuckled. All right, I've overestimated you. It was only then that Xu Shang realized what had happened. She said in surprise. Grandmaster actually managed to deal with controlling that Lu Wang insect. Thinking back to when I fought him, he was someone very difficult to handle. Yi Bai thought nothing of it, humbly rejecting the praise. Just lucky. If anyone else had been swapped in from the combat list, Junior Master probably wouldn't have been able to handle them. Suddenly, a dark shadow poured out from Wubi's body. It bit and devoured him, causing him to convulse. A voice came from within it. Both he and Su Shang watched this scene. Yi Bai was surprised to see the shadow of Ji Wudai consuming him. Shadow 9 immediately clarified. I am not the shadow of this trash. I'm simply using him to catch a bigger fish. The one who just appeared is from the Shadow Clan. Su Shang began to explain the characteristics of the Shadow Clan. Half human, half immortal, masters of assassination and stealth, often immensely wealthy on the battlefield. She had once killed 2 great emperors from the Shadow Tribe, one with 800 million battle merits, the other with 100 million. Yi Bai was intrigued. Oh, in that case, this person must be quite a big fish. He snapped his fingers, calculating anyway. The Shadow Tribe Emperor Lord must have at least 300 million more than me, right? Yi Bai shot a ring of spiritual energy towards Shadow 9. He tilted his head to dodge the ring of green light, not letting it get near. Shadow 9 also conjured a magical beast and gave a compliment. You can see through the obsession tension and sense my cultivation level. Not a simple kid, huh? He stood still, looking down at the ground before falling silent. The spiritual beast moved closer to Yi Bai, sniffing his clothes. On this side, he also sensed it. Mom, you have a familiar scent. Though I can't quite pinpoint it, I can definitely smell it. After thinking for a moment, Shadow 9 clicked his tongue. I remember now. This scent belongs to someone from 10,000 years ago, Emperor Lord Jiao Mo of the demon race. He was the nightmare of the battlefield outside, no matter how much the dual heaven ranking updates. Demon Lord Jia Mo could always rely on his tremendous strength to quickly secure a spot in the top 5. Unfortunately, just when I had gathered all the forces of the Shadow Tribe, preparing to kill him, he suddenly left the battlefield for some unknown reason. He hasn't appeared since. He sighed. I didn't expect Jia Mo Demon Lord to be so formidable in his youth. Su Shang pondered. Did you really gather the Shadow Tribe to kill him? She tried to guess. If I'm not mistaken, you're ranked 37th on the Divine list and 40th on the Battle Merit list. Even if Shadow 9 is recognized, he wouldn't be afraid. Ye Bai pushed Su Shang behind him and said, Girl, you just broken through to Emperor Lord and need to stabilize your realm. Leave this guy to your junior master. Shadow 9 looked down on someone who was merely at the peak of the Holy King realm. Yet this man didn't even need assistance and dared to face an Emperor Lord alone. He decided to make him taste bitter regret. Fine then. Another one who underestimates the Holy King realm. I might as well take this chance to make a breakthrough myself. Yi Bai began to unleash his spiritual power, breaking through to the half-emperor stage. Though slightly surprised by his ability, Shadow 9 still showed a hint of pity as he effortlessly ascended to the half-emperor level. What a shame. With such talent, and yet you'll die here. He couldn't hold back any longer. The ninefold slaughter formation activated. Tens of thousands of insects swarmed out, surrounding Yi Bai, and even Shadow 9 himself charged forward. Yet Yi Bai, though surrounded, showed no sign of panic. Is that all you know? Attacking like a swarm of flies. How boring. Die already. He swept his spiritual energy in a protective wave around himself, blocking the black fire conjured by Shadow 9. Shadow 9 then shifted tactics, transforming into a massive maw like a bottomless pit. An ordinary half-emperor wouldn't even possess 1/9 of my strength. You truly are different, worthy of my seriousness. When Shadow 9 gave the order, the laws of space shifted. Only then did he draw his sword. No wonder his name appeared on both ranking lists. He truly was exceptional, even possessing something as advanced as spatial laws. But unfortunately, he said, you're only using a clone and transformation. What a waste of talent. He then switched to the dark secret technique, the reorganizing flesh. The enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth clamped shut without leaving a gap, and then it expanded even larger. Shadow 9 spoke coldly, I've cultivated the laws of space for less than 100 years, so I'm still not entirely proficient. But the secret techniques of my Shadow Clan, I've long since mastered them. Your sword cannot keep up with my rate of recovery. When your strength is spent, I'll swallow you into this stomach, filled with spatial law, and grind you into dust. Yi Bai paid no heed to Shadow 9's words. Fine then, he said calmly. If you find my sword unworthy, I won't argue with you. He summoned the resonance of the great Tao. It was the Tao of cultivation itself. At once, countless hands-wielding sword techniques appear around Yi Bai. Let's see how fast your recovery really is. Shadow 9, using his reorganized flesh, swallowed Yi Bai into the spatial law realm. His jaws opened wide, revealing rows of massive teeth and monstrous eyes within. Shadow 9 sneered, your strength is still inferior to this mouth of mine. As soon as his words fell, 2 streaks of sword light flashed across the sky. Yi Bai's entire being radiated a mighty aura, his presence suppressing Shadow 9 completely. With his sword energy, Yi Bai slashed again and again towards Shadow 9, shattering the spatial law formation he had constructed. Shadow 9 clutched his body, gritting his teeth through the pain. Yi Bai, standing next to him, suppressed his aura, with a few remaining electric charges lingering on his body. He sighed in frustration and said, I'm already tired of this trick. Yi Bai turned around and glanced at him with disdain. Shadow 9, show me another type of magic. He wrapped his arms around himself, staring at Yi Bai in disbelief. In his mind, he thought, how is this possible? I've clearly already taken him over, trapping him in the space of the law. My Shadow Clan's regeneration speed can't even keep up with the killing speed of his 6 swords. Shadow 9 gritted his teeth, thinking he had a backup plan. I have to leave. Staying in King Mountain isn't going to benefit me. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yi Bai stretched out his hand to block him. Seeing Shadow 9 remain silent, Yi Bai asked, are you wondering why the law of space hasn't killed me? With the crude proficiency of your magic, Not even my demon bone supreme can shatter it. So don't even think about hurting my true form. I've told you before, the law of space you possessed is an entirely destructive force. With that, Ye Bai released his aura, setting Shadow 9 ablaze. He screamed in panic. Don't! One strike from this and Shadow 9 will be destroyed. Ye Bai, sword in hand, gazed into Shadow 9's soul, speaking slowly. Clearly a mere assassin, yet you still wish to face me head-on. This is the end you've brought upon yourself, the result of your arrogant complacency. Holding the law of space in his hands, Ye Bai smiled smugly. The law of space is now mine. Su Shang stepped up beside him, her voice full of joy. Congratulations, Grandmaster, for obtaining the law of space. How many merit points did you get from this person? Ye Bai turned to answer her. 1.5 billion plus mine, so now I have a total of 1.8 billion. Speaking of merit points, Ye Bai suddenly remembered. Girl, how many merit points do you have? Su Shang raised her hand to calculate, then told him. 678 million. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai stroked his chin, thinking to himself. 678 million merit points, ranked 12th. I wonder what rank Junior Master holds now. Su Shang giggled. Well, we'll find out when Grandmaster returns to the frontline faction. Opening the rewards yourself is what gives you that surprising feeling. But only the rewards in the top 20 rankings matter. Anything lower than that, Grandmaster probably won't care about. Looking at the leaderboard, he noticed Ye Bai's ranking had risen by 34 places. Seeing this, Ye Bai said to Su Shang, now that there's no major issues left, I finally have time to sort through my recent gains. Ye Bai took out his mental cultivation method and studied it. He assessed the reincarnation chaos of the Demon Bone Supreme, which definitely needed to be cultivated. The center of the Time Tower was also in the process of refining the law of space, which would also require some time for him to experience. At this moment, the sky finally returned to calm. Su Shang's voice rang out. Grandmaster, please rest assured and enter seclusion. First, I will use the secret technique of the Night Demon Sect to conceal your whereabouts, and then I will notify Tai Bai to prepare and wait for your orders. Several days later, the door to Ye Bai's room finally opened. Ye Bai sat inside, resting his chin on his hand, letting out a long sigh. Ye Bai was startled when he saw the woman in front of him, unsure of when Su Shang had arrived. She shyly spoke to Ye Bai. Grandmaster, would you like to attempt a breakthrough to the Great Emperor level? Perhaps it will yield unexpected results. Ye Bai pondered thoughtfully. This suggestion does make sense, but breaking through to the Great Emperor level is different from the previous realms I ascended. I will need to focus much more of my energy. Realizing this, Ye Bai sat with his hands clasped, focusing on his breakthrough. Seeing that the Grandmaster had entered a calm state for seclusion, Su Shang silently stood and watched. Next, she called for Tai Bai, giving orders to those below. Tai Bai, along with 5th Junior Sister and 8th Junior Sister. We will form a protective formation around the Grandmaster to guard him. Tai Bai clasped his hands and bowed, replying, understood. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the thunderstorm began to form, its teeth visible above. Wu Xiao was utterly astonished and exclaimed, the tribulation clouds for the Grandmaster are here. But strangely, this thunderstorm seemed unusual. Wu Xiao spoke to everyone. The heavenly tribulation lightning is white. I've never seen this before, and moreover, these clouds are continuously expanding and spreading out. In the mysterious land on the rooftop, 3 figures were gazing upward. Fei Fei broke the silence, speaking out loud. Jilmo, Your Excellency, New Fen, everyone, hurry and come see the strange phenomenon in the sky. At the same time, in the sacred land of the celestial realm, dark clouds covered the sky, and the atmosphere was extremely eerie. A man stood silently, observing this unusual event. He hesitated. Which Emperor Lord is about to ascend to the heavens with this tribulation cloud? Sensing the omen, he anxiously said, a great event is about to happen. Thunder suddenly turned golden, growing louder and spreading wider. The dark sky was pierced by a glowing orb of light, encircling the lightning that struck New Fen. Fei Fei and Dioxi stood nearby, watching this rare phenomenon near the mysterious area. Fei Fei muttered in astonishment. Is this Ye Bai undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Elsewhere, in the palace of the celestial sovereign, a man with a regal demeanor also saw the golden path. He questioned, puzzled. Is this the ascension to the immortal realm? The three men, Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, and Yang Leng, looked up at the rainbow appearing below the ascension to the immortal realm. Wu Xiao exclaimed, Grandmaster, she's a little worried. Grandmaster, do you know how many powerful gods will be attracted by the one ascending the immortal realm ladder? The spiral staircase stretched downward, shining brilliantly. Yi Bai stood within the formation, not wanting to show off. Actually, this is just a breakthrough to become a great emperor. Zhu Ying and Lei Kui stared wide-eyed at the scene. Zhu Yang said, Master, you broke through to Emperor Lord, yet you didn't set up such a large formation. Xu Xian proudly replied, What's the big deal? This is my grandmaster. She couldn't be bothered to argue. Yes, we were wrong to not understand. Su Shang's expression darkened. She continued observing and sensing, deep in thought. Suddenly, Xu Shang spoke. I can feel it now, an additional aura of the Emperor Lord, locking this place down. She issued a command, getting ready to protect her grandmaster during the tribulation. They all shouted in unison. Yes, we obey the order, great senior sister. He looked up in satisfaction. Well done, high enough. At this moment, 7 dark shadows flew up, circling around the ascending platform. The disciples focused their attention and said in unison, They've arrived. Tai Bai was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 7 Emperor Lord-level experts have arrived. Yang Leng, never taking his eyes off, asked, Impressive, senior sister, are you scared? Yi Bai, on his way to ascension, calmly replied, This tribulation could easily make the headlines. If, during the tribulation, I happen to kill 7 Emperor Lord-level experts. Ye Bai furrowed his brow slightly, certain that would be the headline. Now centered around him, the 7 experts surrounded him, with no way out. Xing Shan spoke first. Who would have thought that this reunion would be seeing you rise to the immortal realm? The muscular man, carrying the giant axe on his shoulder, introduced himself. I am Wu Beilai. The mysterious leader also introduced himself with an air of mystique. I am the one who watches you without blinking. The 2 girls spoke in unison. I am Emperor Lord Fairy King He and Fairy Zhiki. Su Shang, irritated and uncomfortable, retorted, But the combined battle merit of both of you doesn't even reach half of mine. What are you 2 even talking about here? Members of the sacred land suddenly appeared in the sky, and one of them questioned Lu Su Shang. Do you understand the disaster that Yi Bai's actions, leading to the heavenly and earthly anomaly, will bring to the heavenly profound continent? She suddenly raised her head to look at him, her eyes darkened and furrowed. She had realized that the person who had just arrived was him. He continued his interrogation. Do you understand the history of the heavenly profound continent? Do you know about the immortal pavilion of Qianlu and its ascension to the immortal realm? She exploded with power, declaring resolutely, as long as they try to stop my grandmaster from gaining the chance, they all must die. Gu Xingshan raised his arms and spoke out to refute the 2. That's wrong. What does history have to do with anything? Xingshan criticized Bai Yufa. You people, one of you doesn't care about your face, fine, but all 7 of you don't care about face. And now you're lecturing about the past. Are you looking down on the people of the Tan Xuan continent? Doesn't anyone know about the ancient silence immortal pavilion of Qianlu and the immortal world? Bai Yufa, confused, asked, 7? Aren't you counting yourself? Doesn't that make 7 of us? Bai Yufa's words caught Xing Shan off guard, while Yi Bai sat across from him, quietly observing. Yi Bai also didn't understand the situation. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought, a myriad of question marks swirling in his mind. At that moment, Yi Bai spoke up and asked, By the way, Gu Xingshan, weren't you the one leading this group to disturb my tribulation? Xingshan, hearing this, became extremely anxious. He quickly pointed at the 2 men beside him and explained, Why, Bai, your excellency, please don't listen to them. How dare this old man disturb your tribulation? Upon witnessing Yi Bai's phenomenon, and the demon emperors sent here, Xing Shan hastily denied it. Before coming here with these people, I had no idea that this phenomenon was caused by your tribulation. Ye Bai looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Then, 2 hands from Shan Jiang stretched out, and he smiled before continuing. It's said that when one reaches the Emperor Lord level in the heavenly profound dimension, the cultivation process comes to an end. because this world is inherently constrained by a curse. Sing Shan looked ahead, furrowing his brows, his tone serious. The only way to break this constraint is to rely on looking at Yi Bai's tribulation phenomenon. He explained, the immortal wife that your excellency is aiming for. Once you succeed, you will immediately reach the void immortal realm, and the entire heavenly profound dimension will benefit greatly. Yi Bai, tired from hearing so much, waved his hand lazily and said to Xing Shan, have you finished? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Upon hearing this, Xing Shan's face lit up with joy. He quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. Before leaving, he clasped his hands in front of him, his gaze lingering with a hint of reluctance. Gu Shan cleared his throat a few times. That, your excellency Ye Bai, my daughter caused trouble the other day, and still owes you. Ye Bai half closed his eyes and pointed. He suddenly understood. I see, so that's why you suddenly stepped in to help me. No problem, it's a small matter. You may go. Xing Shan saluted, bowed his head respectfully and thanked him. Many thanks, your excellency. With that he darted away swiftly, leaving the demon emperors to take the hit. The Black Guardian began preparing his move again, laughing loudly. We should thank Gu Shan. His rambling just now made our target clear. We must destroy you before you successfully break through. Yi Bai smiled indifferently. Calmly to the Black Guardian he said, destroy? Then what are you waiting for? Make your move. Otherwise watching this supposed immortal's breakthrough will be too dull. Yi Bai spread his arms, his eyes sweeping over them with arrogance. He called out, does that fortune teller want to go first? When Bai Hu Fa heard this he trembled with anger, and hissed, fortune teller, what I hate most is those who call me a fortune teller. He enacted an array formation to summon the tide of creatures. Bai Hu Fa raised his hand and shouted, God of the middle race, we seal a blood pact, dominate the world for 10,000 years. Today the great army marches forth again. Tai Bai stammered in horror. What does he intend to do? Xu Xiang pointed and ordered the junior sisters. Never mind that, focus on protecting Grandmaster. Xu Xiang furrowed her brows, staring intently at the insect clan's divine formation that Bai Hu Fa had cast. Her hand clenched into a fist, her tone resolute. They'd really want to ruin Grandmaster's ascension to the immortal body. Wu Xia was horrified, her mouth agape as she stared ahead. She exclaimed, what? Those are the swarms of black insects flying toward Yi Bai's tribulation manifestation. The Black Guardian raised his hand high, his face calm and expectant. He sneered and said, youngsters who don't know how to enjoy their youth, yet they want to ascend to the immortal body. Then he shouted at Yi Bai, I'll show you the consequences. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, sending an attack toward Yi Bai. But unexpectedly, the strike vanished midway in a baffling manner. The Black Guardian stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded by the illogical sight before him. He furrowed his brows, squinted his eyes, and coldly said, a slip-up. I completely forgot about you all. Su Shang, Tai Bai, Yang Lang, and Wu Qiao appeared, standing in front of the manifestation and blocking the Black Guardian's attack. Xu Xiang looked at him, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She loudly commanded the junior sisters behind her. Junior sisters, even if we have to die today, we must hold out until Grandmaster succeeds. The swarm of insects thickened in the air, gradually moving toward Yi Bai. He stood there, cold and indifferent, watching them with disdain. Yi Bai spoke, mocking. Using those petty insects to gnaw at the immortal body? That's an interesting idea. When the swarm of parasitic insects approached, Yi Bai had already begun circulating his inner energy. A strong golden aura appeared in the palm of his hand. Immediately, the entire space was enveloped by this energy. The strike he launched tore through the air, as though ripping it apart. Xu Shang retracted his move, his hand still radiating with energy. The blonde-haired man slightly closed his eyes and clapped his hands, his voice carrying a note of admiration. The destructive power is truly formidable. In just one strike, you wiped out the entire swarm. He then smiled wickedly, his eyes filled with ambition, as he turned toward Xu Shang and slowly spoke. But unfortunately, it's too late. Bai Hu Fa of Sacred Land suddenly appeared before Yi Bai. He laughed loudly, his smile full of mockery, leaving Yi Bai taken aback. This man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, grinning confidently. Yi Bai, if you won't, Let me take your place and ascend to the immortal body. Wu Xiao gasped, eyes wide as he glared at Bai Hufa, cursing, damn it, when did he sneak in? Yang Lang, standing nearby, felt a wave of unease upon seeing his unexpected appearance. With worry in his voice, Yang Lang called out, Grandmaster. Noticing the urgency in their voices, Yi Bai raised his hand to stop them. He casually said, Leave this man to me, you take care of the others. Immediately after, Yi Bai looked up toward the sky, his entire being exuding an aura of power. Bai Yufa smirked at the sight of this and quickly lunged toward him. He was no less formidable, with demonic energy emanating from his body. Yi Bai launched a powerful strike, and he forcefully countered with his own attack. When the two moves collided, they unleashed a terrifying force, sending both Yi Bai and Bai Yufa flying. Bai Yufa struggled to steady himself, his demonic energy weakening slightly, but he didn't give up. Not bad, he was stronger than I had expected. Su Xian flew towards Yi Bai from behind, her face filled with obvious panic. She anxiously called, Grandmaster. Yi Bai glanced at Su Xian, gripping his other wrist, then ordered her, Great girl, you are now the leader of tens of thousands of subordinates. Go and do what you must, don't worry about me. Under Yi Bai's urging, Su Xian reluctantly accepted the command, closing her eyes. She clasped her hands together and bowed, speaking firmly, Understood. Seeing Su Xian turn and leave, Yi Bai thought to himself that this was a great opportunity for them to grow. Pushing aside his worry, his gaze grew resolute again, his eyes seemingly radiating a hint of killing intent. He furrowed his brows and asked Bai Hufa, Shall I play with you? The two men from Sacred Lands stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, the demonic energy still swirling around them. Yi Bai stood upright, staring at them. After leaving Yi Bai's side, Su Xian quickly gathered with Tai Bai, Wu Xiao, and Yang Lang. When they saw her, Wu Xiao called out, Great senior sister. The four stood facing their opponents, with Su Xiao now taking charge. She ordered everyone, the junior sisters, to each choose an opponent, and take over from the Grandmaster to deal with them. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the man who was responding. He looked at her and gave a provocative smile. Tai Bai frowned, his eyes clearly showing hostility. She set her sights on a man wearing a headscarf. Su Xian was about to choose her opponent, when Yang Lang's hand blocked her path. She looked towards Zai He and King He, her gaze sharp as a knife. Yang Lang exuded an aura of confidence and said, Great senior sister, leave these two to me. I want to test my strength and see just how far I've come after my breakthrough. Su Xian, hearing her words, responded and placed her trust in Yang Lang. Good, senior sister believes in you. King He feigned regret. Isn't it supposed to be a 2-on-2? Then, Su Xian turned away, but left a message, a warning, for Zhe He and King He. Dealing with weaklings like you, one junior sister is enough. Her words clearly expressed her confidence in Yang Lang's strength. Zai He arrogantly raised a hand to stroke her chin, and in a provoking tone, she addressed Yang Lang. Little Junior, you're so dark-skinned, and you even play with knives. Have you grown enough feathers yet? Yang Lang held her sword, her aura radiating outward, and her energy coursing along the blade. Coldly, she retorted, Why talk so much? Come on. Leaving Yang Lang's side, Su Xian returned to where Yi Bai was. She called out softly from behind. Grandmaster Yi Bai glanced over and saw that the person who had arrived was her. He frowned and asked, Mom, why are you back again? Su Xian walked over to him and replied respectfully, 8th junior sister wants to test herself. She decided to challenge 2 Emperor Lords at once. At that moment, the Black Guardian spoke up, So what now? In the end, it's still 2 against 2. Yi Bai suddenly extended his hand around Su Xian's waist. He gripped her slender waist tightly, making her blush with embarrassment. Then he looked at the 2 men and smiled, I should thank you both. Today, you're practically delivering yourselves to my disciple to earn some experience points. Upon hearing this, Bai Hufa laughed out loud. He raised his hand, gathering strength into his palm, and then spoke loudly, bold and sly words. Fine, today I will kill you. It can be considered as eliminating a variable for the battlefield of the Outer Realms. His palm gathered an increasing amount of powerful demonic energy, forming a whirlwind of dark power. Yi Bai looked toward Bai Hufa and said, "He's giving orders to Xu Shang. Great girl, leave Black Guardian to him." She turned her gaze toward the Black Guardian. Receiving Yi Bai's command, Xu Shang had the same intention. The Black Guardian sneered at Yi Bai, the leader of the demonic cult, ranked 12th on the assassin god list, with unparalleled strength. And yet, here he was, acting coy in a man's embrace. The sight was truly disgusting to anyone who saw it. Hearing this, Xu Shang was not pleased. Her eyes stared at the Black Guardian, filled with intense killing intent, and at that moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from her body. She angrily snapped, "You can insult me, but dare to insult my grandmaster, insult the feelings I have for him." Xu Shang's hand gathered energy, and the destructive force quickly accumulated. She screamed in fury, preparing to face the great punishment. As her words ended, Xu Shang launched a palm strike straight towards Black Guardian. Her destructive power was like sharp claws, almost piercing through Black Guardian. He stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Xu Shang's wrath. At that moment, Black Guardian suddenly bent his legs and flew backward, avoiding Xu Shang's might attack. He looked at her and clicked his tongue. This destructive power is truly terrifying. As the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xu Shang surged toward him at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. Xu Shang concentrated her strength and threw a punch toward Black Guardian. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Xu Shang's speed was so fast that he only had time to cross his arms in front of his chest to block the attack. Suddenly, both of them disappeared into the air. Ye Bai raised his hand to his forehead, gazing into the distance, sighing repeatedly. "Ah, this foolish girl is still as emotional as ever." Bai Hufa, not idle, had already begun casting his magic array. Dark energy swirled, and small creatures appeared continuously. Bai Hufa taunted, "Ye Bai, while you still have time to worry about others, your opponent is over here." Ye Bai was taken aback, his eyes flashing the caution, but then he crossed his arms over his chest and confidently looked at Bai Hufa. "Kid, if I'm not mistaken, these insects of yours are Heavenly Star Flame, right?" The swarm of insects surged forward like a storm. Bai Hufa controlled them, and with arrogance he asked, "Ye Bai, what do you think? Want to see the flames of hell?" Ye Bai didn't waste words. He extended his palm towards him, the energy in his hand crackling like electric sparks. Ye Bai coldly replied, "That's exactly what I'm aiming for." On the other side, numerous stones appeared in the air, continuously flying out and falling onto a figure radiating demonic energy. The man pointed at Wu Qiao and swung his axe at her, shouting loudly. Wu Qiao smiled, clenching her fist. Her face showed confidence and determination. She quietly said, "This guy's not bad, he's pretty strong." Wu Qiao gathered strength into her fist, and the energy accumulated to form a powerful force. She shouted loudly, 30 strikes of the king's fist." One of the man's axes struck towards her. Meeting Wu Qiao's king's fist might head on, the man rushed towards Wu Qiao, his eyes glowing red, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Tai Ba was also using a sword, executing sword techniques with overwhelming power, making him seem incredibly strong. Electric sparks also ran through his body. The two of them charged towards their respective opponents, beginning an intense battle. Light flickered across the dazzling space. On the opposite side, King he raised a hand to her nose, gently closed her eyes, and spoke softly. "Sisters, you truly are remarkable. Even in a one-on-one battle, you haven't been pushed into a disadvantage." Zaidi glanced at Yang Lang, her tone teasing as she said, "But with only your hands, where does your confidence come from to take on two opponents at once?" Yang Lang's expression brightened, confidence radiating from her as she replied, "Who said I only have two hands?" With that, she drew two swords, crossing her arms as a formation began to take shape. The magic circle behind her glowed brilliantly, its energy wrapping around her like a living force. Zadi smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, but we never intended to fight you that way." As her words fell, a tremendous surge of power burst forth. A vast, swirling vortex formed in the air, radiating an overwhelming aura. Seeing it, Yang Ling's eyes widened slightly. The crushing pressure made her grit her teeth and narrow her gaze. Asterisk this power, it's far too strong, asterisk, she thought. Elsewhere, Wu Xiao was being bombarded by flying stones, large and small, forcing her to step back again and again as she struggled to keep her footing against the relentless force. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Tai Bai and Wu Xiao exchanged shocked glances, neither fully understanding what was happening, as the ground around them rose in waves of shifting earth and stone. Seeing the situation worsen, Wu Xiao called out, her voice tense. "Fourth senior sister, what's going on?" Tai Bai was also stunned, her gaze fixed ahead. It was only then that she calmly replied, "A tremendous force is drawing us in." Everything around them seemed to be thrown into disarray, with rocks and dirt being sucked toward the powerful circle that Zaihe had created. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, resisting the pull, and shouted, "Damn it, we need to find a way to destroy that thing." At that moment, Yang Lang flew over to Wu Xiao's side, trying to calm her down. "Fifth senior sister, don't panic. As long as we join forces, we could destroy that thing." Wu Xiao was taken aback by Yang Lang's sudden appearance. She said, "Old 8, right now Tai Bai is using the method of the clear lotus sword dance." The sword in her hand glowed, electricity running along the blade, sparking with flashes of energy. Wu Xiao Tong also launched her attack, the tenfold royal fist, much more powerful than the royal fist of the martial realm. Yang Lang simultaneously used her sword technique, closing her eyes and channeling all her energy to execute the Azure slash. Tai Bai charged forward fiercely, the air filled with waves of energy. Tai Bai's swordplay was graceful but decisive, while Wu Xiao's martial arts were forceful, her strength unyielding. Yang Lang was cold and determined, striking repeatedly toward the front. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, the atmosphere and destructive power turning everything into chaos. Ye Bai and Bai Hu Fox stood by, observing the battle. Yi Bai was very satisfied with the progress and the combat abilities of his female disciples. He exclaimed, "The disciples all know how to cooperate with each other very well." At this moment, Zhu Shan charged toward him, and a shield appeared around the Black Guardian. Zhu Shan launched a powerful kick, accompanied by flashing bolts of lightning, aiming straight at him. With one hand flashing behind his back, he quickly retaliated, deflecting the scattered stones in midair. The remaining member of Sacred Land stood behind, observing with his hands clasped together. Ye Bai, watching the battle from a distance, spoke with a satisfied expression. "The disciples have made remarkable progress. Junior Master is very reassured." He immediately rushed toward Yi Bai, extending his hand to cast an attacking spell, and said, "Still concerned about your disciples? You should focus on yourself first. Where did those strange insects come from?" A large, monstrous insect with sharp teeth appeared, its mouth wide open, as if to devour him whole. Yi Bai stood there with his hands behind his back, unresponsive, as a tremendous force erupted around him, causing everything nearby to explode. The Black Guardian, with his hand emitting power, asked Zhu Shan, "Do you foolish girl understand the history of the Tianzhuan Plain?" With strength like a blazing flame, he raised his weapon. "Let this old man, 2,000 years old, teach you a lesson." Zhu Shang looked at him with a surprised expression. After the explosion, Zhu Shang quickly retreated. With a vicious gleam in his eyes, he said, "Don't even think about running." He immediately cast a spell on a circular axe that flew toward Zhu Shang. As it neared her, the axe stopped. Yi Bai rotated his hand in a circular motion. "Come here." The axe was diverted by Yi Bai's power. He gritted his teeth and said, "My axe." Zhu Shang called out in confusion, "Grandmaster." Ye Bai extended his hand backward and turned his back to the flying axe, as if controlling it, then said, "The edge of Snake Mountain can strike down insects." A sudden explosion erupted. Zhu Shang opened her mouth and shouted, "Ye Bai, leave some for me." His eyes burned crimson, surrounded by a dark aura. He drew his weapon with his fury surging and said, "Don't you dare underestimate an elder over 2,000 years old." Zhu Shang's sharp eyes glinted as she shouted, "Annihilation of the Grand Tao." She raised her hand to cast a spell, and a powerful surge of magic shot straight ahead. Bai Hufo was stunned. He cried out. Startled, realizing something was wrong, he immediately rushed from behind toward Yi Bai. "Yi Bai, don't even dream of ascending to immortality." A brilliant flash of magical light burst forth. Seeing this, Yi Bai froze in shock and asked, "What is going on?" A giant human face with a long nose appeared. Its waist and legs emerged with an enormous body and glowing eyes. He said, "Those without the right shall never ascend to the immortal realm." Yi Bai gazed at him in astonishment. The man raised his arm, and a radiant wave of magic enveloped the surroundings. Yi Bai stood silently watching, deftly dodging the attack. The members of the sacred land also tried to evade the beam of light, but they were too late. His entire body immediately jolted as if struck by electricity. Seeing this, Yi Bai calmly said, "Serves you right." The stairs appeared, and he stood on the highest step, with a powerful aura emanating from around him. He looked down at Yi Bai and asked, "Is your name Yi Bai?" Yi Bai responded, "That's right, I am Yi Bai." He raised his hand and looked at Yi Bai, saying, "The Tian Xuan Plain. Finally, there's someone here. You speak in riddles, but I am a servant from the Tian Xuan Plain who has entered the void immortal realm. Today, I'm here to test you." Yi Bai, full of confidence, said to him, "Come at me." He smiled wickedly and said, "To enter the void immortal realm, sing with me." With that, he immediately appeared holding a microphone and a disco ball. He began to sing, "Hong Chen is the best, Hong Chen is the strongest." He invited Yi Bai to sing along. "Sing with me. Hong Chen is the best, Hong Chen is the strongest. Sing with me now. Hong Chen is the best, Hong Chen is the strongest." Yi Bai stood there watching him. Feeling helpless at the absurdity, he muttered, "Am I really the first person from the Tian Xuan Plain from back then?" Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, and Yang Lang stood there as well, each of them filled with helplessness. They all thought, "Is this really the world of the strong?" Yi Bai looked at him and shouted, "Where are you going? What are you doing? Hurry up and get lost. You came here to get rid of some trash, and now you want me to sing and dance with you." He pointed a finger at Yi Bai. "You still have 9 more steps to climb, so get moving." Yi Bai slowly stepped forward, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground right in front of him. He was startled and quickly dodged the lightning. Furious, Yi Bai shouted, "What's this? Are you messing with me?" Hong Chen, with his eyes glowing, crossed his arms and said, "I'm not messing with you. The final secret of the Ascension Oath is that every time you ascend a level, there will be an irresistible challenge, with the potential risk of the world itself being destroyed." Yi Bai continued forward unabashedly. "Only one more level to go. Let's see what else you can do." Angry, Hong Chen snapped, "Are you sure you don't want to back down?" Yi Bai replied, "I came for the Ascension Oath, not to sing." Suddenly, Yi Bai felt his body freeze, unable to move. He thought, "Damn it, what's happening? My body won't move." Hong Chen stood there with his arms still crossed, saying, "Kid, I really admire your unwillingness to bow down, but if you refuse to listen to me, there's nothing I can do. The trial of the Ascension Oath is something you cannot resist." Countless bolts of lightning rained down from above, but Yi Bai did not retreat. He continued ascending. It was as if he sensed something, as though something above was pulling him. Tai Bai screamed, "Grandmaster, it's gone." Yi Bai found himself transported to a place filled with clouds, like the sky itself. He realized that this place wasn't the entrance to the void immortal realm. Amidst the vast, boundless sky, he stood and shouted, "Hong Chen, get out here!" The giant face of the old man immediately appeared behind Yi Bai. "Little brother, this place is a region where time and space are distorted. It's not under my control." Yi Bai grabbed his beard, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. "Old dog, I already ascended to the immortal body, yet I haven't entered the void immortal realm. What's going on here?" The old man winced in pain from the tug on his beard and begged, "Please stop pulling, right? I really just came here to tease you." He was puzzled and spoke to Yi Bai. "Where were you? When exactly did you ascend to the immortal body? Are you pretending? I'm a servant of the Tian Xuan Plain. How could I not know about you?" Li Bai's cold gaze flickered, and he said, "Oh, then tell me, what am I pretending about?" The old man's face turned red with anger. "You brat, at that moment, both you and I were equally smart. We knew that someone didn't want you to ascend, so they blocked the pathway to the void immortal realm. At the very moment when lightning struck, we both used all our strength to twist time and space." Yi Bai, with a smug expression, raised both of his hands. "Old Hong Chen, you're half right, but I only used half my strength." The old man was shocked. "Huh? Really? At that time, I only used half two. At this moment, Yi Bai's hands emitted two different types of energy. One was glowing with light, and the other was golden and purple. The two sources of power were blending together. Hong Chen stood there, dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? One of the glowing energy sources above began to spark, and lightning started to crackle. My great girl, your path of destruction can be created in the hands of Junior Master. He immediately praised Yi Bai. This kid is something. You used the path of destruction to gather energy beyond the overload threshold, causing spacetime to bend again. You used the energy to prevent yourself from entering the void immortal realm, turning it into a reincarnation mark in hell. Lightning struck from above the sky, and below, Zhu Ying, Lei Kui, and Sang Shan were all shocked. Zhu Ying pointed upward. Look, is the illusory beautiful scene appearing now? Sang Shan said, I thought your excellency Ye Bai was already gone, but indeed, he can't be easily defeated. Ye Bai flew up and used his energy to open the gate. He burst into laughter. The gate of the immortal pavilion. Your void immortal realm really likes to play this game of illusion and invisibility, he said, raising his arm, the energy growing stronger. To ascend to immortality, one must survive the tribulation, but you want to push me to death. If I weren't strong enough, I don't know how many times I'd have died by now. Since it's like this, you don't need to live anymore. Ye Bai pointed at the source of the lightning energy, and a mansion immediately exploded. Another source of energy emerged from the token on his hand. He shouted, Explosion! At that moment, an explosion occurred in midair, with shattered pieces scattering like glass. A pathway appeared, and Ye Bai sensed that this was the real gate of the immortal pavilion. The path was illuminated by a beam of light. Wu Xiao and Yang Lang were surrounded by light. Wu Xiao questioned, What is this? Yang Lang immediately responded, This light feels so soothing. It seems that my cultivation has been nourished with immense power. The light also surrounded Ye Bai, and one could feel the dense strength of the divine force in this place. But why had he only just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm now? Was this a form of accumulation, where much had been gained but little had been broken through, or were they playing with him? A voice sounded, If you want to fight my Grandmaster, you'll first have to defeat me. Ye Bai turned around in surprise. Mom, a group of individuals from various realms had appeared, including Zhu Shang, who was standing directly opposite them. One person spoke, Ye Bai has just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm, and already caused such a stir. Don't be so arrogant. Ye Bai responded, In just a moment, 10 individuals from the Emperor Lord realm have come. Are these the ones who can't accept that I allowed the Tian Zhuan plane to absorb power from the ascension to the immortal world? Su Shang saw Ye Bai and called out, Grandmaster. Su Shang says, Grandmaster, these 10 from the Emperor Lord realm during Kai Shanu's time must be so bored that they're looking for trouble. Ye Bai followed up, a bunch of idle fools with nothing better to do. One of the individuals from the Emperor Lord realm spoke, The Ascension Oath has opened the immortal pavilion of Kanglu with such immense energy, yet you've only just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm? Truly useless. Another person chimed in, Why not give that energy to us? Ye Bai raised his finger, as if to provoke them to come forward. He calmly said, If you have the strength, come and take it. Down below, they looked at Su Shang and Ye Bai hovering in midair, and one of them said, Kill him and take back the immortal pavilion's energy. Ye Bai didn't even bother to open his eyes. He said, You're truly overestimating yourselves. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and at that moment, a powerful force could be seen emanating from his gaze. The rays of energy from his mighty strike illuminated the area, and they were continuously knocked down. Su Shang was stunned. Dead. Are they dead? Su Shang marveled. With just one punch, he's already taken down several Emperor Lords. Ye Bai glanced at Su Shang. He said, Girl, there are still many who are unconvinced. Do you believe it? Su Shang replied immediately. Of course, I believe the words of Grandmaster, but it still feels too unbelievable. After all, this is something that benefits me personally. Ye Bai smiled with a serious expression and said, It seems there are still many who remain unconvinced. At this point, people from various realms began to appear in increasing numbers. Then, Yang Lang, Wu Xiao, and Tai Bai appeared behind them at the same time. Yi Bai spoke. I prefer it when there are more of them. Besides Junior Master, my disciples also need some practice. Yi Bai then ordered, my disciples, charge ahead and wipe out the Emperor Lord Realm cultivators. In the future, you will need to clear both rankings and absorb the powerful energy from each one. The three of them charged forward without hesitation. The people from various realms also rushed forward. They shouted, kill them, we also need strength. Yi Bai said with a serious expression, he cannot do things fairly. Trash. Apart from the dissatisfied ones, there were also those who were envious and delusional. These people were truly terrifying. The aggressive individuals at this level were struck by a series of powerful rays of light. They gritted their teeth and tried to charge forward. Blinding streaks of green light interspersed with sharp lines, and dark rays were erupting violently, covering the area. Yi Bai praised, my disciples have all made progress. Xu Shang, excited, clasped her hands together. Let's applaud for everyone's progress. Yi Bai calmly stood with his arms crossed, observing. The individuals at this level were rushing toward the two of them. Yi Bai then handed Xu Shang the divine whip and called out, leave those who are looking for their own death to great girl. Take this. Xu Shang, confused, asked, divine whip. Seeing this, the people at this level sneered proudly and mocked. That blonde girl, what kind of weapon is a whip? It can't even kill anyone. A terrifying aura emanated from Xu Shang. After hearing that, she scolded them, bunch of fools, come here and try. She took the whip and flicked a series of long cords toward them. One person stood frozen in shock. Then, their entire body was tightly bound by the cords. Even though the individuals at this level struggled to break free, they were bound so tightly that they couldn't escape. Xu Shang coldly looked at the people who were strangled to death. Xing Shan was sweating as he watched the scene unfold. He immediately felt lucky and thought to himself, this guy is good. Killing someone at the Emperor Lord level is like crushing a mosquito. I'm lucky I didn't stand in the wrong team earlier. The people at their level were instantly terrified and turned their heads. One person spoke up, we miscalculated. These guys aren't ordinary Emperor Lords. Retreat now. Yi Bai would not let them escape. He extended his hand forward and shouted, disciples, chase them down. Don't let the experience points get away. Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, Yang Lang, and Tu Shang obeyed the order. A few days later, the leaderboard flashed with the results. Rank 49 on the Tian Xuan Plains God Slayer leaderboard, Sun Wu Xiao. Rank 48 on the Tian Xuan Plains God Slayer leaderboard, Qi Tai Bai. Rank 47 on the Tian Xuan Plains God Slayer leaderboard, Ao Yang Len. Rank 45 on the Tian Xuan Plains God Slayer leaderboard, Ye Bai. Rank 35 on the Tian Xuan Plains God Slayer leaderboard, Gu Qinshan. At this moment, a shimmering magical light appeared in the sky from the center. It looked like a portal, and upon closer inspection, it was a space portal. Powerful energies swirled around it, and two figures emerged from within, Fu Jiang and Zhang Fu. Fu Jiang spoke with a mocking tone. The spiritual energy density of this place is like trash. It really makes you want to puke. Zhang Fu nodded in agreement. Exactly. If it weren't for Hong Chen, Ye Bai would need to give them another year before they could even accomplish anything. Fu Jiang immediately put on a serious expression and said, we should hurry and complete the task assigned by the Immortal Lord. The two of them were hovering in midair at that moment when Fu Jiang spoke again. Anyway, if Ye Bai hadn't ascended, the two of us wouldn't have had the chance to descend to the lower realm. Zhang Fu nodded in agreement. Deputy Realm Master is right. In fact, it's only when someone blocks the ascension path that a planar passage can be opened, giving us the opportunity to descend to the lower realm. Fu Jiang continued. Following the Immortal Lord's instructions, I've gone to the Sacred Land Heavenly Net to assist in their revival. Zhang Fu added, the Immortal Lord is wise. I'll head to the Sacred Land Heavenly Pool, my homeland, to make some inquiries. In the blink of an eye, the two figures shot through the air. Let's meet again, once our missions are complete. Beneath the surface of a tranquil lake, two pale feet could be seen. Yi Bai and Xu Shang were soaking in the water. Just as Yi Bai was enjoying the moment, Xu Shang, holding the divine striking whip, spoke up. Grandmaster, I'm returning the divine striking whip to you. Fortunately, it was thanks to this that we succeeded. Yi Bai, with his powerful, muscular body and well-defined abs, smiled. You can keep it. Consider it a gift from your junior master. Su Shang pointed downward and said with a soft laugh, Grandmaster, I also have a gift for you. Please, look below. Yi Bai suddenly disappeared beneath the surface, and bubbles rose from the water as he dove down. Moments later, he emerged again, holding a blue crystal in his hand. He chuckled and said, Found it. Su Shang cheerfully said to Yi Bai, This is the employee document from the Dual Heaven ranking. If we take this with us, we're definitely going to make it into the top 5. Yi Bai immediately praised her for doing a great job, but pointed out that the list on the ranking board could only be used by one person. Since this was the document she had specifically gathered for Yi Bai, she happily responded, This is the document that I, your disciple, specially collected for you. Of course it's for you. Amidst the natural scenery, Yi Bai said, That won't do. This is a major matter for our sect. Tomorrow, let's head to the Black Tower Plaza. I'm sure we'll find the information we need there. In midair, a pair of hands threw out the light yellow papers. A loud shout rang out. I, Liu Su Shang, require all the data from the top rankings. Whatever is available from the Dual Heaven ranking, bring it all. The price is negotiable. You set your own price. Ye Bai and Su Shang stood before the crowd. Su Shang's powerful declaration echoed. 2 days from now, collect all the documents and bring them to the Black Tower Plaza. Anyone who brings useful information will be handsomely rewarded. Her authoritative statement stirred the crowd into a frenzy. A voice shouted excitedly, We're going to make money. The atmosphere became tense, mixed with excitement as the opportunity to make a profit arose. A voice from the crowd spoke up. We don't need 2 days. Ye Bai, surprised, asked, Who's that? A young man with green hair and a red-haired girl holding a zither were leaning against each other. They introduced themselves. We're a singing duo. First, on the battlefield outside the city, the legendary Long Feng. Ye Bai and Su Shang were both confused. Street performers, with the professional expressions on their faces, the blue-haired boy said, Please call us singers. The red-haired girl added, We've come to give experience points. Ye Bai and Su Shang looked straight at them. Yi Bai, with a finger pointed to his face, solemnly said, Give experience points. Huh. He sounded somewhat startled. Wait, you're not planning to turn us into experience points to give to you, are you? Upon hearing this, Ye Bai understood, but was still astonished. The two of them smiled and said, We are singers who travel everywhere, across all the battlefields outside the city, having met more people than the songs we've ever sung. So we've come to help you find experience points. The girl continued, As for the materials for the Dual Heaven ranking, no one knows it better than us. He, misunderstanding that the two were a married couple, said he had admired them for a long time and always wanted to cooperate with them once. He continued, We have all the information you want, but we also have conditions. Su Shang, hearing this, became a bit embarrassed and mumbled married couple. Ye Bai asked them, You want to discuss the conditions with me? He held a square blue object in his hand and said, I need the two of you to cooperate and show your faces a bit on this. He rotated the object, and the reflection of the two appeared inside, like a mirror. Ye Bai asked curiously, What is this? It's a phone. It turned into a giant screen. He held the phone in his hand and spoke, Please, help me with something. If you rank up high enough, your heroic postures could appear on this plane. Ye Bai, puzzled, asked, Livestream? Yi Bai turned to Su Shang and urged her to try. Great girl, give it a go. She pressed the start button with her hand and spoke very well. He pointed to the screen, excitedly saying, Look at this. Immediately, the images of Yi Bai and Su Shang were broadcasted on the live stream. Seeing this, she appeared very excited. Ah, it can be done like this. The green-haired guy raised his hand to the phone screen and said, Both of you should imagine this. The heroic poses of the two of you are incredibly cool. He gestured towards the excited crowd below and said to them, Quick, look, this is the charm of the two of you. We're going to bring excitement to the entire battlefield outside the city. Ye Bai immediately understood the intention of the two singers. I get it. Performing will make you earn more money than the reward offered several times over. Neither he nor she were surprised to have their goal correctly guessed. He said, Nothing can be hidden. Your Excellency Ye Bai. What are you waiting for? The jade pendant and the list of strong individuals are now yours. Ye Bai crossed his arms, speaking with amusement. I see it now. Su Shang happily agreed. Yes, yes. On the screen, the image of Su Shang fell. A bald man appeared. The rankings showed. Godslayer ranking, 20th place. Combat Medal rankings, 26th place. Godslayer ranking, 15th place. Battle Medal ranking, 18th place. Yi Bai's image also appeared.